Year 56 of Konoha. On the eve of the Uchiha clan's coup, beneath the gentle sunlight, a boy with black eyes and short hair leaned against a wall, gazing at the ornate fan emblem of his clan, unable to suppress a sigh. The Uchiha clan, renowned as the mightiest in Konoha, how ironic it is. The boy's appearance was rather unremarkable, even inconspicuous, yet he possessed an air of uniqueness that set him apart from Others maturity that far surpassed his peers. This juxtaposition rendered him seemingly out of place in this world. His current name was Uchiha Ryumei, a traveler from another realm and a fervent enthusiast of anime and novels. He accepted his transmigration with remarkable ease, especially since he found himself in the world of his beloved Naruto. 8 years ago, he was born into the Uchiha family, becoming the younger brother of Uchiha Izumi. As a devoted fan of Naruto and a transmigrator, Uchiha Ryumei was acutely aware of the impending events of that night, the darkest hour for the Uchiha clan. The entire Uchiha family was destined to be slaughtered by Uchiha Itachi, sparing none, neither the elderly nor the children, except for his brother, Sasuke. At that time, this dark, brutal, and inhumane narrative elicited considerable discomfort among many. Initially, many harbored a strong aversion towards Itachi, who later garnered some understanding and became a loyal fan after the truth was revealed. Yet, under the halo of Itachi's noble intentions, many subconsciously overlooked the fact that he annihilated his entire clan. Throughout the history of Naruto, Itachi undeniably made a choice that could be deemed saintly. However, this very act remained his sole blemish. We judge Itachi's decisions from an observer standpoint, but what if we were to view it from the Uchiha perspective? Would those Uchiha members slain by Itachi consider him a saint? Would they believe he was justified? One need only look at Sasuke to understand, even as his biological brother, he could not come to terms with Itachi's actions. After his transmigration and becoming part of the Uchiha, Ryumei found himself empathizing with this sentiment even more. Caught between the conflict of family and village, Itachi chose the side of Konoha, with which he had no blood ties. He murdered his parents, annihilated his entire clan, almost extinguishing a lineage that had endured for a millennium overnight. Even Itachi later acknowledged that there may have been better choices, lamenting that his own overwhelming power had clouded his judgment, leading him to believe he could resolve everything alone, resulting in tragedy. This time, the tragedy of the Uchiha clan shall never repeat itself. Gazing at the fan emblem, Uchiha Ryumei resolved within his heart to thwart Itachi and ultimately revitalize the Uchiha clan. He aspired for Sasuke to have a caring brother and for the Uchiha to possess a radiant future. No longer would they be suppressed by the so-called higher-ups of Konoha, such as the third Hokage and Danzo, for Itachi's massacre was indeed orchestrated by Danzo. However, at present, his strength remained feeble for reasons unknown. The system he had awaited for 8 years had yet to activate, compelling him to bide his time and await his golden opportunity. After all, in terms of innate talent, he could never hope to rival Uchiha Itachi. At merely 13 years of age, Itachi has already ascended to the rank of a squad leader in the Umbu, having awakened the double Tomo Sharingan at an age comparable to his own. As for Uchiha Ranmei, he had yet to graduate from the Ninja Academy. He strode along the streets of the Uchiha clan, which had been relegated to the outskirts of the village due to suspicions surrounding the Nine-Tails incident. Navigating the narrow path, Uchiha Ranmei came to a halt before a serene lake, where 2 figures stood by the water's edge. Both bore the Uchiha clan crest. One was a young man clad in black, holding a familiar dog mask, unmistakably a member of the Umbu. Without needing to guess, Ranmei knew it was Uchiha Itachi. Beside him stood a young woman with a beauty mark, elegantly poised his sister, Uchiha Izumi. "Itachi, what has been troubling you of late? You seem preoccupied," Uchiha Izumi said gently, concern evident in her eyes. Itachi turned to face her, his expression as calm as a still pond, replying, "Nothing. It's just that there are numerous matters to attend to in the Umbu." Izumi, clearly dissatisfied with such a perfunctory response, puffed up her cheeks, poised to voice her thoughts. Suddenly, Ranmei interjected with a knowing smirk, "Too many matters, you say? One can only wonder if you're entangled in something morally dubious, Itachi. I advise you to engage in some good deeds, otherwise you might choke on your own malice." With Itachi consumed by thoughts of clan annihilation, Ranmei felt no inclination to treat him kindly and greeted him with scorn upon their encounter. The two by the lake turned to him, and Izumi frowned, adopting a stern expression as she admonished, "Ranmei, you must not be so rude to Itachi. Apologize to him at once. Apologize? Even if you held a kunai to my throat, I couldn't bring myself to do so," Ranmei retorted, hands nestled in his pockets. Understanding her brother's stubborn nature, Izumi could only offer an apologetic glance toward Itachi, saying, "I'm terribly sorry, Itachi. He's not usually like this. I will have a word with him when we return." Itachi offered no reply, merely casting a neutral glance at Ranmei as he stated, "It's fine. I have a mission to attend to. Until next time." With that, he vanished in a flash before Izumi could respond. Ranmei sighed inwardly, contemplating that Itachi was likely off to discuss the clan's extermination plan with the third Hokage and the higher-ups. Time was growing increasingly scarce. If Ramiai's system did not arrive that night, Itachi might. Suddenly, a sharp thump resounded above him. Looking up, he saw Izumi, hands on her hips, chastising him. "Ranmei, why do you always treat Itachi this way? What has he done to deserve your scorn?" Ranmei rolled his eyes. He could hardly reveal that Itachi intended to kill him, her, and obliterate their clan. Long Ming rubbed his nose and remarked, "In any case, I simply cannot stand him. Oh, and I sang, sister, do keep your distance from that despicable man and refrain from dwelling on him." Upon hearing this, Quan's face flushed crimson as she raised her hand to strike him. Startled, Long Ming instinctively recoiled, only to stumble over his own feet. "Goodness!" he exclaimed, losing his balance and colliding with a nearby stone. "Ouch! Ouch! Ouch!" Long Ming cradled his forehead, still reeling from the pain, when a sudden, melodious chime resonated in his mind. Ding! The 8-year period has concluded. The system is now activated. The narrative of Naruto officially commences. The host has completed the first task, the night of the massacre. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Eternal Manjiki Sharingan. Would you like to claim it immediately? Chapter 2. The Eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan. At this moment, Long Ming felt no trace of pain. Instead, he was overwhelmed with excitement. The long-awaited golden opportunity, delayed for 8 years, had finally arrived. Can you fathom how I endured those 8 years without you? The night of annihilation is upon us. Had I delayed even a day longer, my journey of reincarnation would have been prematurely concluded. Long Ming, how are you? Are you in pain? It's all my fault. Let me see quickly. Are you injured? The anxious voice of Uchiha Izumi snapped Long Ming back to reality. Upon seeing him collide with a stone, Izumi's face turned pale, and tears welled up in her eyes. Witnessing this scene warmed Long Ming's heart and further solidified his determination to protect his family and his sister. "I'm fine, Izumi. If it weren't for your collision, I don't know how much longer I would have had to wait for my golden opportunity," Long Ming said, suddenly reaching out to embrace her and planting a firm kiss on her cheek. Izumi's cheeks flushed, and after pushing him away, she scolded, "Have you lost your mind? Stop saying such strange things and get up. Your clothes are dirty." She helped him to his feet and gently brushed the dust off his attire. Long Ming then grasped Izumi's hand with utmost seriousness. "Izumi, no matter what happens today, you must not leave the house. It is the night of annihilation. And if events unfold as they should, you would fall victim to Uchiha Bido. That is something I cannot tolerate in my heart. I have already regarded you as my most cherished family. Not leave. Why is that?" Izumi, rarely witnessing her brother's seriousness, asked with curiosity. "Just trust me on this, Izumi. I must return home now. You should head back early as well." With that, Long Ming swiftly departed. Izumi blinked her beautiful eyes, suddenly realizing something, and stamped her foot in frustration. "Come back. Long Ming, you have class this afternoon. Don't you intend to skip it?" Alas, by then, Long Ming's figure had vanished from sight. He was eager to familiarize himself with the system and claim his rewards, leaving no room for thoughts of attending class. Upon returning home, he immediately delved into the intricacies of the system's functions. The system possessed but a single ability: to clock in. Each clock-in would bestow generous rewards upon Long Ming. New clock-in tasks would only emerge after the completion of the previous ones, and certain special conditions would apply during clock-ins. Upon fulfilling these conditions, the rewards would be doubled. Long Ming's first clock-in granted him the unique bloodline limit of the Uchiha clan. The Eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan system claimed the reward. He forcefully suppressed his excitement and murmured, "Ding!" Dispensing reward to the host. Eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan. The modification of the host's eyes will commence in 10 seconds. Please prepare yourself. 10 seconds later, Long Ming muttered in a daze. Boom. As the final word of the system was uttered, the 10 seconds elapsed precisely, and an extraordinarily potent chakra surged from his mind, infusing itself into Long Ming's eyes. Ah! Uchiha Long Ming let out a pained roar as his eyes, with the influx of chakra, began to transform at an astonishing pace. 1 tomo, 2 tomo, 3 tomo, successively appearing. This represented the pinnacle of the ordinary Sharingan, the formidable 3 tomo Sharingan. In this state, the world before Uchiha Ming had undergone a complete metamorphosis. He could even discern the minute details of a mosquito flapping its wings from afar, predicting its trajectory and movements. The Sharingan possessed formidable abilities such as observation, replication, and hypnosis, a power coveted by every member of the Uchiha clan. The wielder also enjoyed an extraordinary level of insight, capable of observing chakra flow, casting and deciphering illusions, and replicating body techniques and non-bloodline limit ninjutsu. Kakashi Hitaki earned the moniker of Copy Ninja in the ninja world with but a single Sharingan. Subsequently, the 3 tomo and Uchiha Ming's eyes fused together, forming a circle akin to a hollow flower, enveloped by a black hexagram. This was the kaleidoscope unique to Uchiha Long Ming. Its abilities surpassed those of the 3 tomo, and each eye would possess a powerful ocular technique, varying in capability depending on the user. However, there existed a grave drawback. Regardless of the wielder's strength or physical prowess, they could not evade the curse of sealing, which would lead to the loss of sight. The more one excessively utilized the kaleidoscope's ocular power, the swifter the approach of that fateful day. Yet, the Eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan could defy this curse, bestowing everlasting vision. Uchiha Long Ming had received the system's boon. His kaleidoscope Sharingan was the Eternal Kaleidoscope. Like a cat whose fur had been ruffled, he sprang up, his face flushed with excitement. At that moment, a celestial voice resonated within his mind. Reward distribution has been completed. Check-in location has been updated. The next check-in location is the Sound Ninja Village. If the host attains the rank of Jonin before the next check-in, an additional reward will be triggered. We hope the host strives for improvement. Long Ming took several deep breaths, gradually calming himself. The system's reward had been claimed, and there was no rush regarding the next check-in location. The foremost priority was to avert the night of clan extermination, to steer Uchiha Itachi, the Great Pillar, back to the right path. Having acquired the Eternal Kaleidoscope, Long Ming felt a monumental enhancement in his chakra, at least a dozen times greater than before, signifying that he would possess more chakra to unleash ninjutsu and ocular techniques. Merely by activating the Eternal Kaleidoscope, Long Ming sensed a seismic shift within himself, and his meticulous observational prowess instilled a feeling of omnipotence. As if he could achieve anything at that moment. Such formidable power, it is no wonder that it leads one to lose their way. Long Ming sighed. For he too was a member of the Uchiha clan, having inherited a profound capacity for love and emotion. If Long Ming were to awaken his Sharingan due to witnessing the death of a loved one, driven by love turned to hatred and overwhelmed by intense negative emotions, he could not guarantee that he would not resort to extreme measures with this newfound power. Itachi's choice to annihilate his clan was, in part, linked to witnessing the death of his dear friend, which triggered his own Sharingan. Itachi, I will certainly stop you. Please do not act impulsively. Long Ming silently vowed as he glanced at the setting sun outside. Subsequently, Long Ming devoted himself to comprehensively familiarizing himself with the ocular techniques and illusions he now possessed. After spending a protracted period in study and experimentation, his spirits soared. With these 2 ocular techniques, not to mention Itachi, even Shursui would have to heed my command. Chapter 3. Preventing the Night of Annihilation. He hesitated no longer, swiftly donning his attire as he prepared to thwart Itachi's plans for clan extermination. By this time, the sun had fully descended, and darkness enveloped the Uchiha. Uchiha Long Ming took a deep breath. The 6-pointed star in his left eye began to rotate slowly, activating his ocular technique. With a sudden shift, he vanished from his original position. The full moon hung high in the night sky, casting a silvery glow. Yet, ominous black clouds eerily gathered, obscuring the moonlight, emanating an aura of foreboding and death. Perched atop a tall utility pole was Uchiha Itachi, his back adorned with a katana. Gripping a familiar dog-faced mask, his expression icy. His crimson Sharingan appeared particularly sinister against the night sky. This scene felt akin to watching an anime. Yet experiencing it firsthand intensified the oppressive atmosphere. A chill wind swept by, and Uchiha Itachi too disappeared from view. At this moment, on the streets of the Uchiha clan, Itachi, wielding a Japanese sword, materialized on the thoroughfare. A man, startled at first, quickly recognized Itachi and, filled with indignation, exclaimed, "What the hell? It's late at night. Are you trying to scare me to death? Get out of my way." He then reached out to shove Itachi aside. Itachi's expression remained imperturbable as he swung the blade in his hand. Clang! A flash of cold light sliced through the air, sending a torrent of blood splattering against the walls, staining the Uchiha's land. The man crumpled to the ground, his body growing increasingly cold. In his final moments, disbelief lingered in his eyes, unable to fathom that Itachi would kill him over such a trivial matter. Murder! Murder! People on the street immediately screamed in terror as Itachi wiped the blood from his blade and charged toward the panicked crowd. "Help! Someone help me! Stop Itachi! He has lost his mind! Run, or we will all perish! That guy is a captain of the Umbu. I do not wish to perish. Spare me." The adults were thrown into a panic, the children in their arms weeping softly as they fled down the street, their screams echoing in the air. Despair loomed, threatening to seep anew into this family. In their frantic escape, a young girl stumbled and fell to the ground, utterly exhausted, tears welling in her eyes, mingled with fear and confusion. Oh, how she wished that today's events were but a nightmarish illusion. Alas, reality remained unforgiving. Pursuing her was Itachi, sprinting forward with alarming speed, his long blade swinging mercilessly towards her neck. The girl, in her anguish, shut her eyes tightly. Yet the anticipated pain and death did not come. Cautiously, she opened her eyes, and instead of a bloodied blade, she beheld a slight figure standing before her, blocking Itachi's strike, gripping the weapon with a single hand. It was astonishing that such a young child could intercept the blade of the Uchiha clan's prodigy. To think you could be so cruel as to strike even a girl of this tender age, Itachi, remarked Uchiha Ranmei, gazing at the lifeless body of a clansman not far away, his voice laced with fury. He had arrived too late, and the grim reality of death had already unfolded at Itachi's hands. After 8 years of living here, receiving kindness from many along this street, how could he not feel rage? Itachi regarded Uchiha Ranmei, surprise flickering for the first time in his otherwise indifferent gaze. Yet, his astonishment was not merely at Ranmei's ability to effortlessly catch his blade, but rather at the boy's eyes. They were the kaleidoscopic Sharingan. Itachi realized that this Uchiha was merely 8 years old. Was it normal for one so young to awaken the Manjiki Sharingan? Moreover, when had Ranmei awakened such eyes, concealing their power so deeply? What moment did you acquire those eyes? Itachi's voice remained icy as he pressed for an answer. Does it matter to you? You intend to slay every last member of my clan, including me. Oh, I almost forgot. You have reached an accord with the higher-ups of Konoha, ensuring that your brother Sasuke will be spared, correct? Ranmei retorted with a cold laugh. Anger filled his heart. He yearned to deliver a lesson to Itachi. Itachi fell silent. Yet his pupils contracted sharply. The agreement he had made with Danzo was known to no more than 5 individuals. How did Ranmei come by this knowledge? Who are you? Truly? Itachi asked, his voice low and somber. I am no one of consequence. I am Uchiha Ranmei, of the Uchiha clan. Ranmei's voice rang with conviction. Today, he sought to reclaim justice for his family. With that, Uchiha Ranmei's left eye whirled, and a swift motion with his right hand shattered the sturdy long blade in an instant, causing Itachi's pupils to widen in shock. What extraordinary power! In the next moment, Uchiha Ranmei grasped the blade's edge and, with the swiftness of lightning, slashed towards Itachi's arm. The speed of this strike was terrifying, accompanied by a resounding sonic boom that echoed through the air. Itachi was utterly convinced that Ranmei's blade could effortlessly sever his arm. Years of combat experience instinctively guided Itachi to narrowly evade a fatal injury, merely grazing his skin. In a fluid motion, Itachi propelled himself backward, launching into the sky. With a deft twist of his hands, several sharp shuriken materialized between his fingers, glimmering ominously in the moonlight. Senka no Jutsu! Itachi exclaimed, puffing his cheeks slightly before exhaling flames that enveloped the shuriken. With a flurry of swift movements, he unleashed a barrage of shuriken, each hurtling towards Ranmei at various astonishing angles, effectively sealing off all of Ranmei's escape routes. It is undeniable that, within the realm of the Hokage, Itachi's shuriken technique was unparalleled, reaching the pinnacle of mastery. Furthermore, Itachi's speed was remarkable, even in the latter stages of the Fourth Great Ninja War. He had faced the combined assault of Ninetales, Chakra Mode Naruto, and Killer Bee with unscathed composure. Even now, with the power of the Manjiki Sharingan, Rame found it exceedingly challenging to discern any significant flaws in Itachi's shuriken. Your shuriken technique is commendable, but alas, you are facing me, Rame thought. A glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes as the six-pointed star in his left eye began to rotate slightly. He stood still, unperturbed, as the shuriken closed in, prompting the onlooking Uchiha clansmen to avert their gazes, unable to bear the impending outcome. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, an extraordinary event unfolded as the shuriken approached Ramei's body. Their speed inexplicably slowed, halting completely when mere centimeters away. They hovered eerily in midair, even spinning, yet unable to strike Ranmei. It was as if an invisible barrier of air separated them perfectly from him. Chapter 4. Dispute Itachi's doubt. How utterly astounding. How is this child capable of such feats? Gasped several bewildered Uchiha clansmen, their eyes wide with incredulity. Only Itachi and a select few among the Uchiha perceived the underlying truth. Is this his left eye's ocular technique? Itachi pondered, a weight settling in his heart. He possessed no intelligence regarding Ranmei, yet it seemed as though Ranmei knew him inside and out. Even the details of his transaction with Danzo were known to Ranmei, leaving Itachi feeling utterly exposed, as if stripped bare, with all his secrets laid bare before Uchiha Ranmei. Clang, clang, clang. The shuriken that had been flying through the air came to a halt, plummeting to the ground, leaving Ranmei unscathed. He regarded Itachi with calm composure and remarked, "Is this truly your prowess, Itachi? If so, then today, you and that fool who merely sealed half a bridge stand no chance of annihilating the Uchiha." Itachi was momentarily taken aback, struggling to grasp the meaning of the words, before he realized that Long Ming was referring to Danzo. However, Itachi had never heard of Danzo sealing any bridges, which was understandable, as that event occurred many years later. Yet, in response to Long Ming's assertion that the Uchiha clan could not be destroyed, Itachi shook his head and replied with a calm demeanor. The annihilation of the Uchiha clan is an unavoidable reality. If I do not take action, the forces of Konoha will arrive, and although you have awakened the Manjiki Sharingan, you too will perish when they come. The Uchiha clan cannot withstand the united strength of Konoha's other clans. They would be obliterated in a great war. After the conflict, Konoha's power would be diminished, allowing other nations to seize the opportunity to wage war. The entire ninja world would once again be engulfed in flames, and Konoha might even face annihilation as a consequence. A ninja is an unnamed guardian of peace in the shadows. My ninja way is to protect the peace of Konoha. Long Ming, I may spare your life, but from this moment forth, do not hinder me. Though Itachi's encounter with Uchiha Long Ming was brief, he was able to assess his strength. It was likely that an ordinary Nin would not stand a chance against him. The ability of his left eye seemed to control speed, while the right eye remained a mystery. Despite being exceedingly formidable, overcoming him was not impossible. However, such a confrontation would be time-consuming, and Itachi did not possess absolute certainty of victory, leading him to consider persuading Uchiha Long Ming instead. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Long Ming scoffed, glaring at Itachi as he enunciated, "Then let there be war. A Konoha without the Uchiha has no reason to exist." Itachi immediately furrowed his brow, his expression growing cold as he spoke in a somber tone. "You are still young and do not comprehend the brutality of war. Do you realize how many innocents will perish? How many ordinary people yearning for peace will be displaced? The downfall of the Uchiha could prevent such tragedies. Since you are aware of my dealings with that individual, you should understand that I have also left a path for the Uchiha clan. To hell with you." Uchiha Long Ming could no longer contain his outrage, erupting in a torrent of curses. He aimed to awaken Uchiha Itachi from the illusion spun by the third Hokage and Danzo. With fury, Long Ming glared at Itachi and growled, "So we should just die? Are there not ordinary villagers within the Uchiha who long for peace? Are there no children like your brother who wish to protect their loved ones? What gives you the right to arbitrarily decide the fate of others to fulfill your own ninja way?" Itachi's gaze flickered momentarily, yet he countered. "In comparison to the number of deaths in war, the sacrifices made now are trivial. Do you think I desire this outcome? The conflict between Konoha and the Uchiha has become irreconcilable. For the greater good, I have no choice but to act in this manner." "Nonsense." Uchiha Long Ming spat defiantly at Itachi's feet and proclaimed, "Do not use such grandiloquent justifications to absolve yourself. What you call for the greater good is merely a failure to discern right from wrong. We, the Uchiha, are a venerable founding clan, having once collaborated with the Senju to establish Konoha. Yet now we find ourselves subjugated by the likes of the Sarutobi and Shimura clans, branded with baseless accusations. We are ostracized, oppressed, and now face annihilation. You turn a blind eye to the villages and the higher-ups' egregious actions, yet wield the sword against your own kin. Is this your vision of safeguarding the village and upholding the Uchiha name? Answer me, Itachi. Longming's voice reverberated through the night sky. In response, Itachi felt a heavy weight in his chest, rendering him speechless as he pointed at Longming, his steadfast convictions wavering for the first time. Could it be that I am truly in the wrong? Longming remained silent, patiently awaiting Itachi's contemplation. Just as Itachi sought to persuade him, so too did he wish to sway Itachi. After all, within the realm of the Hokage, Itachi was among the few elite warriors, regrettably. He had been thoroughly indoctrinated by the third Hokage and the village's leadership, accepting every decision as unequivocally right. The tragedy of the Uchiha clan's extermination, with Itachi as its executor, ultimately traced back to the higher-ups of Konoha, who must bear the lion's share of the blame for the clan's demise. Upon his arrival in this world, Longming's foremost ambition was to revitalize the Uchiha clan, a task that necessitated a confrontation with the village's elite. Currently, strong individuals within the Uchiha clan are scarce, and Itachi, as the clan's foremost prodigy with the awakening of the Mangekyou Sharingan, represents an invaluable combat asset and one of the few exceptionally intelligent minds within the entire Hokage narrative. As moments ticked by, Itachi found himself ensnared in a tempest of self-contradiction. He repeatedly convinced himself that the annihilation of the Uchiha was justifiable, a sacrifice made for the sake of righteousness, love, and the greater good. Yet Longming's words echoed incessantly in his mind, undermining his actions. Who is truly at fault, the Uchiha or Konoha? Are the higher-ups of Konoha correct or mistaken? Now, Itachi found himself devoid of answers, engulfed in darkness, unable to discern a path forward. He felt as though the heavens themselves were collapsing around him. Have I erred? Have I truly betrayed Shirsue's trust? Lost in contemplation, tears streamed uncontrollably from Itachi's eyes. He felt suffocated, as if he could scarcely breathe. He collapsed to the ground, clutching his throat, veins bulging on his forehead, drowning in his own despair. Despite his body being unscathed, his heart endured a tumultuous upheaval. Just as Itachi teetered on the brink of collapse, Longming spoke once more. Itachi, the higher-ups of Konoha are in the wrong. The Uchiha must not be destroyed. Trust me, allow me to handle what comes next. I assure you, the village will remain safe, and the Uchiha shall not perish. You, too, can honor Shirsue's legacy. Chapter 5. The Infinite Eye Technique. The words of Longming ignited a crimson flame within Itachi's heart. He felt as if he had found direction in the darkness, akin to a drowning man grasping a lifeline. The grip around his throat gradually loosened. He was now drenched in perspiration, beads of sweat cascading down his cheeks and nose, splattering onto the ground, revealing the intense psychological struggle he had just endured. How can I trust that you can accomplish this? Itachi rasped, his voice hoarse. Longming remained silent, slowly raising a finger, and once again, the six-pointed star in his left eye began to rotate. The space around his finger appeared to warp. A tempest swirling as chakra coalesced, culminating in the emergence of a red dot upon his fingertip. With a casual flick of his wrist, Uchiha Longming sent this crimson orb soaring to the side. In an instant, a blinding radiance erupted, illuminating the once pitch-black night as if it were day. Following this, a tremendous explosion resonated, creating a shockwave with a diameter of 6 to 7 meters that obliterated a distant boulder. Dust billowed into the air, while wooden fences, the ground, and vegetation were instantaneously decimated, leaving behind a vast chasm. Itachi was momentarily paralyzed, and the other Uchiha clan members gaped in disbelief. Their mouths agape as if they could accommodate an egg, astonished that such immense power could emanate from Longming's seemingly diminutive frame. It was then that Itachi realized he had made a grave error. He had grossly underestimated Longming's prowess. He had thought that, even if Longming's eye technique posed a challenge, his own strength and intellect would suffice to overcome his opponent. Now, however, it was clear that he had been profoundly mistaken. Longming's eye technique was not merely about controlling speed. It was fundamentally about manipulating space. In this regard, Itachi had indeed hit upon the truth. The technique of Longming's left eye was named Infinite, belonging to the spatial category of the kaleidoscopic Sharingan. Its primary ability allowed for the transformation of spatial distances between multiple objects into either positive or negative infinity. To illustrate this with a simple example, should a shuriken be hurled towards Chunbin, and the actual distance between the shuriken and Chunbin measured 5 centimeters, it would typically strike him in the next moment. However, when Longming activated Infinite, altering the distance between the shuriken and Chun-bin to positive infinity. The actual distance could extend far beyond 5 centimeters, perhaps 50 meters, 500 meters, or even farther. The shuriken would forever be incapable of reaching Long Ming, for as it approached him, the distance only increased. This was precisely why the shuriken had failed to strike Long Ming. It was not that its speed had been diminished, but rather that it was rendered incapable of making contact. The closer it drew to Long Ming, the greater the spatial distance became, creating the illusion of a slower speed. Nevertheless, the implications of infinite remained largely theoretical, because he determines the distance to infinity based on the amount of chakra released by Long Ming. A mere trickle of chakra may extend the infinite distance by only a meter. However, a continuous outpouring of an immense quantity of chakra could stretch that infinite distance boundlessly, rendering it endless. Yet, it is likely that no one in the entire ninja world possesses such a formidable reserve of chakra. Conversely, negative infinity serves an entirely different purpose, allowing distances between multiple objects to become negative, facilitating rapid movement and explosive bursts, with an effective distance that is limitless. This boundlessness, too, is merely theoretical, contingent upon the chakra output. A small amount of chakra may enable instantaneous movement over a meter, while an overwhelming quantity could allow one to traverse the 5 great nations in a mere second. The execution of this technique is akin to the moment Long Ming effortlessly crushed Itachi's long blade, as he transformed the distance between his hand and the sword into negative infinity, resulting in an astonishing acceleration of his arm. The kinetic energy generated by his rapidly moving hand converted into power upon contact with the blade, shattering Itachi's weapon in a single grasp. As for the red sphere that had just appeared, it was the result of the combination of positive and negative infinity, creating an explosion through spatial conflict and fluctuation. Itachi took a deep breath. The ability to manipulate space through the Sharingan is exceedingly rare, and he had only witnessed this power in another. He had to concede that he truly lacked the confidence to defeat Long Ming now, unless he resorted to Shursui's power. But invoking that force would render him unable to utilize it again for the next decade. Itachi found himself uncertain, as Long Ming's words had sparked new insights within him. He yearned to see what the 8-year-old boy, shorter than himself, beheld in his kaleidoscopic Sharingan. At the moment the explosion echoed, far from the Uchiha clan. In the heart of Konoha, a middle-aged man clad in a black and white kimono, with half of his face shrouded in bandages, suddenly lifted his head. Strange scars marred his chin, and his right hand was completely wrapped in bandages. As he raised his gaze, his small left eye glinted with a venomous and cunning light, reminiscent of a serpent eyeing its prey. This man was Danzo Shimura, an elder ninja of Konoha, the founder of Root, who had engaged in countless nefarious schemes during his tenure as Hokage. Did Itachi fail in his mission against the Uchiha clan? A dark glimmer crossed Danzo's eyes, as he was inherently suspicious, mistrusting of anyone, and intolerant of even the slightest chance of oversight. The eradication of the Uchiha clan was a matter of utmost significance. A misstep could lead to widespread conflict, jeopardizing the foundation of Konoha. Thus, upon hearing the reports of the great explosion from the Uchiha clan, Danzo naturally began to speculate. Had Itachi failed? Had the Uchiha clan uncovered their plan for extermination? Or perhaps Itachi had betrayed them, aligning himself with his own clan? Upon contemplating this, Danzo ceased his hesitation and promptly commanded, "Root organization, heed my orders. Proceed immediately towards the Uchiha clan. Inform the third Hokage that the Uchiha have initiated a rebellion. He must dispatch shinobi forthwith to eradicate them." Understood. The members of the Root organization responded in unison, their forms blurring as they dispersed, racing towards the Uchiha clan's direction. Danzo remained rooted in place, casting a cold, indifferent gaze towards the Uchiha, resolute that by the end of the day, the Uchiha name would vanish from Konoha. Uchiha clan Itachi slowly rose, his voice steady as he inquired, "How do you intend to handle the forthcoming developments? If I am not mistaken, Konoha's forces will soon arrive here." Itachi's transition from questioning trust to seeking guidance on actions to take signifies his complete acknowledgement of Ryumi's strength. This indicates that Itachi has now distanced himself from Konoha's higher-ups, returning to the embrace of the Uchiha. Chapter 6. The terrifying balance. Upon hearing Itachi's words, Ryumi smiled, lowering his finger as he addressed Itachi. "Have you heard of the concept of terrifying balance?" Terrifying balance? Itachi pondered Ryumi's words, pressing further. What does terrifying balance mean? Unlike Ryumi, who possessed various advanced ideas from his past life, Itachi struggled to grasp the term's significance. Ryumi replied solemnly, Terrifying balance is a military strategic philosophy characterized by mutual destruction. In simple terms, it guarantees that if the conflicting parties engage, they will annihilate each other, thus preventing either from launching the first strike. To establish a terrifying balance, both sides must possess the capability to obliterate one another. Konoha dares to act against us precisely because they perceive themselves as superior. They can annihilate us, while we lack that power. Ryumiai's voice was laced with anger and helplessness as he reflected on the time before the Ninetales incident. The Uchiha clan was once replete with formidable individuals in positions of power. During Shirsue's time, Konoha dared not act so recklessly, opting instead for subtle manipulation. However, within 2 years of Shirsue's demise, Konoha's oppression and exclusion of the Uchiha escalated to unprecedented levels, igniting a revolutionary fervor among the clan. In this world of shinobi, lacking strength equates to suppression. In the past, during Madara's era, who would have dared treat the Uchiha with such disdain? Not only Konoha, but even the other great nations combined would not have dared to speak harshly to Madara, let alone relocate the Uchiha for surveillance and isolation outside the village. Ryumiai snapped back to the present, continuing to address Itachi. However, the situation is different now. I too have awakened the Manjikyu Sharingan, together with you and clan leader Fugaku. The Uchiha possess 3 top-tier combatants. Should Konoha show no mercy, they shall face annihilation alongside the Uchiha. Upon hearing this, Itachi furrowed his brow. This plan was exceedingly bold and perilous. Moreover, if conflict were to erupt, it would contradict Itachi's own desire to protect the village. Itachi inhaled deeply and asked in a somber tone, "What if Konoha insists on waging war? What will you do then? You promised me that you would ensure the coexistence of the village and the Uchiha." Long Ming rolled his eyes at Itachi. In truth, Itachi's heart still leaned more towards the village, but that was of little concern. He would gradually alter Itachi's perspective. 1 against 7 was merely an example. I am confident that Konoha would not dare to act. In the eyes of those high-ranking officials, the village is far more precious than their own lives. As long as we demonstrate sufficient strength, they would never risk such a folly, Long Ming asserted, pressing his forehead with certainty. For him, a transmigrator's. The personalities and strengths of the characters within the Naruto universe were all too clear. The third Hokage was indecisive, compliant externally, yet forceful internally. Years ago, during the incident involving Hinata's abduction, he faced unreasonable demands from the Land of Lightning and did not dare to utter a word of protest. Instead, pressuring the Hyuga clan and indirectly causing the death of Niji's father, subsequently surrendering the man-s corpse. Danzo was cunning and calculating, yet fundamentally cowardly, often mouthing the need for ninjas to self-sacrifice, but when the moment truly arrived, he could not utter a sound when faced with the second Hokage's test. This was Danzo's original sin. His actions were forever unworthy of his ideals. Each of them harbored an intrinsic cowardice, merely expressed in different forms. Itachi's expression remained conflicted. Observing this, Long Ming administered another potent dose of persuasion. Itachi, if we succeed, a tense yet stable peace can exist between the Uchiha and Konoha. You can peacefully watch over Sasuke as he grows up. Do you not wish to always care for your younger brother? Itachi fell silent, pondering for a long while. Ultimately, he stood beneath the moonlight and sighed deeply, casting the remaining half of his blade onto the ground. Long Ming, I hope my choice today is the right one. Long Ming smiled slightly and replied, Time will prove everything, Itachi. Not only peace, but I will also lead the Uchiha clan back to its former glory. His voice echoed through the air, drawing the attention of the Uchiha clansmen behind him. We are saved. That child actually managed to stop Itachi. How wonderful, truly wonderful, exclaimed a surviving Uchiha clansman, collapsing onto the ground in relief. He had just been terrified, his legs trembling from fear as Itachi's relentless pursuit forced him to flee. The surviving Uchiha felt an immense sense of gratitude, although some looked at Itachi with deep-seated hatred, given that he had just attempted to take their lives. Such actions are not easily forgiven. It is human nature. Long Ming surveyed the surviving clansmen and spoke gravely. I understand your current grievances against Itachi, but resolving these grudges is not possible at this moment. Konoha's army is marching towards the Uchiha, and if we do not unite now, the Uchiha name will vanish forever. As his words settled, the Uchiha clansmen fell into disarray once more. Not all Uchiha are ninjas. Among them are many ordinary villagers. What shall we do? With so many people in Konoha, we are doomed. Some faces turned ashen with despair, while others burned with fury, raising their fists and clamoring to fight Konoha to the bitter end. Silence. Follow my command, declared Long Ming, channeling his chakra, his voice resonating above the tumult. Instantly, the crowd fell silent. Though Long Ming appeared diminutive in stature and youthful in age, in the world of ninjas, age does not equate to capability. He had rescued them, displaying strength rivaling that of Itachi, and with the activation of his Sharingan, they were willing to heed his strategy. All eyes were fixed upon Long Ming. The weight of expectation, it seemed, was akin to 1,000 souls eagerly anticipating every word from his lips. In that moment, Long Ming felt the gravity of his responsibility. He silently vowed to lead the Uchiha to greatness and seize control of Konoha. Taking a deep breath, he spoke gravely. All the elderly, the weak, the sick, and those without chakra must retreat to the Uchiha shrine. The rest of you, half will stand guard at the front gate. Should Konoha attack, raise the alarm immediately. The other half will mobilize our kin who are unaware of the situation and direct them toward the front gate. Long Ming's orders were methodical, exuding the presence of a commander, which even surprised Itachi. A ninja with leadership skills often proves invaluable on the battlefield. Such a ninja, as long as they survive, is destined to become at least a jonin. Yes. After Long Ming finished his arrangements, all Uchiha responded in unison, promptly setting their plans in motion. Itachi then inquired, "What do we do now? Should we negotiate with the third Hokage and Danzo? It is not the right time, and we have more pressing matters to attend to." Long Ming replied calmly. Itachi paused, instinctively asking, "What else is there?" Long Ming gazed in a particular direction, stating solemnly, "Have you forgotten the external aid you sought? That is a significant complication." Itachi's pupils constricted sharply as he recalled the enigmatic figure in the mask, a look of apprehension crossing his face. "If you hadn't mentioned it, I might have forgotten. How do we deal with that man? If I'm not mistaken, he should be the legendary figure of the Uchiha clan." A rare seriousness permeated Itachi's voice. Clearly, he lacked complete confidence in defeating the masked man. "Legendary figure, my foot." Long Ming scoffed, rolling his eyes at Itachi. "He is not Uchiha Madara, merely a foolish lad masquerading under Madara's name. However, he is indeed quite troublesome." "He is not Madara." Itachi's eyes widened in shock, this revelation clearly catching him off guard once more. However, he did not question Long Ming's words, for the latter could effortlessly unveil the transaction between himself and Danzo, signifying that Long Ming's intelligence-gathering capabilities far surpassed his own. Observing Itachi's astonishment, Long Ming felt no surprise. After all, Obito's exceptional acting skills had led nearly every ninja in the realm to believe he was Uchiha Madara. Apart from a select few, no one was privy to Obito's true identity. Enough talk, he should be at the police department now. "Come with me, our time is of the essence," Long Ming said coolly, extending his hand toward Itachi. Itachi hesitated for a moment before grasping Long Ming's hand, his palm significantly larger, imparting a peculiar sensation that Long Ming was being ensnared. The six-pointed star of Long Ming's Sharingan began to revolve once more, activating the infinite. In an instant, the two vanished from their location. Meanwhile, lurking in the shadows of the street, a middle-aged man observed the unfolding events with a mixture of emotions: relief, joy, gravity, and a touch of resignation. "I never imagined Itachi would be persuaded by such a child. I must truly thank him," he mused. On the other side, Long Ming, utilizing the infinite, soon arrived before the entrance of the Konoha Police Department. The establishment was an imposing semi-oval structure, adorned with a central window bearing the emblem of the Uchiha clan, a fan symbolizing their legacy. However, due to the tragic downfall of the Uchiha clan, the emblem was altered to reflect that of Konoha village. At this moment, the lights within the police department dimmed, enveloping the area in silence. Long Ming's expression grew serious. He understood that Obito must have already taken action. He exchanged a glance with Itachi, signaling him to remain vigilant. Itachi remained silent, merely nodding slightly. Yet his chakra was already poised for action. "Since we are here, there is no need for subterfuge. Step forth from the shadows." Long Ming called out to the darkness of the Konoha Police Department. As his words echoed, the sound of boots striking the ground resonated from the nearby shadows. A figure emerged slowly from the darkness, characterized by long black hair, an orange mask with black stripes, and clad in a black cloak, with a katana sheathed at his waist. It was undeniable that at this moment, Obito bore a striking resemblance to Madara, and with his Sharingan activated, one could hardly blame Itachi for his misjudgment. Upon his arrival, Obito did not direct his gaze toward Long Ming but instead focused on Itachi. "Ah, Itachi, has your business come to an end?" Obito spoke in a deliberately deep, resonant voice, evoking a sense of oppression. Itachi remained silent, looking towards Long Ming, evidently prepared to follow his lead. With a slight furrow of his brow, Obito's gaze shifted to Long Ming's form. Initially, he paid little attention, merely casting a cursory glance. However, upon witnessing Long Ming's kaleidoscopic Sharingan, Obito's body momentarily froze. Long Ming appeared to be merely 7 or 8 years old. Yet he had already awakened the Manjiki Sharingan, 6 or 7 years ahead of Obito's own timeline. This revelation left Obito astounded. At that moment, Long Ming spoke, taking a step forward to interrupt Obito's contemplation. The matter had reached its conclusion, though it was not the Uchiha clan that had perished, but rather the extermination operation. Thus, I must ask you to depart. A tone of undeniable authority resonated in Long Ming's voice. Oh, is that truly the case, Itachi? Obito's voice darkened, a glimmer of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. The eradication of the Uchiha clan was integral to his Moon's Eye plan, not only to collect Sharingan but also to preempt the emergence of formidable ninjas from the Uchiha lineage who could thwart his ambitions. Itachi regarded Obito with a calm demeanor, replying, "Indeed, I have discerned a new path through this child. Regardless of its success, I wish to explore it, and thus, our agreement concludes here." This agreement referred to Obito's assistance followed by Itachi's entry into the Akatsuki, along with the stipulation that Obito would refrain from attacking Konoha henceforth. For the sake of this child? Your justification is rather tenuous, Itachi, Obito remarked, casting a disdainful glance at Long Ming. Despite the latter's awakening of the Manjiki, he remained, after all, merely an 8-year-old child, and Obito doubted that Itachi would relinquish their alliance over such a matter. Unmoved, Itachi calmly informed Obito, "Whether you believe it or not, I presently stand with the Uchiha. If you choose to depart, I will not impede you." Huh, Itachi, do you truly consider me a mere puppet, summoned at your whim? Obito's voice dripped with chilling malice, his left hand resting upon his ninja blade. Itachi frowned, poised to respond, when a sudden sharp sound of air being cut pierced the silence. Long Ming transformed into a blur, instantly appearing before Obito, their faces nearly touching. Obito broke into a cold sweat. He had never encountered a ninja with such astounding speed, rivaling even the legendary Flying Thunder God. Yet, Long Ming refrained from attacking. Fixing his gaze on Obito, and enunciated clearly, "You are exceedingly rude, fool. Did you not see that I declared the end of the extermination operation?" Speaking to Itachi, "Do you look down upon me?" Beside them, Itachi's lips twitched. It was his first encounter with an 8-year-old child referring to himself in such a manner, rendering the scene utterly bizarre. Chapter 8. Betting the Uchiha name. I cannot afford to lose. At that moment, observing the astonishing speed exhibited by Long Ming, Obito began to truly regard this child before him. Ah, the Uchiha clan has indeed produced another remarkable individual. What is your name? Obito spoke slowly, displaying no signs of anxiety despite Long Ming being right before him. With the power of his Manjiki Sharingan, he felt impervious to even the mightiest of assaults. Long Ming, arms crossed, jested, shouldn't one introduce themselves before inquiring about another's name? Obito paused briefly, then let out a couple of cold chuckles, darkly asserting, "Very well. I trust you won't regret knowing my name. I am the former leader of the Uchiha clan, and my name is Uchiha Madara." His deep voice reverberated through the night sky. The mere mention of Uchiha Madara was enough to instill fear. Itachi, standing nearby, couldn't help but feel his pupils constrict. Despite having heard Long Ming's words beforehand, his expression grew grave when Obito claimed to be Madara. After all, he was a figure steeped in legend. In stark contrast to Itachi's seriousness, Long Ming erupted into laughter, unable to contain himself. He was acutely aware that the masked man before him was merely Obito, pretending to be Madara in the ninja world. Having seen through the facade, he found Obito's performance exceedingly ludicrous. "Ha, my dear brother, your acting is utterly terrible. Your lines are so juvenile. Do you genuinely believe the great Madara would introduce himself in such a manner?" "Ha ha." Long Ming laughed uncontrollably, dispelling the previously heavy atmosphere. Obito's forehead twitched with frustration. While he may not fully grasp the terms juvenile or acting, he could certainly discern the ridicule aimed at him. Observing Long Ming's disbelief in his identity as Uchiha Madara, Obito snorted coldly. He then forced his voice low, stating, "I can understand your skepticism. After all, I have lived for nearly a century. I existed long before the founding of Konoha. You must realize." Before Obito could finish, Long Ming's laughter grew even louder, interrupting him. "Aha, you've lived for nearly a century? I feel embarrassed for you. Your age is smaller than my shoe size." Long Ming was now crouched on the ground, clutching his stomach in fits of laughter. Rather than supporting Obito's performance, he chose to feign ignorance. Obito's face darkened. Being mocked by a mere 8-year-old was intolerable for anyone, let alone in such a boisterous manner. You are courting death. You little wretch. Today I shall show you what true fear looks like. Obito's eyes glinted with an icy resolve as he flicked his right hand, and a black chain shot forth from his sleeve. The chain, akin to a serpent, swiftly encircled the unsuspecting Long Ming. With a mere tug, he could be bound tightly. Seeing Long Ming still crouched and unmoving, Obito wore a disdainful expression. His heart filled with derision. Though endowed with the Mangeki Sharingan, did he possess no combat experience whatsoever? Unable to even evade, I have triumphed. Obito abruptly yanked his arm, causing the chains to tighten instantaneously, aiming to bind Long Ming securely. At the same time, his right hand reached out towards Long Ming's body, should he make contact. He could draw him into the Kamui space, where he could be at his mercy. Itachi's heart tightened at this moment, instinctively preparing to intervene. Yet, in the next instant, the infinite Tsukuyomi activated. Itachi astutely observed that the chains did not fully ensnare Long Ming. They merely approached him closely, tantalizingly close to contact. Obito's hand experienced a similar fate, halting just shy of reaching Shinbin after an aggressive lunge. No matter how forcefully he exerted himself or advanced, he could not touch Long Ming. It was reminiscent of a previous encounter. Perhaps I was overly concerned. A sigh of relief washed over Itachi, and his impulse to assist dissipated. What is happening here? Obito, confronted with the unfolding scene, felt his disdain morph into astonishment, simultaneously recognizing it as Long Ming's Mangeki Sharingan ability. Has he frozen the space? Or has he merely slowed down my attacks? A sinking feeling engulfed Obito as his mind raced. He had never witnessed such an enigmatic ocular technique, feeling as though his strikes were merely passing through empty air. Meanwhile, Long Ming, having savored the moment, leisurely rose from the ground, mockingly gazing at Obito, who stood merely a breath away, and taunted, "What's the matter? Wasn't I supposed to learn what fear truly is?" Veins bulged on Obito's forehead. His desire to shred this sharp-tongued youth into pieces was palpable. If mere glances could kill, Long Ming would have perished dozens of times over. Long Ming smirked, replying, "From the looks of it, you seem incapable of doing so. Allow me to educate you properly." Obito, as if hearing the most ludicrous joke in existence, let out a cold laugh, derisively eyeing Long Ming. "Then come and try, foolish boy. In this world, only one can harm me, and you are certainly not that one." Long Ming remained silent, acknowledging the undeniable truth. Obito's dual Kamui is undoubtedly among the most formidable Mangeki Sharingan in the Naruto universe. The ability of his right eye allows him to become intangible, shifting the struck portion into an alternate space, namely the Kamui dimension, at the moment of impact. This technique serves to evade attacks and traverse barriers while also drawing in those he manages to touch. Conversely, the left eye enables long-range transmission of either an enemy's attacks or the enemy themselves, or a part of their body. Were both of Obito's eyes intact, he would possess both offensive and defensive capabilities, rendering him nearly untouchable within the ninja realm. Even now, Long Ming would have to tread carefully. If Obito possessed his left eye at this moment, while Long Ming wouldn't need to retreat entirely, he would exercise extreme caution, ensuring that Obito's Kamui would not find its mark. Alas, Obito wielded only his right eye, an eye that necessitated proximity to the opponent to unleash its offensive potential, thus posing no threat to Long Ming in this encounter. Due to his boundless abilities, he could infinitely extend the spatial distance. He, the embodiment of Uchiha Obito. The six-pointed star in Long Ming's left eye flickered subtly, reawakening infinity. He transformed the distance between Obito's back and himself into negative infinity, with a mere shift. Long Ming instantly materialized behind Obito, maintaining a suspended somersault. Seamlessly, he channeled his ocular technique into his arm, amplifying his explosive power. At that moment, Obito had yet to comprehend the sudden disappearance of Long Ming from his view. A brilliant light surged from Long Ming's eyes, betting on the name of Uchiha. I cannot afford to lose. Chapter 9. Obito's astonishment in a bloodbath. A dazzling radiance erupted from Long Ming's eyes as he unleashed a powerful punch. A sharp crack echoed through the air, and before Obito could react, Long Ming's fist landed squarely upon his body. Intense pain shot through Obito's back. It felt as though a heavy hammer had struck his waist, the speed of the blow rendering him unable to even phase out. His speed is astonishing. This was the first thought that crossed Obito's mind after being struck. In the next instant, a tremendous crash resonated as the ground was shattered. creating a massive crater into which half of Obito's body was forcefully driven. The tile splintered, and clouds of dust billowed into the air, causing Itachi to cough repeatedly. Utilizing the momentum, Longming spun gracefully and landed firmly on the ground. Observing this, Itachi approached Longming cautiously and inquired, "Is he dead?" "Not so easily," Longming replied, shaking his head slightly as he surveyed the swirling dust. Obito possessed a significant amount of Senju cells, endowing his physique with remarkable resilience. He had previously withstood the fourth Hokage's Rasengan without succumbing. Although Longming's recent punch was formidable, it fell short of being lethal. Indeed, as the dust settled, a dust-covered Obito slowly rose from the ground. Dirt cascaded from his form, and beneath his mask, his expression was chillingly cold, yet he harbored a profound wariness towards Longming. This boy's ocular technique is exceedingly peculiar. The speed at which he activated it was terrifying. Furthermore, when he struck me, it felt more than just a physical blow. Yet there was no chakra flowing from his fist. How was this accomplished? Obito's eyes narrowed slightly, no matter how he strained his mind. He could not fathom the nature of Longming's recent attack. If he could not close the distance to Longming, he would lose his most potent offensive capability, especially with Itachi present. With a sigh, Obito recognized the grim reality of his situation. He truly had no chance of victory. "I will remember you, brat. If you have the audacity, reveal your name to me." Obito's voice was as dark as water, betraying the anger simmering within. "My name is Uchiha Longming, the man destined to lead the Uchiha clan to the pinnacle of the shinobi world. You would do well to remember it clearly," Longming responded with a light smile. Longming discerned that at this moment, Obito was inclined to flee. However, he had no intention of impeding his escape. The forces of Konoha would soon arrive. And should he choose to linger and exhaust himself against Obito, it was likely that the Uchiha clan would suffer grievous losses by the time the battle concluded. Obito let out a cold snort as the power of his right eye began to swirl ominously, a spatial vortex emanating from it, inexorably drawing his form into the depths of his right eye. "Wait for it, Uchiha Longming. When we meet again, fortune shall not favor you so easily. I will unravel your jutsu and bring about your demise." Obito threatened icily, as the majority of his body was already being consumed by the Kamui dimension. A mysterious smile graced Longming's lips as he replied, "I await your arrival. Next time, I shall not permit your retreat to be so effortless." At this juncture, Longming suddenly fell silent, his lips moving in a series of shapes. Obito's pupils constricted sharply, for through his Sharingan, he discerned the final words uttered by Longming with startling clarity. "Uchiha Obito." Obito was taken aback, realizing that Longming had audaciously called him by name, unmasking his true identity. A cold sweat broke out across his brow. The facade he maintained as Madara was of utmost importance to him. It not only instilled fear in other ninja villages and intimidated the nations, but also elevated the reputation of the Akatsuki. Most critically, this guise facilitated numerous endeavors, and its preservation was paramount for his forthcoming plans. "I must eliminate him. I cannot allow this brat to live, otherwise my Eye of the Moon plan will be delayed by several years." Obito's mind screamed in turmoil, his gaze toward Longming imbued with profound malice. Gradually, the last remnants of his being were entirely absorbed into the Kamui space, and Itachi, standing nearby, finally relaxed. Although Obito was not the legendary Uchiha Madara, the pressure Itachi felt from him was undeniably significant. That he was driven away by Longming was undoubtedly a fortuitous outcome. Now, with this internal dilemma resolved, the remaining concern was how to confront the approaching forces of Konoha. Suddenly, the cacophony of battle cries shattered Itachi's contemplation, and both he and Longming turned toward the entrance of the Uchiha clan's gates. In the distance, they beheld a chaotic display of flames leaping against the night sky. The sounds of clashing blades and fierce combat intertwining and echoing far and wide. Longming's expression shifted dramatically as he spoke gravely. "This is dire. The main force of Konoha has arrived. Itachi, we must depart swiftly." "Understood," Itachi replied, his demeanor serious, fully cognizant of the gravity of the situation. With every passing moment they delayed, the casualties among Konoha and the Uchiha clan would only escalate. Without hesitation, Itachi positioned himself beside Longming, who seized his arm as the infinite ocular technique was activated. In an instant, they vanished from their location. At that moment, a fierce life and death struggle unfolded before the gates of the Uchiha clan. As the members of Root, led by Danzo, arrived at the Uchiha clan stronghold, they launched an immediate assault without hesitation. The ground trembled incessantly as fire, water, and wind techniques danced through the air. while the sounds of shuriken and kunai slicing through the atmosphere echoed relentlessly. The two sides became embroiled in a chaotic melee, fragmented into dozens of battlefields of varying sizes. On one front, a root member pierced an Uchiha's arm, only to be incinerated by a fireball in the next instant. Meanwhile, several Uchiha had just slain a root member, but were subsequently cleaved in half by a wind technique from another. As only the root organization had come, coupled with the advance warning and strategic preparations made by Ryumiai, the Uchiha temporarily held the upper hand in this conflict. However, Danzo's expression remained cold and detached, seemingly unconcerned about the situation. For he had long since made thorough preparations for the annihilation of the Uchiha. Danzo slowly raised his hand, swiftly forming several hand seals, and coldly remarked, "Humph. A repugnant clan, struggle all you wish, no matter your efforts, today marks your demise. Besides that old fool of the third Hokage, I have already notified the Hyuga, Akimichi, Yamanaka, Nara, Yamanaka, Inazuka, Saratobi, and Shimura clans. I am eager to witness how your measly Uchiha can withstand the combined might of the 8 great clans of Konoha." With that, Danzo took a deep breath, wind chakra coalescing in his mouth. Wind release, vacuum wave. Chapter 10. Konoha reinforcements. Danzo abruptly swung his head, unleashing a sharp, side-like gust from his mouth. The massive wind blade sliced through several Uchiha clan members in the distance, cleaving them in half as effortlessly as cutting through tofu. A torrent of blood splattered across the surroundings, staining the earth in the Uchiha gates crimson. Danzo wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said indifferently, "Kill them. Everything is for Konoha, for my ascent to Hokage." The members of Root fought with fervor. Though few in number, those selected by Danzo often possessed exceptional abilities. 2 enigmatic ninja wearing peculiar masks flanked him, joining the fray. One of them removed his gloves, revealing skin that morphed into a strange purple hue. Each time he grasped an Uchiha, the victim's body immediately turned purple, followed by a rigid collapse to the ground, devoid of life. The other ninja spread his arms wide, forming an eerie hand seal, before his head drooped in exhaustion. Simultaneously, another Uchiha suddenly went berserk, indiscriminately unleashing jutsu against his own kin. Everyone, be careful. It's the secret techniques of the Yamanaka and Oil Woman clans. Stay away from them. I'm poisoned. Help. Someone save me. Yuji, snap out of it. It's me. Drive that intruder from your body. With the chaotic involvement of Danzo and his 2 elite subordinates, the Uchiha side was plunged into disarray. With a hearty laugh, he declared his intent to annihilate the Uchiha clan, the traitorous family, proclaiming that they would be the saviors of Konoha. In that moment, he envisioned himself as the next Hokage. Danzo, with a fervor rarely displayed, withdrew a kunai, infusing it with wind chakra, transforming it into a razor-sharp blade that extended his reach for attack. He plunged into the battlefield, showcasing his exceptional taijutsu skills, weaving through the chaos. The Uchiha clan members stood no chance against Danzo, whose prowess rivaled that of elite jonin, often falling in mere moments. One Uchiha, on the brink of death beneath Danzo's blade, was suddenly interrupted by a figure that dashed onto the scene with astonishing speed. His thunderous roar resonating through the night sky. "Danzo, how dare you?" Even before his arrival, the voice had reached Danzo's ears, causing his expression to shift dramatically. Before he could react, the figure was upon him. With a resounding crash, the newcomer delivered a powerful kick, forcing Danzo to barely raise his kunai in defense. Yet the sheer force sent him flying, a muffled groan escaping his lips as he skidded back several meters before regaining his stance. Upon recognizing his adversary, a flicker of trepidation crossed Danzo's eyes as he coldly remarked, "Uchiha Fugaku, you have finally shown yourself." The newcomer, with short black hair clad in the jonin vest of Konoha, adorned with the emblem of the Leaf's police force, was none other than the head of the Uchiha clan. Fugaku Uchiha. The surrounding Uchiha clansmen felt invigorated by Fugaku's presence. The clan leader has arrived. Fear not, brothers. Let's eradicate these root members. Rally to the clan leader's side. We fight alongside him. With Fugaku as their beacon of hope, the Uchiha felt an inexhaustible strength surge within them, pushing back their formidable foes as they advanced toward Fugaku. Witnessing this turn of events, Danzo's countenance darkened once more. A sly grin crept onto his face as he taunted, "Ah, Fugaku. I thought you had been dealt with by Itachi. It seems that Itachi, indeed, is not to be trusted, a weakling, just like you." Yet he dismissed it. For even without Itachi's assistance in their destruction, the Uchiha could not escape their destined annihilation. Despite his confident tone, Danzo's heart raced with trepidation. After all, His opponent was the Uchiha clan's foremost expert and the head of the Konoha police force. Not only was Fugaku immensely powerful, but his extensive combat experience made Danzo's apprehension of him surpass even that of Itachi. The members of Root, upon witnessing the emergence of the Uchiha clan leader, ceased their skirmishes, retreating to Danzo's side. Meanwhile, the Uchiha clan gathered around Fugaku, their spirits lifted. "I apologize for disappointing you, Danzo." Fugaku's voice resonated with profound gravity as he gazed towards the Konoha police department, declaring, "Itachi, that child, has made a remarkable choice. He is not the feeble individual you speak of. I take immense pride in him. And I believe he will join that child in altering the fate of the Uchiha clan." Previously, during the confrontation between Ryomi and Itachi, Fugaku's shadow clone had been present, witnessing the entire exchange. He felt a deep sense of gratitude for Ryomi's intervention and was comforted by Itachi's transformation. With his son standing by his side, Fugaku felt an overwhelming sense of fear dissipate. Thus, upon the return of his shadow clone, he no longer awaited Itachi to claim his life. Instead, he hastened to the battlefield. "Your words are nothing but foolish nonsense. It is utterly laughable," Danzo remarked darkly, then turned his gaze to the side, calling out loudly, "Third Hokage, I am aware of your presence. Surely you cannot stand idly by as my comrades are annihilated. Please, reveal yourself." A shiver ran through Fugaku and the Uchiha clan members. Had the reinforcements led by the third Hokage already arrived in Konoha? As Danzo's words echoed, a flurry of nearly 100 piercing sounds filled the air as numerous ninjas clad in Konoha attire gathered beside him. A glance revealed that these were renowned ninjas from Konoha and various prominent clans: Sarutobi Hiruzen, Hyuga Hizashi, Narashikaku, Yamanaka Inoichi, Akimichi Choji, and others. The great battle between Konoha and the Uchiha was on the verge of eruption. Fugaku's heart grew heavy as he beheld the familiar faces of his comrades across the battlefield. This was dire indeed. Meanwhile, Ryomi swiftly maneuvered through Konoha with Itachi. They finally came to a halt on a desolate street, not far from the Ninja Academy. Itachi glanced around, perplexed, and inquired, "What are we doing here? Aren't we supposed to prevent a conflict between the Uchiha and Konoha? Indeed, we must intervene. However, with just the two of us, it is unlikely we can persuade Konoha, which has already clashed with us, to relent. Therefore, we require the assistance of another." Ryomi replied solemnly. "Who?" Itachi furrowed his brow, pressing for an answer. Just then, a diminutive figure sprinted towards them from a distance. Dressed in a simple black long-sleeve shirt and black shorts, with exceptionally delicate features, he bore a small shoulder bag adorned with the Uchiha clan emblem. "Sasuke." Chapter 11. The One Who Turns the Tide. Sasuke? Itachi exclaimed in surprise upon recognizing the approaching child, his younger brother, Uchiha Sasuke, whom he had always protected. At that moment, Sasuke had just finished school and was on his way home. Had Ryomi not intervened on the night of the massacre, Sasuke would have returned home only to find the lifeless bodies of their clan and parents strewn about. Hearing Itachi's voice, Sasuke halted, tilting his small head as he looked around, bewildered. Strange, it sounded like I heard Nisan's voice. Was it merely an illusion? Have I been longing for Nisan so much that I am imagining things? He has been exceptionally busy lately, constantly promising me that next time will be different. It has been ages since we last played together. This time when I return, I must implore him to teach me the art of shuriken throwing. As Sasuke spoke, he pouted slightly, seemingly vexed with Itachi. From the shadows, Itachi heard Sasuke's complaints and could only respond with a resigned smile. However, his gaze towards Sasuke remained gentle. Sasuke, on the street, jostled his backpack and murmured to himself, "I'll find Nisan when I get home. He, homeward bound. A child's temper is fleeting." Just moments ago, Sasuke was sulking over Itachi, but now he was skipping joyfully in the direction of home. In the shadows, Itachi watched Sasuke depart with tender eyes. Whispering softly, "I'm sorry, Sasuke. This is the last time. Once everything settles, I will come to teach you the shuriken." After speaking, Itachi created a shadow clone to accompany and protect Sasuke. Given the current uncertain state of the Uchiha, he feared for Sasuke's safety should he encounter anyone from Konoha upon his return. The thought of it could drive Itachi to seek ruin upon the village. "You truly care for Sasuke, don't you? Rest assured, he will be safe. If all goes well, we might quell the night's turmoil before he reaches home. Follow me." Longming stated calmly, then proceeded towards the cluster of large trees across from the school. Though Itachi could not fathom Longming's purpose for being there, he immediately followed. In the dark shadows, a swing beneath the grand tree swayed gently. Upon closer inspection, one could discern a small figure sitting on the swing, enveloped in despondence. At last, I have found you, the child of prophecy. Longming stepped forward, unable to suppress a slight smile. The small figure lifted its head, and in the moonlight, it revealed a boy with golden short hair and azure eyes, characterized by 6 whisker-like markings on his cheeks. This boy was none other than the young Naruto. Longming, you're speaking oddly again, Naruto remarked with an expression of exasperation. Yet, Longming's presence alleviated some of the gloom from his face. Upon seeing Naruto, Itachi's pupils constricted slightly. Unlike most villagers, as the captain of the Umbu, he was privy to numerous village secrets, including the fact that Naruto was the Ninetales. In that moment, he sensed Longming's intent. As for the familiarity between Longming and Naruto, it stemmed from their time together in the same class at the Ninja Academy when they were 8 years old. Well versed in the history of the Naruto world, Longming did not harbor the same disdain for Naruto as others did. Although they had not forged a deep bond, he considered Naruto a friend, much like Shikamaru and Choji, and would occasionally bring him clothes and food. Naruto, in turn, held this kindness in his heart, despite occasionally finding Longming's words perplexing. One day, you will understand, Naruto. The reason I have come to find you this time is to ask for your assistance. Longming's tone shifted abruptly, becoming exceedingly grave. He was acutely aware of what truly instilled fear in Konoha. With only the power of the Uchiha clan and his own abilities, he could not completely dispel the thoughts of aggression harbored by the higher-ups of the village. The only one capable of altering the course of this situation was the very Naruto standing before him. Assistance? Naruto regarded Longming, who appeared unusually earnest, with a quizzical expression. After surveying their surroundings, he leaned in and whispered, "You don't mean you want me to teach you the seduction technique again, do you? Didn't I already teach you last time?" Longming was momentarily at a loss for words. It was rare for him to be so serious. Yet Naruto's mind wandered in that direction. Itachi, standing nearby, couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. Although he was unaware of the specific effects of such a technique, its name alone suggested something rather dubious. Cough, cough. Observing Itachi's increasingly perplexed expression, Longming cleared his throat several times and hastily redirected the conversation. "That is not the kind of assistance I am referring to, Naruto. Let me ask you this. If going with me could prevent the deaths of hundreds, even thousands, within the village, would you be willing to accompany me?" Naruto's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, "Of course, I would." Witnessing Naruto's unwavering determination, Itachi's expression shifted to one of astonishment, prompting him to ask, "Aren't you curious about what we need your help with?" Naruto, with a radiant smile and a thumbs up, replied, "As long as it's truly like you said and can save the people of the village, I will certainly assist in any way I can. If I can do that, then perhaps the villagers will no longer despise me." At this moment, Naruto's gaze dimmed slightly, revealing his deep yearning for acceptance from the villagers. Since he could remember, he had been met with indifference, disdain, and exclusion. Naruto could not comprehend what he had done wrong. All he knew was that to alter their perception of him, he needed their recognition. Thus, from a young age, the dream of becoming Hokage had taken root in his heart. Seeing the flicker of hope in Naruto's eyes, Longming sighed inwardly. Despite being the son of a hero, and having saved the village, Naruto had received neither respect nor affection in return. Instead, the villagers viewed him as a manifestation of the nine-tailed fox and a harbinger of misfortune, projecting their hatred for the beast onto him as a means of venting their frustrations. This was the so-called Konoha, established to bridge familial divides and ensure the joyous upbringing of its children. In the past, Longming lacked the strength to aid Naruto, despite his desire to do so. However, with the awakening of his eternal Manjiki Sharingan, his power had surged tremendously, and he now sought to liberate Naruto from his suffering. It was not merely out of sympathy, but also because of the formidable strength that Naruto inherently possessed. Longming aspires to transform the Uchiha clan into the most formidable family in the ninja world. To achieve this ambitious objective, a substantial number of powerful ninjas are essential. Setting aside Naruto's status as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, his lineage as a member of the Uzumaki clan alone is sufficient for Longming to seek his allegiance. In Chapter 12, titled The Sudden Change of Umbu Ninja, it is noted that the Uzumaki clan is renowned for their formidable chakra and their mastery of sealing techniques, possessing exceptional sensory abilities, making them truly the chosen ones. Longming placed his hand on Naruto's shoulder and earnestly said, "Naruto, you need not harbor any expectations of gratitude from those ungrateful souls in the village. From this day forth, Uchiha shall be your new home. However, for now, you may need to rest for a while. A new home? Rest for a while? What does that mean? Naruto blinked his blue eyes, still perplexed by Longming's words. In the next moment, the kaleidoscopic pattern of Longming's Sharingan began to rotate slowly. With the illusionary Sharingan, Naruto's body jolted suddenly, his lively gaze turning hollow. And he slumped weakly against Longming. Longming gently caught him, understanding that within the ongoing conflict between Konoha and the Uchiha, the Nine Tails residing within Naruto held paramount significance. Therefore, it was imperative for Longming to ensure this power remained under Uchiha control. Yet, he never intended to harm Naruto. After all, the child had already endured too much suffering. He merely required Naruto to restrain the actions of the Konoha elite. The illusion he employed was nothing more than a simple genjutsu. Once everything was in place, Longming turned to Itachi and said, "Well, we have located the most crucial individual. We can withdraw now and return to Uchiha at once." Itachi nodded slightly, preparing to leave alongside Longming. At that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Whoosh! A flurry of kunai, accompanied by a sharp whistling sound, suddenly attacked from the side, several of which were laced with explosive tags. A cold glint flashed in Itachi's eyes as he reacted swiftly, his palm moving rapidly to unleash several kunai from his sleeve, countering the assault. Clang, clang, clang. Itachi's kunai, launched at astute angles, disrupted the trajectory of the incoming projectiles, causing the explosive tags to detonate mid-air. The ensuing series of explosions shrouded the already dark night in a dense cloud of smoke, making visibility increasingly difficult. Longming narrowed his eyes, feeling little surprise at the ambush. He understood that these must be Umbu members tasked with covertly protecting Naruto. Attempting to obscure the Sharingan's observation with smoke? Quite clever. Longming thought to himself with a disdainful snort. The Sharingan serves as both a tool for observation and copying, distinct from the Byakugan's 360-degree insight. Once visibility is compromised, it indeed affects the wielder's capabilities. It appears that those protecting Naruto possess a thorough understanding of the Uchiha Sharingan. The kaleidoscope of Longming ceaselessly spun, searching for the traces of his foes. Despite the immense dust it stirred, Longming discerned the flow of chakra from two individuals and pinpointed their locations. Only two Umbu? He murmured to himself. Although he had identified the enemy, his heart grew more vigilant. At such a critical juncture, with an impending conflict between Konoha and the Uchiha, the higher-ups of Konoha would certainly not dispatch merely two Umbu to safeguard Naruto. According to Konoha's operational protocols, a minimum of 3 individuals comprised each team. The appearance of only 2 indicated that another was stealthily concealed. Simultaneously, the 2 Umbu members sprang into action. They moved with remarkable speed, rushing forward in the blink of an eye. These were no ordinary foot soldiers, but elite members of the Umbu. "I will intercept Itachi. You must rescue the Jinchuriki." Their roles were clearly defined. One surged ahead to engage Itachi, while the other charged directly towards Longming. Itachi wasted no time, lunging forward, his left hand gripping a shuriken, and his right wielding a ninja blade, clashing with his opponent. Currently, Itachi had not overexerted his use of the Manjiki Sharingan, and his body remained relatively unweakened. Even in a contest of taijutsu, he firmly dominated the Umbu member before him. Coupled with his ocular techniques and superior intellect, victory seemed well within his grasp. Meanwhile, the other Umbu member had reached Longming. As he ran, he began forming hand seals, and with the transformation of his seals, his arm began to exhibit an uncanny writhing motion. Would release, thorn-killing technique? With a swift motion, he projected his right hand forward, and multiple wooden tendrils erupted from his arm, coiling towards Longming like serpents. Would release. Longming was momentarily taken aback, but quickly recognized the identity of this Konoha Umbu, Yamato, the sole ninja within Konoha possessing would release. Among all ninjutsu, the secret techniques of would release were undoubtedly coveted by many. It possessed formidable binding and control capabilities, symbolizing the power of the original ninja god and serving as one of the means to control the Nine Tails. His deployment to guard Naruto, the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, perfectly aligned with the tendencies of those higher-ups. Release the child in your grasp. Yamato barked, as chakra surged violently into his right hand. The wooden tendrils seemed to resonate with Yamato's power, growing thicker and more formidable, overwhelming Longming in a relentless assault. Boom! Accompanied by a resounding thud, the earth trembled, and the area where Longming stood was engulfed by the wooden tendrils. The branches intertwined in a chaotic embrace, forming a colossal wooden sphere, effectively obscuring Longming from view. Beneath his mask, Yamato furrowed his brow, while the nearby Umbu rejoiced at the sight. From every conceivable angle, it appeared that Long Ming had been thoroughly ensnared by the would-release ninjutsu. Well done, Tenzo. Hasten, come quickly and assist me in dealing with Itachi. This individual is proving exceedingly troublesome. At this juncture, Yamato had yet to assume the role of mentor to Naruto and his companions. Hence he was still employing the title of Umbu, Tenzo. The Umbu member cried out, bearing a fresh wound from a blade and several kunai embedded in his arm. Clearly, this Umbu had overestimated his combat prowess, as he was unable to impede Itachi's advance. Yamato hesitated, for his recent attempt at would-release ninjutsu had not yielded the satisfying impact he anticipated. He sensed that Ryumei had not been ensnared by the would-release technique. The Umbu's predicament grew increasingly perilous, with each confrontation with Itachi fraught with danger. His eyes were aflame with desperation, the blade in his hand weaving through the air, leaving behind trails of afterimages, yet Yamato remained motionless. In a fit of exasperation, he bellowed, Tenzo, why are you just standing there? That brat has been ensnared by your technique. Hurry and save me. Caught in a dilemma, Yamato was about to rush to his comrade's aid when the massive wooden sphere before him suddenly began to expand. Crack, crack, to Yamato's astonishment. The outer wooden vines began to splinter, sending wood shavings flying in all directions. Chapter 13. Kakashi Hitaki. Yamato's expression turned grave, focusing all his attention ahead. His hands once more adopting a combat stance. Crack, crack. The surrounding wooden vines shattered completely, and Ryumei emerged with remarkable composure. He moved like a sovereign, the wooden vines parting in his wake, not a single wood shaving clinging to him. Upon witnessing this, Yamato's pupils constricted. He had initially believed Ryumei had extricated himself through sheer physical strength or ninjutsu. To his astonishment, he had merely walked out. What manner of ninjutsu is this? Capable of compelling my would-release to withdraw? A hint of unease crept into Yamato's voice. The greatest fear of humanity arises from the unknown. At this moment, Yamato fully grasped this sentiment. Had Ryumei merely broken free through brute force, Yamato would have felt no such trepidation, for he would know how to defeat him. Yet, the scene before him instilled a disquieting illusion that the would-release might be utterly ineffective against Ryumei. In truth, this was merely the result of Ryumei activating his infinite and the pressure generated by his movement. When Ryumei enters the state of infinity, an immense space envelopes him, providing the most formidable defense when he remains still. However, when he moves, particularly when someone approaches within 5 centimeters of him, the surrounding space shifts accordingly. This creates significant pressure, allowing Ryumei to forcibly displace the would-release with his spatial manipulation. The cells of Hashirama possess truly enviable abilities. Ryumei mused as he touched the nearby wooden vines with a sigh. The Uchiha clan undoubtedly requires Hashirama's cells more than any other. Upon activating the Kaleidoscope Sharingan, one inevitably bears an immense burden. Had Itachi possessed Senju cells at that time, he might have been spared from the afflictions that plagued him. Long Ming lamented this. Yet Yamato had no desire for idle chatter on the battlefield. With his hands forming seals, he fervently summoned forth his chakra once more. Would release, violent pillar, Yamato proclaimed, as 2 wooden tendrils erupted from his shoulders, hurtling towards Long Ming with the swiftness of lightning. However, this time, Long Ming did not remain a passive target. The 6-pointed star within his left eye rotated subtly, and in an instant, he vanished from sight, causing the wooden tendrils to crash violently into the ground. Boom, boom. The earth was rent asunder, creating 2 deep craters. Realizing the figure had disappeared, Yamato's heart raced with anxiety. He feared that Long Ming had fled with Naruto. Just as he contemplated moving closer to investigate, a hand lightly rested upon his shoulder, and Long Ming's voice, laden with significance, echoed in his ear. I have preserved you for a purpose. Be grateful for the Senju cells within you, for they are what saved your life. A cold sweat instantly drenched Yamato's back. He had failed to notice how Long Ming had approached him so stealthily. Yet, in the very next moment, realization dawned upon him, filling his heart with elation. Being this close presented the perfect opportunity. With lightning speed, Yamato drew a kunai and unhesitatingly thrust it towards Long Ming's back, aiming directly for his chest. In response to Yamato's sudden aggression, Long Ming merely grasped his shoulder, harnessing an unfathomable strength to amplify his arm's explosive power. With a swift rotation, he propelled Yamato away as if he were a cannonball. Yamato's pupils contracted. He had assumed this child could not possess significant strength. Yet the excruciating pain radiating from his shoulder told him otherwise. This power was insurmountable. Thud, thud, thud. Yamato crashed through 2 or 3 large trees before finally coming to a halt. Leaves clung to his body, and every bone felt as though it had been shattered, sending waves of agony through him. Nevertheless, he forced himself to rise, propping himself up with his right hand, panting heavily as his gaze fixated on Naruto, trapped under Long Ming's arm. Observing Yamato's tenacity, Long Ming casually rubbed his nose and said, "No need to rise. You are no match for me, just like your teammate. It is best if you remain lying down." Yamato was taken aback by these words and turned to see his Umbu comrade, now impaled by kunai and lying lifelessly in a pool of blood. He could not bear to look further. With his right hand propping against his knee, he slowly stood up, a glimmer of determination igniting in his eyes as he declared, "I may not be your equal, but there is someone who can be." As the final words left Yamato's lips, hands suddenly erupted from the ground beneath Long Ming, gripping Naruto's body firmly in an attempt to seize him. This was the last hidden member of the Umbu, lying in wait in the shadows. He had been patiently awaiting the opportune moment to strike, all the while meticulously observing Long Ming's every move. In his eyes, this was the perfect opportunity. Seizing this fleeting moment with Naruto, he almost believed he had triumphed. However, he was unaware that Long Ming had been well prepared for his assault, ready to confront this sudden attack from the Umbu member. With a swift kick, Long Ming aimed directly at his mask, the sharp sound of air being sliced through rushing towards him. This kick was executed without a hint of mercy, pushing the limits of his boundless power. If it connected, the outcome would surely be fatal or leave him gravely injured. Faced with the choice between death and saving Naruto, the Umbu ninja chose the former, gritting his teeth as he relinquished his hold on Naruto. In less than a second, he reacted, employing a prearranged substitution technique to vacate his position. Boom. As Long Ming's kick struck its target, the Umbu member erupted in a cloud of white mist, replaced by a block of wood. The sturdy timber shattered as if it were mere tofu, splintering into a cascade of wood chips that littered the ground. Oh, such a quick reaction. Long Ming was slightly taken aback. When he activated his limitless power, his speed rivaled that of the Flying Thunder God technique. To evade in time required extraordinary observational skills and reflexes. The Umbu member next appeared beside Day, who, witnessing the failure of his painstakingly prepared strike, gritted his teeth in frustration. Damn, so close. He glanced at the nearby Umbu member and asked with concern, "Senpai, are you injured?" The man shook his head, brushing his fingers over his mask, his voice tinged with gravity. "I am unharmed. His speed is truly astonishing, and his strength is formidable." As if wielding a unique ocular technique. Were it not for my prior knowledge of his skirmish with you, coupled with the presence of my Sharingan, I would have undoubtedly failed to react in time. Hearing the Umbu member's assessment, Day inhaled sharply, rarely witnessing his normally stoic and cunning senior express such high regard for another. Listening to the conversation between the two adversaries, Long Ming immediately discerned the identity of the final Umbu member, the copy ninja of Konoha, the future 6th Hokage, Kakashi Hatake. Chapter 14. Infinite Jade Indeed. The higher-ups of Konoha placed immense importance on Naruto, dispatching 2 elite jonin, the one eliminated by Itachi surely not being inferior. Such a lavish lineup, within the Uchiha clan, could only be matched by Itachi and Fugaku in their quest to capture Naruto. Swish. Itachi swiftly returned to Long Ming's side, his cold gaze fixed upon the 2 individuals opposite them. "Captain Day," he stated, "I have no desire to be your enemy. I merely wish to resolve tonight's conflict between Konoha and the Uchiha." Recognizing the brief exchange between the two and Long Ming, Itachi immediately identified his former comrades. After all, they had fought side by side multiple times in the Umbu, and Itachi had once served under Kakashi. "We do not wish to stand opposed to you. Yet the directive we have received is to safeguard Naruto, this child. Should you seek to act against this, we shall not interfere." Kakashi, appearing calm, engaged in negotiations with Itachi, while simultaneously channeling chakra in preparation for any potential threat from the lurking Ryumei. "I am afraid this is beyond my jurisdiction," Itachi replied, shaking his head. "Naruto must be taken with us. You cannot thwart our intentions." Beneath his mask, Kakashi's countenance darkened, his fury stemming not only from Naruto being the host of the Nine Tails, but also because Naruto was the sole child of his beloved mentor, one of the few remaining ties he had to this world. Kakashi lifted his gaze, his eyes glinting with lethal intent. "Itachi, do you truly wish to obliterate Konoha? Should you harm Naruto, regardless of the cost, I will end your life." At that moment, Kakashi remained unaware of the complete truth. The intel received by the Umbu indicated that the Uchiha clan was instigating a rebellion. The root organization was engaged on the front lines, with the third Hokage leading the majority of the Umbu members towards the Uchiha, while Kakashi's team was dispatched to protect Naruto. I have informed you before. My sole aim is to prevent war between Konoha and the Uchiha. The Uchiha have never contemplated the destruction of Konoha, Itachi asserted, pausing to glance at Ryumei, recalling the latter's theory of the terrifying balance. Capturing Naruto is a necessary negotiating tactic. I ask for your understanding. I will not allow you to take Naruto. Kakashi replied in a low voice, unwavering in his stance. While he sensed the conflict's suddenness, as an Umbu ninja, he was bound to fulfill his mission. As the disciple of the fourth Hokage, he was determined to protect his mentor's only child. Taking a deep breath, Kakashi swiftly began to form hand seals, his fingers moving with such speed that they left behind afterimages. Upon completion, he grasped his right wrist with his left hand, lightning chakra crackling and dancing between his fingers. The blue luminescence illuminated his mask and cast light upon the dark night. Raikiri. Itachi's expression grew serious. After all, this was one of Kakashi's signature techniques. Having claimed the lives of many enemy ninjas on the battlefield, Itachi, I shall say this for the final time. Relinquish Naruto, or do not blame me for forgetting our past camaraderie. Itachi remained silent, poised to respond through action when he suddenly felt a hand tugging him backward. Ryumei, with a dismissive smirk, remarked, time is of the essence. We cannot afford to let you linger in this entanglement. What if you unwittingly find yourself at a disadvantage? Ryumei's words left Itachi perplexed once more, while Ryumei was disinclined to elaborate. The legacy of the Hokage was known to all. Kakashi's prowess spanned from the legendary Kagaya Otsutsuki to the formidable Jonin and even to the members of the Akatsuki organization, each capable of formidable combat. Though estimating strength can be quite challenging, the adversary is undoubtedly formidable, and Longming is reluctant to squander his time on him. Extending his finger, an infinite expanse of positive and negative energies clashed in his grasp, conjuring a red singularity imbued with a sense of annihilation. Upon witnessing the crimson orb in Chunbin's hand, Kakashi and his companion felt an instinctive chill, every pore on their bodies alerting them to the imminent peril. Longming remarked with a smile, a parting gift. I hope that when we meet again, we can engage in a meaningful conversation. As he spoke, the red sphere in his hand unleashed a blinding radiance. A colossal wave of energy surged forth like a tempest towards Kakashi and his companion. This energy wave obliterated everything in its path, racing towards them in the blink of an eye. Kakashi, decisively abandoning the use of Raikiri, began to summon his chakra for a Doton wall when a robust figure interposed himself before him. Senpai, quickly, take cover behind me. Yamato bellowed. Wood release, wood locking wall. Channeling all his chakra, Yamato invoked the wood locking wall just moments before the wave struck. A multitude of wooden pillars erupted from the ground, curving to form an archway that securely shielded Kakashi and himself. In the next instant, boom, a thunderous explosion resonated once again from Konoha, as birds and beasts scattered from the surrounding woods, fleeing into the distance. Under the immense force, Yamato's wooden wall was relentlessly torn apart, ultimately engulfed by the radiance. The explosion persisted for several seconds before gradually subsiding. As the light dimmed, the scene revealed a desolate wasteland, swirling black smoke rising from the scorched earth. A chasm nearly 4 meters in diameter marred the ground, littered with fragments of wood and traces of blood. Itachi felt a pang of anxiety, but Longming promptly reassured him. Do not be alarmed, they are not so easily dispatched. I employed merely 1/5 of my chakra. With Longming's explanation, Itachi relaxed, holding Kakashi in high regard and never contemplating killing him here. This red singularity's explosion, which Longming intended to name Infinite Orb, derived its potency from the chakra he expended. The more positive and negative infinity he harnessed, the greater the power of the Infinite Orb. Let us return to the Uchiha clan. Longming gestured to Itachi, who cast one last glance at the ruins before standing beside him. With one hand clutching Naruto and the other grasping Itachi, they vanished from the spot as Longming activated his ocular technique. Minutes after the three departed, Kakashi emerged from beneath the debris of fallen wood. The mask of his Umbu guise cracked, revealing a familiar face beneath the mask. At this moment, Kakashi appeared somewhat defeated, having once again failed to protect something of great significance. However, there was no time for self-reproach. He swiftly rummaged through the debris beneath him. Ultimately, he discovered Yamato, unconscious under a pile of timber. After checking Yamado's vital signs and confirming his safety, Kakashi finally exhaled in relief. Due to his earlier battle, during which he had been utilizing his Sharingan to observe Ryumiai and unleashed a Raikiri, his chakra reserves were nearly depleted. Kakashi sat down heavily, his gaze complex as he looked towards the Uchiha clan's direction, silently praying, "Naruto, please be safe." Chapter 15. Fugaku's Manjiki. The elite of Konoha found themselves in a tense standoff with the Uchiha clan. The atmosphere was oppressive and heavy, with ninjas from both sides holding their breath, tightly gripping their weapons. At this moment, should either side make the first move, a bloody battle would inevitably ensue. After a brief silence, it was the third Hokage who broke the stillness. "Fugaku, are you truly certain you wish to engage us in combat? You are well aware of the likely outcome. I urge your clan to surrender. Should you choose this path, we will treat the remaining Uchiha with leniency." Fugaku's expression remained unyielding. The third Hokage's words seemed to him mere attempts to deceive the naive. The conflict between the Uchiha and Konoha had already ignited. And regardless of the outcome, Konoha's upper echelon would never allow the Uchiha to escape unscathed. There remained a slim chance if they fought. Surrender would only seal the Uchiha's fate. The third Hokage, by advocating for surrender, sought to avoid being the villain responsible for the Uchiha's destruction. He had always been a shrewd leader. As if on cue, Danzo interjected. "Humph. The Uchiha harbor treachery. They cannot be allowed to remain. Today they dare to rebel and vie for the Hokage's position. Tomorrow they may conspire with enemy nations to bring ruin to Konoha. They must be eradicated at once," Danzo stated emphatically. All eyes turned to Danzo, and many clan leaders from Konoha hesitated. The Uchiha had indeed existed within Konoha for many years and had contributed significantly during past wars. However, as one of Konoha's upper echelons, Danzo's opinions were difficult to refute. Leaving the leaders in contemplative silence, the third Hokage, who had just spoken of surrender, now appeared as tranquil as a monk in meditation, neither supporting nor opposing Danzo's assertions. Fugaku sighed deeply, having grasped the true intentions of the third Hokage. Danzo's expression grew smug as he coldly remarked, "It appears there are no objections, Fugaku. You have led the Uchiha in rebellion, a sin beyond pardon. Today, you shall pay for your disgraceful betrayal." "Our betrayal?" Danzo's words seemed to strike a nerve within Fugaku. He chuckled self-deprecatingly, casting a furious gaze upon the people of Konoha. "It is you who have forsaken the oaths made in the past. It is said that the village was established to eradicate the rifts between clans. We, the Uchiha, placed our trust in the words of the first Hokage and have actively integrated into the village over the years. Yet, what have we received in return? Doubt, treachery, and murder. During the Ninetales incident, I led my clan to intervene, only to be forbidden from approaching the beast. After the war, we were met with relentless suspicion, and the Uchiha were relegated to the outskirts. And what of Shursui? Danzo, do you truly believe I am unaware of how he met his end?" Fugaku's voice thundered. A culmination of years of pent-up frustration. For the sake of his clan, he had endured time and again, sacrificing for the peace of Konoha until there was nothing left to concede. "Humph, this war of words is utterly meaningless. Today I shall eradicate your clan and annihilate the Uchiha once and for all. Attack." A glint of cold malice flashed in Danzo's eyes as he spoke, his sleeves billowing dramatically. The war between Konoha and the Uchiha had officially commenced. Danzo's words echoed across the battlefield, prompting the ninjas of Konoha to leap into action. Charging fiercely toward the Uchiha, several clan leaders unleashed their might, employing powerful jutsu that illuminated the night sky. The Inuzuka clan's ninja hounds howled forth, their massive forms capable of effortlessly swallowing adult ninjas, leaving destruction in their wake, and coordinating with their masters to form gigantic tornadoes to assault the enemy. Meanwhile, the oil-wielding Aburame clan unleashed an almost endless swarm of insects, creating a terrifying buzzing sound as they surged toward the Uchiha, embodying a force that sought to engulf everything. The Hyuga clan's ninjas exhibited an astonishing presence, utilizing their exceptional taijutsu to easily overpower ordinary Uchiha ninjas. As the two sides clashed, the Uchiha quickly found themselves at a disadvantage. The third Hokage and the elite forces of Konoha effectively restrained Fugaku, their strongest combatant, witnessing the slaughter of his clan. Fugaku's rage surged uncontrollably, and he let out a heart-wrenching roar to the heavens. Damn it! In that moment, his chakra erupted to its zenith, and his Sharingan manifested its kaleidoscopic form for the first time in public. Upon seeing this, Danzo's murderous intent intensified, and he sneered, "Ah, Fugaku. You have indeed plotted this in advance, claiming to trust, yet concealing the Manjiki Sharingan. Alas, this will be the first and last time you showcase its power. Prepare to die. With that, Danzo formed hand seals, channeling wind chakra that coalesced in his mouth. Wind release, vacuum wave. Danzo struck with lethal intent, unleashing a barrage of razor-sharp winds aimed directly at Fugaku. Before I perish, I will take you with me, Fugaku's voice brimmed with fury. Recognizing that much of the animosity directed at the Uchiha stemmed from Danzo. Thus, he made his move against him first. His right is Manjiki was suddenly laced with crimson veins, accompanied by a trickle of blood. Amaterasu. The kaleidoscope of Fugaku was aimed at the flying vacuum wave. And in an instant, this advanced wind-based ninjutsu was engulfed by an eerie black flame. Danzo's pupils constricted, and he exclaimed in disbelief, "What manner of fire is this? It can incinerate my vacuum wave." The third Hokage, witnessing the power of the black flames, also underwent a significant change in expression. Like Itachi, Fugaku's right eye possessed the most formidable physical attack known as Amaterasu, the pinnacle of fire-style ninjutsu. It would not vanish until its target was completely consumed. And due to the black flames originating from the focal point of the Manjiki Sharingan, it was previously deemed an unavoidable assault by Sasuke. After the black flames devoured the vacuum wave, they shifted towards Danzo, following Fugaku's gaze. Danzo's body trembled, and a look of horror crossed his face as he hurriedly raised his left hand to defend. In the next moment, his arm was engulfed by the black flames. Danzo let out a pained roar, as the intense heat and destructive force of Amaterasu mercilessly seared his skin and blood. Several members of the Root organization rushed to aid their leader, with those skilled in water-style ninjutsu attempting to extinguish the black flames. Water release, water chaos wave. Water release, water jar technique. The members of Root displayed their abilities, as torrents of water repeatedly washed over Danzo's left arm. However, Amaterasu was not restrained by water-style ninjutsu. Even in the depths of the ocean, as long as the target remained, it would never extinguish. Damn it, why won't it go out? Danzo's eyes were bloodshot as he continued to strike at his left arm, but his efforts were in vain. As the black flames expanded, a thought of activating his Anaji with his right eye crossed Danzo's mind. Chapter 16. Arriving on the battlefield, Susanoo unleashed. But this thought was swiftly extinguished by Danzo. No, I cannot waste the power of Shirsui's eye. Resolutely, Danzo decided to take drastic measures. He gritted his teeth and drew his kunai, striking directly at his left arm. With a splatter, blood gushed forth, and the droplets that landed on the black flames were instantly vaporized. Once his arm fell to the ground, it was quickly consumed by the black flames. After severing his arm, Danzo's complexion turned pale, and he nearly stumbled, only to be steadied by members of the Root organization. A medical ninja from Konoha quickly approached to staunch the bleeding from Danzo's left arm. What a terrifying fire-style ninjutsu! Observing how Fugaku compelled Danzo to sever his own arm with a single move, the other Konoha ninjas revealed deep apprehension on their faces. What exactly is this black flame? Does Fugaku harbor such power? You go assist the third Hokage, find an opportunity to eliminate Fugaku. We will deal with the remaining Uchiha clan members. Whispers of communication spread across the battlefield as the ninjas of Konoha became increasingly frantic, unleashing a barrage of ninjutsu towards the Uchiha clan. The third Hokage, in this critical moment, was exceedingly cautious. He bit his finger, swiftly formed several hand seals, and summoned his summoning beast. As a great cloud of white mist dissipated, an elderly monkey clad in a traveler's garb, with a head of gray hair, materialized upon the battlefield. This was the mightiest spirit beast of the third Hokage, possessing an indestructible form and the ability to transform into the Rui Jingu Bang. Risen, what is the meaning of this? Who is the enemy? The ancient voice of the monkey reverberated, tinged with a hint of confusion. After all, he had accompanied the third for many years and was familiar with the denizens of Konoha. He could not comprehend why his own kin had turned against one another. My apologies, old friend, I shall explain shortly. Transform into the Rui Jingu Bang, the third Hokage replied gravely, offering no further clarification. Trusting in Risen, the monkey refrained from further dialogue and promptly morphed into a solid black rod with golden ends. The third Hokage seized the Rui Jingu Bang, its immense size starkly contrasting with his slender frame. Rui Jingu Bang, extend, he commanded with a resonant tone, and the staff elongated instantaneously, thrusting directly towards Fugaku. This technique had previously expelled the enraged Ninetales from the village, demonstrating formidable power and speed akin to lightning. Thud. Fugaku, caught off guard, could only brace himself with both hands against the Rui Jingu Bang. The colossal force propelled him several dozen meters away, demolishing the walls of the Uchiha compound along the way, a trickle of blood escaping the corner of his mouth. Once the Rui Jingu bang struck, it retracted, and as Fugaku prepared to retaliate, he suddenly found himself immobilized. Looking down, he saw dark shadows entwined with his body. The Nara clan's secret technique, shadow imitation jutsu. In this nearly pitch-black night, the Nara clan was undoubtedly the most formidable presence. Their jutsu could extend several meters. A sense of dread washed over Fugaku. To be ensnared in such circumstances spelled almost certain doom. He let out a low roar, veins bulging as he unleashed his chakra to its fullest extent, causing the surrounding shadows to tremble violently. Concealed in the darkness, Nara Shikaka trembled, shouting, "Hurry, take action. I can barely maintain control," as his words echoed. The third Hokage and Danzo, who had lost an arm, appeared simultaneously in midair. Danzo's expression was one of deep malice as he raised his remaining right hand. Kunai imbued with wind chakra aimed at Fugaku. "My apologies, Fugaku. For the sake of the village, I must do this." The third Hokage saged. Murky eyes ignited with an extraordinary killing intent as he swung the staff fiercely towards Fugaku's head. This strike was delivered without restraint, creating a thunderous roar that split the air. "Chief, you Konoha scoundrels, get away from him. Someone help the chief, quickly." The surrounding Uchiha clansmen cried out in desperation, frantically rushing towards Fugaku's direction. Yet, it was too late. A deep sigh escaped Fugaku's heart. He realized he could no longer break free from his bindings. The disparity in strength ultimately proves insurmountable. How could the Uchiha stand against the united might of the 8 noble clans? One can only hope that Itachi, that child, can escape with Sasuke, far from the tumultuous land of Konoha, and live peacefully. "You shall forever remain my pride," Fugaku silently prayed for his son, then gradually closed his eyes, preparing to embrace death. Just as the adamantine staff was about to shatter Fugaku's skull, 2 figures suddenly appeared between the third Hokage and Danzo. Upon their arrival, one of them displayed an expression of profound anger and coldly exclaimed, "Who do you think you are to annihilate the Uchiha? Begone." He extended his arm towards the third Hokage and Danzo with great force. A surge of black chakra rapidly coalesced around him, enveloping his form entirely and manifesting into a colossal skeleton composed of dark chakra. Upon its emergence, the skeleton mimicked the same action, raising its arm and striking fiercely at the third Hokage and Danzo. An indescribable power radiated from the skeletal giant's hand. The third Hokage was taken aback, feeling a tremendous backlash the moment his adamantine staff made contact, nearly causing him to lose grip. Thankfully, the staff possessed indomitable strength, absorbing much of the force. Otherwise, he would have been severely injured by that blow. Nevertheless, the third Hokage stumbled back several steps, only stabilizing himself by bracing the staff against the ground. Unfortunately, Danzo was far less fortunate. His weapon was merely an ordinary kunai, leaving him no time to react as it shattered upon impact. He took the full force of the colossal skeleton's punch, spewing blood into the air and crashing into the ground, raising a cloud of dust. The onlookers were left in stunned silence, with the Uchiha clan members arriving to assist, standing frozen in disbelief. The heads of some noble families gaped in shock, losing their composure. The individuals who had been struck were no mere commoners. One was Sarutobi Hiruzen, the esteemed third Hokage of Konoha, and the other was Shimura Danzo, the leader of the Root organization. With just a stomp of their feet, the entire village would tremble. Yet now someone had the audacity to repel them with a single blow. Who possesses such formidable power? As all eyes converged upon Longming, they were astounded to discover that the one who had just acted was merely a half-grown child. Who is this person? When did such a formidable warrior emerge from within the Uchiha clan? Chapter 17. A shocking blade. Izanagi activated Danzo, bloodied and battered, struggled to climb out of the pit, his heart ablaze with fury, wishing nothing more than to rend Longming into pieces. If it were not for Longming, Fugaku would have perished at his hands. And in that moment, the entire Uchiha clan would have descended into chaos. As Danzo's gaze shifted towards Longming, his expression morphed from fury to sheer terror, involuntarily exclaiming, "Could this be the legendary Susanoo?" The crowd was taken aback, and the third Hokage's countenance darkened. With his vast experience, he was well aware of the devastating power of such a ninjutsu. Susanoo, the third power that could only be unlocked with the Mangekyou Sharingan, was often referred to as the power of the gods. Essentially, it manifested as a corporeal form of chakra, enveloping the user in a colossal humanoid figure. rendering most attacks ineffective against them. Throughout the history of the Uchiha clan, very few have been able to awaken Susanoo. The third never anticipated that a ninja capable of wielding Susanoo would emerge from the Uchiha clan, given that each individual's Manjiki Sharingan possesses unique abilities. The appearance and techniques of Susanoo vary significantly. Longming's Susanoo manifested as a dark silhouette, currently displaying only its first form. It took on a skeletal visage, completely shrouding his body in chakra, serving multiple purposes such as offense, defense, protection, and control. What of Susanoo? Just a mere boy. We shall converge upon him and shatter him to pieces. Danzo suppressed his astonishment, aiming to utter some harsh words to intimidate Longming. However, before he could finish, he was met with a cold snort from Longming, filled with rage yet laced with mockery. You speak boldly, Danzo. Why not be the first to test the might of my Susanoo? Invisible waves of energy surged around Longming as copious amounts of dark chakra erupted from his form, intricately weaving through the skeletal structure and covering him in a shroud of chakra. This was the second form of Susanoo, equipped with exclusive weapons and techniques, such as the Yata mirror and bows. Longming brandished a massive double-edged sword as his weapon. Itachi, keep an eye on the clan leader here. I shall be back after dealing with Danzo, Longming commanded coldly, his heart ablaze with fury as he surveyed the lifeless bodies of his kin. He was intent on vengeance. The six-pointed star in his left eye began to rotate slightly. Infinite activation. In an instant, Longming and his Susanoo vanished from sight. Suddenly, a profound sense of dread surged through Danzo as an unprecedented feeling of crisis engulfed his mind. In the blink of an eye, Longming appeared before him. The colossal Susanoo invoked an overwhelming sense of inevitable destruction. As Longming commanded Susanoo, he gripped the double-edged sword tightly and struck down towards Danzo. The glint of cold light flashed in Longming's eyes as he infused all his murderous intent into that single strike. His clan would not tolerate any harm from outsiders. Konoha was nothing but a trifling matter. No. Danzo let out a heart-wrenching scream, his anguished voice abruptly cut off, followed by a series of cataclysmic roars. Boom. A colossal wave of blade energy surged forth, extending over several dozen meters, stirring up clouds of dust along its path. Beneath the strike of the double-edged blade, the earth was cleaved, creating a chasm nearly 30 meters wide. At that moment, the unfortunate Danzo, struck directly, lay severed in two upon the ground. In the midst of the tumultuous battlefield, an eerie silence enveloped the scene, as all present were rendered speechless by the awe-inspiring display of power, unable to regain their composure. It was only when Danzo's corpse began to shimmer and fade that the onlookers jolted back to reality. How could this be? Wasn't Lord Danzo dead? Panic gripped the hearts of several root members, while confusion etched itself upon the faces of most ninjas. Had they fallen victim to an illusion? Unlikely, their chakra remained stable, indicating it was not a genjutsu. What then was the truth behind Danzo's miraculous revival? Whispers circulated among the Leaf ninjas, their minds racing with questions. Yet none could fathom the means by which Danzo had achieved this feat. Only a select few, including Ryumei, comprehended the truth of Danzo's circumstances. He had invoked a technique that required the powers of both the Senju and Uchiha clans, an art created by the Sage of Six Paths. The ultimate genjutsu of the Uchiha clan is Anaji. In the blink of an eye, it could transform all unfavorable circumstances, including death, into mere dreams, while simultaneously manifesting all advantageous factors into reality, allowing the wielder to manipulate the boundaries of reality and illusion. However, the price was steep, the eternal loss of light. Upon his revival, Danzo hesitated not for a moment, swiftly retreating. Beneath his bandages, the right eye of Shursui had begun to close gently. A profound ache filled Danzo's heart. He had refrained from utilizing Shursui's eye to unleash his Anaji after suffering the burns of Amaterasu. Yet now, compelled by Ryumei's strike, he was forced to expend it. Damn that Uchiha brat. You have made me squander Shursui's precious eye on his Anaji. Just wait, I shall extract your Manjiki Sharingan to compensate for my loss. Danzo's expression twisted into a grimace of fury. However, while he retreated swiftly, Ryumei pursued even faster. Aware of Danzo's capability to wield his Anaji, he had long prepared for this eventuality. Before Danzo could distance himself significantly, Ryumei reappeared at his back. You have no chance left. Die, Ryumei bellowed, his voice resonating with finality as his massive double-edged war blade lunged towards Danzo. Turning his head, Danzo was seized by an overwhelming terror, his inherent cowardice igniting a primal fear of death. No, I cannot die here. I must not perish. I have yet to become Hokage. I will survive. I must survive. The leaf cannot exist without me. Danzo cried out frantically, his once ominous visage now consumed by dread. In a desperate attempt, he fled, his eyes wide with fear as he beheld the blade drawing ever closer. The profound fear of death gnawed at his very core, causing his legs to tremble uncontrollably. Ultimately, he found himself unable to confront the specter of sacrifice and demise, much like during the trials posed by the second Hokage, where he had already been proven unworthy of the title of Hokage. Just as his heart teetered on the brink of utter despair, a distant, aged voice resonated through the air. "Toanzo, hold on." Startled, Toanzo awoke with a jolt, turning his gaze toward the horizon where the third Hokage raced toward him. Unlike Toanzo, the third's eyes bore no trace of fear, only an overwhelming spirit of battle. His expression was a tapestry of emotions, now infused with a sense of inexplicable resentment and shame, for he had once again succumbed to Hisashi. Chapter 18. An explanation for the Uchiha clan. Vajra prison. The third Hokage bellowed, hurling his Vajra staff forward. The staff multiplied into dozens of replicas, forming a square cage that enveloped Toanzo in protection. At that moment, Longming's Susanoo descended with a deadly strike. The impact reverberated through the air, unleashing an invisible wave that compelled many ninjas to instinctively cover their ears. Yet the cochlea still throbbed with piercing pain. Toanzo, standing closest, felt blood trickle from his ears as a cacophony of thunder echoed relentlessly around him. The terrifying force of Susanoo bore down upon the Vajra staff, driving the entire square cage deep into the ground. Countless fissures spread from beneath the cage like the patterns of a tortoise shell, and even the supposedly indestructible Vajra staff bore a profound gash. Inside the protective cage, Toanzo remained unharmed, merely experiencing a brief bout of deafness. Susanoo withdrew its double-edged sword, and the injured Enma retreated from the form of the Vajra staff. Staggering and coughing blood, a massive wound extending from its shoulder to its chest, revealing the stark whiteness of bone beneath. Enma's gaze towards Susanoo was laced with deep trepidation as it grasped Toanzo's body and leapt swiftly backward. However, this time, Longming refrained from pursuit, calmly observing Toanzo's direction. This filled Toanzo with elation. Was he not going to chase? Splendid. As long as he could return safely to Hisashi's side, he would be out of harm's way. This young lad, though formidable, was ultimately alone. With the aid of other elite jonin, he would undoubtedly meet his end. A smile of survival emerged on Toanzo's face as he began to scheme his escape, utterly oblivious to the danger lurking beside him. Longming extended his hand toward Toanzo's position and clenched it fiercely. His voice cold and commanding. "Infinite orb, explode." As the words fell, a surge of crimson light erupted from Toanzo's severed left arm, causing his smile to falter, fear flooding his expression as he looked toward the source of the ominous energy. There, pulsating with terrifying power, was Longming's infinite orb. In the fleeting moment of their confrontation, Longming his power and placed it upon Danzo's severed left arm. At such a close range, the moment the infinite jade detonated, its destructive potential was beyond measure. From the outset, Longming harbored no intention of sparing Danzo, viewing the Konoha elite, who bore animosity towards the Uchiha, as targets that must be eradicated. Danzo, above all, stood at the pinnacle of this list. With a thunderous roar, an earth-shattering explosion resonated from the Uchiha clan's territory. Danzo's pupils shrank to the size of needles. His body instantly engulfed in crimson light as the energy unleashed by the explosion violently struck his flesh. There was no struggle, no scream. Danzo simply vanished within the blast, leaving not even ashes behind. The king of monkeys, guided by his primal instincts, swiftly chose to terminate the summoning technique at the moment of the explosion, returning to his sacred ground to narrowly escape the calamity. Time drifted by, and the explosion gradually subsided, revealing a massive crater at the entrance of the Uchiha clan. The surrounding ninjas fell into a profound silence. None could have anticipated that this battle, which should have been overwhelmingly one-sided, would take such a dramatic turn. Moreover, they had witnessed the death of a high-ranking elder of Konoha, a ruler among them. Who among the present ninjas could remain unfazed? The third Hokage's expression was grave. He had no time to mourn Danzo's demise, for he had to devise a solution to the immediate crisis. With the unexpected presence of Itachi and Longming, the tide of battle had shifted dramatically. Although Konoha could still achieve victory, the cost was likely to be exorbitant. For a moment, the third's mind raced with thoughts of persuading Itachi. Yet, before he could utter a word, Longming asserted dominantly, "Third Hokage, your judgment is clouded. You have turned a blind eye to Konoha ninjas attacking my Uchiha. Today, you must provide me with an explanation." The third's gaze darkened, and he replied coldly, "You have slain an elder-level ninja of Konoha. It seems it is you who must account for this." Before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly swallowed his words, his expression shifting to one of astonishment. With a flick of his right hand, Naruto's unconscious body was drawn forth from behind Long Ming. The boy, now in a state of oblivion, was oblivious to the turmoil surrounding him. The Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Naruto. A wave of gasps echoed from the Konoha side as many froze in horror at the sight of him. The third's countenance darkened further. He had dispatched Kakashi and others to guard Naruto, yet he had been captured by the Uchiha. Cradling the unconscious Naruto, Long Ming spoke coolly. "You would do well to choose your words carefully, or I cannot guarantee that I won't inadvertently release the seal on the Nine Tails." Panic swept through the Konoha ranks. Nara Shikaku, the strategist of Konoha, swiftly appeared by the third's side. Unable to contain himself, he urged, "Third Hokage, the Nine Tails must never be unleashed." However, alongside rational voices like Shikaku's, there were many radical factions present. They incessantly clamored, "Lord Hokage, what do we fear from the Nine Tails? We, the Leaf Village, possess numerous elite shinobi capable of annihilating both the Nine Tails and the Uchiha clan." "Silence, you fools," came the retort. It was at the cost of his life that the fourth Hokage sealed the Nine Tails. Do you truly believe you are his equal? Will this matter simply be resolved? Lord Danzo met his demise at the hands of that child. You are merely making noise. Should the Nine Tails be unleashed, the casualties would exceed a mere handful. A single breath from the likes of you could obliterate the leaf. The villagers of Konoha were divided into two factions, embroiled in heated debate. Enough. The third Hokage's stern voice silenced the farce unfolding before him. He gazed at the gathered villagers and spoke slowly. "My principles do not permit the sacrifice of excessive lives. This matter ends here. We shall pursue peace with the Uchiha." The third Hokage felt a profound sense of frustration as he uttered these words. Yet he understood the gravity of the situation. Should the Nine Tails emerge, all would be lost. However, events did not unfold as the third Hokage had anticipated. Long Ming scoffed. "Who said this is where it ends? I have declared that the leaf must provide the Uchiha with an explanation today. I shall count to 3. If you do not comply, I will unleash the Nine Tails, obliterating the leaf without a trace." The third Hokage shuddered at Long Ming's audacity, gritting his teeth. "Do not act rashly. Let us discuss this matter calmly. We can sign an agreement, ensuring that the leaf will no longer act against the Uchiha, and even provide some economic compensation, but only if you return Naruto." Chapter 19. Threatening the third Hokage to yield. "It seems you remain oblivious to the reality." Long Ming retorted with a cold laugh, grasping Naruto as the six-pointed star in his eyes began to rotate slowly. 1. Long Ming pronounced deliberately, "You Uchiha have suffered heavy losses. Has the leaf not endured as well? Furthermore, we lost a Hokage advisor in the process. Consider this matter settled. What further explanation do you seek?" The third Hokage furrowed his brow, feigning resolve in his response. 2. Long Ming continued, disregarding the Hokage's words. "Do not push your luck. Should the Nine Tails be released, even if the leaf is destroyed, the Uchiha will not survive unscathed. All shall perish." The third Hokage's expression darkened, and he issued a veiled threat. 3. Long Ming pronounced the final number, his eyes glinting with malice. The Book of Seals. The third Hokage finally succumbed to the mounting pressure. He could not gamble the lives of the leaf and all its citizens. "I will decide, aside from economic compensation. I will grant you Uchiha the forbidden techniques contained within the Book of Seals. Surely, this explanation will suffice." Upon hearing this, many shinobi, familiar with the infamous Book of Seals, were struck with astonishment, their gazes ablaze with desire. Within it lay an array of formidable forbidden techniques, each one coveted by all nations. Long Ming's gaze flickered. This condition was already quite favorable. If he pressed the leaf too hard, the outcome of mutual destruction was not what he wished to see. After a brief silence, Long Ming set Naruto down and addressed the third Hokage. "In addition, the Uchiha clan intends to relocate to the center of Konoha." The third Hokage, already drenched in cold sweat, sighed in relief as Long Ming relinquished the idea of unsealing the Nine Tails, responding, "That can be arranged." Long Ming merely hummed an acknowledgement before descending with Naruto in tow. The third Hokage, suddenly anxious, exclaimed, "Wait, you haven't returned Naruto to us yet. When did I ever agree to return Naruto to you?" Long Ming scoffed, adding, "That was merely your own wishful thinking. Naruto will reside with the Uchiha from now on. If you wish to see him, you may visit at any time." Upon hearing this, the third Hokage's expression shifted, If the Nine Tails were in the Uchiha's possession, Konoha would be rendered entirely passive. At this juncture, how could Longming possibly return Naruto to Konoha, especially since the Uchiha lacked the strength to protect themselves? Naruto served as the Uchiha clan's talisman. Only with him present would Konoha refrain from rash actions. A nearby individual, unable to contain their frustration, remarked, "Is this how it ends, Third Hokage? Are we just going to hand over the Nine Tails?" The Third Hokage remained silent for a moment before responding. "This matter requires careful consideration. We cannot continue fighting like this, or Konoha's foundation will be depleted. Who exactly is this sudden young prodigy? I have never heard of such a talent emerging from the Uchiha before. If he had not captured the Nine Tails, our plans would have undoubtedly succeeded today." One of the root members ground their teeth in anger. The Third Hokage was equally concerned about Longming's identity, though he concealed his unease well. As they pondered these thoughts, Longming's voice resonated from a distance. "Aren't you leaving? Are you waiting for me to invite you?" The faces of the Konoha crowd stiffened, and the Third Hokage sighed. "Everyone, please return with your clans. Let us consider today as if it never happened. Do not spread word of this. Should other nations become aware of the discord between Konoha and the Uchiha, they might seize the opportunity to instigate something dreadful." The leaders of the various clans, understanding the gravity of the situation, nodded silently and began to guide their clansmen out of Uchiha territory. Thus, this battle for extermination concluded with Konoha's concession. The surviving Uchiha members were filled with elation. Longming's arrival had not only saved them but also rekindled their hope. Since Shirsue's death, the strongest of the younger generation had finally reemerged. Long live the Uchiha clan! They cheered. Thanks to that child. He must possess strength at the level of a shadow, surely. It was hard to believe he could be so young, not even 10. And yet his talent surpassed even Shirsue's. Let us go see him. The remaining Uchiha members gathered around, their gazes toward Longming filled with fervor. With a singular force, he turned the tide of battle, vanquishing Danzo and threatening the Third Hokage. Each of these feats ignites a fervor within, a stirring of blood. Even Fugaku's gaze upon Ryumiai brimmed with admiration and gratitude. Gratitude for the transformation Ryumiai had wrought upon the Uchiha clan's destiny. Had it not been for his intervention, the Uchiha might have faced an irreversible demise. "Child, what is your name?" Fugaku inquired gently, drawing the attention of those present, eager to learn the name of the savior of the Uchiha family. "Ryumiai, Uchiha Ryumiai," came the understated reply. The crowd, upon hearing his name, silently repeated it, as if to engrave it upon their hearts. Soon, this name would grace the desk of the Third Hokage, rapidly becoming renowned throughout Konoha, albeit perhaps as a name of infamy. "Ryumiai, I must thank you, not only for the clan, but also regarding Itachi. I witnessed your conversation. You have truly borne a heavy burden," Fugaku expressed with a sigh, bowing deeply to Ryumiai. This bow represented not only his position as the head of the Uchiha clan, but also as a father. Ryumiai hastily assisted Fugaku to his feet, smiling as he said, "Your words are too kind, clan leader. I too am a member of the Uchiha family. Please, rise." Fugaku, eschewing any pretense, surveyed the chaotic battlefield with a complex expression. He then turned to the Uchiha clansmen beside him, commanding, "Immediately commence the cleanup of the battlefield. Bury our fallen brethren and ensure the collection of their Sharingan." For a clan like the Uchiha, known for their bloodline limit, the post-battle cleanup was of utmost importance. The corpses of ninjas often concealed numerous secrets, and for other nations, the remains of the Uchiha were akin to treasures, ripe for extensive research. Following the timeline of the night of the Uchiha massacre, Danzo and Obito had amassed a significant collection of Sharingan. The 10 Sharingan embedded in Danzo's right arm were a result of successful transplants from the corpses of Uchiha members after that fateful night. Before the massacre, Danzo possessed only one of Shirsue's Manjiki Sharingan, which explained his inability to utilize his Izanagi more than once. Ryumiai did not partake in the cleanup efforts. After bidding farewell to Fugaku, he made his way home with Naruto. Chapter 20. The grievance of Naruto having employed the powers of the Eternal Manjiki multiple times. While it did not burden his body or eyes, the expenditure of chakra was palpable. Continuous battles had left him with scant chakra reserves. Had the Third Hokage been a touch more resolute earlier, Ryumiai would have found himself at a loss. Alas, the Third held the village in higher regard than all else. Even above personal stakes, he had inherited the First's will of fire, and it was precisely this that emboldened Ryumiai to make his audacious demands. "Bang! Okayasen, I have returned," Ryumiai exclaimed, forcefully kicking open the door to his home. Due to Longming's admonition, Quan refrained from visiting the Konoha Police Department this time and stayed obediently at home. Although she was tempted to venture outside upon hearing the commotion, she ultimately resisted the urge. Where have you been tonight? The noise outside is so loud. Do you wish to drive your sister to distraction? Upon entering, Longming was greeted by a fragrant breeze, and in the next moment, Quan embraced him tightly. Her voice tinged with urgency and reproach. Feeling Quan's genuine concern, Longming rubbed his nose and replied, I'm fine. I just dealt with an old dog and thwarted a potential grand conflict. Quan stifled a laugh, her worries dissipating somewhat, and playfully flicked Longming's forehead. You're speaking nonsense again, always up to no good. Look at you, you're filthy, go wash up. She extended her hand to brush the dust off Longming, then noticed Naruto on his back and exclaimed, This child, isn't he the orphan from our village? Why did you bring him home? Guess, Longming winked mischievously. I guess you're just being ridiculous. It's not like you abducted him, Quan retorted with mock annoyance. Actually, you guessed correctly, Longming admitted sheepishly. Then took Naruto by the hand and said, Ni-san, Naruto and I are going to take a bath. You mustn't peek. Quan chuckled in exasperation and promptly shoved Longming into the bathroom. Stop being so vain. I saw all your little secrets when we were kids. Hurry up and wash. I'll prepare dinner for you both. With a grin, Longming dashed into the bathroom, slamming the door shut behind him. He quickly shed his own clothes and stripped Naruto down to his underwear, tossing him into the bathtub after dispelling the genjutsu. Due to a slight delay, Naruto eventually stirred awake, gazing around the unfamiliar surroundings and noticing his stripped state. Oh, you're awake. I thought you'd come to sooner. I didn't expect it to take you so long, Longming called out casually from the side. At that moment, Naruto, still unable to control the Ninetales, had poor resistance to genjutsu, finding himself unable to withstand even the most basic illusions. He instinctively looked up at the similarly half-clad Longming and, after a moment, let out a piercing scream. What did you do to me while I was asleep? I'm all dirty now, Naruto whimpered, his eyes brimming with tears as he cast a mournful glance at Longming. Enough with the racket. What are you shouting about? We're both just boys. You haven't suffered any loss, Longming retorted, tossing a towel at Naruto's head. Naruto paused, considering Longming's words, and it suddenly made some sense, prompting him to quiet down. By the way, where am I? Did you bring me here, Longming? He asked, surveying his surroundings with curiosity. Longming reclined comfortably in the bathtub, explaining softly. This is my home, and of course, it was I who brought you here. Do you not remember how you arrived? Naruto furrowed his brow, resting his fingers on his chin, adopting a contemplative expression. Then, with a clap of his hands, he exclaimed, I remember now. You said you would take me to save someone, and after you glanced at me, I fainted. Why are we bathing now? Your eyes look different from then. It's quite similar to what you said, but we have succeeded. Thanks to you. Many casualties were averted, Longming replied with a smile. Naruto displayed an expression of profound disappointment, crossing his arms and lamenting, Why didn't you wake me? This was my best chance to gain everyone's acknowledgement. Longming cleared his throat, knowing that even if Naruto had been awake, he likely would not have garnered such approval. Naruto. Haven T, I told you not to have any expectations from those ungrateful folks. You should come live with me in the Uchiha clan. You will have a very happy life with your good buddy, Longming suggested. Upon hearing this, Naruto's face darkened. He was well aware of whom Longming referred to. Ever since he enrolled in the Ninja Academy, Longming had occasionally tried to orchestrate moments for him and Sasuke to spend time together. If it weren't for Longming's interest in his seductive techniques, Naruto would suspect that he harbored some peculiar inclinations. Initially, Naruto thought Longming's invitation to stay with the Uchiha was merely a jest, but now it seemed he was quite serious. Actually, living in my own home is quite nice. If I were to suddenly move into yours, it would surely cause you much trouble, Naruto said, his bright blue eyes dimming once again. He feared that his identity as the Ninetales would bring trouble to Longming, causing others to gossip. Drinking expired milk and eating spoiled bread. This is what you call living well? Longming scoffed. He then looked at Naruto earnestly and said, Naruto, you need not bear any burdens. You can settle down here with peace of mind. I will take good care of you. Feeling warmth in his heart, Naruto's nose tinged with a sense of impending tears, and he raised his hand to wipe them away. Longming, you rascal. Why do you always speak with such a tone of maturity when we are of similar age? Longming ruffled Naruto's golden hair, teasingly scolding him. What do you mean pretending? I am indeed older than you. Call me big brother. Naruto, breaking into laughter, swatted Longming's hand away, saying, in your dreams. What benefit is there in calling you big brother? Longming chuckled and then, with a mysterious air, said, What if I told you I could help you control the beast within you? Naruto's body stiffened, and his expression shifted from surprise to elation as he grasped Longming's hand, exclaiming excitedly, Really? You can help me control it? Though young and often oblivious to many matters, Naruto had gleaned from the villagers' words and the occasional dreams of a nine-tailed fox that a fearsome creature resided within him. Longming pondered for a moment before responding earnestly, Very well, but this is not a task that can be accomplished in a day. The key lies within you. Chapter 21, The Knowledge of All Within Me? Naruto inquired, pointing to himself with a look of confusion. Longming nodded. To enable Naruto to harness the power of the Nine Tails, it was essential to mend the rift between them. The first step was to soften the Nine Tails' heart, dispelling its hatred and fostering mutual understanding. Only when the Nine Tails willingly lent its strength could Naruto become the perfect Jinchuriki. Although Longming could enter Naruto's mental realm to help suppress the Nine Tails, the ultimate success depended on Naruto alone. After all, the Nine Tails' animosity toward humans was not trivial. However, should they succeed, the rewards would be immense. Naruto's current strength was insufficient for self-preservation. In his absence, he could easily be abducted by members of the Umbu, and if the third Hokage's elite were to brainwash him, all their efforts would be rendered futile. Moreover, the Uchiha clan had too few capable warriors at their disposal, and Longming needed Naruto to mature swiftly to assist him. Longming placed a reassuring hand on Naruto's shoulder and said, Controlling the demon fox within you is no simple feat. You must eliminate its hatred and nurture mutual understanding. Before that, you need to familiarize yourself with it, including its name, identity, and the reason it resides within you. But I must caution you, Naruto. The truth and reality that lie behind this matter can be painfully disheartening and difficult to accept. Are you truly prepared to learn everything? Naruto shivered slightly, sensing that the revelations to come would radically alter the course of his future. Yet, despite the potential harshness of the truth, he longed to know. I want to know. Please tell me, Longming. His gaze grew resolute, ready to confront whatever truth awaited him. Longming nodded, sighed, and began. Where should I start? The demon fox within you is named Kurama. It is a life form manifested from an immense chakra, possessing extraordinary destructive power and chakra. There are 9 such beings, collectively known as tailed beasts, their strength determined by the number of tails they possess. Due to their overwhelming power, they have attracted the covetousness of many humans, leading to their enslavement and control for warfare purposes. Over time, the tailed beasts have developed an ever-deepening hatred for humanity. Tailed beasts are not like cattle. Controlling them is nearly impossible. Thus, humans devised another method, to use human bodies as cages, sealing the tailed beasts within to exert control. Longming's words shattered Naruto's previous understanding, leaving him feeling as though the ground had fallen away beneath him, causing him to collapse into the bath. Naruto muttered to himself, So, I am merely a vessel to seal the 9 tails? The light in his eyes dimmed, a sorrow deeper than the ostracism he faced from the villagers. Why must it be me? Why was I chosen to be the Jinchuriki of the 9 tails? His heart incessantly echoed these questions, tears streaming down his cheeks and into the water below. No, you are a hero. Just as Naruto succumbed to despair, Longming's voice pulled him back to reality. You say I'm a hero? Naruto replied, his eyes reddened and filled with astonishment as he gazed at Longming. Longming looked earnestly at Naruto and spoke deliberately. Not just you, but also your parents. They are heroes who saved Konoha. My parents? Naruto murmured softly. The term was so foreign to him, so unfamiliar that he struggled to vocalize it. Since he could remember, he had no recollection of his parents, not even an inkling of their identities. Yet today, Longming suddenly proclaimed that his parents were heroes. Naruto swallowed nervously, a mix of fear and anticipation threading through his voice as he asked, Then who are my parents? You actually see him every day, Longming replied with a slight smile, gesturing towards the Hokage rock. Your father is the 4th Hokage of Konoha, known as the Yellow Flash, Minato Namikaze. Huh? Naruto's expression and thoughts momentarily froze for a few seconds before he erupted with excitement, nearly bursting through the roof. His earlier despondency forgotten. You're not joking, right? My father is the 4th Hokage. Is this true? And what about my mother? Who is she? Amidst his exhilaration, Naruto did not forget to inquire about his mother. Your mother's name is Kushina Izumaki, a truly beautiful woman, and she is exceptionally gentle and virtuous. It was precisely these qualities that captivated your father. Longming recalled Kushina's fierce nature, feeling a bit embarrassed. Perhaps the 4th had a penchant for such traits. Naruto likely inherited this, which explained his fondness for the spirited Sakura. Listening to Long Ming extol his mother filled Naruto with a warm sense of pride. But then he realized something and quickly pressed, "Long Ming, you just said that my parents and I are heroes who saved the village. How did that come to be?" Though Naruto did not voice the latter part of his question, Long Ming understood his intent, his smile fading as he continued to explain. The tale begins with the Nine Tails rampage when you first manifested your abilities. Your mother was the previous Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. During your birth, weakened and vulnerable, a certain individual took advantage of her state, causing the Nine Tails to break free from its seal and wreak havoc in Konoha. In that dire moment, it was your father who stepped forward to save the village, defeating the formidable foe and sacrificing his life to seal the Nine Tails within you, thereby protecting the village. Unlike other villages that perceive the Jinchuriki merely as vessels, your father crafted an exceptionally intricate seal, intending to retain the power of the Nine Tails as your ally. After sealing the Nine Tails, both your father and mother exhausted their final strength and departed from this world. Although it may appear that Naruto's parents perished at the hands of the Nine Tails, even if the beast had refrained from striking Naruto, the outcome would have remained unchanged. One was forcibly separated from the tailed beast, while the other employed the forbidden technique, the Reaper Death Seal. Without the Nine Tails' final blow, their fate would have been sealed regardless. Upon hearing Long Ming's explanation, Naruto was overwhelmed with a myriad of emotions. He was torn between feeling anger towards his father for sealing the Nine Tails within him and feeling pride in his lineage as the son of the fourth Hokage. With a conflicted expression, he placed his hand on his abdomen, where the seal resided. Long Ming scoffed and remarked, "Had it not been for your sacrifice and that of your parents to seal the Nine Tails, the population of Konohagakure would likely have been halved. Yet, how do they treat you? Reflect on it. Am I mistaken to call them ungrateful?" Chapter 22. Entering the mental space of the Nine Tails, Naruto forced a smile. Scratching his head as he sighed, "Actually, Grandpa Third, Irika-sensei, and Uncle Ichiraku are all good people. They don't treat me as you say." "Oh, and what of the others? If you were to shout on the streets of Konoha, 9 out of 10 would brand you as the demon fox. Is that not ungrateful?" Long Ming retorted dismissively. Naruto bit his lip, refraining from rebuttal, for he understood the truth in Long Ming's words. Deep within, the young Naruto felt a simmering frustration at the injustice he faced. His father, the fourth Hokage, had valiantly sacrificed himself to protect the village, and he had become the Jinchuriki, sealing away the demon fox. Yet, he received not a shred of gratitude from the villagers, who viewed him as an embodiment of evil. "Did you seek me out to harness the power of the tailed beast within me?" Naruto inquired, raising his head. He was not foolish, having learned of his identity. He could easily deduce Long Ming's intentions. Indeed, following the turmoil caused by the Nine Tails, Konoha grew suspicious of the Uchiha clan, and after prolonged friction, they resolved to eradicate them tonight. "To deter them, I have leveraged the Nine Tails within you as a means of threat," Long Ming stated candidly, revealing his plans. "I wished for you to join the Uchiha, hoping that when you grew strong enough, you could assist me in opposing Konoha. Of course, my desire to look after you is also a factor. Naruto, Konoha is ungrateful, utilizing their so-called will of fire to coerce others into sacrifices, or to be sacrificed themselves. This applies to you, and even more so to the Uchiha. The roots of this great tree are already rotten. Will you lend me your strength in the future to overthrow their dominion?" Long Ming extended his right hand towards Naruto, gesturing an invitation. Naruto's expression was fraught with hesitation. His emotions were in turmoil, overwhelmed by an influx of information that rendered him incapable of making a decision. I am uncertain, Long Ming. I do not know if I should proceed in this manner." Naruto's body trembled slightly as he recalled the disdainful gazes of the villagers, juxtaposed with the compassion shown to him by Irika and others. Should he repay Konoha, or seek vengeance against it? Two conflicting voices echoed incessantly in Naruto's mind, leaving him in a state of profound indecision. Long Ming pondered for a moment before articulating a statement that shattered Naruto's defenses. "Naruto, do you truly wish for Konoha to bear another child like yourself?" Startled, Naruto's gaze snapped toward Long Ming. With a sigh, Long Ming continued, "If you do not alter the current state of affairs, one day you may be unable to suppress the Nine Tails, and Konoha will simply select a new vessel to become a Jinchuriki. Your mother was chosen in such a manner. It was her formidable vitality as a member of the Uzumaki clan that caught Konoha's attention, leading them to bring her here. This is how they operate. Do you wish to see another child like you emerge from Konoha? Alternatively, you may choose to join me in instigating a wave of reform within the village." A spark ignited in Long Ming's eyes, and Naruto's trembling ceased, his confusion gradually giving way to resolve. You are right, Longming. I must change the status quo. Not only for myself, but to prevent Konoha from producing another individual like me. I will grow stronger. I wish to harness the power of the Nine Tails within me and gain its assistance. Extending his hand, Naruto grasped Longming's tightly. A smile graced Longming's lips. Having persuaded Naruto would certainly provide ample fodder for boasting for the next year or two. Very well, then let us first meet the entity residing within you, Longming declared. As the three Tomo in his eyes merged once more into a kaleidoscope, the scene before them abruptly shifted, the bathroom vanished, and Longming found himself in Naruto's mental realm. The atmosphere was shrouded in darkness, with the sound of flowing water beneath their feet, where Naruto could faintly discern his own reflection, creating a rather somber ambience. Well, where is this? Upon regaining his senses, Naruto instinctively exclaimed, retreating behind Longming as he surveyed his surroundings. Longming, with a hint of exasperation, reassured him, do not worry. This is your mental world, and the Nine Tails is sealed within here. Oh, is that so? Where is that creature? I cannot see it, Naruto queried, his head swiveling as he squinted in an attempt to locate the Nine Tails. Just then, a heavy, ominous breath echoed through the air, causing Naruto's body to stiffen as he mechanically turned to face the source. Before him stood an immense cage, intricately adorned with complex ceiling patterns at its center. Within the cage, a pair of blood-red eyes fixated on him, belonging to a colossal fox. Its body was cloaked in fiery orange fur, and 9 enormous tails thrashed behind it. Little rascal, you surprisingly found your way here. Just look at that stunned expression on your face. How I wish to rip you apart and swallow you whole. The Nine Tails glared menacingly at Naruto, crashing against the cage with a thud. Its head mere meters away from Naruto, the foul stench it exhaled reaching even Longming's nostrils. Being confronted with the Nine Tails for the first time, Naruto was instantly overwhelmed by the formidable aura it radiated. The Nine Tails, clearly pleased by Naruto's expression, grasped the bars of the cage with its sharp claws and continued to intimidate. Little brat, if it weren't for this cage, I would relish the chance to crush your tiny arms and tear you in half with my claws. Naruto's body trembled, and he couldn't help but swallow hard, while Longming rolled his eyes and strode forward. Hey, Longming, what are you doing? It's dangerous, Naruto urgently called out. The Nine Tails sneered at Longming's approach, its murderous intent intensifying. A descendant of Madara, is it? This chakra, more ominous than my own, has not graced my presence in ages. Do you intend for me to devour you, little brat? Huh, I would be more than willing. Longming, unfazed, calmly approached the Nine Tails, slowly raising his index finger and provocatively beckoning. Then come here. His voice echoed in the space, a stark contrast between his small frame and the colossal Nine Tails. This single utterance ignited the Nine Tails' fury, as it slammed its paw onto the ground and bellowed. You little brat, do you wish to perish? Do you believe I want to obliterate you right now? The Nine Tails' voice was deafening, its chakra erupting, causing the entire space to tremble. Naruto's expression changed dramatically. The Nine Tails' power surpassed anyone he had ever encountered, exuding an aura of darkness, foreboding, and malevolence. His concern for Longming's safety deepened. Chapter 23. The proud Nine Tails. Yet at that moment, Longming remained remarkably composed, rolling up his sleeves and continuing to beckon forward. I believe you, come here. Little brat, just wait. I will surely break the seal and annihilate you and those damned humans. All of them. I await your arrival, come here. If it weren't for this seal, would you dare to be so brazen before me? You would have been slain long ago. Dare not, so come here. Will you ever cease? Is that all you can say? I've told you I cannot come over. If you have the capability, then enter. Longming chuckled, clearly not foolish enough to fall for such taunts. He leisurely lowered his sleeves and then turned to Naruto, saying, see, there is no need to be afraid. It cannot harm you. With your father's seal in place, it cannot do anything. Seeing Longming provoke the Nine Tails to ease his own fears warmed Naruto's heart. He felt a familial warmth emanating from Longming, nodding earnestly, no longer gripped by the same fear as before. Instead, he stood beside Longming. Longming smiled faintly, glancing at the furious Nine Tails trapped within its cage, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. The seal established by the fourth Hokage across the various villages was undoubtedly the most secure form of containment. Initially, the Shikifuin was employed, followed by the reinforcement of the 8 trigram seal. As an additional precaution, a portion of his and Kushina's chakra was left behind, allowing for the possibility of resealing the Nine Tails should it go berserk. In contrast, some Jinchuriki had seals that were rather crude, such as in Sunagakure, where Shikaku was sealed within the young Gaara. Due to the flaws in the seal, Gaara was tormented by insomnia, effectively turning him into a living nightmare. Comparatively, Naruto was fortunate. Summoning his courage, Naruto stepped forward, scrutinizing the Nine Tails, the entity that had resided within him for 8 years. "Your name is Kurama, correct?" he inquired, lifting his gaze. "Humph, don't speak to me so casually, you insufferable brat," the Nine Tails retorted, turning away haughtily, refusing to acknowledge Naruto's question. They were intrinsically connected. So it was no surprise that the Nine Tails had overheard the conversation between Naruto and Long Ming. The Nine Tails sauntered deeper into the confines of its cage, lazily resting on the surface of the water, indifferent to Naruto's calls. Feeling somewhat awkward, Naruto scratched his head, at a loss for how to proceed. Long Ming understood it was time for him to intervene. Standing beside Naruto, the kaleidoscopic pattern of his Sharingan once again appeared in his eyes as he softly addressed the Nine Tails. "Do you still remember the words of Sage of Six Paths?" The tightly shut eyes of the Nine Tails suddenly opened, instinctively turning its head. However, upon seeing the kaleidoscope in Long Ming's eyes, it realized it had fallen into a trap. Yet it was too late to avert its gaze. "Sharingan Genjutsu!" The Nine Tails roared, but Long Ming's mental prowess was already infiltrating its mind. The Nine Tails violently crashed against the confines of its cage, but its pupils gradually transformed from slitted eyes into the form of the Three-Tomo Sharingan. In its sealed state, the Nine Tails found itself defenseless against the Eternal Kaleidoscope Genjutsu, succumbing to control. "You little brat, I will definitely slay you," the Nine Tails snarled, struggling fiercely. Its expression twisted in rage as it glared at Long Ming. "Calm yourself. I merely wish for you to adopt a proper attitude and speak with this child," Long Ming remarked nonchalantly, then gestured for Naruto to step forward. Grateful, Naruto cast a thankful glance at Long Ming before advancing once more, gazing up at the colossal Nine Tails. He inhaled deeply. "Kurama, while I was outside, I heard Long Ming speak of you extensively. Prior to this, I harbored intense hatred for you. I believed you were the source of my suffering, the reason I bore the title of the Demon Fox, ostracized and neglected by the villagers. Yet, after listening to Long Ming, I came to understand that the true anguish lies with you, doesn't he?" The Nine Tails' body quivered suddenly, and at that moment, Long Ming keenly sensed that the creature's resistance to the illusionary arts had diminished slightly. Naruto lifted his gaze, revealing a glimmer of compassion and sympathy in his eyes. Bound and confined, persistently sealed within the bodies of others for exploitation and imprisonment, your existence must be fraught with suffering. It was as if Naruto were a key, unlocking the Nine Tails' reclusive heart. The creature's tumultuous emotions began to wane significantly as it regarded Naruto with a somewhat complex expression. Observing this, Long Ming pondered briefly and released his control over the kaleidoscope, allowing them to communicate freely. Freed from restraint, the Nine Tails refrained from roaring or causing a ruckus. It merely cast a wary glance at Long Ming before muttering to itself, "You humans, forever driven by selfish desires, regard us as mere weapons to be contested. This has been the case throughout history, with little regard for our feelings. You stubbornly believe that as long as we wield power, we will invite hatred. You enslave, manipulate, and seal us, never relenting until you are assured that we pose no threat. Madara, Hashirama, Mito, and even your mother, they are all the same." The bitterness in the Nine Tails' voice was palpable, and Long Ming could understand its resentment. In truth, when the Nine Tails first came into existence, it was a benevolent being, content to abide by the laws of the world. However, one fateful day, Madara arrived, seizing control and using it as a steed to challenge Hashirama. Not only did it endure a beating, but it also faced reprimands from Hashirama, who claimed the Nine Tails was too powerful to be left unchecked. With a mere touch, Hashirama sealed it away. Thus began a protracted period of confinement, spanning from Mito to Kushina, and then to Naruto. For decades, it remained bound. Anyone subjected to such treatment would harbor anger, which only deepened the Nine Tails' animosity toward humanity. The Nine Tails sighed heavily, looking at Naruto and saying, "Though you seek my power, at least you are not as detestable as they are. Being regarded as a weapon by you is something I can reluctantly accept." Naruto shook his head earnestly, looking into the Nine Tails' eyes with a radiant, sunlit smile. "To me, Kaibai is not a weapon, but rather a friend left to me by my father." This heartfelt declaration struck a chord within the Nine Tails, and even one as formidable as it appeared somewhat flustered. "What are you saying, you little brat? Don't think that by uttering such words, I would willingly lend you my power. Understand this clearly. I am the illustrious Kaibai," the Nine Tails stammered, its thoughts becoming muddled. Naruto was somewhat perplexed by the Nine-Tails' reaction, but Longming erupted in laughter, fully aware of Naruto's success. Haha, Kaibai. Take your time to sort things out, but don't get too tangled up. I will find a way regarding the sealing matter. With that, he seized Naruto and departed from the mental realm, leaving the proud Nine-Tails in a state of self-conflicted turmoil. Chapter 24. A New Home. Longming opened his eyes and returned once more to reality. Although the process of persuading the Nine-Tails had its share of twists and turns, it ultimately proceeded rather smoothly. Despite the Nine-Tails remaining sealed, the potential for growth it could offer Naruto was still formidable. True to his reputation as the progenitor of verbal jutsu, a few well-chosen words from Naruto managed to sway the Nine-Tails' heart. As long as they continued to communicate, Longming believed that the Nine-Tails would soon open up to Naruto. All he needed to do was find a suitable moment to obtain the sealing key from Jiraiya and release the Nine-Tails seal. Longming affectionately tousled Naruto's hair and said with a smile, "In the future, if anyone attempts to harm you, just call upon the Nine-Tails within your heart. Ordinary ninjas are no match for you, understood?" "I understand. I will protect myself," Naruto replied, patting his chest to reassure Longming. "That's good to hear. The soak is about done. Let's head out." Longming stretched languidly and emerged from the bathroom. After drying off, he turned and said, "You should hurry out too. I'll wait for you to eat together." With that, he placed the towel on the nearby rack and exited. Naruto followed closely behind, arriving in the kitchen alongside Longming. At that moment, Izumi was busy in the kitchen, wearing an apron. Upon seeing the two, she greeted them with a warm smile. "You're all done washing up, right? Please sit down for dinner. You must be Naruto, right?" "Hello. I'm Uchiha Izumi, Longming's sister." "Hello. My name is Uzumaki Naruto," he replied, feeling somewhat awkward as he nervously fidgeted with his hands. Longming playfully slapped Naruto on the back, chiding him gently. "Look at you. Don't be so stiff. Just sit down and enjoy the meal." Izumi, carrying a bowl of red bean soup, chimed in, "Yes, Naruto. It's just like being at home. Don't be so formal. Please, take a seat." Nodding fervently like a chick pecking at grain, Naruto carefully settled into a chair. Longming fetched a bowl and chopsticks for him, presenting a steaming bowl of red bean soup, recalling that it was Naruto's favorite. "Here, drink it while it's hot. You usually only eat ramen and instant noodles, which isn't good for your health. You're at a growth stage now, so you need something nutritious," Longming lectured, reminiscent of a doting elder, causing Izumi to chuckle beside him. "Who would have thought our Longming was so caring? Usually, you're just lazy. Why don't I see you serving your sister a bowl?" she teased. "Cough, cough. I'm just discreetly diligent. Besides, I always serve you during meals," Longming retorted, also offering Izumi a bowl of red bean soup. As Naruto gazed at the steaming dishes on the table and listened to the playful banter between Longming and Izumi, he felt the warmth of a home for the first time. This dinner, which many might deem ordinary and unremarkable, was something Naruto had yearned for throughout his life. He had envisioned this scene countless times in his dreams, never imagining that one day it would become a reality, though not bound by blood. Longming had truly bestowed warmth upon Naruto's home. Naruto felt a pang in his nose, his eyes already beginning to glisten with unshed tears. He lifted the bowl of red bean soup to his lips, hoping to conceal the impending flow of tears. "Be careful, it's hot," Quan could not help but remind him. Yet Naruto paid no heed to the temperature of the soup. He merely felt that this was the most delectable food he had ever tasted in his life. Unbeknownst to him, tears had already streamed down his face by the time he set down his bowl and chopsticks. Seeing Naruto in tears left Quan somewhat flustered. She initially thought it was due to her red bean soup not being palatable, and she hurriedly offered him comfort. Naruto shook his head, choking back his emotions as he exclaimed, No, it's not that. Sister's red bean soup is the most delicious thing I've ever had." "It's so good," that Quan chuckled, amused by Naruto's earnestness. Resting her chin on her hand, she smiled and said, "You are quite the character. Who cries over red bean soup?" Longming sighed and interjected, "Nisan, you may not know, but Naruto has always lived alone. In the mornings, he had nothing but cold bread and milk, and for lunch, it was instant noodles. When he lacked money, he even had to go fishing to stave off hunger." "What?" Quan gasped instinctively. While she was aware that Naruto was an orphan, she had not realized the extent of his hardships. Looking at him now, her eyes filled with compassion. She placed a piece of rib into his bowl, tenderly patting his head. "Don't cry, Naruto. Come, try the ribs I made. They're absolutely delicious." Longming also added a steaming meatball to Naruto's bowl. "Naruto, eat your fill, all right?" My sister's cooking will surely satisfy you to the point where you might just swallow your tongue. After finishing serving the dishes, Long Ming turned to Quan and said, "By the way, Nai-san, Naruto will be living with us from now on. I've already spoken to the villagers, and they all agree, even offering to pay us the adoption fee for Naruto." Quan rolled her eyes, as if Long Ming's statement implied she was greedy. "I have no objections. After all, having an extra pair of chopsticks at home doesn't bother me, as long as Naruto is willing." Naruto was momentarily taken aback. He hadn't anticipated Quan would accept his staying so readily. "Sister, you won't think I'm a burden, will you?" he instinctively asked. Quan caressed Naruto's head, radiating maternal warmth. "How could I? Adding a new member to our family brings me joy. It's better than having Long Ming, that rascal, constantly vex me." Long Ming cleared his throat and quickly averted his gaze. Naruto felt even more touched. He reached out to wipe his tears away. With reddened eyes, he gazed at Long Ming and Quan, saying, "Thank you. Thank you both. This is the first time someone has treated me so well. Thank you." Throughout this meal, the words "thank you" were the most frequently uttered by Naruto. During this dinner, Naruto savored his meal for an extended period. Perhaps because he had not tasted such exquisite flavors in a long while, or perhaps he feared that this delightful experience was merely a fleeting dream. Once they had finished eating, Long Ming led Naruto to rest. As Naruto had only just settled in and had yet to organize his room, he temporarily shared a bed with Long Ming. Observing Naruto, who lay beside him with a sweet smile gracing his face, Long Ming couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia. Although he had altered Naruto's fate in certain aspects, it was fortunate that everything seemed to be progressing in a positive direction. Naruto had found a new home and tamed the Nine Tails. In this lifetime, he would undoubtedly no longer be the underachiever he once was. With Naruto's matters resolved, it was time to meet that individual tomorrow. Long Ming hoped that the sight of Naruto would not elicit too much surprise. He murmured to himself, and soon a wave of drowsiness washed over him. After enduring several battles that day, he was utterly exhausted and, within minutes of lying down, drifted off into slumber. Chapter 25. The Uchiha clan meeting time swiftly passed, and soon it was the following day. The gentle sunlight streamed through the dense leaves outside the window, casting golden flecks of light. Long Ming and Naruto lay sprawled on the bed, their sleeping postures rather ungraceful. "Long Ming, wake up." A voice called from outside the door. It was Izumi. Long Ming, bleary-eyed, opened his eyes, removed Naruto's foot resting on him, and groggily glanced at the alarm clock. He then stretched his arms wide in a languorous yawn. "Sister, isn't it a bit early for you? What time is it?" he grumbled casually. Izumi's voice followed closely. "Hurry and get dressed. The clan leader is looking for you." "Oh." Upon hearing this, Long Ming felt a stir of urgency, the remnants of sleep evaporating as he swiftly donned his clothes and stepped outside. There sat Fugaku, wearing a warm smile on the sofa, with his sister beside him. Upon seeing Long Ming, Fugaku rose enthusiastically to greet him. "Good morning, Long Ming. I apologize for disturbing you so early. There are matters we must discuss. Are you available to accompany us to the clan's South Shrine?" Long Ming glanced at Fugaku. Although he had not explicitly stated it, Long Ming understood that they were likely to deliberate on the future prospects of the Uchiha clan. He rubbed his nose and nodded. "No problem. Even if you hadn't invited me, I intended to find an opportunity to discuss the Uchiha family's future direction with you." Izumi suddenly wore a peculiar expression, regarding her younger brother with seriousness. Could it be that he had lost his senses? A mere 8-year-old declaring his desire to discuss the future of the Uchiha clan with its leader? What perplexed Izumi even further was Fugaku's lack of rebuttal. Instead, he nodded in agreement. "That's splendid. Let us set off now." "All right, sister, please remember to prepare breakfast. I shall return to eat shortly." Felt a sense of confusion swirling in her mind, and she simply nodded dumbly. Once she regained her composure, she noticed that it had already departed with. This child has undergone such significant changes lately. What could have transpired? She muttered to herself. Following, arrived at a structure reminiscent of a temple, a traditional gathering place for the Uchiha clan. Beneath its foundations lay hidden stone tablets left by the sage of 6 paths inside. A spacious hall awaited, adorned with the Uchiha clan's fan insignia, where many clan members had already assembled, most of whom had survived the previous day's battle. As stepped into the shrine, numerous heads turned, and upon recognizing him, the crowd offered him looks of reverence, instinctively parting to allow him passage. This was not only a gesture of gratitude for his role in saving the Uchiha, but also a mark of respect for a formidable warrior. Scanning the room, spotted in a corner, and strode over. "How is Sasuke? Was he unharmed yesterday?" he inquired, crossing his arms and leaning against side. Paused. Caught off guard, that's first concern was for his younger brother, before a gentle smile graced his features. He is well, as you mentioned, by the time he returned. The battlefield had been cleared, and I brought him home. It was only when discussing his brother that revealed such a tender smile, reminiscent of a caring older sibling. After exchanging a few casual remarks, ascended to the platform to commence his formal address, resuming the authoritative demeanor of a clan leader. He spoke in a somber tone. Esteemed members, I have gathered you here today to deliberate on the Uchiha's future. With assistance, we successfully repelled Konoha yesterday. However, we have irreparably severed our ties with them. The Uchiha and Konoha now exist in a precarious balance, one that cannot endure indefinitely. Thus, I wish to hear your thoughts. In response, the attendees nodded in unison. While significant tensions had always existed between the Uchiha and Konoha, there had been a veneer of civility. That facade had now been irrevocably torn away, and should Konoha strike again, their assault would undoubtedly be swifter and more ferocious. Pondered momentarily before speaking, clan leader. What were the casualties we sustained yesterday? How many J-nin, Ch-nin, and Genin remain? And how many possess the Sharingan? Rather than offering an opinion, first sought to understand the extent of the Uchiha clan's losses. This information was not a closely guarded secret. Sighed deeply and replied, yesterday, we lost 143 clan members, including several J-nin. 52 were severely injured and 203 sustained minor injuries. The Uchiha members in attendance could not help but display their anger. The major clans of Konoha had often resorted to overwhelming their opponents through sheer numbers, attacking one Uchiha with a group of several. Although the battle concluded swiftly, it nonetheless inflicted significant casualties upon the clan. As for the elite shinobi, there remained 3. While the number of Chunin is estimated to be in the hundreds, and the lower-ranking shinobi are more challenging to quantify, likely exceeding the number of Chunin. Moreover, fewer than 100 have awakened the Sharingan, with many having just manifested their I during yesterday's conflict. In just a few words, Fugaku laid bare the current state of the Uchiha clan. Long Ming furrowed his brow slightly, clearly disheartened by the scant number of those who had awakened their eyes within the clan. This is hardly surprising. Given the stringent conditions required for the Uchiha to unlock their eyes, one must endure severe trauma and experience profound emotional turmoil to do so. The price for such power is exceedingly high and painfully steep. Long Ming sighed inwardly, recognizing that the disparity between the Uchiha and Konoha remains vast. They can barely rely on the Ninetales for self-preservation, let alone to overturn Konoha's regime. Not to mention the presence of the third Hokage, a powerhouse of shadow-level strength. Alongside his Umbu, even other clans, each fielding a single elite shinobi, possess enough influence to suppress the Uchiha. Although Long Ming, Itachi, and clan leader Fugaku have reached shadow-level prowess, Konoha still harbors formidable forces in reserve. To instigate a change in Konoha, Long Ming knows he must rally more allies and bolster the Uchiha strength. At this moment, some Uchiha clan members began to voice their opinions and thoughts. Leader, I believe we need not fear Konoha too much. After all, the Ninetales are currently in our possession. As long as we maintain firm control over the Ninetales, Konoha will never have a chance. Indeed, leader, I think we should focus on harnessing the power of the Ninetales. If we can utilize its strength to perfection, Konoha will merely be as insignificant as ants. Let us confine the Jinchuriki of the Ninetales under strict supervision. They are too vital to fall into Konoha's hands. The Uchiha clan members exchanged words, entirely oblivious to Long Ming's increasingly dark expression in the corner. Chapter 26, Naruto is brought by me enough. Long Ming interrupted their discussion with a cold voice, his chakra erupting. His eyes transformed into the Mangeki Sharingan, fixating intensely upon the assembly. An invisible pressure enveloped the room, rendering the Uchiha clan members motionless with trepidation. Yet, they remained unaware of what had offended Long Ming. One individual swallowed hard and cautiously inquired, Lord Long Ming, is there an issue? Long Ming cast a chilling glance his way and enunciated deliberately, Naruto is brought by me, to be precise. He has accepted my invitation to join the Uchiha clan. If anyone dares to lay a hand on him or attempt to imprison him, it would be akin to assaulting this wall. With that, Long Ming struck the wall with incredible speed, his fist connecting with a resounding thud. Cracks rapidly spread from the point of impact, resembling a spider's web. Moments later, a thunderous crash resounded as a thick stone wall, several decimeters in width, collapsed under the force of Long Ming's blow, prompting gasps of astonishment from those present. They understood that Long Ming was serious. The atmosphere grew somewhat awkward. and several astute members of the Uchiha clan promptly stepped in to alleviate the tension. Ahem, if that's the case, it would be splendid. If the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki Naruto joins our side, we would be like family in the future. This is far preferable to coercing him. Indeed. Moreover, I have heard that past Jinchuriki have always possessed formidable strength. Longming's actions are tantamount to recruiting a shadow-level powerhouse for the future of the Uchiha clan. Others echoed in agreement, and finally, Fugaku spoke up. Longming, they were just speaking thoughtlessly. The pressure from Konoha has been overwhelming, and we hope you can forgive them. Longming's expression softened slightly, and his clenched fists relaxed. It was not that he favored Naruto over the clan or lacked concern. Rather, the Uchiha clan's radical ideologies must be curbed. Most of those who had just spoken were Uchiha members who had awakened their Sharingan only yesterday. Already consumed by anger and dark emotions, unable to think rationally. They had the opportunity to win Naruto over but insisted on resorting to imprisonment and coercion. Should such radical thoughts be allowed to fester, they would ultimately become as deluded as Obito. Longming took a deep breath and spoke slowly. The balance between us and Konoha cannot endure indefinitely, even with Naruto among us. However, only by becoming strong ourselves can we avoid being bullied by outsiders. I hope that for the time being, everyone can dedicate all their time to training. Meanwhile, I will seek out sufficiently powerful allies for the Uchiha during this precious time of peace. At that point, I will lead you all to overthrow Konoha's rule and establish the Uchiha as well as the dominant force in the village. Longming's voice resonated powerfully within the shrine, igniting excitement among the surrounding clansmen once more. As for Itachi, though he had intended to speak, he recalled Longming's promise and chose to bury his words deep within his heart. He would witness with his eyes the new future that Longming would bring to the Uchiha and Konoha. Fugaku nodded in satisfaction, his admiration for Longming growing, and then turned to say, from this moment forth, all members of the Uchiha clan will enter special training. A team comprising Itachi, Shirdai, Inahibi, Tekai, and myself will mentor the Uchiha members below the rank of Jonin. Furthermore, no one is permitted to cause trouble in Konoha during this period. We must remain discreet until Longming finds us external support. Is that clear? Understood. The Uchiha clan members replied in unison. Very well, disperse now. Prepare yourselves. We are moving to reside in the village today. Fugaku waved his hand, and the Uchiha members scattered, each returning to make their preparations. Longming chose not to linger, bidding farewell to Itachi before returning home. At this moment, Naruto had also risen from his slumber. Upon spotting Ryumei, he greeted him with a garbled expression, mumbling, Nihue Lila, you've returned. Kwai Dian Cia, how Ciida. Ryumei rolled his eyes in response. Could you finish chewing your food before speaking? With that, he seized a sandwich from the table and took a hearty bite. The two of them worked in unison, swiftly devouring the meal laid out before them. Izumi, ever considerate, had prepared a bento for both Ryumei and Naruto. As she handed them over, she cautioned, be careful on your way, and pay attention during class, understood? I know. You should know by now that I am a genius. Naruto, hurry and catch up. Ryumei remarked nonchalantly, grabbing his bento and dashing out the door. What a child. Izumi sighed. Naruto, you are a good boy. Just be sure not to imitate his boastful ways. She turned to Naruto with a gentle reminder, then handed him his bento as well. Taking the bento from Izumi's hands, Naruto felt a sweetness akin to honey in his heart, treasuring it like a precious gem. He carefully placed the bento in his backpack and waved goodbye to Izumi as he reached the door. Thank you, sister. I'm off to school with Ryumei now. Izumi smiled and waved back as he departed. Ryumei, slinging a shoulder bag over his shoulder, strolled leisurely towards the ninja academy, not out of a genuine desire for education, but rather to fulfill a special condition within the Seinen system. If he could attain the title of Jonin upon checking in at the Sound Ninja Village, he would unlock additional rewards. Such an opportunity was not one Ryumei intended to miss. Thus, he resolved to find a way to earn the Jonin title in the shortest time possible. Behind him, Naruto huffed and puffed as he caught up, throwing an arm over Ryumei's shoulder and exclaiming, Ryumei, why are you running so fast? Are you trying to wear me out? Ryumei chuckled, his gaze wandering momentarily before he inquired, did you encounter anything peculiar while you were running? Peculiar? Naruto replied, puzzled, no, not at all. What strange occurrences do you think I might face? Do you suspect I would be attacked? Ryumei's eyes flickered slightly before he waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing. Nothing at all. I was just asking. Let us hurry to school. Naruto nodded and followed Ryumei as they departed. Moments later, what should have been an empty mountain path suddenly revealed a dozen Umbu ninjas. Indeed, they have long been aware of our presence. Fortunately, they did not strike at the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails earlier, or we would surely have met our demise, one whispered. This fellow is merely testing us, such a scoundrel. To be merely a child. Enough talk. Let us return and report to the third Hokage. Withdraw. Chapter 27. The Third's Subtle Maneuvers. Sasuke enters in the Hokage's office. The third donned the familiar crimson Hokage robe, placing the symbolic hat of the Hokage atop his head. Recently, he had taken to puffing on a pipe, wisps of white smoke occasionally escaping his lips. The gaze of the third Hokage lingered upon a photo album resting on the table, one that featured Danzo. The bond shared between the third and Danzo, forged through their shared upbringing and collaboration, was intricate and profound. He stood as the Hokage beneath the radiant sun, while Danzo was rooted in the soil below. Their relationship was one of mutual support and contrast. With Danzo's demise, many clandestine tasks within Konoha would necessitate the appointment of others. The third let out a soft sigh. Suddenly, two masked Umbu ninjas materialized before him, kneeling respectfully. The third's expression remained impassive as he took a silent drag from his cigarette, inquiring, "Have you gathered all the information?" The Umbu replied, "Yes, third Hokage. The child who acted yesterday is named Uchiha Ryumei. His parents perished on the battlefield, leaving only an elder sister at home, who is currently attending the Ninja Academy." Still in the Ninja Academy? The third was momentarily taken aback, choking on a puff of smoke, his face reddening as he stammered, "Are you certain he is merely studying, and not some secret weapon of the Uchiha?" I too was astonished initially. The most critical point is that Ryumei's performance at the academy is rather unremarkable. He is an ordinary child lacking in talent. The third's lips twitched. An ordinary child, devoid of remarkable abilities, could not possibly capture the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki or awaken the Manjikyu Sharingan at the age of 8. Yet, it was improbable that the Umbu would deceive him. Ryumei was indeed attending the Ninja Academy. Rubbing his forehead, the third shifted his inquiry, "And Naruto? Where is he currently confined by the Uchiha clan?" "He is not confined. He has gone to school." "School?" The third leapt from his chair, incredulity etched upon his face. "You mean to say Naruto is attending school, not imprisoned?" The Umbu nodded solemnly and continued, "Indeed, however, he is accompanied by Ryumei. We contemplated an abduction, but hesitated due to the child's formidable strength. Your choice was wise. Had you acted, you would all have perished at his hands, and he would have seized the opportunity to hold us accountable." The third's eyes flickered with contemplation. Initially, he believed Naruto to be secretly imprisoned. If that were the case, organizing a rescue would prove difficult. But now that Naruto was attending school normally, his presence in the village would be frequent. Gathering a team of elite jonin would eventually yield an opportunity to reclaim Naruto. With this thought, the third's spirits lifted considerably. "Go, summon Kakashi and the others. Additionally, send the sealing scroll to the Uchiha to lower their guard." "Understood." The two Umbu members acknowledged, then swiftly vanished from sight. At the Ninja Academy, Ryumei entered with Naruto, and everything seemed to remain unchanged, as if nothing had transpired the day before. However, Ryumei keenly sensed the increased presence of ninjas in the vicinity of the academy. However, there was no overt malice displayed. It was merely a matter of surveillance. On the way, Longming encountered several fellow students from his cohort, such as Sakura, Hinata, Kiba, and Niji. These individuals would eventually become the backbone of Konoha. Yet, the one who captured Longming's attention the most was none other than Uchiha Sasuke, seated in the front row, basking in the adoring glances of numerous girls. As the reincarnation of Indra, it was only a matter of time before Sasuke ascended to the pinnacle of strength within the ninja world. Due to the prevention of the Massacre Night, Sasuke had not awakened his Sharingan this time, and it was likely that he would be easily surpassed by Naruto in terms of training speed. In truth, even if he had activated it, he could not compare to Naruto, who now wielded the power of the Nine Tails. Under normal circumstances, after the night of the massacre, Sasuke, in extreme anguish, had only managed to awaken a single Tomo, which paled in comparison to the might of the Nine Tails. "Good morning, Sasuke. How was your day yesterday?" Longming greeted casually, throwing an arm over Sasuke's shoulder and prompting a nod from Naruto. Sasuke's gaze was somewhat perplexed, but recalling his brother Itachi's promise to teach him shuriken techniques upon returning home, he could not suppress a smile of delight. Sasuke lifted his head and replied, Yesterday was wonderful. My brother promised to teach me shuriken techniques, and I plan to go home early today. His face radiated happiness, devoid of any of the somberness or aloofness typically associated with his character. By averting the massacre night, Longming had subtly altered the fate that belonged to Sasuke. I fear he may not be able to teach you today. Itachi will be quite busy, Longming remarked, blinking knowingly. Aware that Itachi had been scheduled to train the Uchiha clan members and would likely have little time to spare. Upon hearing this, Sasuke's expression fell, and he pitifully inquired, "Why is that? He clearly promised me." Longming rubbed his nose and explained, "Your brother just received the news today. He genuinely wishes to find time for you. So do not hold it against him too much. You must understand that your brother loves you more than anything in this world." Initially gloomy, Sasuke's cheeks flushed upon hearing Longming's words. He buried his face in his chest and joyfully responded, "I understand. Thank you for telling me, Longming." Longming smiled gently, tapping Sasuke lightly on the head. "No need to thank me, Sasuke. I will ensure Itachi teaches you shuriken techniques next time." With that, Longming led Naruto towards the back of the classroom, leaving Sasuke to rub his slightly aching forehead. Being an Uchiha, there was no need for Longming to exert extra effort to win him over. A little encouragement was sufficient to foster his growth. As they walked to the back, a pink figure suddenly stepped forward, blocking Longming's path. Before he could speak, Naruto's eyes lit up with a broad smile as he cheerfully exclaimed, "Sakura, what brings you here?" Blocking Longming's path was none other than his longtime crush, Haruno Sakura. Longming felt somewhat perplexed by Sakura's sudden appearance. To be honest, since his arrival in this world, he had hardly exchanged any words with Sakura. She possessed no real value for him, and even though she had inherited Tsunade's legacy, she had merely risen to the rank of Jonin. "I'm not looking for you," Sakura remarked, rolling her eyes at Naruto before leaning closer to Longming and whispering, "What did you say to Sasuke just now? He seemed quite pleased. Could you share it with me?" Longming felt a sense of exasperation. It appeared she was here to pry into Sasuke's affairs. Chapter 28, Teaching Sakura a Lesson and Applying for Graduation. Observing Sakura's eager expression, Naruto felt a mix of emotions. He crossed his arms and muttered, "Why is it always that guy? What is so special about him? Just because he is a bit handsome?" Before he could finish his thought, Sakura delivered a swift kick in his direction. "Don't speak ill of Sasuke. He's the top of our class, while you're just a perennial underachiever." Rubbing his sore backside, Naruto found himself at a loss for words. Sakura, reveling in her pride, gazed dreamily at Sasuke, saying, "I hope we can graduate together. That would make me so happy." Naruto interjected, "What if we were paired together? I could protect you." Sakura's expression soured as she pushed him away in disgust. "I would rather die? Do you really think you can compare to Sasuke? You protecting me? I stand a better chance protecting you. Now, go away, underachiever." Seeing Sakura's disdainful dismissal of Naruto, Longming furrowed his brows. He had never been fond of Sakura. She was sharp-tongued, timid, cowardly, prone to tears, and even exhibited a hint of violence. Whenever there was trouble, she would turn to Naruto, despite her affections for Sasuke. It was best for her to distance herself from Naruto as soon as possible. With this in mind, Longming spoke up, "Though Naruto may not be exceptionally strong yet, he surpasses Sasuke at this moment and far exceeds you. You would do well not to disturb him in the future. Do you understand what I'm saying?" His voice echoed throughout the classroom, but his words did not earn the approval of Sakura or the other classmates. They erupted into laughter, mocking him. "Don't make me laugh. Since entering school, Naruto has always been at the bottom. He can't even use a shuriken, haha." Exactly. To think he could ever compare to Sasuke, who is a genius from the Uchiha clan, while Naruto is merely a demon fox. Longming's arrogance drew further ridicule. Confirming the words of his parents, associating with a demon fox would lead to a dismal fate. Sakura could not suppress her laughter, exclaiming, "Stop boasting. Sasuke could easily defeat both you and Naruto with a single hand. You should spare yourselves the embarrassment." Upon hearing such scathing remarks about Naruto, Longming narrowed his eyes, his expression inscrutable, revealing neither joy nor anger. In the next moment, the three-tomo Sharingan in Longming's eyes flickered ominously. The children, including Sakura, who had mocked Naruto, suddenly trembled. Their laughter abruptly cut short, replaced by sheer terror. "No, please, keep the giant spider away from me. Help! There's a monster! Mommy, save me!" they screamed, as if confronted by something truly horrific. This was the result of Longming employing the Jinjutsu of his Sharingan, forcing them to confront their deepest fears. However, it was not lethal. It was merely a punishment for their disrespectful words. Chaos reigned in the classroom, prompting Naruto to rush over to check on the trembling Sakura, who was crouched on the ground. "Sakura, are you alright? What happened?" At that moment, Sakura seemed oblivious to Naruto's questions, her body shaking incessantly as she repeatedly murmured, "Sasuke. Sasuke." Naruto, frantic and anxious, felt helpless, like ants on a hot pan, unsure of how to bring Sakura back to her senses. Observing Naruto's infatuated demeanor, Longming felt a mix of disappointment and exasperation. In youth, one fails to recognize the charm of Hinata and mistakenly treasures Sakura. Just then, a commanding voice cut through the chaos, instantly silencing the classroom. The students turned to find their teacher, Irika, had arrived. Naruto hurriedly stepped forward to explain the situation. Irika frowned upon hearing the account, unconsciously glancing towards Longming. As Longming's teacher, he had been briefed by the third Hokage about him, being advised to treat Longming with utmost courtesy and to avoid provoking him, fulfilling any demands he might have, leaving the rest to the village. Irika had not anticipated that shortly after returning from the third Hokage, Longming would already be embroiled in trouble. His face darkened as he approached. Assessing the condition of the children and feeling relieved to find it was merely a standard illusion, he then addressed the class. "Do not worry, they are fine. Merely caught in a genjutsu. They will not attend class today, and I will arrange for someone to take them home to rest." With Irika's reassurance, the students appeared calmed, as if a weight had been lifted from their shoulders. Soon, Irika called upon several oddly dressed ninjas, who arrived with stretchers to carry the children away. Finally, Irika cast a lingering glance at Longming before stepping up to the podium to commence the lesson. "All right, dear students. Today we shall delve into the art of the substitution technique, one of the most commonly employed ninjutsu, allowing one to instantaneously exchange their identity with that of plants or animals to evade attacks." Before Irika could finish his introduction, Longming abruptly interjected, "Hold on, Teacher Irika. I have something to say." Reluctantly, Irika paused, recalling the words of the third Hokage, and wore a gentle expression. "What is it, Longming? Do you have a question regarding the substitution technique?" Longming scratched his nose and replied, "No, I merely feel that I have mastered everything the Ninja Academy has to offer, and there is no necessity for me to remain here. I wish to apply for an early graduation assessment." "What?" The other students gasped in astonishment. Children of their age typically required at least another 2 or 3 years to reach graduation standards. Longming's request for graduation was tantamount to skipping a grade. Unlike the other children in the class, Irika felt a surge of joy upon hearing this news. He had learned from the third Hokage that Naruto had been captured by the Uchiha clan. In Irika's eyes, Naruto must have endured immense suffering and longed to escape. But he had been under Longming's watchful eye and had no opportunity to do so. Now that Longming intended to undertake the graduation assessment, it presented a chance to separate him from Naruto. It was indeed a fortuitous opportunity. Clearing his throat, Irika feigned a difficult demeanor and said, "You are still quite young. The accelerated assessment is quite challenging. Perhaps you should reconsider. Wouldn't it be better to graduate alongside Naruto and the others?" "Oh, I almost forgot," Longming exclaimed, slapping his forehead, then pulled Naruto up from his seat, grinning. "Naruto should also take the accelerated assessment with me. Teacher Irika, please allow us to do so together." Irika's expression darkened, wishing he could slap himself twice. Why could he not simply agree without mentioning Naruto? Chapter 29, Saving Naruto. "Farewell Kakashi, can I also participate?" Naruto raised his hand, uncertainly asking. Longming encouraged him with a pat on the shoulder. "Believe in yourself. You can certainly do it. Once you become a genin, your abilities will skyrocket. But remember, do not aspire to rise further. Be content as a genin." Naruto rolled his eyes, retorting, "You always say such odd things. My future ambition is to become Hokage. How could I be satisfied with merely being a genin?" Longming shook his head. Young Naruto could not comprehend that being a genin represented the pinnacle of strength for the village of Konohagakure. Irika found an excuse to step outside and conferred with the Umbu ninjas waiting outside. They ultimately decided to take a risk and attempt to rescue Naruto. Upon re-entering the classroom, Irika spoke in a grave tone. "Very well, I have acquiesced to your request. Today, I will arrange for your early graduation assessment. As for everyone else, you are dismissed for the day. All of you may return home." A fierce battle might ensue at the school shortly. As a teacher, Irika's foremost concern was the safety of his students, so he returned to evacuate them all. The students were quite pleased, for nothing brings greater joy than a day free from school, and they dispersed in a cheerful uproar. Only Hinata, as she approached Naruto, blushed and whispered softly, "Naruto, And Longming-kun, please do your best. Yes, I will, Naruto replied, giving Hinata a thumbs up and flashing his radiant smile. Longming gently ruffled Hinata's hair, smiling as he reassured her. Don't worry, I will take good care of Naruto. Hinata's face flushed even deeper, and without uttering another word, she hurriedly exited the classroom. Naruto, somewhat perplexed, scratched his head and muttered, why is her face so red? She's really a strange girl. Longming silently thought to himself, you're the strange one, unable to see the treasure that is Hinata. However, such thoughts remained unspoken in his mind. All right, you two, follow me, Irika said. Relieved now that all the students had left, he led Longming and Naruto through a winding path to two adjacent classrooms. Irika pointed to one of the rooms and instructed Naruto, Naruto, you will enter this room, where a dedicated teacher awaits you. Once inside, simply follow their guidance. Irika emphasized the word follow, subtly conveying a message, but oblivious Naruto remained unaware, rolling up his sleeves and preparing to rush in. Suddenly, Longming grasped his arm. An unexpected action that made Irika's heart leap into his throat, and the hidden ninja in the shadows grew tense. Had Longming changed his mind? What's wrong, Longming? Naruto asked. Turning with a puzzled expression, Longming remained silent, merely extending his hand to tidy Naruto's clothing. Once inside, be cautious and seize the opportunity. As he spoke, the kaleidoscope in his eyes briefly flickered, and the six-pointed star in his right eye began to spin for the first time. The motion was swift, and before Irika could notice, Longming's eyes returned to normal. All right, hurry inside, he said, and without waiting for Naruto's response, he pushed him into the classroom. The door closed tightly behind him in an instant. Longming cast a casual glance at Irika and inquired, excuse me, Teacher Irika, shall I be assessed in the adjacent classroom? Yes, you may enter, Irika replied, suppressing his joy as he opened the door to the neighboring classroom, gesturing for Longming to proceed. It felt almost like a plot to ensnare him. Longming smiled faintly, entering the classroom without hesitation. The interior was simply adorned. At a wide table sat 5 ninjas from Konoha. As Longming stepped into the classroom, their presence immediately locked onto him, as if they were poised to strike at any moment. Longming observed the arriving elite shinobi with great interest. The team dispatched by Konoha could indeed be described as a genuine golden ensemble. From left to right stood Asuma Saratobi, Karina Yuhi, Might Guy, Kakashi Hitaki, and Mizuki Shurden. Asuma and his companions were well-established elite Jonin, while Kakashi, possessing an extensive repertoire of jutsu and the prowess of his Sharingan, hovered near the level of a shadow, albeit with fluctuating consistency. Might Guy, on par with Kakashi under normal circumstances, could elevate his strength to shadow and even beyond, especially upon unlocking the 8 gates, rendering him a formidable and perilous opponent. A subtle smile graced Longming's lips as he lifted a chair and boldly seated himself before the 5. He jested. Is the graduation examination in Konoha so stringent now that it necessitates the presence of 5 Jonin, including the so-called Azure Beast of Konoha, Might Guy? It was evident to Longming that Konoha intended to rescue Naruto. Yet granting them this opportunity would allow the villagers to comprehend that Naruto had genuinely allied with the Uchiha, rather than being coerced. This would ultimately sever the 3rd Hokage's hopes of reclaiming Naruto, thus averting any underhanded tactics from Konoha in his absence. Humph. You are well aware of our purpose here. This time, there is no way you can take Naruto. Even if it costs me my life, I shall hold you back. A fierce killing intent erupted from Kakashi's eyes, and anyone could perceive his unwavering resolve, although the other Konoha shinobi remained silent. Their determination was evidently no less formidable than Kakashi's. As Longming gradually rose, the 5 instantly braced themselves, their chakras surging and ready for action. Longming chuckled. There is no need to be so tense. I have stated my intention to participate in the graduation examination. How about a wager? The 5 exchanged puzzled glances. And after a brief silence, Kakashi was the first to inquire, what do you propose to wager? Longming pointed toward the adjacent classroom and suggested, let us wager on whether Naruto will willingly leave with you. I shall refrain from any interference in his decision-making. Should he choose to leave with you of his own accord, I will turn and depart without lingering. The 5 looked at one another, clearly taken aback by Longming's unexpected proposal. It was not that the conditions of this wager were overly harsh. On the contrary, they were remarkably lenient, requiring nothing more than patience for Naruto's decision. Kakashi felt a flicker of temptation. If this mission to rescue Naruto could be accomplished without conflict, it would be ideal. Longming's strength was terrifying, likely already at the level of Hokage, While Kakashi had resigned himself to sacrifice, it did not imply that he wished to forfeit his life, as his desire to continue safeguarding Konoha remained strong. Chapter 30. The Confrontation and the Agreement to Wager. Then what do you wish to wager? Let it be known beforehand that we shall never consent to anything that threatens the village, Asuma Sarutobi stated solemnly. Kakashi and the others ultimately decided to negotiate with Long Ming. However, before commencing, they articulated their demands. Long Ming smiled gently, reclining in his chair as he spoke. Rest assured, the safety of the village will not be compromised. If I emerge victorious, I require the title of Jonin from the 3rd Hokage, elevating me to the rank of a Leaf Village Jonin. Remember, it is the Jonin title, not the special Jonin. Long Ming emphasized this point once more, as the distinction between Jonin and special Jonin in the Leaf Village is considerable. Special Jonin are essentially honorary Jonin. They do not necessarily possess formidable personal strength, but must excel in a particular field. Conversely, to attain the Jonin title, one must first become a Chunin, complete a requisite number of ninja missions, and be promoted by the Hokage after undergoing rigorous examinations by the senior officials of the Leaf Ninja Village. The disparity in difficulty between the two titles highlights the greater prestige of the Jonin rank. Naturally, the crux of the matter lies in the mission requirements, which specifically call for the Jonin title, hence Long Ming's particular emphasis on it. Kakashi and the others displayed expressions of confusion. Although the Jonin title symbolizes status and considerable strength, the path to becoming a Jonin is fraught with challenges. It often entails executing numerous directives and assignments from the village, including perilous missions of varying degrees. Kakashi, of course, was not foolish enough to believe that Long Ming sought to contribute to the Leaf Village. Why do you desire the Jonin title? What significance does it hold for you? Kakashi inquired, furrowing his brow. Well, I cannot divulge that information. You need only inform me whether you agree or disagree. Should you refuse, I shall be compelled to take action, Long Ming replied, his demeanor exuding confidence. Though there are 5 of you, I must admit, I do not regard you with much concern. With that, Long Ming revealed his Meijiki Sharingan, poised to act. The 5 were incensed by Long Ming's blatant threat. They were all elite members of the village and had never been so underestimated. Asuma Sarutobi brandished his unique weapon, the Hien, a blade featuring 4 small holes in the hilt designed to accommodate 4 fingers, excluding the thumb. The hilt and blade are seamlessly integrated, with a serrated inner edge. In an instant, Asuma closed the distance to Long Ming. Do not underestimate the ninjas of Konoha, Uchiha brat, Asuma declared. A cigarette clenched between his teeth. Wind release, chakra blade. Asuma infused his Hien with wind chakra, generating 2 powerful, glowing blue blades, sharp enough to slice through iron with ease. However, such close-range attacks proved futile against Long Ming. As Asuma swung the blades, Long Ming activated his infinite, the spatial barrier preventing Asuma's strikes from ever reaching him. Long Ming's Meijiki eyes began to whirl, dark chakra enveloping him as he conjured a colossal skeletal hand. Confronted by Susanoo, Asuma had no intention of foolishly engaging in a direct confrontation and decisively retreated. Thinking of escaping? Long Ming sneered, his figure flickering as he executed an instantaneous movement, appearing behind Asuma. Manipulating Susanoo, he delivered a powerful punch. Hearing the gust of wind rushing from behind, Asuma realized the gravity of the situation. Should that blow land, even if he miraculously survived, he would undoubtedly be rendered incapable of fighting. The proud azure beast of Konoha was on the scene. Just as the situation grew dire, Might Guy intervened, launching a spinning kick midair. The Konoha Gale of Might. The astonishing force and speed intercepted Susanoo's punch, allowing Asuma to escape the line of attack. As he retreated, his hands swiftly formed seals, and he puffed out his cheeks. Fire style, ash pile burning. Asuma exhaled a cloud of searing ash forward, obscuring the view ahead. With a firm bite of his teeth, he ignited the flint hidden in his molars, causing the ash-filled area to erupt in an explosion. Boom. Accompanied by a thunderous blast, a shower of debris erupted, and dense black smoke veiled everyone's sight. Was it successful? Kurenai inquired, but silence lingered within the smoke. Just as everyone presumed the assault had succeeded, Long Ming's voice emerged from within. Cough, cough, the smoke is quite intense. Must you resort to such tactics? Please, rinse your mouth next time. Long Ming waved dismissively, dispersing the surrounding black smoke. Asuma's expression darkened. His technique seemed utterly ineffective. Despite Long Ming standing still, he had not inflicted a shred of damage. At that moment, Kakashi stepped forward to halt the crowd, solemnly analyzing. Ordinary ninjutsu and taijutsu attacks are likely ineffective against him. I have already tested this. We cannot act recklessly, as it would merely waste chakra. What shall we do then? Must we truly acquiesce to his demands? Asuma replied with frustration. Kakashi's mind raced. The intricacies of Longming's techniques remained unclear, and forcing a confrontation might lead to failure. After all, the title of Jonin is merely a label. I might as well agree to buy some time. If Naruto can be taken away, everything will return to our control. With this thought, Kakashi signaled to the others to sheath their weapons. He then addressed Longming earnestly. Do not be hasty, Longming. We accept your wager. However, you must ensure that you do not interfere or forcibly seize Naruto, regardless of the choice he makes. Can you guarantee this? Longming chuckled, then retracted Susanoo, shrugging his shoulders in response. What is there to fear? I assure you, should Naruto choose to leave with you, I will not intervene. Kakashi nodded in satisfaction, a victorious smile creeping beneath his mask. In his perspective, Naruto would undoubtedly wish to return to Konoha, for it was Longming who had forcibly abducted him. Their interaction had lasted but a day, and there was no way Longming could persuade Naruto. Moreover, should the situation escalate to a point where Naruto was reluctant to leave, Kakashi had already devised a contingency plan. Kakashi pondered inwardly. Longming, your arrogance knows no bounds. Without the balance of the Nine Tails, the collective strength of Konoha's elite shinobi will surely vanquish you. Though such a strategy may lack honor, in the face of an adversary like you, I am left with no other recourse. The elite shinobi had sheathed their combative stances, prepared to witness the disappointment etched upon Longming's face once Naruto was taken. Longming remained inactive, merely closing his eyes in repose, awaiting news from the classroom next door. Chapter 31. The terrifying domination of Yamato. Meanwhile, after being ushered into the classroom, Naruto found himself confronted by a peculiar man with large eyes standing at the center. Confused, Naruto scratched his head and inquired, Excuse me, are you the instructor responsible for the graduation assessment? Yamato remained silent, swiftly approaching and seizing Naruto's arm, declaring, The graduation assessment is merely a fade. I am an Umbu ninja sent to rescue you. While Longming is occupied, we must leave at once. Without waiting for Naruto's response, Yamato began to pull him toward the window. Realizing the intent behind Yamato's actions, Naruto reacted instinctively, planting his feet firmly and forcefully breaking free from Yamato's grasp. Yamato, bewildered by this sudden defiance, exclaimed, What are you doing? This situation is perilous. Longming could come for you at any moment. Naruto shook his head resolutely, asserting, I understand your intentions, but I refuse to accompany you. I wish to remain with Longming. I have now joined the Uchiha clan. Yamato paused momentarily, his expression darkening, and with his wide eyes, he appeared particularly menacing. What did you say? You have joined the Uchiha? Startled by Yamato's abrupt shift in demeanor, Naruto quickly regained his composure and replied, Yes, indeed, and thus I shall not follow you. If there is nothing further, I shall be on my way. Cautiously, Naruto began to inch away, still wary of the ominous presence that Yamato now exuded. However, just as he took a few steps, a wooden vine, as thick as an adult's arm, suddenly thrust into the floor before him with a resounding thud, sending splinters flying in all directions. Naruto hastily retreated several paces. Yamato retracted the wooden branch extending from his arm, forming hand seals as he spoke. While I prefer amicable discourse, I do not shy away from employing fear as a means of control. It seems that this approach may be more effective with you. He continued. Even if it requires rendering you unconscious, I shall take you with me. With that, Yamato completed his hand seals, palms pressed together, proclaiming, would release, silent binding technique. Suddenly, Yamato's palm transformed into branches, extending forth to bind Naruto. Those ensnared by this technique found themselves utterly immobilized, rendered mute. Naruto desperately attempted to evade. Yet as a mere genin, how could he possibly withstand the prowess of an elite genin from the Umbu? Unsurprisingly, Naruto was thoroughly ensnared. Even his mouth entangled in the woody tendrils, allowing only muffled sounds of struggle to escape. I apologize, but you'll have to come with me for now. I'll place you in a very secure location until everything is resolved, Yamato declared, lifting Naruto and striding toward the window. In a state of panic, Naruto struggled, his gaze fixed on the classroom just beyond the wall. What should I do? I'm about to be captured. Ryumi-ai. I must find a way to notify Ryumi-ai. How can I break free from these branches? Panic surged within Naruto when suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him. If ever you encounter someone intending to harm you, call upon the nine tails within your heart. Ordinary ninjas are no match for you, understand? Ryumi's words echoed in Naruto's mind. Calming himself, Naruto immersed his consciousness in his mental realm, shouting out loud, Kurama. In the depths of his spiritual space, a fox spirit opened its crimson eyes. The nine tails raised its head, fully aware of everything Naruto felt. Humph, how disgraceful. You can't even handle such a foe? I thought you were formidable, the nine tails taunted, though its tone lacked the previous malice and brutality. No, that guy is truly powerful. His hand transformed into wood and bound me completely. I couldn't break free. Naruto fervently defended himself within the mental realm. However, the nine tails showed no inclination to listen further. It stood up, scoffing. It merely would release. He's no Hashirama Senju. What is there to fear? Surrender your body to me, and I'll deal with him. Naruto nodded, and a surge of crimson chakra enveloped his entire being. As Naruto in the real world opened his eyes, his pupils were no longer the pure blue he once possessed. They had transformed into slitted orbs reminiscent of a demon fox, with red chakra continuously emanating from him. Yamato immediately sensed the anomaly and was taken aback by Naruto's state. What is this? Has the nine tails broken its seal? Without hesitation, Yamato unleashed several more wooden vines, wrapping Naruto tightly. But in the next moment, a resounding crash echoed. Naruto's arms trembled, and all the vines shattered, wood shavings scattering in all directions, fragments littering the ground. At this moment, Naruto is enveloped in a crimson cloak of chakra, radiating an aura of immense power. Behind the red beastly garment, three tails are subtly swaying. Is this the extent of the power he can wield? Nevertheless, it should suffice to deal with an opponent of your caliber. The nine tails glanced at its own form, displaying a look of dissatisfaction. The seal within Naruto remains relatively sturdy. With the seal in place, the nine tails chakra cannot leak out excessively, allowing only three tails to manifest. Should it acquire the key, once the seal is broken, the nine tails could bestow all its strength upon Naruto, enabling him to enter the QB mode, where his power would soar to that of a Kage. Currently, the chakra cloak allows Naruto to barely reach the level of a quasi-Kage. However, the outcome of the battle ultimately hinges on the combat experience and elemental affinities of both parties. Yamato, observing the dramatic transformation in Naruto, quickly realized that the one controlling the body was the nine tails within him. For the first time, his expression turned grave as he clasped his hands together and spoke solemnly. Nine tails, return this child's body immediately, or I shall not hold back. Not hold back. The nine tails smirked mockingly, retorting, I am eager to see how you intend to do that. Do you believe yourself to be the first Hokage? With that, the nine tails launched the first attack, its chakra coalescing into a massive crimson claw that lunged fiercely at Yamato. This claw, formed purely from chakra, is remarkably agile and formidable under the nine tails' control. Yamato leaped aside just in time, and with a resounding crash, the red claw effortlessly pierced through the wall, leaving a gaping hole. Witnessing such terrifying destructive power, Yamato dared not let his guard down, continuously evading within the classroom while seeking an opportunity to counterattack. Chapter 32. The eye technique of the right eye. The fierce sounds of battle also drew the attention of Kakashi and others in the adjacent classroom. The noise required no further explanation. If Naruto truly intended to leave with the people of Konoha, such fighting would not ensue. Longming opened his eyes, glancing at Kakashi and the others with a light chuckle. It seems Naruto has no intention of departing with you. I suppose this wager is mine to win. Faced with Longming's inquiry, Kakashi and the others wore grim expressions. They had not anticipated that Naruto, who had lived in the hidden Leaf Village for 8 years, would turn traitor overnight. Just as Longming prepared to rise and join Naruto, Kurenai suddenly interjected. Wait, the situation has yet to be resolved. The wager is not fully concluded. How can you be certain that Naruto will not change his mind? If you go now, won't he that violate the agreement? You promised not to interfere with Naruto's choices. The individuals beside Asuma were equally taken aback, promptly echoing, indeed, our wager did not prohibit combat. Once the battle concludes, perhaps Naruto will reconsider his stance. Observing the blatant attempts of the Konoha ninjas to stall for time, Ryumei touched his nose, a smile breaking across his face as if struck by inspiration. He then seated himself and declared, Very well, I shall await the conclusion of this battle. With that, Ryumei closed his eyes once more. Kakashi and the others felt a surge of hope. As long as they could delay Ryumei, they could secure precious time for Yamato. Whether by carrying or binding him, the goal was simply to distance Naruto as much as possible. Time trickled by slowly. Yamato, bearing the expectations of many, did not falter under the pressure. Despite Naruto's formidable prowess, enhanced by the appearance of three tails, Yamato proved equally adept. His extensive combat experience, combined with the wood release's effectiveness against the nine tails, led him to triumph in this confrontation. The classroom lay in ruins, the floor nearly obliterated, littered with debris and shattered wood. The nine tails, controlling Naruto's body, found itself ensnared by vines sprouting from the ground, bound tightly, while towering wooden pillars with sharp spikes surrounded it, preventing any escape. Damn it, if not for the 8 trigram seal. How could I be trapped by a fool like you? The nine tails thrashed violently, the vines creaking ominously, as if they might snap at any moment. Yamato bore his own share of wounds, panting heavily as he solemnly proclaimed, "Nine tails, it is all over. Succumb to slumber." With that, Yamato extended his right hand, revealing a black character inscribed upon his palm. Hokage style, ear-listening technique, Kakuan Nitten Suishu. Yamato called out, then struck Naruto's chest with his palm, a strange radiance emanating from the point of contact. The nine tails growled lowly, feeling a heavy drowsiness seeping into its consciousness. This technique possessed formidable hypnotic properties, capable of lulling the nine tails into a deep sleep. Its hallmark was the appearance of the character at the center of the palm. This technique wielded immense power, capable of suppressing the nine tails chakra. Damn it, not again. The nine tails felt a haze descending upon its mind, its eyes gradually drooping shut. Yet, at that very moment, another chakra surged within Naruto. A shroud of black chakra enveloped the entire classroom, halting time as if a pause button had been pressed. Everything except Naruto became motionless. Yamato remained frozen, his hand poised against Naruto's chest. This was the technique Ryumei had implanted within Naruto before he entered the classroom. A manifestation of Ryumei's ocular prowess, known as KGS. It had the ability to freeze time within a certain radius, encompassing all living beings present. Typically, the ocular technique of the kaleidoscopic Sharingan requires the host to possess the Sharingan themselves for the transference of power to occur, relying on a transcription seal. However, the technique employed by Gao Yutsao possesses a remarkable trait. It can be utilized not only by the wielder, but, as demonstrated, can also be bestowed upon others. Under the premise of Dragon Ming's design, this technique will be unleashed even when the nine tails is suppressed. The Infinite and Gao Yutsao ocular techniques complement each other, enabling Dragon Ming to manipulate both space and time. Generally, Gao Yutsao can solidify time for 3 seconds, though this duration may extend or contract depending on the relative strength of the combatants. However, if any individual within this space is attacked, time will revert to its natural flow instantaneously. Witnessing the unfolding events, the Nine Tails was rendered speechless in astonishment. That individual might prove to be even more formidable than Madara in the future. The Nine Tails mused silently, seizing the precious opportunity to break free from its restraints. With a powerful fist, it struck Date in the abdomen, causing time to resume its flow. Before Date could react, he was propelled into the adjacent classroom with a thud. Bang! The waiting Kakashi and others were suddenly startled by a loud crash from behind, as a figure hurtled towards them through the dust. Faced with this unforeseen occurrence, they instinctively dodged without a second thought. Consequently, Date's head collided with their table, causing him to roll his eyes and lose consciousness. Tianzong! Kakashi exclaimed in shock upon recognizing the newcomer, rushing over to assist him. How could this be? Tianzong has actually been defeated? The incredulous expression on the face of Yuhi Kurin revealed her disbelief. As a wielder of wood release, Date was known to be the bane of the Nine Tails. This was precisely why Date had been assigned to the classroom designated for receiving Naruto, to prevent any potential rampage from him. As the dust gradually settled, Naruto's form emerged before the onlookers. However, at that moment, the tailed beast cloak enveloping Naruto had vanished, and his eyes had returned to their clear blue hue, indicating that the Nine Tails had withdrawn. Although Kakashi had already surmised the outcome, he could not help but inquire, "Naruto, do you really not wish to return to Konoha with us?" Naruto glanced at Kakashi. Though he did not yet recognize the man, he felt an inexplicable fondness for him. Thus, he replied, "Staying in Konoha feels no different from being alone. I will not return. I have found a new home, and I shall remain there." Naruto's voice, though soft, was sufficiently audible to resonate throughout the small classroom. Kakashi found this difficult to accept. He desperately wished to disregard all else and simply take Naruto away. Yet, how could Dragon Ming allow Kakashi to breach their agreement? He activated the infinite technique, positioning himself beside Naruto. The onlookers, wary of Dragon Ming's formidable prowess and his ability to manipulate the Nine Tails with his Sharingan, found their ambitions extinguished. Long Ming smiled gently, turned, and declared, "The wager has concluded. I am victorious. Inform the third Hokage that I shall soon seek the title of Jonin." With that, he confidently led Naruto out of the Ninja Academy. Chapter 33. The stance of prominent clans on Union Uchiha clan at this moment. The Uchiha clan was preparing to relocate to the heart of Konoha. As the townsfolk beheld the Uchiha's mass migration, their expressions were a mixture of joy and concern, with many covertly observing the clan members. Among these were several prominent families of Konoha, such as the Hyuga, Yamanaka, and Nara, on a grand terrace. The leaders of these clans gathered for tea while simultaneously surveying the scene below. Akimichi chose a side. Indeed, they have returned. It appears the third Hokage is momentarily at a loss on how to deal with the Uchiha. However, this is preferable. Avoiding conflict is the best course. Yamanaka Kai shook his head, lamenting, "I fear that a confrontation is inevitable. By the way, have you received any intelligence on the jutsu employed by that fellow named Long Ming?" Hyuga Hayashi spoke solemnly. The Umbu delivered a report earlier. It seems conventional ninjutsu and close combat techniques are ineffective against him. Only genjutsu or mental attacks might yield results. Among us, only Brother Kai might stand a chance. Yamanaka Kai's expression darkened. Goodness, are they trying to send me to my demise? On the battlefield, I witnessed Long Ming's astonishing speed. Before I could even complete my hand seals, his blade would be upon me. At that moment, Nara Shikaku remarked quietly, "Moreover, it is unlikely that Kai could even control Long Ming. Let us not forget that once the Uchiha activate their Sharingan, their mental prowess often surpasses that of ordinary ninja. And their mastery of genjutsu is formidable." His words served as a reminder to those present. They had been so preoccupied with devising a counter to Long Ming's abilities that they had subconsciously overlooked the fact that he had awakened the Mangeki Sharingan. Perhaps this was what they referred to as being blind to the obvious. How then shall we confront him? Shikaku's words thickened the air with tension. After a prolonged silence, Yamanaka Kai spoke softly. "Based on the intelligence we currently possess, it would be decidedly unwise to take action against the Uchiha in the next 2 or 3 years. Even if we were to reclaim the Nine Tails, I fear that Long Ming alone could inflict grievous losses upon Konoha. This internal strife was utterly meaningless and perhaps should not have occurred at all. I believe it is time to propose to the Hokage the idea of mending relations with the Uchiha clan." Yamanaka Kai was the most adept at gathering intelligence within the entire village of Konoha, and his words held absolute authority. Moreover, his demeanor suggested a growing disapproval of any plans for the annihilation of the Uchiha. The expressions of the clan leaders shifted continuously. Their apprehension towards a ninja of Long Ming's caliber, one who possessed the strength of a shadow at the tender age of 8, was palpable. The battle of last night has left a shadow in the hearts of many clan leaders, who are confident that they are not much stronger than the deceased Danzo. Moreover, the stance towards the Uchiha clan has always made it challenging for all clans to unite on the same front. They all reside within the same village, undoubtedly maintaining connections. And the bonds among the youths of their respective clans are even more profound. The Uchiha have not committed any grave offenses. It was Danzo who rashly jumped forth like a mad dog, inciting the chaos that erupted between the clans. Many clan leaders received only vague orders and intelligence yesterday, only to realize later that the Uchiha had not instigated a rebellion. It was Danzo who led the attack against them. Once again, the deceased Danzo bears the blame. How can a shattered mirror be restored? The Uchiha suffered considerable losses last night. How could they easily set aside their grievances? Rika let out a long sigh. Yamashiro Hai coughed awkwardly and then, feeling somewhat embarrassed, said, "Actually, I have an idea, but I'm uncertain whether to share it." The clan leaders responded, "You've already mentioned it. How could we not listen?" Rika glanced helplessly at his friend and said, "Hai, please, speak your mind. There are no outsiders here." Yamashiro Hai nodded and, with his hands crossed and a serious demeanor, proposed, "What if we form a marital alliance with the Uchiha?" Throughout history, this has been the most effective means of establishing alliances and maintaining peace. Wouldn't it be splendid to have this bond strengthen Konoha? He cleared his throat and continued, "Coincidentally, I happen to have a daughter who is exceptionally talented and beautiful. Though still young, we could arrange an engagement between these two children. Everyone acknowledges the prowess of Ryumi. And Yamashiro Hai's suggestion not only seeks reconciliation between Konoha and the Uchiha, but also aims to provide the Yamashiro clan with a formidable protector in the future. For a moment, all the clan leaders regarded Yamashiro High with curious expressions. However, his proposal illuminated their minds. Perhaps this could be a viable solution to mend the rift between Konoha and the Uchiha. Yet, the opportunity for this union should not be seized by Yamashiro High alone. For an 8-year-old with such potential signifies limitless growth. I say, Brother High, your idea is commendable, but you have but one daughter. The sacrifice for Konoha is indeed too great. I, on the other hand, have 2 daughters, gentle and kind, so allow me to take charge of this matrimonial arrangement, said Hyuga Hizashi, waving his sleeve grandly. That might not be prudent. If I recall correctly, your youngest daughter Hanabi is merely 3 years old, and your eldest is set to assume the responsibilities of the clan. It would be better for me to take the lead, came the retort. Nonsense. She could be considered a child bride. Although I have no daughters, the Akimichi clan boasts many female ninjas of considerable beauty. I propose that the union should rightfully belong to our clan. The banter continued, leaving Riku utterly astonished. I never anticipated that events would escalate to such a degree. After much deliberation, the assembly only decided to report this proposal to the 3rd Hokage upon the reminder from Rugio. Rugio led several clan leaders before the 3rd Hokage to convey their suggestion. At this moment, the 3rd Hokage had just received the unfortunate news regarding the failed rescue of Naruto. Listening to the discussions among the clan leaders about the potential alliance with the Uchiha, he couldn't help but reflect on the challenges of leadership. Under ordinary circumstances, he might have tolerated the situation, for he was a man who willingly relinquished the body of Niji's father for the sake of peace. However, this time, the stakes were dramatically higher, as the Jinchuriki had been taken. With such a volatile asset at stake, the 3rd Hokage found it difficult to find solace. After silently inhaling from his pipe, he spoke gravely. I am aware of your proposal, but the matter concerning Naruto is of utmost importance. I cannot accept abandoning it so swiftly. I suspect that in the coming days, Longming will approach me to confer the title of Jonin. Allow me another attempt. Rugio seemed to have an inkling, hesitatingly inquired. 3rd Hokage, do you intend to summon that esteemed individual back? The 3rd Hokage exhaled a cloud of smoke, refraining from directly answering Rugio, merely stating, should this endeavor also fail, then the decision shall rest with you regarding negotiations and alliances with the Uchiha. A few days later, following the wager at the Ninja Academy, peace seemed to have settled over Konoha, as Longming noticed a marked decrease in the presence of Umbu ninjas in his vicinity. During this period, Longming refrained from rushing to the 3rd Hokage to receive his Jonin title. Instead, he busied himself with assisting the Uchiha in their relocation, while also participating in their specialized training. Despite Longming's formidable ocular techniques, his understanding of conventional ninjutsu paled in comparison to Itachi and Fugaku. However, he gleaned considerable knowledge from the intensive training over the past few days. Today marked another day of specialized training. A multitude of Uchiha clan members gathered, each forming the hand seals for the same ninjutsu. Si Weishin, Hai, Wuyin. Fire release, great fireball technique. All inhaled deeply, channeling chakra to the back of their throats, releasing massive fireballs from their mouths. The entire training ground transformed into a sea of flames, with fireballs continuously igniting. This technique, a high-level ninjutsu created by the Uchiha clan, is widely recognized and serves as the foundational fire technique for its members. Although deemed challenging, Itachi had mastered it in a mere second, while Longming spent the better part of a day learning it, longer than Sasuke, which left him feeling somewhat disheartened. Did this mean that he lacked the talent of a great emperor? Struggling to learn a basic ninjutsu in such an extended time frame made him sigh inwardly, contemplating whether it would be wiser to simply follow a more conventional path. All right, let us conclude our ninjutsu practice for today. Everyone has worked hard these past few days, and I shall allow you to return early for rest. We shall continue with our training tomorrow, declared clan leader Fugaku, gesturing for everyone to cease their practice. Longming had just retracted his fireball jutsu and was about to return when Itachi called out to him from behind. Wait a moment, Longming. The clan leader has entrusted me with something for you. Something? Longming turned around to see Itachi approaching, carrying an enormous scroll on his back. This must be the Book of Seals, Longming said after a brief hesitation, for it was indeed unmistakable. Itachi nodded, indeed. A few days ago, the people from Konoha delivered it. The clan leader, along with several elite jonin, studied it for a few days but concluded that the forbidden techniques within are far too perilous for general practice. Thus, he asked me to bring it to you to see if you might have any need for it. The Book of Seals is deemed a forbidden tome as it contains techniques that can inflict severe harm or even death upon the user. Consequently, most individuals are unable to practice the jutsus contained within. For instance, the Shadow Clone technique, though merely a B-rank technique, is an enhanced version of the basic clone technique, utilizing a vast amount of chakra to create 1,000 clones at once. Due to the excessive chakra consumption of this technique, the second Hokage deemed it a danger for those without immense chakra reserves, as its use could jeopardize one's life. Thus, it was classified as a forbidden technique and sealed within the scroll. Only someone with Naruto's extraordinary chakra capacity would be suitable for its practice. Long Ming was certainly not capable of mastering the Shadow Clone technique. However, he was intrigued by the other techniques contained within the scroll and, considering Naruto, accepted the Book of Seals from Itachi. "I'll take this. Please thank the clan leader for me. By the way, today's special training concluded early. Remember to go back and teach your little brother about shurikens. Don't keep leaving him hanging," Long Ming said, waving his hand before vanishing from sight. Itachi stood there, chuckling softly to himself, as that was precisely his intention. "I'm back, Naru. Come out quickly and see what treasure I have brought you," Long Ming exclaimed, kicking open the door of his home and rushing inside, clutching the Book of Seals. Naruto, initially thinking it might be food, rushed out of his room excitedly, only to find Long Ming holding merely a scroll, his excitement evaporating instantly. "What is this?" Naruto asked, casting a skeptical glance at the Book of Seals. "This is the Book of Seals. Don't make that face. This is a treasure. If it were to leak out, it could incite a frenzy among the great nations," Long Ming replied, reigniting Naruto's enthusiasm as he fixed his gaze intently on the scroll. Long Ming placed the Book of Seals on the ground and unfurled it. Several immensely powerful jutsu were revealed before them. The scroll contained a total of 5 forbidden techniques: the Shadow Clone technique, the Impure World Reincarnation, the 8 Gates Release, the Explosive Tag Multiplication, and the Spirit Transformation technique. Naruto was dazzled by the array of techniques, and Long Ming pointed to the Shadow Clone technique, saying, "Just focus on mastering this jutsu. Your chakra levels are exceptionally high, and with the chakra of the Nine Tails, learning this technique should pose no challenge for you." Naruto nodded thoughtfully, then turned his serious gaze towards the page detailing the reanimation jutsu, a flicker of fervor igniting within him. This forbidden technique, birthed by the second Hokage, could be deemed the most formidable of its kind, unmatched by any other. It was precisely due to the reanimation jutsu that the Fourth Great Ninja War ensued. Should Long Ming master this technique now, he could tilt the balance of power in Konoha and the Uchiha clan dramatically. Summoning 7 or 8 shadow-level warriors could easily overpower the third Hokage. However, while the idea was enticing, reality proved to be harsher. The reanimation jutsu was classified as an S-rank technique, with an exceedingly high level of difficulty to learn. For Long Ming, who lacked the extraordinary talent of an emperor, mastering it would demand at least 6 months, if not longer. Moreover, this technique required living subjects for practice. Long Ming certainly would not use his own kin. If he were to practice on Konoha's ninjas, the third Hokage would undoubtedly come after him with fury, pipe in hand. After pondering this, Long Ming decided to abandon the thought of training in the reanimation jutsu and turned his attention to other forbidden techniques. The multi-shadow clone jutsu required an immense amount of chakra, otherwise, the practitioner could endanger themselves or even their life. The 8 Gates technique allowed one to temporarily unlock immense power by unbinding the chakra pathways in the body, achieving a strength tenfold that of the 5 Kage when all 8 gates were opened, known as the 8 Gates of Death. However, this came at a severe cost to the user's health, potentially leading to death. The Explosive Tag Multiplication technique was an S-rank infinite explosive ninjutsu wherein a single explosive tag could be used to summon countless others, triggering an unending series of explosions. If executed in an unguarded state, the caster could also become embroiled in the chaos, facing grave danger. The Spirit Transformation jutsu allowed one to become a living soul, traversing distances to kill enemies while also possessing the ability to control another's body or invade their mind. This soul form was immune to physical attacks, capable of causing mental collapse in foes or controlling allies by possessing them. After a moment of contemplation, Long Ming's eyes sparkled with inspiration. He had made his decision. He would cultivate the Explosive Tag Multiplication technique. This technique seemed most suitable for his training as it required the practitioner to swiftly affix an explosive tag to a vital point of the enemy. Following that, the technique could be activated to summon an infinite number of explosive tags, triggering an unending barrage of explosions. For Long Ming, this was exceedingly simple. His ocular technique could elevate his speed to rival that of the flying thunder god, all without the need to hurl kunai around, making it incredibly convenient. The primary drawback of this technique was its potential for self-harm due to close-range explosions. While this could be deadly for others, it posed no real threat to Long Ming. Thus, he immersed himself wholeheartedly in his training. Over the following days, the Uchiha clan was intermittently filled with the sounds of explosive detonations. At the outset, the higher echelons of Konoha were filled with trepidation. The tremendous commotion led them to believe that Ryumei had gone mad and unleashed the Nine Tails. However, upon arrival, they discovered that it was merely the explosion of a few ordinary explosive tags. The collective sigh of relief was short-lived, for the nightmare was only just beginning. Boom, boom, boom. The deafening sounds of explosions and flashes of fire erupted once more from the Uchiha clan's territory. Several Umbu ninjas monitoring the area were left stunned, their eardrums ringing, cursing under their breath. Damn it, not again. The frequency has been increasing over the past 2 days. What on earth is the Uchiha clan up to? Do they intend to dismantle Konoha? This must be at least the 100th time. I haven't slept well in days, even dreaming of explosions. It's utterly bizarre. Where do they get so many explosive tags? Within the Uchiha encampment, Ryumei stood in a deep crater, surrounded by wisps of acrid smoke. He waved his hand to disperse the noxious black fumes, surveying the crater beneath him with a sense of satisfaction. Not bad. This level of power is barely adequate, and I do not regret the expenditure of tens of thousands of explosive tags. Ryumei mused, lamenting the financial drain of such ninjutsu. The detonating tags used in this technique had to be personally prepared in advance, and Ryumei had requested the clan leader to gather nearly all the explosive tags from the Uchiha clan to facilitate his relentless practice. Itachi's figure appeared by Ryumei's side, gazing at the numerous vast craters around them and exclaiming, "Ryumei, the power of your technique is truly formidable. If unleashed unexpectedly, even a shadow-level ninja would likely meet a bitter end." For the past few days, Itachi had utilized shadow clones as targets, assisting Ryumei in honing his explosive techniques. Therefore, he was acutely aware of the technique's potential. Not necessarily. Every ninjutsu has its weaknesses. Although this technique boasts tremendous power, it can still be countered. Let us try again. All right, I will continue using shadow clones. Just as the two were immersed in their practice, a member of the Uchiha clan approached, escorting Nara Shikaku from a distance. Shikaku's expression was as calm as still water. Even while within the Uchiha territory, he maintained an air of tranquility. He had come bearing a mission from the third Hokage, representing Konoha itself. This marked the first time since the night of the massacre that Konoha had sent someone to negotiate with the Uchiha clan, to showcase Konoha's dignity and grace. Shikaku had donned a brand new ninja outfit, ensuring his beard and hair were meticulously groomed. His objective was to match the imposing presence of the Uchiha clan members and seize the initiative in the discussions. Before long, Shikaku was led to a ravaged landscape, littered with craters and charred remnants. Upon seeing the devastation, he initially thought the Uchiha clan was playing a prank on him, ready to admonish them. However, he suddenly recalled the need to embody Konoha's poise and elegance, and thus he calmly inquired, "I am here to see Ryumei. What do you mean by bringing me to this place?" The Uchiha clan member in front rolled his eyes and gestured forward with his lips. "Look for yourself." "Look for myself?" Nara Shikaku's face displayed confusion. He was a brilliant strategist from Konoha, renowned for his high intelligence, often serving as an advisor to the Hokage. Yet, what could he discern from this charred expanse of land? As Shikaku focused his gaze, he suddenly witnessed a figure soaring out from the deep pit. Uchiha Itachi? Although Itachi was no longer wearing a mask, Shikaku recognized the former Umbu member at a glance. Just as curiosity arose within him regarding Itachi's presence here, Ryumei appeared before Itachi with astonishing speed. He swiftly affixed explosive tags to Itachi's arms, waist, and legs, and a tremendous explosion instantly engulfed both Itachi and Ryumei. However, the unleashed Ryumei remained unscathed. He drew another explosive tag from the air and hurled it skyward, directing it toward Itachi. The tag began to manifest as it ascended, creating 1 from 2, 2 from 3, in an infinite cycle. Boom, boom, boom. The explosive tags detonated in rapid succession, unleashing a vast area of destruction, sending waves of searing heat and dust cascading against Shikaku's face. His meticulously groomed hair and pristine attire were instantly sullied. What on earth is happening? Shikaku's mouth gaped wide enough to accommodate several eggs, his eyes brimming with astonishment. While he had often heard strange explosions emanating from the Uchiha clan, He never anticipated it was Ryumi's doing. The thought of such ninjutsu being unleashed upon himself sent an involuntary shiver down Shikaku's spine. The explosions persisted for 2 to 3 minutes before gradually subsiding. Suddenly, a thought struck Shikaku. With such a terrifying ninjutsu, even Ryumi, despite his mysterious ocular techniques, should have sustained some injury from being so close. If he were injured, it would imply he was not immune to the harm of ninjutsu. Just as this notion crossed Shikaku's mind, Ryumi emerged from the billowing smoke, completely unscathed. Not a speck of dust adorned his form. Shikaku's expression darkened. It seemed he had underestimated the situation. Nara Shikaka? Ryumi, stepping out from the explosion, noticed Shikaki nearby and approached him. You must be Ryumi. Truly, heroes emerge from youth. It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Nara Shikaku, the head of the Nara clan. I look forward to your guidance. Shikaku quickly donned a friendly smile, extending his hand toward Ryumi. The dignity and poise he once possessed were cast aside. He merely hoped not to provoke this harbinger of doom. Ryumi regarded Shikaku's soiled hand with mild disdain, brushing it aside. Lord Shikaku, you jest. Did we not meet over a week ago? You almost eliminated our Uchiha clan leader. After all, also, next time we meet, could you perhaps take a shower first? I nearly didn't recognize you. This layer of grime is quite the tribute from you. Lugio felt somewhat embarrassed. He had initially intended to bypass the topic of the Night of Annihilation, but unexpectedly, Long Ming brought it up directly, showing no regard for his feelings. In Chapter 36, terrifying Nara Lugio, he cleared his throat a couple of times and explained. I must apologize for the events of that day. One must blame Danzo for his reckless dissemination of false information, which led both the third Hokage and us to become unwitting accomplices in his tyranny. The Shimura clan has already faced severe punishment from the third, so you need not worry. Long Ming remained expressionless. If it were another clan claiming ignorance of the circumstances, he might have believed them. However, if the esteemed third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, professed to be unaware of Danzo's intentions, then he would have wasted all those years as Hokage. Let us refrain from idle chatter. Lord Nara, what brings you here today? If there is nothing of consequence, please turn around and take your leave. Before they could exchange more than a couple of words, Long Ming issued the dismissal. Lugio's face twitched. If it were anyone else speaking to him in such a manner, he would have used the shadow strangulation technique to eliminate that scoundrel. Yet, facing Long Ming, he could only greet him with a smile and hurriedly said, There is indeed a matter. Not long ago, didn't you mention that the third Hokage would bestow upon you the title of Jonin? The procedures and formalities are nearly complete. We are merely awaiting your appearance at the Hokage office to receive your headband. Oh, so that is the matter at hand. Long Ming drawled, then looked at Lugio with a significant gaze. Had you not mentioned it, I might have almost forgotten. However, I am in no rush. Why is the third so eager? Surely, there isn't some sort of conspiracy at play? As Long Ming spoke, his eyes narrowed slightly, the kaleidoscope within them slowly rotating. His voice thundered in Lugio's heart, causing cold sweat to break out on his forehead. Under the immense pressure emanating from Long Ming, Lugio found his breath becoming erratic. After a brief silence, Lugio suddenly laughed awkwardly. How could that be? You must be mistaken. Konoha harbors no such intentions. Surely you know, the third Hokage cherishes peace above all. Long Ming's expression remained unchanged, and Lugio felt a surge of tension. He had resolved that if Long Ming revealed even a hint of murderous intent, he would immediately deploy a smoke bomb and flee with all his might. However, the next moment, the previously somber Long Ming suddenly erupted into laughter. He stepped forward, patted Lugio on the arm, and said, Haha, I was merely jesting. Look at how frightened you are. Lugio's face darkened. Do you still think yourself amusing? Long Ming continued, Rest assured. Inform the third that I shall accept the title of Jonin today. Please have him prepared. Lugio released a sigh of relief and quickly responded, In that case, we shall await your esteemed presence in the Hokage office. I have some urgent matters to attend to, so I will take my leave. Without waiting for Long Ming's reply, he performed a body flicker technique and vanished from the uncomfortable situation. After witnessing Lugio's disappearance, Long Ming also withdrew his smile and lowered his head in contemplation. It seemed that Konoha was indeed preparing to take action against him. In a flash, Itachi appeared beside Long Ming, having overheard the entirety of their conversation. Given Itachi's intellect, it was not difficult for him to deduce that this was a trap set by the third Hokage for Long Ming. Long Ming casually touched his nose and replied, I understand, I just don't know what they have prepared this time. To be honest, I am somewhat eager. There was no hint of fear or worry in Long Ming's words. Rather, there seemed to be a sense of anticipation. He was well aware of Konoha's various strengths and had mentally prepared himself to face them. Upon hearing this, Itachi furrowed his brow and could not help but advise. Why must you walk into this trap? You are currently the greatest combatant and spiritual pillar of the Uchiha clan, as well as the guardian of the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. The third Hokage and the higher-ups of Konoha are keenly anticipating your arrival, which surely means they have devised means to defeat you. Why take such a risk? If anything were to happen to you, it would incite a great conflict between the Uchiha and Konoha. Long Ming interrupted Itachi with a gesture, smiling as he said, "Thank you for your concern, Itachi, but the title of Jonin is of great importance to me. I must attain it. Moreover, even if Konoha possesses formidable strategies, I have you to assist me, do I not?" Seeing Long Ming's resolute stance, Itachi refrained from further persuasion and could only sigh, "Very well. But do take care of your safety." Long Ming nodded, and after making some preparations, he set off alone towards the Hokage's hall. Long Ming has begun his actions. Report to Lord Hokage immediately. You all remain here to monitor the situation and be vigilant regarding the Uchiha's movements. If any members of the Uchiha clan emerge, ensure they are detained until our plan is fulfilled. In the shadows, Konoha's ninjas exchanged information, having been surveilling Long Ming since his departure. This news swiftly reached the third Hokage's ears. Seated at the Hokage's desk, the third, with smoke constantly curling from his lips, took a deep drag from his pipe and exhaled a cloud of smoke. He turned to a tall figure seated in the shadows and remarked, after such a long absence, "To suddenly return and confront such an adversary is indeed a heavy burden for you." The tall figure let out a hearty laugh, responding, "No worries. I have been traveling for quite some time and have missed the village. This is a perfect opportunity for my return." The third Hokage nodded, and after a moment of silence, suddenly inquired, "Have we still not located Orochimaru?" The man in the shadows fell silent, slowly rising and stepping into the light with a sigh. "No, I have been searching for his trail, but it is as if he has vanished without a trace." This man was tall, adorned with a forehead protector inscribed with the kanji for oil. His long white hair cascaded down to his waist, and beneath his eyes lay red markings. Clad in a red coat and wooden sandals, he wore armaments reminiscent of gauntlets. This man was none other than Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin and the third Hokage's trump card against Long Ming. For 3 generations, there had been no news of Orochimaru, leaving them uncertain whether to feel joy or sorrow. Taking a deep drag from his pipe, he remarked, "Perhaps it is for the best not to have found him. Let us assume he has perished out there." Jiraiya's expression was tinged with melancholy, yet he quickly regained his composure. "The boy named Uchiha Ryum should be arriving shortly. I shall take my leave for now, speak with him, and should the need arise, I shall be ready to assist." As Jiraiya concluded, a glimmer of determination sparkled in his eyes, akin to a sword drawn from its sheath. The third Hokage surveyed his disciple with satisfaction and nodded. "Thank you for your efforts. Await my signal to act." Jiraiya nodded in agreement, and with a swift motion, he vanished into the shadows. Before long, a series of knocks echoed from the door. "Come in," the third Hokage commanded in a low tone. The door creaked open, and Ryum entered the Hokage's office with a light-hearted smile. "Third Hokage, I hope I am not late and have not intruded upon your time," Ryum remarked, glancing at the half-finished cup of tea beside him, his words laced with implication. Chapter 37. Sage Jiraiya. However, the third Hokage was no novice. This time, Ryum was on his turf, and he had made ample preparations. Taking a puff from his pipe, the third Hokage displayed no signs of alarm, casually offering an excuse. "Not at all, it's just that you arrived a bit late. The tea I prepared for you is already cooled." Internally, Ryum cursed the third Hokage's audacity, for the tea was evidently fresh from being poured for another. It was highly likely that the third had summoned someone to deal with him. Yet, faced with the Hokage's feigned ignorance, Ryum had no intention of exposing him. He simply found a seat and stated, "Third Hokage, you are undoubtedly aware of my purpose here. Please hand me the Jonin headband and the ninja registration card." Ryum wasted no time, directly requesting the Jonin headband from the third Hokage. The Hokage, unfazed, took a leisurely drag from his pipe and smiled. "Youth is often marked by impatience. I have prepared what you seek. Take a look." With that, the third Hokage unveiled a red cloth on the table, revealing a silver headband and Ryum's personal ninja registration card. The card documented Ryum's registration number, date of birth, mission count, and the date of his promotion to Jonin. With this, Ryum would officially be recognized as a true Jonin of Konohagakure. As Ryum reached out to claim the headband, the third Hokage intervened. Placing a hand to halt him, Ryum furrowed his brow, articulating slowly, "What is this? Is Konohagakure planning to deny its commitments upon defeat?" The third Hokage chuckled softly and shook his head. "Not at all. However, you must understand the significance of this headband. Once you take it, you will no longer be a member of the Uchiha clan, but a ninja solely belonging to Konohagakure. You will be required to follow the orders of the Hokage, to toil in the shadows for the peace of the village, and to risk your life for its safety. Are you prepared for this?" It felt as though he was attempting to brainwash me. I would sacrifice for none of this. Longming chuckled coldly to himself, responding nonchalantly, "Of course. I shall assist Konoha in any way within my capabilities." This assurance was decidedly vague, as the parameters of his capabilities were solely determined by Longming himself. The third Hokage, with his seasoned acumen, discerned the underlying implications in Longming's words and shifted the conversation. "Longming, let us dispense with the prevarications. Naruto must be returned to us. If you acquiesce to this condition, I shall bestow upon you the title of Jonin. You will not be beholden to the village or the Hokage's directives, and will enjoy the benefits and remuneration of a Jonin. Moreover, I have prepared a generous gift for the Uchiha clan. Your kin often struggle to control the Sharingan after awakening it, which can inflict severe harm upon their bodies. Surely, you have encountered a certain ninja in Konoha who possesses the first Hokage's cells. Should you agree, I will present the findings of my research on wood release to the Uchiha." Longming's eyes narrowed slightly. It was evident that the third Hokage, having traded the life of Niji's father for peace, was not one to shy away from employing heavy-handed tactics. Within mere moments of their discussion, he had already cast Yamato as a bargaining chip. Should the Nine Tails be subjected to further abduction or Konoha face additional threats? It would not be surprising if the third Hokage resorted to drastic measures against his own people, though the terms were undeniably tempting. Longming knew that should he surrender Naruto, the Uchiha would surely face annihilation regardless of the promises made. At that point, the first Hokage's cells would hold no value for him. Longming's words rang true, revealing the crux of the matter. The third Hokage chuckled softly, raising his hand in earnest assurance, proclaiming, "I swear, during my lifetime, I shall never lay a hand against the Uchiha, nor will I ever threaten them." Yet Longming merely shook his head, stating, "Your assurances are devoid of worth, Sarutobi Hiruzen. You can only guarantee your own actions. You cannot alter the decisions made by the other two high-ranking officials in Konoha. Once I surrender Naruto, they will commence preparations to eradicate the Uchiha, and you will stand by idly as they launch their assault. You consistently distance yourself from the grim realities, delegating the dirty work to others. You are a shrewd Hokage, yet your cunning is misapplied. Therefore, no matter what conditions you propose, Sarutobi Hiruzen, I shall reject them all." Longming's voice resonated with unwavering conviction within the Hokage's office. The third Hokage's previously amiable expression now bore a hint of discontent, as both parties found themselves at an impasse. After a prolonged silence, the third Hokage ultimately relaxed his grip. He sighed, "In that case, consider my prior statements as unspoken. You may take this Jonin headband." With that, he leaned back in his chair, appearing thoroughly defeated. Longming's eyes narrowed slightly. The third Hokage's swift capitulation stirred a sense of unease within him, as it was uncharacteristic of the man's usual demeanor. Nonetheless, emboldened by his skills, Longming reached for the headband. The moment his fingers brushed against it, numerous suppression seals erupted from the ground, entwining him with an array of threats. This talisman possesses the ability to suppress the chakra within the human body, with particularly pronounced effects on Jinchuriki. The glint in the third Hokage's eyes pierced like a blade as he commanded, "Make your move." Longming reacted swiftly. Although a portion of his chakra was restrained, he instantly activated his Sharingan. Whoosh! A fierce sound of air being sliced through resonated as a tall figure materialized in the Hokage's office, his large hand reaching out directly towards Longming's head. Within his palm lay a talisman inscribed with the character for sealing, seemingly intended to bind Longming. "Jiraiya, it is indeed you." A flash of brilliance flickered in Longming's eyes, yet he felt little astonishment. At this moment, Konoha was in a transitional era, and the number of superpowered individuals available was limited. As he gazed at the hand growing ever larger before him, Longming resolutely activated his infinite defense, encasing himself in a protective spatial barrier. Buzz! Jiraiya's hand halted mere inches from Longming, unable to advance any further. Consequently, the sealing talisman did not affix itself to Longming's forehead. Just as the intel suggested, But this sensation feels more like a near miss. Your Sharingan is indeed fascinating. Jiraiya, undeterred by his failed ambush, wore an expression of keen interest, exuding a light-hearted demeanor even amid battle. With a graceful leap, Jiraiya vaulted to the side. With his infinite defense in place, Long Ming finally had the opportunity to remove all the suppressive talismans from his body, his gaze towards the third Hokage growing increasingly cold. Had he not been prepared in advance, he might have truly fallen prey to this old man's schemes. The third Hokage disregarded Long Ming's stare and turned to Jiraiya, stating, "I shall leave this to you. I will step outside to maintain oversight." Jiraiya did not respond verbally, merely nodding slightly, his gaze fixed on Long Ming. Chapter 38. Long Ming and Jiraiya. The third Hokage's figure flickered, reappearing at the outer perimeter of the Hokage's hall, where numerous Umbu ninjas promptly gathered around him. "Lord Third, we are fully prepared. Please issue your command," the Umbu ninjas spoke in hushed tones. The third Hokage nodded silently, then pulled back his Hokage cloak to reveal a snug black combat uniform underneath. "Initiate the four purple flames formation." Upon the third Hokage's command, the surrounding Umbu ninjas dispersed, each occupying the four corners of the Hokage's hall, east, west, south, and north. They simultaneously formed hand seals, and a deep purple chakra surged from them, soaring into the sky. This created a rectangular barrier of translucent purple flames, preventing any external personnel from entering. Should anyone touch the barrier's walls, they would be scorched by the flames. This formation was enacted collaboratively by Konoha's four elite Genin, aimed at thwarting Long Ming's potential escape, considering his extraordinary speed. Long Ming gazed contemplatively at the rising purple barrier outside the window. As it stood, he was indeed unable to escape the confines of the Hokage's hall using his ability to traverse distances infinitely. Unlike Obito's phasing technique, which could penetrate barriers, Long Ming found himself restricted by the confines of this enchantment. It appeared that in order to depart, he would have to defeat you, Jiraiya. Turning his attention, he engaged in conversation with Jiraiya. Even if the third Hokage had not established the four purple flames formation, Long Ming would still have sought a way to overcome Jiraiya. For the key to the Nine-Tails seal, as recorded by Minato Namikaze, resided with him. "Oh, you know me and my name?" Jiraiya expressed surprise, as he had yet to introduce himself. "Of course, you are the legendary sage of Mount Myaboku, the handsome man who can silence crying children. Am I correct?" Long Ming smiled slightly, his familiarity with Jiraiya's lines allowing him to recite them as if performing on stage. Delighted by the remark, Jiraiya chuckled and tousled his hair. "Oh dear, being addressed in such a manner is quite embarrassing. It almost makes me consider sparing your life." Long Ming smirked. "You hardly seem embarrassed by that demeanor." "Humph. You appear quite confident in your ability to take me down. How fortuitous, for I too wish to gauge your strength as one of the legendary three ninjas." Long Ming's eyes began to whirl with the patterns of his Sharingan. Susanoo. A surge of black chakra erupted from Long Ming's being, rapidly coalescing into a formidable skeletal figure that enveloped him. Layered upon this skeletal form, Susanoo began to manifest flesh and sinew, encased in a shroud of chakra, with a pair of double-bladed weapons materializing in his hands. Each weapon wielded by Susanoo possesses its own unique properties. For instance, Itachi's Totsuka blade can ensnare foes within a dreamlike imprisonment, while Sasuke's bow, vast in size, serves as a shield against adversarial assaults, launching arrows with incredible velocity. Long Ming's double-bladed weapon, besides its sharpness, can unleash a cutting wave of chakra as an offensive maneuver. The colossal Susanoo breached the Hokage's office, causing debris to rain down from above. In the presence of Susanoo, Jiraiya's imposing figure appeared somewhat diminutive. The Leaf Village ninjas surrounding the scene watched the unfolding battle with bated breath, including Kakashi, Might Guy, and the heads of various clans. The outcome of this confrontation would determine the fate of the Uchiha clan and, indeed, of Konoha itself. A few elite ninjas of Konoha, under the four purple flames formation, engaged in anxious discussion. "Do you think Lord Jiraiya can win?" Bet Susanoo sliced Danzo in half with a single strike. How preposterous! What is Danzo compared to Lord Jiraiya? He is a true legendary ninja, capable of defeating Long Ming decisively. Humph, that Long Ming is doomed. Once Lord Jiraiya slays him, we shall proceed to the Uchiha and reclaim the Nine-Tails. Faced with Long Ming's Susanoo, Jiraiya exhibited no fear. Rather, for the first time, a thrilling smile graced his face. "Indeed, it is Susanoo. It has been far too long since I have engaged with a member of the Uchiha clan. Let us begin." With that, Jiraiya's feet struck the ground, unleashing a terrifying physical force that carved two deep craters into the earth, fissures radiating from his feet. Boom! Jiraiya's figure shot forth like a cannonball, swiftly closing the distance to Long Ming, and executed a rapid spinning kick. Long Ming stood his ground, and Jiraiya's foot landed squarely on Susanu's visage. Thud! A muffled thump echoed from Long Ming's Susanu, yet it emerged unscathed. It was Jiraiya who drew a sharp breath. Hiss! It is indeed formidable. Truly, a genuine Susanu, Jiraiya remarked with a teasing tone. Why not experience it yourself to truly understand? Long Ming's gaze flickered, commanding Susanu to deliver a swift strike. The dual-edged battle blade seemed to siphon the air around it, unleashing a cacophony of roars. Undeterred by the looming blade overhead, Jiraiya smiled, biting his finger, and quickly formed several hand seals. Summoning technique. He slammed his palm into the earth, and a colossal cloud of white smoke erupted. Long Ming's battle blade clashed against something exceptionally hard. Clang! The crisp sound of metal striking metal reverberated, and as the white smoke dissipated, a massive red toad stood in defense, wielding a shield in its left hand and a spear adorned with spikes in its right. Oh, thank you, Toadkin. Jiraiya leaped atop the red toad, which was a balanced blend of offense and defense, its size rivaling that of Long Ming's Susanu. No trouble at all. As long as you don't mind my lack of intelligence, Toadkin humbly replied. However, Long Ming had no intention of allowing them to chat amidst battle. His Susanu raised the dual-edged blade once more. Streams of black chakra coalesced upon the blade, magnifying its already formidable size. With the blade alone measuring half the height of Susanu's form, Jiraiya's smile faltered slightly. The power of this strike was of an entirely different magnitude than before. Toadkin, retreat. Jiraiya commanded with newfound seriousness. Understood. Toadkin sprang back with remarkable explosive force. Long Ming inhaled deeply, aiming at Toadkin's position, and Susanu, wielding the dual-edged blade, swung down once more. This time, the immense blade's aura sliced through the Hokage's office, cleaving the chamber in two, as the sharp, dark energy surged towards Toadkin with terrifying might. Chapter 39. The Unveiled Infinity. Jiraiya did not dare to be careless. He swiftly formed hand seals upon the body of Gamaken. Earth-style, earth flow wall. A massive earthen wall surged forth from the ground. Still not satisfied, Jiraiya conjured several more gigantic earthen barriers. The blade's aura approached in an instant, accompanied by a resounding crash. Dozens of robust earth flow walls were crushed as if they were made of paper. However, by utilizing them, Jiraiya successfully redirected the trajectory of the blade's energy. Gamaken narrowly evaded the catastrophic strike, but the residual force of the blade struck fiercely against the four purple flames formation. The violet rectangular barrier trembled violently, and a distinct gash appeared upon it. The Leaf Village ninjas surrounding the scene changed their expressions. This was merely the aftershock. Had the full force of the blade been unleashed, it was likely the four purple flames formation would not withstand the assault. The third Hokage's expression darkened as he immediately commanded, Asuma, take your team and set up another layer of the four purple flames formation outside the current one. We must not allow Ryumei to escape after breaking through the barrier. Understood. Asuma replied swiftly, leading 3 elite Jonin to the 4 corners of the formation to establish an additional layer of the 4 purple flames formation. This new formation, composed of 4 elite Jonin, appeared significantly sturdier than the first. However, within the confines of the formation, Ryumei scoffed at their efforts. If he wished to flee, even 10 layers of the 4 purple flames formation would not be able to contain him. The 6-pointed star in his left eye flickered, and he instantly materialized behind Jiraiya, poised to strike. Yet, Jiraiya had long since gathered intelligence on Ryumei's abilities and was well prepared for his limitless prowess. With his back turned to Ryumei, Jiraiya began to form seals. Suddenly, his hair grew longer, seemingly imbued with life. Ninjutsu, Lion's Mane technique. Jiraiya's hair divided into countless strands, launching backward to ensnare Ryumei's Susanoo, rendering it immobile. The once soft hair, under Jiraiya's ninjutsu, became as sturdy as adamantine, possessing formidable cutting capabilities as it relentlessly sought to sever the Susanoo. But wait, there's more. Jiraiya exclaimed with a laugh, biting his finger to form seals once more. Summoning technique, collapse of the stage. Ryumei sensed impending danger as a colossal shadow enveloped his location. Looking up, he beheld a gigantic toad descending from the heavens. With a thunderous crash, Ryumei's Susanoo was abruptly forced down to the ground under the immense pressure. Dust billowed, and countless fragments of rock were sent flying. Upon striking the 4 purple flames formation, they were instantly reduced to ash. This giant toad, adorned with 2 blades and a striking emerald hue, was named Gamabunta, a master of Mount Myaboku. although Ryumei remained unscathed within his Susanoo. The ethereal shield sustained noticeable cracks from the onslaught. Infinite teleportation, aside from the inability to traverse barriers, is also rendered unusable when under control. It necessitates the absence of obstacles and the absence of restraint. The surrounding Leaf Village ninjas continuously applauded Jiraiya's series of attacks. How impressive! That little brat stands no chance against Lord Jiraiya, they exclaimed, laughter echoing around them. Indeed, he is being utterly overwhelmed, haha. Long live Lord Jiraiya. Meanwhile, the heads of the Yamanaka and Hyuga clans wore expressions of deep contemplation. Should Ryumei truly be defeated, they would be compelled to mobilize their clans to assist in eliminating the Uchiha. For them, such internal strife was not only disheartening, but also posed a risk of casualties among their people. Deep down, they favored Yamanaka Hachi's marriage proposal. However, in the world of ninjas, might dictates authority. Should Jiraiya emerge victorious, they would have no choice but to comply with the Hokage's orders to eradicate the Uchiha. It appears your ocular technique has numerous limitations. It cannot be as grotesque as the ability to nullify ninjutsu, Jiraiya remarked, tightening his hair while analyzing the situation. Although I failed to land a hit during our initial encounter in the office, that sensation felt less like a barrier and more akin to striking the air. Based on the intelligence I have gathered, your ocular technique likely allows you to manipulate the distance between yourself and others. However, it seems that once under your control, one cannot shorten the distance. Am I correct? The surrounding ninjas displayed expressions of sudden understanding. They had been unaware of Ryumei's capabilities and often found themselves at a disadvantage during battles. Ryumei's gaze darkened slightly. In ninja confrontations, knowledge of each other's strengths and weaknesses is paramount. He had revealed too much information during his multiple encounters with the Leaf Ninjas, allowing Jiraiya to deduce his infinite abilities. Nevertheless, he had kept his right eye concealed, rarely exposing its power, and Jiraiya was likely still oblivious to its capabilities. Enough idle chatter. It is time for me to conclude this battle swiftly. I still require inspiration for my creative endeavors in the Leaf Village, Jiraiya stated with a smile. He extended his palm, concentrating high-density fire chakra into a vibrant crimson sphere. This was the fire release, Great Flame Spiral, a technique formed by infusing fire chakra into the Rasengan, boasting a power several times greater than the ordinary Rasengan. Jiraiya intended to shatter Susanu's defenses with it. Ryumei's gaze sharpened, his chakra surging forth as the left hand of Susanoo, bound and restrained, formed a black tomo resembling the pattern of the Sharingan in its palm. This was a form of long-range attack from Susanoo, known as the Yatsukahoko. It could either connect to strike a single target or disperse to attack a wide range of foes. The Magatama spun relentlessly, severing all the hair surrounding the arm. Jiraiya, noticing this, prepared to intervene. However, Long Ming had already hurled the Magatama from within his Susanoo, causing the black jewel to whirl around him, cutting through the entangled hair. It then lunged at the toad, Fukasaku, who immediately drew his twin blades, crossing them before him. Be cautious, Fukasaku, Jiraiya promptly warned. With a resounding clash, the Magatama collided with Fukasaku's blades, generating a shower of sparks from its violent rotation. Observing the situation, Long Ming seized the opportunity to release his Susanoo. The sudden loss of support left Fukasaku unsteady, causing his blades to misalign. The Magatama struck him directly, sending forth a torrent of blood that stained the ground of Konoha. Fukasaku. Jiraiya's expression darkened upon witnessing the injury inflicted upon his ally. Chapter 40. Artisan explosion as Jiraiya fretted over Fukasaku's wounds. Long Ming had already positioned himself behind Jiraiya. After evading the chaos of Fukasaku and Jiraiya's frantic maneuvers, he swiftly activated his infinite technique, teleporting to Jiraiya's rear. Do not let your guard down in battle, Lord Jiraiya, Long Ming stated, as he deftly affixed an explosive tag to Jiraiya's back with astonishing speed. Simultaneously, he retrieved another explosive tag from his pocket and hurled it into the sky, where it conjured an incessant stream of new explosive tags. With narrowed eyes, Long Ming proclaimed, "Art is an explosion." He commanded, "Activate the chain reaction of explosive tags." Jiraiya's pupils dilated, and in the next moment, boom, boom, boom. The barrage of explosive tags unleashed a relentless series of detonations, each wave more powerful than the last. The explosions intensified, enveloping the entire area of the four purple flames formation in a blinding light, obscuring all visibility amidst the towering flames and shockwaves. The first layer of the four purple flames formation began to collapse at an alarming rate, drawing in the four Umbu elite ninja stationed within, who were consumed by the explosion without even a cry for help, vanishing completely. The formation established by Asuma and his 3 elite jonin was also on the brink of failure, fissures spreading across its surface. "We must hold firm," Asuma roared, veins bulging on his forehead as he channeled his chakra into the formation, striving to stabilize it. The explosions raged on for nearly 2 minutes, each second stretching into an eternity for Asuma. Frankly, if the explosion continued for much longer, he feared he might exhaust his chakra and perish. A profound silence enveloped the surroundings as all present stood petrified, gazing at the swirling black smoke of the 4 purple flames formation. The sheer magnitude of the destruction was overwhelming, surpassing even what Rika witnessed on that fateful day in the Uchiha clan. In truth, Long Ming had not utilized an excessive number of explosive tags. The essence of an explosion lies in the rapid release of energy, manifested as a sudden expansion of air followed by an outward discharge of force. Within a confined space, the air is subjected to even greater compression due to the explosion, unable to escape, resulting in a catastrophic amplification of the explosive power of the detonating tags. As the smoke gradually dissipated, onlookers beheld the fire shadow hall reduced to ruins, with scarcely a sizable stone remaining. All had been pulverized into dust amidst the chain reactions of the explosions. And Jiraiya stood amidst the wreckage as the crowd collectively regained their senses. "It is Lord Jiraiya. He is unharmed," some exclaimed. "Are you blind? Did you not see that Lord Jiraiya is bleeding?" Others countered, "The power of those detonating tags was terrifying. Isn't Lord Jiraiya in grave danger?" Voices rose in concern, further darkening the 3rd Hokage's expression. Nearby, Nara Shikaku stepped forward to advise, "3rd Hokage, perhaps we should deactivate the 4 purple flames formation. We could assist him. If anything were to happen to Lord Jiraiya, our Leaf Village would be left vulnerable." The 3rd Hokage's countenance shifted as he understood the gravity of the situation. If Jiraiya were to perish, no one could contain Rime. Yet, after a moment's hesitation, he gritted his teeth and declared, "Wait a moment longer. Jiraiya has yet to reveal his ultimate technique. Should he summon those 2 sages, Rime is destined for defeat." A flicker of disappointment crossed Shikaku's eyes, and he chose to remain silent, retreating to the sidelines. Inside the 4 purple flames formation, Jiraiya found himself in a state of disarray, a far cry from his earlier bravado. At the last instant before the explosion, he had employed his secret defensive technique, the Needle of the Earth Deity, hardening his silver locks to envelop his entire body. Yet, it proved insufficient to withstand the full force of the detonating tags. His once flowing mane was now reduced to mere strands, with his crimson outer robe and armor vanished in the blast. His remaining garments were tattered, and his body bore numerous wounds from the explosion. As for Gamabunta and Gamakin, they had decisively chosen to terminate their summoning and return to Mount Maiboku, thus escaping the calamity. Jiraiya's expression was grave, blood continuously dripping from his palm. He had been careless, failing to anticipate that Rime possessed such formidable ninjutsu, resulting in significant injuries. At this juncture, his sole recourse was to summon Gamabunta to buy time, gather sage chakra, and invoke the 2 great sages to secure victory. With a strategy forming in his mind, Jiraiya bit his finger, preparing to summon Gamabunta, when Rime suddenly teleported before him. "You shall not use summoning techniques again." Rime swiftly delivered a kick that sent Jiraiya flying. Jiraiya raised his arms in a desperate attempt to absorb the blow, but the summoning was interrupted. Reluctantly, Jiraiya distanced himself from Rime, propelling himself into the sky with a powerful leap. However, this speed pales in comparison to the boundless might of Long Ming once unleashed. As Long Ming activated his infinite power, he swiftly closed the distance and delivered a devastating punch to Jiraiya's back, the overwhelming force driving him from the air into the ground. With a thunderous crash, debris erupted around them. Yet, when Long Ming descended and looked down, Jiraiya had inexplicably transformed into a cloud of smoke, a shadow clone. Long Ming's gaze sharpened, and as he turned, he beheld Jiraiya, hands clasped in prayer, gathering Senjutsu chakra. In his sage mode, Jiraiya possessed true super shadow level combat prowess. Not only did his offensive and defensive capabilities surge, but he could also harness natural energy to produce Senjutsu chakra, exponentially enhancing the potency of his ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu. Should Jiraiya succeed in summoning those 2 sage beings, Long Ming would surely face defeat. With narrowed eyes, Long Ming vanished once more, charging toward Jiraiya. Yet, Jiraiya, well versed in Long Ming's techniques, anticipated his every move. As Long Ming disappeared, he reflexively leaped away from his original position. Jiraiya's decades of combat experience shone through, as he evaded Long Ming's assaults through various means, maintaining his prayer pose throughout. The anxious ninjas outside held their breath, with the third Hokage watching intently, fully aware that Jiraiya was on the brink of success. Longming's gaze flickered. He once again employed his technique to close the distance, while Jiraiya prepared to leap. Sensing the delayed approach of Longming behind him, Jiraiya felt a surge of delight. His Senjutsu chakra was nearly fully gathered, and if he could evade this strike, he would enter Sage mode. At that moment, a faint smile crept across Longming's lips as he suddenly remarked, "Jiraiya, don't you wish to know the whereabouts of Orochimaru?" Jiraiya's body momentarily stiffened, and seizing this precious opportunity, Longming activated the deadly ocular technique of his right eye, the six-pointed star. K-Gus. Chapter 41. The Mightiest Jinjutsu K-10 Zanch. A surge of black chakra erupted from Longming, swiftly enveloping the surrounding space. Everywhere touched by the black chakra was instantaneously frozen, as if time had been suspended. In that moment, Jiraiya sensed an overwhelming sense of crisis. Yet, the brief hesitation had cost him the optimal moment to escape. The black chakra engulfed him entirely, and within a radius of 5 or 6 meters around Longming, time itself froze. Jiraiya remained poised mid-leap, his hands still clasped in prayer. Longming took a few steadying breaths. Although K-Gus could halt time, the range and the strength of those ensnared were directly correlated. The larger the area and the stronger the beings within it, the more chakra was required. To immobilize a ninja of Jiraiya's caliber demanded an immense expenditure of chakra. Thus, this technique could only be employed once. It was imperative that he ensured a decisive strike. The earlier tugging was a deliberate ploy to lower Jiraiya's vigilance, leading him to believe that his proximity posed no mortal threat. This was due to the fact that although K-Gus could indeed freeze time, its deployment was not as swift as one might imagine, certainly unable to match the speed of a ninja of Jiraiya's caliber. Thus, had Longming chosen to utilize K-Gus from the outset, there was a considerable risk that Jiraiya would evade it, rendering his efforts futile. Although the interval was merely a fraction of 3 seconds, it sufficed for me to execute my technique. A triumphant smile graced Longming's lips. For while he possessed the capacity to eliminate the defenseless Jiraiya, such an act would be a gross waste. Consequently, Longming had prepared an alternative stratagem well in advance. Swiftly forming a hand seal, he opened his mouth, and with a sound reminiscent of retching, a pitch-black crow emerged. Astonishingly, one of the crow's eyes bore the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. This was a preparation Longming had orchestrated prior to his arrival in Konoha. Having borrowed Shirsui's Manjiki Sharingan from Itachi, this moment was what he had awaited. He intended to utilize Shirsui's Manjiki to alter Jiraiya's will. The crow flew before Jiraiya, who, in his current state, was utterly incapable of evasion. The 3 tomo of the crow's left eye began to merge rapidly, forming a shuriken-like shape. The most potent Jinjutsu, Kodoamatsukami, was activated. Upon striking Jiraiya, K-Gus was instantaneously dispelled. Time resumed its flow, leaving the onlookers in a state of astonishment. Though the stasis lasted less than a few seconds, all present had witnessed the surreal spectacle of time being suspended. How terrifying it was that such ocular techniques could exist, capable of freezing time. What had just transpired with Lord Jiraiya? Fortunately, he appeared unharmed. My heart nearly leapt from my chest. Did I just see a crow? Or was it merely an illusion? The crowd was perplexed by Longming's reluctance to strike Jiraiya down, yet only the third Hokage seemed to grasp a potential implication, his expression darkening considerably. The black crow returned to Longming's side, its Manjiki Sharingan reverting to the 3 tomo. In the absence of Hashirama cells, the next utilization of Kodoamatsukami would likely be postponed for a decade. This formidable weapon would remain sealed for the time being. However, the cost was deemed worthwhile for Longming. Through Shirsui's eyes, had recruited a super shadow-level powerhouse for the Uchiha clan. Thus, the balance of power between Konoha and the Uchiha would instantly tilt in favor of the latter. Within the 4 purple flames formation, Jiraiya voluntarily ceased gathering Sage Chakra. At this moment, his will had been altered by Longming, transformed into a guardian of the Uchiha. Consequently, Jiraiya's perception of Longming had irrevocably changed. He no longer harbored any desire to engage in combat with him. The terrifying aspect of the Kodoamatsukami lies in the fact that the practitioner remains oblivious to their own manipulation, with everything unfolding unnoticed by Jiraiya. "Welcome to the Uchiha, Jiraiya," Longming said, extending his arm with a smile. "Thank you. I look forward to your continued support," Jiraiya replied, shaking Longming's hand. In that moment, even the most Na'vi onlookers would likely grasp what had transpired. How could it be? How could Jiraiya, of all people, engage in negotiations with that wretched creature? Longming? Why did he not eliminate him when he had the chance? A senior member of the Shimura clan stood outside the barrier, pounding his chest in agitation. If anyone in the village wished for Long Ming's demise, the Shimura clan would undoubtedly be among them, for their most promising member, Danzo, had perished at Long Ming's hands. At that moment, the third Hokage's expression was one of profound complexity. He understood that Jiraiya and Long Ming were not negotiating, but that Long Ming had employed the Genjutsu Kodo Amatsukami, with Konoha's elite forces already limited. Now they had inadvertently bestowed another upon the Uchiha, delivering a devastating blow to the village. After a long silence, the third let out a deep sigh. Asuma. Dispel the barrier. It has become futile, unable to contain those two. Third Hokage, what do you mean? Are we to let this slide? Asuma hesitated, unaware of the extraordinary nature of Kodo Amatsukami, and still clung to the hope of continuing the fight. An elder from the Shimura clan leaped forth, exclaiming, "We cannot simply let this go. That wretched creature has caused us immeasurable losses. You must provide us with an explanation today." Smack! Before the elder could finish, the third Hokage struck him, sending him crashing into a large tree until he finally came to a halt. The elder's face was left swollen and bruised. "Are you the Hokage, or am I? If you find this unsatisfactory, then step up and fight." The third retorted coldly, turning away. The elder's countenance turned a shade of iron, filled with suppressed rage, for even if he were given the courage, he would not dare confront Long Ming. The members of the Shimura clan had grown accustomed to pressuring the third Hokage, yet they had forgotten that Danzo was no longer among them. Alone, they were unqualified to challenge the third. Gritting his teeth, Asuma deactivated the four purple flames formation, causing the pale violet barrier in the sky to gradually dissipate. The four elite Genin leaped back simultaneously as the formation was broken. Long Ming smiled, his figure flickering as he appeared alongside Jiraiya before the third Hokage. Third Hokage, it is time for us to renegotiate our terms. Upon witnessing Long Ming's sudden appearance, the surrounding Genin immediately tensed, instinctively forming a protective barrier around the third Hokage. Observing Long Ming with caution. Chapter 42. Annihilation of the Konoha elite. Asuma and several other Jonin gazed at Jiraiya, who stood beside Long Ming, unable to restrain their inquiries. "Lord Jiraiya, what on earth is happening? Why do you stand with Long Ming?" one questioned. "Indeed, he is our adversary. Lord Jiraiya, has he said something to you?" In response to the barrage of questions from the Konoha ninjas, Jiraiya maintained an air of tranquility, merely offering a nonchalant reply. "It is nothing. I simply cannot partake in actions that would harm the Uchiha. My apologies, everyone." Asuma was poised to speak further, but the third Hokage raised a hand to silence him. "Do not continue. He is no longer the Jiraiya we once knew. Long Ming, speak your mind." The mood of the third Hokage was a stark contrast to the confidence he had once exuded. Now, he felt as though he had ingested something foul. Long Ming smiled slightly and then declared, "Third Hokage, you have grown too old. I believe Konoha requires a new transformation. I wish for you to relinquish the position of Hokage, allowing the head of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Fugaku, to succeed as the fifth Hokage." Preposterous. Long Ming, you have overstepped your bounds. The position of Hokage is not something a mere child like you can dictate. It is determined by the daimyo of the Land of Fire, the Jonin, in the will of the people. "You shall not manipulate Konoha," retorted Mito Gate-in, one of Konoha's two advisors, who immediately interjected. As members of Konoha's elite, they held significant power, capable of deciding the fates of others with a few words, even influencing the decisions of the Hokage. The extermination of the Uchiha clan had seen these two old men concocting many a vile scheme. Another high-ranking Konoha official, Tizumi Kamachi, also stepped forward to voice her opposition. Indeed, in all the years since the establishment of Konoha, there has never been a precedent for a family forcibly replacing the Hokage. "Your demands are unacceptable." Observing the arrogant demeanor of Tizumi Kamachi and Mito Gate-in, the third Hokage's expression darkened. "Are you not aware of the atmosphere? Idiots!" He inwardly cursed the two advisors. With Jiraiya now under the influence of the Ketsuyugen, should Long Ming go mad and seek to obliterate Konoha, they would lack the means to retaliate effectively. It was only fair to blame the third Hokage for having indulged these advisors too much in the past, granting them considerable authority, which led to their current arrogance and lack of restraint. Seeing Long Ming's enigmatic smile, the third Hokage felt a weight in his heart and hastily approached, saying, "Long Ming, they are merely jesting. We can discuss this matter." Long Ming touched his nose and chuckled. "Have you mistaken the situation? I am not seeking your consent. I am merely conveying this news." His words incited further rage in Tizumi Kamachi and Mito Gate-in. "You insolent wretch, you are exceedingly arrogant. I can assure you, this matter is impossible. Extending mercy to your Uchiha clan is already a tremendous favor. Otherwise, given your actions, we would not hesitate to eradicate the Uchiha 10 times over. The expressions of the third Hokage and the other elite ninjas turned ashen, their faces devoid of color. The smile that had once adorned Long Ming's visage faded, replaced by a frigid glare directed at the two elders. He spoke slowly. You two old geezers have regularly assisted the Akatsuki, and your shadows linger over the annihilation of the Uchiha clan. I have yet to settle the score with you, yet you present yourselves to meet your demise? The third Hokage's pupils constricted, and before he could utter a plea for mercy, Long Ming's figure abruptly materialized between Tikan Nara and Mido Minin, his hands resting upon their necks. With a thunderous crash, he forcefully drove their heads into the ground, producing 2 resounding impacts. Their skulls were instantly reduced to a gruesome pulp. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd, instinctively prompting them to intervene. Wild Lion's main jutsu. Accompanied by the sound of air being sliced, several white strands of hair ensnared the elite ninjas attempting to assist. It was Jiraiya who had initiated the attack. Despite the fact that Long Ming's explosive tags had left him with but a few strands of hair, they were still useful when extended. As Long Ming pressed down on the 2 advisors, he remarked, I have long grown weary of you so-called Konoha elites. Your treatment of Naruto and your handling of the Uchiha. Every decision bears your fingerprints. Power has surely eroded your integrity. As former guards of the second Hokage, to be unable to evade a single strike from me is truly disgraceful. The once arrogant duo now found themselves in an exceedingly precarious state, struggling in vain as their heads gradually contorted within Long Ming's grasp. The lofty dignitaries of Konoha could no longer maintain their composure, shouting in unison, Wait, wait. Our previous demeanor was inappropriate. We apologize. Let us discuss this matter further. Please release us. Unmoved, Long Ming coolly replied, No worries. Just be more cautious in your next life. With that, he swiftly snapped the necks of the 2 advisors. Thus, the orchestrators of the Uchiha clan massacre had been nearly purged by Long Ming, leaving only Saratobi Hiruzen, the Hokage. Fury blazed in the eyes of some onlookers. For Long Ming had brazenly executed 2 high-ranking advisors before them. Meanwhile, others, such as the clan leaders of the Hyuga and Nara families, appeared contemplative. The ascendancy of the Uchiha was now faded. Why oppose them? As long as the Uchiha governed Konoha without suppressing the prominent clans, the identity of the leader became secondary. Moreover, the Uchiha Fugaku, whom Long Ming had endorsed, was neither a tyrant nor cruel. He was known for his calm demeanor and composure, and possessed both the strength and prestige to qualify for the position of Hokage. Long Ming rose, shaking the blood from his hands, and addressed the third Hokage. I hope that before your resignation, you make one final correct decision. Surely, you do not wish to see Konoha awash in blood. The third Hokage's face was etched with bitterness, yet some of his loyal ninjas stepped forward, declaring, Third Hokage, let us fight alongside you. You are the strongest Hokage, and we cannot simply yield. Long Ming had just emerged from a fierce battle with Jiraiya, and both had nearly exhausted their chakra reserves. If we join forces, perhaps we still have a chance, one of the Umbu members urged. Indeed, the Umbu will forever be loyal to you. We are still many. Please give us your command. With a calm demeanor, Long Ming observed the Umbu members who had rallied around him. He retrieved a scroll and hurled it into the sky. The scroll erupted in a dazzling display of flames. Suddenly, the air was filled with the sound of countless shurikens slicing through the atmosphere as numerous ninjas encircled them. Each wore vests resembling fiery fans, the emblematic attire of the Uchiha clan. Chapter 43. A change in Konoha. The third's resignation. The Uchiha clan had nearly all mobilized. Uchiha Fugaku, Itachi, Uchiha Toka, Uchiha Tao, and even Naruto rushed to the battlefield. They formed a circle, completely surrounding the ninjas of Konoha. The Konoha ninjas appeared somewhat flustered, standing back to back, anxiously confronting the Uchiha. Long Ming extended his hand towards Jiraiya, gently saying, Jiraiya, please hand me the key to the Nine-Tails seal. Without hesitation, Jiraiya bit his fingertip and swiftly performed several hand seals. Summoning technique, he exclaimed, opening his mouth to release a small orange toad adorned with blue-green patterns. Known as the Scroll Toad, this creature served as the key to unlock Naruto's sealed Nine-Tails power. Seizing the toad, Long Ming vanished and reappeared beside Naruto. Naruto, open your mouth, he said with a light chuckle. Naruto paused for a moment before inquiring, what do you mean by open my mouth? Before he could finish, Long Ming seized the opportunity and thrust the Scroll Toad into Naruto's mouth. Though the process was somewhat difficult to watch, it was over swiftly. Naruto felt a wave of nausea wash over him, and collapsed to the ground, retching. Long Ming, why did you suddenly feed me a toad? That's so disgusting. At least you could have cooked it first. This is highly unsanitary. I can still feel it moving in my stomach. Long Ming rolled his eyes. If I had cooked it, you would never break the nine-tailed seal in your lifetime. The nine-tailed seal? Naruto exclaimed, momentarily taken aback as he contemplated his body. Closing his eyes, he attuned himself to the changes within. After a brief moment, golden flames enveloped him, his hair spiked upwards, and a black tomo appeared at his collar. A cloak of chakra materialized around him. In that instant, Naruto entered the Kurama mode. In comparison to the original timeline of the Hokage series, this moment had arrived at least 4 to 5 years earlier. At present, Naruto's strength has surged to a level comparable to that of a Kage. The reason he has yet to reach the realm of surpassing Kage lies in his inability to master his most formidable jutsu, the Rasengan. Those familiar with Naruto's saga understand that the potency of his combat capabilities is directly correlated with the size and color of the Rasengan he forms. Techniques such as the Utama Rasengan, F-Ton, Rasen Shuriken, and others like the spiraling sphere and planetary Rasengan all hinge upon his proficiency in this art. Without the ability to create Rasengan, Naruto cannot fully unleash his ultimate power, thus relying on the tailed beast bombs for strength. Nonetheless, this state is sufficient to instill fear in those beneath him. The might of the Nine Tails, he has managed to harness its power, which is terrifying. We cannot hope to win against this. Uchiha Fugaku, the Nine Tails, Uchiha Itachi, Jiraiya, and Uchiha Ryum, each of these 5 possesses strength at the Kage level. How could this be? The members of the Umbu bore grim expressions, and the third Hokage appeared ashen. Ryum had already orchestrated everything. Today, Konoha was on the brink of transformation. As Ryum stepped forward, a black Susanoo enveloped him, a colossal skeleton standing majestically upon the earth. Third Hokage, reveal your decision to me. Will it be battle or abdication? His voice resonated powerfully, echoing in every ear present. Sarutobi Hiruzen remained silent for a long while. Finally, he sighed, you have triumphed, Ryum. I am willing to relinquish the position of Hokage to Fugaku as the 5th Hokage. Upon uttering these words, Hiruzen appeared significantly aged. He certainly could have chosen to confront Ryum, yet such a course would yield nothing but destruction, erasing Konoha from the annals of history. He cherished the village as he would his own life and would not allow such a fate to befall it. The nearby Umbu ninjas exchanged glances, ultimately choosing to remain silent. As for the clan leaders, they appeared pensive, their gazes shifting between Fugaku and Ryum. For them, as long as conflict was averted, it would be a favorable outcome. Their next consideration would be how to earn the trust and favor of the new Hokage. It was clear to any astute observer that Fugaku was merely a transitional figure. The position of Hokage would inevitably fall to Ryum in the future. Thus, the notion of forging alliances through marriage to win over Ryum began to flicker in the minds of several clan leaders. We have one. Our clan leader is now the 5th Hokage. Victory! Long live Lord Ryum. The Uchiha clan erupted in cheers, relieved to escape their previous plight of marginalization and suspicion by the higher-ups of Konoha. Within mere weeks, they had transformed into the new power brokers of Konoha, now the most formidable clan within its walls. All of this stemmed from Ryum, a prodigious talent who awakened his Sharingan at the tender age of 8. It is certain that the events of today will be etched into the annals of history. Longming also retracted his Susanoo. Although he desired to eliminate all the high-ranking officials of Konoha, he realized that Hiruzen Tsurutobi, being the Hokage, was different from the despised officials like Danzo. There remained numerous villagers and ninjas who held Hiruzen Tsurutobi in high regard. To forcibly assassinate the 3rd Hokage would undoubtedly provoke a significant backlash within the village, which is why Longming refrained from taking action. Itachi's expression was filled with deep emotion. He recognized Longming's extraordinary capabilities but did not anticipate that he would achieve this milestone so swiftly. When Longming initially spoke of seeking a formidable ally for the Uchiha clan, Itachi had harbored doubts, but witnessing Jiraiya now left him in disbelief. I can hardly fathom how you managed to control the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya, with Kodoame Tsukumi, Itachi remarked. Glancing at Jiraiya behind him, Longming smiled faintly at Itachi and handed him the crow he held, saying, this is largely thanks to Shursui. The process itself is inconsequential. You have honored Shursui's trust by utilizing his eyes to safeguard the Uchiha's glory. Itachi intended to accept the crow but seemed to recall something, withdrawing his outstretched hand. No, it is yours. It has fulfilled its mission. Kodoame Tsukumi has an extensive cooldown of several decades with each use, and I have no further need for it. Consider it a keepsake. Unaware that Hashirama's cells could reduce the cooldown time of Kotoame Tsukumi, Itachi offered to gift it to Longming. "Well then, I shall graciously accept it, as I may find it useful," Longming replied without hesitation, taking Shirsue's eye, intending to study Hashirama's cells at a later time. Following Hiruzen Sarutobi's announcement of his abdication, the subsequent procedures involved transferring the Hokage hat, informing the daimyo of the Fire Country, and making a public declaration before the entire village, which collectively would take approximately 10 days to 2 weeks. Moreover, with the aftermath of Longming's battle with Jiraiya having reduced the Hokage's office to ruins, it would likely take around a month for Fugaku to officially assume the role of Hokage. Chapter 44. Out for training as the sun ascended from the east. Casting its light upon the lands of Konoha, several members of the Uchiha clan were engaged in rigorous training amidst the dense forest. Suddenly, one individual struck a nearby tree with a powerful punch, causing countless leaves to cascade to the ground. A flurry of black kunai shot forth from below, piercing through the falling leaves and embedding themselves into a distant tree. A young boy, remarkably agile, wielded his Manjiki Sharingan, adorned in a black robe emblazoned with a fiery fan, as kunai continuously flew from his hands. In the end, every leaf was pierced before it could touch the ground. This young prodigy was Longming. He surveyed the kunai lodged around him, a satisfied smile gracing his face. With the insight bestowed by the Manjiki, striking the falling leaves proved to be a simple task. However, on the battlefield, adaptability would require considerable intellect. As Longming pondered these thoughts, he began to stretch his limbs. More than half a month has elapsed since the conclusion of the great battle. During this period, the village has been diligently engaged in the construction of the Hokage Hall and the various matters concerning Fugaku's succession. The ordinary villagers remain oblivious to this news for the time being, yet it is already spread among the majority of ninjas, although some are reluctant to accept such developments. The principle of the majority prevailing over the minority, and the weak yielding to the strong, remains inescapable. They find themselves powerless to effect any change. As for Ryumei, he has been devoted to rigorous training during this time. His various ocular techniques have been nearly fully revealed. Relying solely on these few abilities would undoubtedly prove insufficient in combat. Thus, Ryumei has focused on honing other fundamental ninjutsu, such as the widely practiced fire style of Konoha, along with the essential shadow clone technique and shuriken techniques. Wow, Brother Ming, your proficiency with shuriken is astounding. Why is it that I can never seem to master it? A voice interjected. It was Naruto. In jest, Ryumei had once suggested that since he helped Naruto control the power of the Nine Tails, Naruto should acknowledge him as an elder brother, a notion that Naruto took quite seriously. Ryumei chuckled inwardly, possessing the Manjiki Sharingan. He could almost predict the trajectory of falling leaves, making the learning of shuriken techniques remarkably efficient. You possess other talents. Perhaps you should study the Rasengan with Jiraiya. How is your progress? Upon hearing Ryumei's inquiry, Naruto's expression immediately drooped, and he lamented, "Don't even mention it. That lecherous guy teaches me a few words, and then leaves me to practice on my own while he sneaks off to peep. My progress is painfully slow." Ryumei couldn't help but laugh. Although he had used Kotoame Tsukumi to alter Jiraiya's will, the man's nature remained unchanged. Next time, you might try creating a shadow clone to assist you in forming the Rasengan. It could facilitate your training. Naruto paused for a moment, contemplating the suggestion, before his face lit up with unrestrained joy. "Brother Ming, you are truly a genius." He embraced Ryumei tightly before dashing off to continue his practice. Ryumei rubbed his nose, acknowledging that this method was indeed a revelation from Naruto himself. He had essentially borrowed a flower to offer to Buddha. "Ryumei, you are mastering this swiftly. It seems your Manjiki is even more formidable than I anticipated," Itachi remarked as he approached. Naturally, when it came to practicing with shuriken or kunai, seeking the guidance of Master Itachi was essential. Ryumei had specifically requested Itachi's assistance in his training, and Itachi was more than willing, bringing along his younger brother Sasuke to join in the training for over a week. Sasuke tugged at Itachi's sleeve, puffing up his cheeks as he inquired, "Ni-san, why haven't I awakened my Sharingan yet? If I did, I could be as powerful as Ryumei, right?" Itachi felt a twinge of concern. He feared that even if Sasuke awakened his Sharingan, he would still be overshadowed by the current prodigy. Moreover, the Sharingan did not simply awaken at will. It required intense emotional stimuli, and Itachi was not particularly eager for Sasuke to experience that arduous process, as it was far from a pleasant one. Longming gazed at Sasuke, pondering for a moment. Sasuke, as the reincarnation of Indra, was destined for greatness. However, due to Longming's alteration of the fateful night of the Uchiha massacre, Sasuke's growth had been rather sluggish. In the future, he was meant to elevate the Uchiha clan to become the most formidable family in the ninja world. Thus, his strength was absolutely indispensable. Itachi, in a couple of days, I plan to take Sasuke out for some training and find him a mentor. What do you think? Longming raised his head and spoke. A mentor? Training? Itachi and Sasuke echoed in unison. Longming nodded. The situation in Konoha had stabilized significantly. The Uchiha clan firmly held the reins of power in the village, and several key figures within the higher echelons had been purged by Longming. The crisis had been averted, and the title of Jonin had been secured. Therefore, Longming's next step was to venture to the Sound Village, where he intended to seek out the contemporary scientist, Orochimaru. Will the training take us far away? Can I still return to see my brother? Sasuke appeared somewhat reluctant, as he had yet to graduate and had never left the village. Ah, well, that's not possible. It would take at least a month to come back, Longming replied, scratching his nose. It seemed that Sasuke had developed a strong attachment to his brother, showing little interest in becoming stronger. Upon hearing this, Sasuke turned his head defiantly and declared, "Then I won't go. I can just have my brother teach me. If that doesn't work, you can be my teacher, Longming. You're quite formidable too." Longming cleared his throat. In the original narrative, being a teacher to Sasuke was a perilous endeavor. Just look at Orochimaru, who meticulously mentored Sasuke for 2 years, only to be met with betrayal. Kakashi also reaped no rewards. Shortly after teaching the Chidori, his pupil became a rogue ninja. Of course, Longming's primary concern was not these risks. Rather, he genuinely felt he had little to impart to Sasuke. His combat prowess largely stemmed from his unique abilities, and the ninjutsu he knew was scant. It would be absurd to offer Sasuke his own eyes. In contrast, Orochimaru was a master of many arts, be it cursed seals, swordsmanship, ninjutsu, forbidden techniques, sealing arts, or summoning techniques. There was nothing he could not accomplish. In the present day, he was undoubtedly a versatile talent, making him an ideal mentor for Sasuke. Sasuke, the mentor I have found for you is extraordinary. He excels in various ninjutsu and dedicates his life to scientific research. He does not rely on family connections or verbal debates, but rather has forged his own path. Remarkably, he is passionate about philanthropy, often taking in abandoned children from the ninja world and nurturing them. He is a person of high moral caliber, a great scientist. If you could become his disciple, your training would progress by leaps and bounds, surely earning the admiration of your brother and father. Are you truly not willing to come with me? Longming's voice was laced with persuasion. Chapter 45. Discussing the alliance through marriage. Sasuke turned his head, filled with skepticism as he inquired, "Is everything you say truly factual?" Longming promptly patted his chest and declared, "Absolutely true. If any part of it is false, may I be struck down by thunder." Sasuke felt a flicker of hope. What he yearned for most was his brother's acknowledgement. Itachi, a prodigy within their clan, was the pinnacle he aspired to reach. Gaining Itachi's recognition was now Sasuke's greatest motivation to grow stronger. "Well, if that's the case, I will accompany you, but we must return swiftly," Sasuke stated earnestly, releasing Itachi. "Of course, once our business is concluded, we shall return," Longming assured him, stifling a secret chuckle. Upon arriving at the Sound-Hidden village, Itachi contemplated for a moment. As an elder brother, he naturally wished for his younger sibling to become stronger, perhaps even surpass him. Though Sasuke was somewhat premature in his journey, with Longming by his side, danger was unlikely. Itachi affectionately ruffled Sasuke's hair and addressed Longming. "Since Sasuke has agreed, I entrust you with his care. When do you intend to depart?" Longming pondered briefly. "The sooner, the better. I wish to set off by tomorrow. Before we leave, I will take Sasuke to bid farewell to the clan leader." Longming was already eager to reach the second destination on his journey. The group quickly tidied up their surroundings, and then Longming led Sasuke directly to the newly constructed Hokage Hall. The hall was largely completed, and Sarutobi Hiruzen had transferred most of the Hokage's authority to Uchiha Fugaku. Consequently, all village affairs, task assignments, and political diplomacy were now managed by Fugaku. Within the clan, Uchiha Itachi served as the intermediary for clan matters, holding the position of captain of the Konoha police force. The Akatsuki organization had been entirely disbanded, with its members absorbed into the Umbu. The Hokage's assistance continued to be provided by Nara Shikaku, the most astute individual in the village. Naturally, a faction of the higher-ups within the village voiced their discontent regarding Fugaku's succession, and he had yet to gain unanimous support. It was also rumored that the daimyo of the Land of Fire faced considerable obstacles. These issues could only be resolved gradually over time. The most arduous period had passed, and Long Ming believed that as long as they pressed onward, a brighter future awaited. His journey to the Sound-Hidden Village was also aimed at enhancing his strength and enticing Orochimaru to join the Uchiha clan. Inside the Hokage Hall, Hyuga Hayashi was escorting Hinata towards the Hokage's office. Hayashi's expression was grave, while Hinata appeared somewhat dejected. Noticing her distracted demeanor, Hayashi spoke sternly, "Lift your head. Do not display such an expression. It would bring disgrace to the Hyuga clan. When we meet the fifth Hokage, you must perform admirably and ensure that we secure an opportunity for an alliance through marriage." Hinata lowered her head even further, responding in a barely audible voice, Hyuga Hayashi furrowed his brow, halting to reprimand, "In this state, do you still resemble a member of the Hyuga clan? It was indeed the right choice to allow your sister to inherit the clan. The main house does not require individuals devoid of potential like you. Your sole value now lies in successfully arranging a marriage that will strengthen our ties with the Uchiha clan. Do not disappoint me any further." Hayashi's stern admonition made Hinata tremble slightly. At this moment, Hinata was enduring the cold neglect from Hayashi. Her displayed talents and potential paled in comparison to those of her younger sister, Hanabi, leading Hayashi to consider Hanabi as the rightful heir to protect the clan. Consequently, the eldest daughter, Hinata, had become Hayashi's primary choice regarding the marriage arrangement. As Hayashi chastised Hinata, Yumeka and Noichi unexpectedly appeared, greeting them with familiarity. "Isn't this Lord Hayashi? What brings you here?" Hayashi concealed his stern demeanor, responding with a smile. Inoichi, it's nothing much. I merely brought my daughter to meet the fifth Hokage and to discuss a few matters." Inoichi glanced at Hinata, then awkwardly said, "Ahem, what a coincidence. I too brought my daughter to confer with the fifth Hokage." He stepped aside, revealing his daughter, Ino, standing behind him. Both clan heads understood that they were there to discuss marriage arrangements. At this juncture, the Uchiha clan held significant power, and an alliance through marriage would greatly benefit their own families. With Dragon Ming being a formidable force on the battlefield, this union could be deemed an unmitigated gain for both clans. It was not only one family contemplating this, but the arrangement had transformed into a silent battle among the various clans. However, both clan leaders were not ordinary individuals. They held great confidence in their daughters' appearances and thus proceeded into the Hokage's office together. At that moment, Fugaku was seated at the Hokage's desk, attending to various affairs. With a knock at the door, Hayashi and Inoichi entered the Hokage's office. Upon seeing the two prominent clan heads of Konoha accompanied by two young ladies, Fugaku paused his writing, perplexed. "Inoichi, Hayashi, what brings you both here?" They cleared their throats, and Inoichi, seizing the opportunity, spoke first. "Hokage, I have a joyful matter to discuss with you today. This is my daughter, Ino. I believe you have met her before." Fugaku glanced at the graceful Ino, nodding slightly. "Indeed, I remember. It was a few years ago, wasn't it? I never expected she would grow into such a fine young lady. She will surely become an exceptional kunoichi." Ino blushed at Fugaku's compliment, displaying a bashful expression. Inoichi smiled and asked, "Hokage, what do you think of my daughter?" Fugaku paused momentarily, then scrutinized Ino once more, remarking, "She seems quite lovely. She will undoubtedly blossom into a stunning beauty in the future. How about arranging an engagement between my daughter and the esteemed Ryumiai? What are your thoughts, Lord Hokage?" Yamashiro Hachi revealed a hopeful expression. "Engagement?" A mixture of astonishment and peculiarity crossed Fugaku's face, and he rubbed his forehead as he said, "Hachi, as far as I know, your daughter is also merely 8 years old, just like Ryumiai. Isn't that a tad premature?" Fugaku did not continue, but Yamashiro Hachi understood his implication. He hurriedly clarified, "An engagement is simply that, an engagement. The children will inevitably grow up. By initiating an engagement now, we can nurture their bond, and when the time comes, we shall celebrate their wedding." Fugaku furrowed his brow and turned to Hinata Hayashi, hesitatingly inquiring, "Hayashi, are you in agreement?" Hinata Hayashi remained silent, merely pushing Hinata forward. Chapter 46. When did you two become blind? Observing Hayashi's demeanor, Fugaku realized that their intentions aligned with Yamashiro Hachi's. He sighed with a wry smile, "Gentlemen, this proposal is rather sudden. I cannot presume to decide for Ryumiai. Perhaps I should summon him to inquire about his opinion?" Both Hinata Hayashi and Yamashiro Hachi nodded in assent. Just as Fugaku was about to send for Ryumiai, the door of the Hokage's office was kicked open by Ryumiai. accompanied by Sasuke. "Chief, I need to speak with you." Ryumi's nonchalant voice echoed from the doorway. "Well, what a lively gathering. The heads of the Yamashiro and Hinata clans are here, and Hinata, you're present as well. What is everyone up to?" "After a morning of shuriken practice. I'm parched. Where's the water?" Ryumi swaggered into the office, setting Sasuke down, and immediately seized a glass of iced tea from Fugaku's desk, quenching his thirst with fervor. Upon seeing Ryumi, Fugaku's expression softened, and he briefly explained, "Ryumi, you've arrived just in time. I was about to send for you. The Yamashiro and Hinata families are considering marrying their daughters to you, and I wanted to hear your thoughts." Ryumi, mid-sip, sputtered tea all over Fugaku's face. "Marry me? Both of them? Hinata and Ino?" He stood frozen, momentarily forgetting to wipe the tea from Fugaku's face. How presumptuous. Fugaku's face darkened. And after retrieving a towel to clean his face, he added, "Of course, you can only choose one. However, this depends on your feelings. If you believe it is too soon, I shall not compel you." Ryumi cleared his throat, having initially thought he could have both. He then turned to Hinata and Ino. Noticing that Ino's gaze was entirely fixed on Sasuke, while Hinata had lowered her head, looking somewhat disheartened, Ryumi rubbed his nose. Realizing that their thoughts were not centered on him, it would be inappropriate to force either girl into such a situation. "I believe it is essential to consider their feelings as well. If Hinata and Ino are unwilling, it would be best not to insist." As Longming's words settled, Hinata Hyuga stepped forward to respond. "Longming, you are overthinking it. I have already consulted my daughter, and she is quite content with the marriage I have arranged for her. Isn't that right, Hinata?" Hinata cast her gaze downward, quietly nodding in agreement. Beside them, Yamashiro Haichi interjected, "The same applies on my end. After all, you are still classmates. Ino holds a favorable impression of you. Does she not, Ino?" Ino casually acknowledged, her attention fixated on Sasuke. Longming's lips twitched in disbelief. When did these two fathers become so blind that they failed to notice their daughter's unmistakable reluctance? One father disregarded his daughter, while the other lacked the ability to communicate with her, truly a perplexing situation. However, Longming was hesitant to outright refuse these two clan leaders, as the Uchiha clan would undoubtedly require their assistance in the future. "Ahem, it is not that I am unwilling, rather, I believe that matters of marriage require considerable time for me to make a decision between the two of them. Unfortunately, I must take my leave from you, esteemed clan leaders, as I am about to embark on a journey with Sasuke for training. Consequently, I will be absent from the village for an extended period. Perhaps we can revisit this matter at a later time?" Longming was not lying, as he genuinely intended to take Sasuke with him. With the passage of time, by the time he returned from the Hidden Sound village, he trusted that these two clan leaders would have calmed down. He had hoped this would dissuade them. But to his surprise, Hinata's father and Haichi seemed even more invigorated. "This presents a perfect opportunity. Why wait until your return? Simply take my daughter along for training. It would be an excellent chance for you to cultivate your relationship with Hinata," declared Hinata's father. "What Lord Hayashi suggests aligns with my thoughts as well. Bring my daughter along, and you can form a small team. You mentioned needing to choose between them, and now you have the perfect opportunity to do so at your leisure." Longming's expression darkened as he shot a desperate glance at Fugaku. Fugaku met Longming's gaze but chose to ignore it, turning to say, "This is an excellent idea. I will speak on behalf of Longming and agree to this arrangement. Let the four of them form a small team and venture out for training under Longming's guidance. You both should return home with your daughters and prepare accordingly." "Thank you, Lord Hokage." Hayashi and Haichi bowed simultaneously before retreating with their daughters. Longming slumped into a chair, exclaiming in exasperation, "Clan leader, is this your way of retaliating for my earlier words?" Fugaku chuckled softly, pouring tea for Longming. "How could that be? Besides, you just stated your willingness. Did you not? This is not coercion on my part. I simply wish to avoid offending these two clans at such a pivotal moment as your ascension to Hokage. Especially since you will be away for a time. You will need their support when the time comes." Longming took a sip of the tea offered by Fugaku. Fugaku clasped his hands and pondered, "Indeed, the village is ultimately composed of clans. The reason I just agreed to their proposal was in hopes that you would select one of those two girls to marry. Both the Yamashiro and Hyuga clans are formidable families within Konoha, and the Uchiha clan greatly requires their support. A union could significantly fortify our relationship. I believe they share my sentiments as well. However, esteemed clan leader, did you not notice that those two girls appeared rather reluctant? A forceful union seldom bears sweetness." Longming rubbed his nose. "Though a coerced fruit may lack sweetness, it certainly quenches thirst." Fugaku replied earnestly, feelings can be nurtured over time. I am not suggesting you make a choice immediately. This outing is merely an opportunity for experience. Perhaps, as you interact with these two girls, you might find yourself developing affections for one of them. Long Ming felt a twinge of embarrassment. Should something truly transpire, either Naruto or Sai would inevitably remain single. He waved his hand dismissively. Very well, let us bring them along. However, the activity funds you allocate must be doubled. Otherwise, I cannot afford to support 3 individuals. I do not require much. A mere 1 million ryo will suffice. Cough, cough, cough. Fugaku repeatedly coughed, unable to restrain himself. You are being quite audacious. Have you forgotten how many explosive tags you requisitioned from me recently, nearly depleting the Uchiha treasury? And now you request another million ryo? In the world of Naruto, currency is calculated in ryo, though there are also paper notes and coins. Kishimoto once noted the purchasing power of currency in the ninja world. 1 ryo equals 10 yen. Thus, your request for 1 million ryo equates to 10 million yen, which translates to approximately 600,000 renminbi in purchasing power. Chapter 47. High-ranking Mission. Long Ming cleared his throat twice and explained, feeding 4 individuals is quite a burden for me. Moreover, I have risked my life for the clan. A mere 1 million ryo? Esteemed clan leader, you wouldn't intend to deny me, would you? Fugaku's expression grew peculiar. Are you expecting to dine on gold? Long Ming. It is not that I do not wish to assist you, but much of the village's funds have recently been allocated towards renovating the Hokage Hall. Additionally, some funds are designated for task rewards, which cannot be touched. I can muster a maximum of 300,000 ryo for you. Fugaku raised 3 fingers, and Long Ming's face immediately fell. That amount would scarcely suffice for a few explosive tags. Long Ming forced a smile. Surely, esteemed clan leader, this Hokage position you hold is rather meager. Is there no alternative? It is not that I do not wish to provide for you. There are reasons for this. Fugaku awkwardly chuckled before lowering his head in contemplation for a moment. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration lit up his face. There is indeed a solution. But it requires that you undertake a task for the village during this outing. A task? What kind of task? Fugaku began to rummage through a nearby scroll and subsequently handed one inscribed with characters to Rimi, stating, it is a B-rank mission, with a reward of 700,000 ryo. This matter is, in fact, related to my succession as Hokage. Ryumi accepted the B-rank mission scroll. Typically, the remuneration for ninjas is largely acquired through undertaking missions. The C-rank missions are often trivial tasks added at personal request, with rewards generally ranging between 500 to 10,000 ryo. The B-rank missions pertain to individual assignments, also based on personal requests, offering rewards between 10,000 to 50,000 ryo. A-rank missions are related to personal tasks with rewards between 50,000 to 150,000 ryo, often involving the protection of individuals, including adversarial ninjas, chunin, and below. The S-rank missions concern tasks involving national or village movements, with rewards ranging from 150,000 to 1 million ryo, such as guarding significant figures or combating ninja forces. S-rank missions encompass state-level confidential matters exceeding 1 million ryo, such as assassinating important figures or stealing classified documents. Ryumi opened the mission details and began to scrutinize them, while Fugaku elaborated. The daimyo of the Land of Fire is quite dissatisfied with my succession as Hokage. I have heard that they have been making various moves, recruiting wandering ninjas and ronin. Furthermore, they have severed part of our financial support, which is why I can only provide you with 300,000 ryo. This mission entails traveling to the daimyo's estate in the Land of Fire to negotiate and restore amicable relations with the lords. Ryumi furrowed his brow upon reading the scroll. The daimyo, also known as the lord, is the head of the 5 great nations, regarded as the pinnacle of power, wielding the highest administrative and military authority. They even possess the ability to convene meetings within their domain, ultimately deciding the selection of the Hokage. The recent coercion by the Uchiha clan to force Sarutobi Hiruzen from office and install themselves as Hokage has understandably incensed these lofty daimyo. Do not be misled by their seemingly docile demeanor. From a certain perspective, the village is considered the armed force of the Land of Fire, serving the daimyo. Although they may lack formidable strength, their economic power is formidable. The various expenses of the village, including the procurement of ninja tools, food reserves, scientific research, welfare for ninjas, and financial subsidies for scouts during perilous times, are predominantly borne by the daimyo. If they were to cut off economic assistance to the Hidden Leaf Village, it would spell near ruin for it. The reason this significant mission is classified as B rank rather than A rank is that the daimyo are reluctant to entirely sever economic aid to Konoha. Should the Hidden Leaf Village cease to exist, other nations' ninjas would wage war against the Land of Fire, and without a ninja village, the Land of Fire would possess no means of defense. Thus, the daimyo merely wished to engage in negotiations to ensure their ruling status remains unchallenged. Those inept individuals. The mere thought of them is exasperating. However, it seems I must complete the mission before receiving the reward, which implies I must first visit the daimyo's estate and then return to the village. Longming curled his lip, pondering that it would be more prudent to simply take 30,000 taels and leave. Fuyue scanned the surroundings before retrieving a stack of 100,000 taels from his drawer, remarking, "You underestimate me as the Hokage. I can grant you a small privilege. First, collect your task reward, and remember to complete your mission." Longming chuckled. "Now that's the kind of clan leader I admire." "Thank you, Fuyue. I'll be taking Sasuke with me. Sasuke, come over and bid farewell to your father." Sasuke jogged up to Fuyue, bowing earnestly as he declared, "Father, I will diligently train, and upon my return, I shall become an exceptional ninja." Fuyue, his gaze regaining its usual sternness, nodded with pride. "Indeed, you are my son. I am proud of your ambition. Remember to follow Longming's guidance once you step outside." As Fuyue spoke, a glimmer of determination shone in Sasuke's eyes, and he nodded vigorously in response. "Then I shall take my leave, esteemed clan leader." Longming grasped Sasuke's hand and dashed out of the Hokage Hall, leaving Fuyue with no time to utter a few parting words. With a box brimming with tails, Longming cheerfully made his way towards the Uchiha clan, but halfway there, he encountered a solitary, despondent figure squatting at the street corner. "Hinata?" Longming halted, scratching his head, suspecting he understood her presence there. Turning to Sasuke, he instructed, "You should head home and pack your things. I have a matter to attend to." Remembering his father's advice to heed Longming's words, Sasuke promptly nodded. "All right. I will await your news at home." With that, he jogged off in the direction of their residence. Longming then approached Hinata, who, sensing someone nearby, turned and quickly stood up. "Longming-kun, it's you," Hinata greeted softly, her voice so faint that one might miss it if not paying close attention. "Ah, yes. Why are you here? Aren't you going home?" Longming queried, instantly regretting the question, as Hinata's absence at home surely indicated her discontent with her father's arrangements. How careless of him to bring it up. Hinata's head drooped even lower, nervously fiddling with her clothing, struggling to articulate her thoughts. Her demeanor made Longming feel somewhat awkward, as he had done nothing wrong. It was as though he had been unjustly cast as the villain in a tale of love thwarted by the likes of Hyuga Hayashi and Uchiha Fuyue. An uncomfortable silence enveloped the street corner, with both of them remaining mute. Suddenly, an odd gurgling sound shattered the stillness. What was that? Longming instinctively glanced around. Hinata's cheeks flushed crimson as she bashfully stared at her stomach. Realizing the cause, Longming rubbed his nose and suggested tentatively, "How about we go grab some ramen?" Chapter 48. Uncle Ichiraku and 10 bowls of noodles. I'm not hungry. I think I should head home first." Hinata initially intended to decline, yet her stomach betrayed her with an audible growl. Clutching her abdomen, she turned to take her leave. "Stop." Longming's sudden call startled her. Hinata glanced nervously at him before hastily lowering her gaze. "Come here," Longming commanded in a low voice. With her fingers nervously intertwined, Hinata reluctantly approached him. "Be quick about it," Longming urged, his tone firm, and added, "Hurry." Only then did Hinata shuffle closer, her body trembling slightly, her petite face appearing as though she might weep from the fright, having prepared herself for a scolding. However, Longming unexpectedly sighed, gently ruffling her dark hair, and spoke with tenderness, "If you're hungry, you should eat. Ichiraka ramen isn't far from here. After we finish, I'll escort you home." Taken aback by Longming's sudden kindness, Hinata stammered in refusal. "Well, that would be too much trouble for you, Longming-kun." As she declined, her gaze darted away like a startled fawn. Observing her discomfort, Longming couldn't help but let out a deep sigh. Hinata's character was indeed timid and lacking in self-confidence, a trait influenced by her surroundings. In the original narrative, it wasn't until the Nin exams, when she bravely fought her brother Niji, that she began to grow strong and self-assured. The Nin exam seemed a distant prospect. There was no rush. Longming thought to himself, if this experience could help Hinata become stronger, it would be a boon for her. From his vantage point, he could see her long eyelashes framing a perfectly shaped nose and distinctly defined lips. What a transgression. Naruto, if anything were to happen during this experience, you mustn't blame your elder brother, Longming silently added. Subsequently, Longming led Hinata to Ichiraku Ramen, merely a few turns away. By now, evening had fallen, and the ramen shop was bustling with patrons. This establishment was a favorite haunt of Naruto and many other Konoha ninjas. Uncle Ichiraku, having dedicated 34 years to the craft of ramen, welcomed a steady stream of customers. As Longming lifted the white curtain of the ramen shop, Uncle Ichiraku looked up and, upon recognizing Longming, greeted him warmly. "Ah, Longming, what brings you here this time? Another special pork miso chashu ramen?" "No, today we'll have 2 servings, one for her." Longming replied, gesturing toward Hinata. "Not a problem. 2 special pork miso chashu ramens coming right up," Uncle Ichiraku said, expertly beginning the familiar motions of kneading, mixing, and pulling the noodles. Seizing the moment, Longming gently guided Hinata to a nearby chair, speaking earnestly, "You need to sit here quietly and eat your fill. And then I'll take you home. Do you understand?" I understand," she replied softly. Hinata hurriedly whispered her response, fearing that if she took too long, Longming would scold her. Nearby, Uncle Yao teased, "I never expected that you, such a young child, already know how to charm girls and invite them to meals. However, your attitude needs some finesse. Be a bit gentler, or else the girls may not respond positively to your advances." Hinata's cheeks flushed crimson, and her naturally shy disposition made her feel as if her face was ablaze, just as she was about to faint from embarrassment. A generous bowl of ramen was placed before her. The exquisitely flavored broth cradled freshly cooked noodles, delectable char siu, perfectly soft-boiled eggs, tangy bamboo shoots, and aromatic scallions, all arranged like a fine work of art atop the noodles. In that moment, Hinata forgot her shyness, her attention entirely captivated by the ramen before her. Longming thoughtfully retrieved a pair of chopsticks from the side and handed them to her, saying, "Here, dig in. If it's not enough, remember to ask for more." Snapping out of her reverie, Hinata blushed even deeper as she accepted the chopsticks and began her silent battle with the meal. Despite her petite frame and delicate demeanor, Hinata possessed a remarkable appetite. She could consume as many as 46 bowls of yao ramen. This quantity was nearly equivalent to what an average person would eat in several days. Under Hinata's determined efforts, the bowl of ramen quickly approached its bottom, while Longming had barely finished half of his own. Stealing a glance at Longming, Hinata, feeling anxious, set down her chopsticks and murmured, Longming-kun, I'm full." "Really full?" Longming regarded her with a skeptical eye. Hinata, glancing at the half-eaten ramen in front of him, quickly averted her gaze and nodded awkwardly. "Yes, I'm full." Observing Hinata's stubborn demeanor, Longming was momentarily speechless, as if she feared that if she ate too much, he might sell her off. "I must verify if you are indeed full," he declared, suddenly placing his hand on Hinata's stomach and gently rubbing it while she looked on in astonishment. "Your stomach is still flat, Uncle Yao. Bring 10 more bowls." "Longming-kun," Hinata stammered, her mouth agape, unable to articulate her thoughts. "Do not worry, it's on me. Feel free to eat to your heart's content," Longming proclaimed with an extravagant wave of his hand. Hinata felt as though she could sink into the ground, internally lamenting how he could so casually touch her stomach. However, as several steaming bowls of ramen arrived, she channeled her embarrassment into an insatiable appetite and continued her endeavor. Longming had finished his own bowl early and sat patiently beside her, occasionally requesting more noodles from Uncle Yao. When Hinata finally completed her 21st bowl, she let out a satisfied burp. Realizing her actions had been rather impolite, she quickly apologized. "I am sorry, Longming-kun, I ate too much." Longming flashed a broad smile and nonchalantly replied, "No worries, be confident. Eating a lot is not something to be ashamed of." Longming's words warmed Hinata's heart, but soon her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. It was the first time she had displayed such a substantial appetite in front of others. Longming stood up to settle the bill with Uncle Yao, who counted and stated, "A bowl of special pork miso char siu noodles is 80 ryo. And you ordered a total of 22 portions, amounting to 1760 ryo." Hearing the total, Hinata felt even more self-conscious. After all, she had yet to become a ninja, and her usual allowance was meager. Rarely did she spend so much on a single meal. Longming readily withdrew 2,000 ryo notes from his pouch and placed them on the table. 2,000 ryo, no need for change. Hinata's mouth gaped in astonishment. She found Longming remarkable for possessing such wealth at such a young age, while Hinata was lost in her thoughts. Longming had already taken her hand and led her out of the Yao noodle shop. Chapter 49. Do not blame the elder brother. Blame the younger sister for being so charming. By this time, the night had completely enveloped the village, and the silvery moonlight bathed Konoha in its glow, with patrolling ninjas occasionally darting across the rooftops. "Hold on to me," Don't get lost, Long Ming said, gripping Hinata's small hand as they walked down the street. While Hinata blushed and trailed beside him. Long Mingkuin is holding my hand again. How thrilling. Yet, his hand feels so warm, Hinata thought to herself. Unable to resist tightening her grip on Long Ming's hand. Sensing her subtle movement, Long Ming scratched his nose and deliberately slowed his pace, stretching the journey that should have taken merely 10 minutes into half an hour. Hinata, we have arrived. When Long Ming spoke these words, Hinata had not yet emerged from her reverie of tranquility. Upon realizing she had reached home, she quickly released his hand, blushing deeply, and bowed deeply to Long Ming, softly saying, "Thank you, Long Mingkuin, for escorting me back so late and treating me to dinner. I will prepare my things for tomorrow and wait for you." Long Ming gently ruffled Hinata's hair and said earnestly, "There is no need to force yourself. Regarding what your father mentioned, if you are unwilling, you may speak honestly to me, and I will personally talk to him." Hinata's face turned crimson, and after a moment's hesitation, she replied, "In no pressure. If the partner is Long Mingkuin, then it's perfectly fine." By the end of her statement, her face was flushed to the roots of her ears, and she wished she could hide her head in her clothes. Long Ming gazed at the precious girl before him, wishing to embrace her tenderly. Naruto was truly blind to pursue some superficial, gaudy temptress. "Then we shall meet tomorrow, Hinata," Long Ming said, opening his arms to envelop Hinata in a warm embrace. This seemingly gentle farewell caused Hinata's mind to overheat, and she fainted. Long Ming's expression stiffened. Hinata, wake up. If you faint like this, I want to be able to explain to your father." After an extended explanation at the Hyuga residence, Long Ming finally cleared his name and carried the unconscious Hinata into the Hyuga household. Upon returning home, Naruto suddenly rushed over, his face brimming with excitement. "Brother Ming, you have finally returned. Allow me to showcase the fruits of my training." With that, Naruto formed hand seals, conjuring a shadow clone that extended its hand to assist him in controlling his chakra. A blue chakra sphere swiftly materialized in Naruto's palm. Long Ming recognized that Naruto had mastered the Rasengan, granting him a greater sense of security about leaving the village. Observing Naruto's exuberance, Long Ming's thoughts unexpectedly drifted to Hinata. And he silently mused, "Naruto, do not blame your elder brother. It is merely that your sister-in-law is too enchanting." In a gesture of compensation, Long Ming retrieved a stack of cash from a box and stuffed it into Naruto's hands. Accustomed to a life of scarcity, Naruto's eyes widened in disbelief at the sight of so much money. "Brother Ming, is all this money for me? Where did you acquire such wealth?" he stammered in astonishment. Long Ming chuckled, "I am preparing for an expedition tomorrow, taking Sasuke, Ino, and Hinata on a training journey. This is the funding I requested from Lord Hokage, and I have left some for your pocket money." Upon hearing this, Naruto suddenly stiffened, his expression turning grave as he fixed an unwavering gaze on Long Ming. A pang of concern struck Long Ming, fearing that Naruto might protest about Hinata accompanying him. Instead, Naruto earnestly inquired, "Brother Ming, does that mean I won't see Sasuke in the village for quite some time?" Long Ming paused for a moment before instinctively nodding. "Indeed, it will be at least a few months." Naruto's eyes gleamed with excitement as he leapt into the air. "That's fantastic. This means I will have the next few months to spend alone with Sakura. Hooray. Thank you, Brother Ming. Tomorrow, I shall take Sakura out for a meal. I am determined to win her heart in this time." Long Ming's expression darkened, and any lingering guilt evaporated. "I have overestimated you. Continue to play the loyal admirer. Just to not let these months hinder your training," he remarked before swiftly retreating to his room. The night passed. Long Ming, laden with carefully prepared gifts, stood at the door bidding farewell to Izumi and Naruto. "All right, Izumi, Naruto, you may leave me here. Take good care of yourselves in my absence. Rest assured, Brother Ming, when you return, I will be even stronger," Naruto declared, raising his arm with unwavering determination. Izumi merely rolled her eyes. "You should focus on taking care of yourself. Be cautious on your journey, understand?" She adjusted Long Ming's attire, her demeanor seemingly nonchalant, yet her gaze betrayed a hint of reluctance. "Fear not, I shall be fine. However, in my absence, you must refrain from supervising Itachi too closely. Sister, you must maintain your composure," Long Ming quipped with a teasing tone. As the blush crept onto Izumi's face, the melancholy atmosphere of parting was dispelled by Long Ming's words, prompting her to raise her hand in a playful strike. Long Ming erupted into hearty laughter before making a hasty retreat. Upon arriving at the village entrance, he found it teeming with people. Besides Hinata and the others, there were also Itachi, Fugaku, Jiraiya, and a multitude of Uchiha clan members. "Lord Long Ming has arrived. We are here to bid you farewell, Lord Longming. Please return to us soon. The Uchiha clan members greeted him enthusiastically, having elevated Longming's status to that of a clan leader after several battles. Upon hearing of his departure, they had spontaneously gathered to see him off. Isn't this a bit excessive? I'm merely going out for some training, Longming remarked, scratching his nose. As he had intended to leave more discreetly, Fugaku smiled warmly and said, "This is merely a reflection of everyone's good wishes. Don't forget to send us letters while you're away." Longming nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Itachi gently patted Sasuke's forehead and added, "Sasuke, I'll rely on you to take care of my sister. I will await your return in the village. In exchange, just ensure that my sister is well looked after." Longming responded with a smile. Itachi paused for a moment, then turned his gaze away, feeling a tinge of embarrassment, as he harbored feelings for Izumi in his heart. As Longming navigated through the crowd and approached Jiraiya, he said, "Please safeguard the Uchiha clan in my absence. I shall ensure the safe return of your dear friend." Jiraiya's demeanor shifted, his pupils narrowing slightly. Although his will had been modified by the Kodo Amatsukami, he remained acutely aware of Orochimaru's presence. He opened his mouth, intending to propose joining Longming, but ultimately reconsidered, knowing the Uchiha clan required someone to protect it. "Rest assured, with me here, everything will be secure," Jiraiya assured. His status as one of the legendary Sannin providing a formidable guarantee for the clan's safety. Longming then turned towards Hinata and the others, who had prepared their farewells, and bowed slightly, addressing the gathered crowd. "Esteemed friends, Longming takes his leave now." Chapter 50, The Training of Sasuke and Friends. The sun stood high in the sky, casting a brilliant light against the backdrop of blue skies and fluffy white clouds. The wind rustled through the dense foliage, creating a soothing symphony of whispers, like shards of gold shimmering in the light. In such a woodland, tranquility was a rare visitor. Occasionally, one could glimpse the fleeting forms of rabbits, deer, and wild boars darting through the underbrush, while the distant roar of a tiger would occasionally echo through the trees. Beneath the shade, a massive brown boar lay resting. Suddenly, the wind picked up with a whoosh. Several black shurikens sliced through the air, aimed directly at the boar. Startled awake by the sound, the boar had no time to evade the incoming projectiles. The shuriken embedded themselves deep into its flesh, eliciting a painful roar as it rose, glaring with blood-red eyes, searching for the source of its assault. "Ino, your aim still leaves much to be desired. Had you struck its eyes with the shuriken just now, this beast would have been rendered incapable of fighting back." The voice of Longming resonated slowly from a distance. Banju turned to look and saw several youths clad in various attires standing afar. Among them, a girl wielded a shuriken that had inflicted harm upon him, and Banju instantly recognized his adversary. With a fierce roar, Banju charged forward on his robust legs, crashing towards the group with a thunderous sound. Longming refrained from intervening, and Sasuke and the others remained motionless as Banju approached. The ferocity of Banju was intimidating, his sharp tusks instilling fear. Any ordinary person would have likely trembled in terror. 20 steps, 10 steps, 5 steps, Hinata, now. As Banju neared, Longming called out loudly. "Understood." Hinata activated her Byakugan, positioning her hands in the 8 trigrams palm stance. Just as Banju was about to strike, she deftly sidestepped the attack, and with her left hand infused with chakra, she delivered a palm strike to the boar's body. The Byakugan of the Hyuga clan excelled in discerning the flow of chakra and vital points. Hinata's strike hit a crucial point on Banju, causing the immense creature to bellow in pain and lurch sideways. With a resounding crash, Banju's tusks embedded themselves into a nearby tree. At that moment, Banju appeared exceedingly disheveled. A significant portion of his tusks shattered, blood oozing from his mouth, and his furious red eyes burned with rage. Seizing the opportunity, Sasuke swiftly formed hand seals, gathering fire chakra in his throat. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Sasuke unleashed a massive fireball towards the front, the intense flames igniting Banju's fur in an instant. The agony propelled Banju to summon his survival instincts, as he forcefully extracted his tusks from the tree and let out a fierce roar, charging once more at Sasuke. Boom, boom, boom. Banju relentlessly attacked, while Hinata, Sasuke, and Ino continuously exhausted their energy, grappling with the ferocious beast. After nearly half an hour of fierce combat, Banju ultimately succumbed to the flames. With a thud, he collapsed onto the ground, raising a cloud of dust that wafted through the air, faintly tinged with the aroma of roasted meat. Finally, it was over. Sasuke plopped down onto the ground, wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead. Ino and Hinata, equally drained, leaned against each other to rest. Long Ming swiftly approached the half-roasted Banju and scoffed. What's this? Can't handle just one boar? Get up, before nightfall. Drag it back to the camp, or you'll face a penalty of 2 hours of chakra control practice. Sasuke and the others turned pale, instantly springing to their feet. They efficiently retrieved ropes to bind the boar and began dragging it in a designated direction. They had been away from the village of Konoha for nearly half a month. During this time, Long Ming had not rushed their journey, instead opting to conduct rigorous training for Sasuke and his companions, devising a cultivation plan for them. Originally, Sasuke and his companions were brimming with confidence, yet they soon discovered that during their training sessions, Long Ming had seemingly transformed into an entirely different individual, strikingly serious and exceedingly strict. Aside from dedicating a portion of each day to travel, the remainder was spent meticulously supervising their relentless practice. Techniques involving shuriken, chakra control, hand sign speed, and combat exercises often left the trio training until the midnight hour, exhausted to the point where they could scarcely lift their fingers. Nevertheless, under this rigorous regimen, their progress was remarkably swift. Long Ming tailored their training according to their distinct personalities and characteristics. Sasuke, renowned as a prodigy, exhibited the most significant advancement, swiftly grasping any new concept. Long Ming primarily focused on theoretical education for Sasuke, imparting knowledge on how to awaken his Sharingan and the intricacies of the Manjiki Sharingan. Given that the Uchiha clan often exhibited volatile tendencies post-awakening, Long Ming was intent on preventing the emergence of a formidable rogue ninja. As for Hinata and Ino, Long Ming emphasized the importance of developing their bloodline limits and secret techniques. Hinata's Byakugan held potential for further evolution, should it transform into the legendary Tenseigan. Her power would be boundless. Unfortunately, such evolution necessitated the chakra of the Tsutsuki clan, a feat that seemed nearly insurmountable for Long Ming at present. As members of the Tsutsuki were notoriously powerful, with even the weakest capable of overpowering the leaders of various nations. Thus, Long Ming concentrated on fostering resilience in Hinata, who tended to be timid and prone to giving up. He assigned her critical roles in combat scenarios. Initially, Hinata was so frightened that she cried. Yet through Long Ming's persistent encouragement, she gradually found the courage to confront her fears. Over the course of their training, it became evident that Hinata's character had grown significantly stronger, while Ino's mastery of her mind transference technique had improved considerably. Dragging the carcass of a boar, the trio arrived at a makeshift open-air campsite, their temporary refuge. They promptly released their hold on the ropes and collapsed onto the ground in utter exhaustion. Progress was evident. Today's provisions appeared promising, so it was time to prepare a meal. Long Ming smiled faintly, then retrieved a travel pack, extracting coal, an iron frame, a pot, a water kettle, and dry bread among other supplies. His movements were swift and efficient as he removed several pig bones and cuts of meat from the boar's body. He then rummaged through his backpack to produce a bag of mushrooms, quickly preparing a pot of savory soup that filled the air with an enticing aroma. All right. Everyone come over for dinner, Long Ming said with a cheerful expression, gazing at the weary trio. Sasuke summoned the last of his strength to grasp a ladle, devouring the soup and bread with fervor. In contrast, Hinata and Ino ate with more decorum, savoring their portions in small bites. Since the commencement of their training, mealtime had become the most joyous moment of their day. Long Ming retrieved a few more flatbreads from the side and handed them over, saying, "Today, indulge yourselves. This is our final meal here. Tomorrow, we shall press on with all our might." Sasuke's body trembled with astonishment. Was this wretched existence finally coming to an end? Chapter 51. Yixing, the four of them, under Long Ming's guidance, began their relentless journey. They quenched their thirst with spring water and satisfied their hunger with the flatbreads. After circumventing 2 groves and scaling 4 formidable mountains, they finally beheld a vast city. This was the bustling heart of the Land of Fire, Yixing. From their vantage point, they could already see the throngs of pedestrians and horse-drawn carts below, including wandering swordsmen and ninjas bearing blades. The Land of Fire, situated at the center of the 5 great nations, has historically been a vital transportation hub, making it the most prosperous of the great nations. How splendid it is here, Ino exclaimed, her eyes sparkling. Sasuke, shall we go shopping together once we enter? Sasuke rubbed his eyes. He had no interest in shopping and merely wished to find a decent inn for a meal and some much-needed rest. Long Ming chuckled, "Let us descend first. We did not come here for shopping." Ino stuck out her tongue and scampered to Sasuke's side, as Long Ming and the others followed the crowd. They gradually approached the city gates. They formed a queue, each person required to register for entry into Yixing. Inside, fighting was strictly prohibited. Violators would be imprisoned for no less than 3 days, a soldier stationed at the gate shouted. As a city inhabited by the daimyo, East Jing had numerous rules and regulations. If individuals from other nations or ninjas entered East Jing and disregarded these rules, it would be seen as a provocation against the authority of the Land of Fire. In more severe cases, it could even spark a minor conflict. East Jing. Longming scoffed inwardly. He held little regard for the ordinary folk who incessantly waved their fans and criticized Konoha, were it not for the use of the deity's powers. He might have attempted to manipulate the daimyo directly, yet that would also waste Chirsue's precious eyes. 4 of you, halt. Where are your families? A guard at the city gate approached Longming and his companions. The 4 were clad in plain attire, appearing as commoners, and their heights suggested they were mere children. Longming was the tallest, barely reaching 1.6 meters. We are ninjas from Konoha, here to represent our village in a meeting with the daimyo of the Land of Fire. Longming replied, unperturbed, as he presented a pass. You are from Konoha? The guard's expression reflected skepticism, since Sasuke and his companions had not yet graduated. They lacked the headbands that represented their affiliation with Konoha. Although Longming possessed one, he found it cumbersome to wear a piece of metal on his head. Nonetheless, the pass was genuine, and after a thorough inspection, the guard stepped aside. Please proceed. If you wish to meet with the daimyo, you must first stay at the inn. Someone will contact you. Longming nodded slightly and then led Sasuke and the others into the city, observing the retreating figures of Longming and his companions. The guard murmured to himself, how could Konoha send 4 children to meet the daimyo? What a waste of effort. Well, I might as well inform the daimyo. The guard produced a homing pigeon, scribbled a message, and released it into the sky. News of Longming's arrival in Eastern Jing quickly reached the ears of the daimyo. Within a lavish mansion, the daimyo, with a fan atop his head and a long face, angrily tossed the note downwards. Uchiha Fugaku is utterly audacious. How dare he send mere children to meet me? I must have given him too much face. The daimyo's tone was rife with discontent, his gaze laced with profound arrogance. Notify that the funding allocated to Konoha this month will be halved. He waved his fan vigorously, venting his frustration. Yes, yes, yes. If I may ask, daimyo, how shall we handle those children from Konoha? Inquired a cautious subordinate wearing a tall hat. The daimyo, now impatient, waved his fan dismissively. I don't care. Just leave them be. Now be gone. The subordinate, rendered speechless, hurriedly rose to take his leave. At that moment, a figure emerged from the shadows, saying, My lord, please do not be so upset. The people of Konoha are not fools. Sending these children might indicate they possess some unique qualities. The daimyo pondered for a moment, acknowledging the validity of this perspective, and then asked, What do you propose? The shadowy figure stood and rasped, After all, my lord has offered such generous compensation. It would be unreasonable not to take action. Let us grind those children into pulp and send them back to Konoha. As he spoke, several figures rose behind him. The daimyo was taken aback, his haughty demeanor faltering. No need to reduce them to pulp. A slight lesson will suffice. Let them return to Konoha with a message for Uchiha Fugaku. Konoha represents the strongest ninja village of the Land of Fire. If he were to completely sever ties with them, his position as daimyo would be jeopardized. Understood. You are the patron, your word is law. But I cannot guarantee the outcome, replied the shadowy figure, brandishing a massive blade as he and his subordinates departed. The daimyo's expression shifted. Yet he dared not voice further objections. After passing through the towering city gates, Longming and his companions beheld an expansive and bustling street. The thoroughfare was teeming with people, lined with towering trees. Numerous stalls offered an array of noodles, vegetables, jewelry, clothing, and geisha services, presenting a dazzling variety of goods. Children, looking for a place to stay? We have very affordable options, spacious rooms available for just 50 ryo a night. And a wide selection of delicious food to ensure your satisfaction, a middle-aged woman approached with a beaming smile. Sasuke and his companions felt a surge of longing as they had endured over half a month of hardship, subsisting on meager rations. They had not savored a proper meal in quite some time. Longming cast a glance at her, silently walking away. Although Sasuke and his companions were tempted, they dared not linger in Longming's presence. The middle-aged woman, undeterred, approached again, saying, This is your first visit to Dongjing, is it not? It can be quite perilous here. Even if you choose not to stay, surely these 2 young ladies cannot spend the night on the streets. The inns ahead are exorbitantly priced. You must consider your companion's feelings. As she spoke, her gaze frequently darted towards Hinata and Ino, revealing a glimmer of greed in her eyes. Leave, Longming commanded, revealing her 3-tomo Sharingan. her voice as chilling as ice. The woman's expression shifted dramatically, her body freezing in place. Huh. The proprietress of the geisha house misjudged these children. They are indeed ninjas. The surrounding vendors erupted in laughter, while the middle-aged woman slumped to the ground. Her face contorted in distress. Only then did Sasuke and his companions grasp the situation, their cheeks flushing slightly. Had it not been for Long Ming, Hinata and Ino might have unwittingly followed the woman. How revolting! Ino remarked with a look of disdain towards the woman, then resolutely stayed close to Long Ming. They traversed through Dongjing, eventually arriving at a 3-story establishment. The building, adorned with white walls and black tiles, featured grand vermilion doors and fragrant cuisine wafting through the air. It was the largest restaurant Long Ming had discovered during their exploration. For guests, please come inside, the proprietor greeted warmly, treating them with respect despite their youthful appearance. Upon entering the restaurant, Long Ming frowned and said, "This hall is too noisy. Please take us upstairs." The proprietor hesitated, explaining, "Unfortunately, we only accommodate ninjas or lords on the 2nd floor and above." Long Ming scoffed, tossing her Konoha headband towards him. The proprietor quickly bowed, realizing, "You are indeed ninjas from Konoha. My apologies for my lack of discernment. Please, do come in." Long Ming led Sasuke and his companions to a private booth on the 2nd floor. Shortly thereafter, a bald man appeared in the lobby. "Excuse me, proprietor. Did 4 children pass through here recently?" The proprietor, initially puzzled, suddenly narrowed his eyes upon noticing the flame-patterned sash at the man's waist. You are one of them. Please, come upstairs." Seated in the elegant booth, Long Ming and her companions soon found their table laden with a sumptuous array of dishes. Each one a feast for the senses. Sasuke and his companions felt their mouths water. While training in the wild, they occasionally managed to catch a wild boar for meat. But most of the time, they relied on Long Ming to provide them with simple bread to stave off hunger. "After so many days with you, we finally witnessed your generosity. I thought you were hoarding that chest of money," they teased. As Sasuke stuffed his mouth to the brim, he lamented with a hint of grievance. Long Ming, scratching his nose, chuckled awkwardly, remarking that their budget was limited and that consuming a bit of coarse grain was beneficial for their health. Sasuke's forehead twitched in annoyance. Meanwhile, Hinata cautiously picked up a slice of meat and placed it into Long Ming's bowl, discreetly extending her index finger to push the bowl closer, only to hastily retract her hand as if caught in a misdeed. "You should eat more as well. If it's insufficient, we can add more. After we finish, we shall rest, for tomorrow I will journey to the Lord's residence." Long Ming patted Hinata's head, then seized his chopsticks and began to indulge heartily. The dishes here were indeed delightful, leaving a lingering flavor even after the meal. Long Ming found himself going back for seconds multiple times. Just as they neared the end of their meal, a bald monk slowly ascended the staircase. Long Ming noted his presence, his gaze lingering for but a moment before shifting away. Yet the monk approached him directly. "You must be the envoys from Konoha. Greetings, I am Jill, and I wish to discuss a matter with you." The monk succinctly introduced himself. He was none other than Jill, an elite ninja and a former member of the 12 Guardians tasked with protecting the Lord, as well as a close friend of Asuma Sarutobi. Long Ming could surmise the reason for his arrival, most likely summoned back to safeguard the Lord once more, given the lack of formidable ninja forces surrounding him. Long Ming paused, setting down his chopsticks, and turned to Jill with a faint smile. "So, it is indeed one of the former 12 Guardians. May I inquire if you are here representing solely yourself, or the Lord?" Jill was taken aback, not anticipating that Long Ming would so effortlessly unveil his identity. Sasuke and Hinata exchanged astonished glances, their mouths agape. They had heard tales of the 12 Guardians during their time in school, a title that signified strength and honor. After a moment's hesitation, Jill replied, "I represent only myself." "Then we have little to discuss, for I am here to negotiate with the Lord, not with you." Long Ming lost interest, abruptly halting the conversation. Jill, sensing Long Ming's arrogance, furrowed his brow and replied in a low voice, "Though I do not represent the Lord. Should you disregard my words, you and your companions may find yourselves in grave danger." Long Ming narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Jill. "What do you imply? Are you threatening me?" With that, he summoned his chakra, and the 3-tomo Sharingan manifested in his eyes, fixated intently on Jill. A member of the Uchiha clan. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Jill's forehead. The Sharingan had immediately revealed Long Ming's identity. Moreover, Jill sensed an overwhelming pressure emanating from Long Ming, akin to an ordinary person standing before a ferocious tiger. He was certain that if he were to engage in battle with Long Ming, his chances of survival would likely plummet to a mere 10%. "I did not intend to threaten you. I merely wish to remind you. And I am not the one seeking to take action. Dilu lowered his stance and provided an explanation. Long Ming let out a cold snort, lightly tapping his fingers on the table. Let us converse. I grant you 3 sentences to clarify this matter. Otherwise, you may leave horizontally. Dilu forced a bitter smile. Responding, this matter cannot be succinctly explained in just a few sentences. That counts as 1, Long Ming reminded him with an indifferent tone. Dilu's expression shifted as he began to explain. In order to ensure the safe conduct of negotiations with the new Hokage of Konoha, the daimyo has offered a substantial reward to recruit many wandering ninjas and rogue ninjas. That is the second sentence. Long Ming's Sharingan began to rotate slowly in his eyes. They intend to kill you. Those rogue ninjas are difficult to control. They disregard the daimyo's orders and seek to eliminate you. Dilu hurriedly completed his final sentence. Beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Long Ming observed Dilu for a moment before finally retracting his Sharingan. Upon witnessing this, Dilu let out a sigh of relief. The 3 companions beside him, Sasuke and the others, stood in shock, realizing that the legendary 12 guardians, the elite ninjas sworn to protect the daimyo, were indeed wary of Long Ming. Although they had spent nearly half a month together, they had seldom seen Long Ming in action, merely hearing whispers of his formidable prowess. They were astonished to discover that Long Ming could compel Dilu, a member of the 12 guardians, to bow his head simply through sheer pressure. Hinata gazed at Long Ming's imposing demeanor with admiration, recalling the words spoken by her father, Hisashi Hyuga, before his departure. Hinata, remember that Long Ming is a talented ninja with the strength of a Hokage. If you wish to be worthy of him, you must strive to grow stronger and not bring shame to the Hyuga clan. Hinata clenched her chopsticks tightly, silently vowing, I will become stronger. I will be a kunoichi deserving of Long Ming-kun. Meanwhile, Long Ming continued to inquire, which rogue ninjas has the daimyo summoned? Please enlighten me. Dilu hesitated slightly. But after receiving a stern glance from Long Ming, he candidly replied, there is the rogue ninja Yashan Xin, known as Firelight, the rogue ninja Zung Bichuan from Sunagakure. Dubbed Slaughter of Thousands, the rogue ninja Hanko Akigo from Awagakure, referred to as Mountain Ghost, and the infamous rogue ninja Momochi Zabuza, known as the Demon. If any members of the Umbu were present, they would undoubtedly be astonished by the names Dilu had revealed. Each of these individuals was a rogue ninja of significant danger, their strength reaching the elite Jonin level. What a veritable mishmash, Long Ming scoffed. Is the daimyo not afraid that these rogue ninjas will eliminate him? Sasuke and the others, having no prior knowledge of rogue ninjas, remained in a state of confusion. Dilu sighed. The daimyo acted in haste, but ultimately, the root of the issue lies with the Uchiha. Dilu hesitated, clearly reluctant to speak ill of the Uchiha clan in Long Ming's presence. Long Ming chuckled softly. To be frank, if you had not come to deliver news with that remark, I would have considered eliminating you for a bounty on the black market. Dilu felt a pang of embarrassment. His bounty on the black market was a staggering 30 million ryo. Consequently, he often faced disturbances from various individuals. Yet none were of the caliber of a ninja like Long Ming. I misspoke. So what are your plans now? Dilu inquired cautiously. Long Ming waved his hand nonchalantly. I am already aware of the situation. Given the intelligence you have shared, I shall not complicate matters for you. You may leave now. Dilu was momentarily taken aback and instinctively asked, aren't you going to run? Run? Why would I run? Long Ming mused, rubbing his nose. I have yet to meet with the daimyo of the Land of Fire. Once I have conversed with him, I shall take my leave. Dilu felt a surge of urgency. He did not wish for Long Ming and his companions to perish here. If Long Ming were to die, the relationship between Konoha and the daimyo would deteriorate irrevocably. Should Uchiha Fugaka seize power in such a scenario, the Land of Fire might plunge into a grave civil war. This was precisely why he had risked coming here to inform Long Ming. Although I do not know who you are, please believe me, those rogue ninjas are exceedingly formidable. Each of them is stained with blood, possessing a record of slaying Jonin. You alone would stand no chance against them. It would be wise to depart. Dilu urged anxiously. Long Ming rubbed his forehead and replied indifferently, understood. You need not concern yourself further with this matter. Leave now, or I may reconsider my stance. Dilu's expression shifted repeatedly, ultimately succumbing to Long Ming's imposing gaze as he slowly retreated from the second floor. Hinata, with a hint of worry, asked, Long Ming-kun, are those rogue ninjas truly that powerful? Long Ming responded with a slight nod. Indeed, for the most part, I am not entirely certain. However, that Zabuza Momochi does possess the capabilities of an elite Jonin and is quite adept in the art of assassination, gaining considerable renown within the ninja world. Ino's face paled, and she asked nervously, if they all attack together, Long Ming-kun, will you? Long Ming chuckled lightly, stretching languidly as he remarked, do not worry. I am invincible. His words alleviated the heavy atmosphere, restoring a sense of ease among the group. They had all enjoyed a hearty meal. Although the proprietor had generously offered a discount, it still cost Long Ming over 4,500 ryo. Such were the prices in the land of East Jing. As Long Ming and his companions exited the pavilion, he keenly observed that a number of unlicensed ninjas had suddenly infiltrated the streets. Their gazes occasionally drifted toward Long Ming and his group. A smirk played at the corners of Long Ming's mouth as he turned to Sasuke and the others, saying, it is still early. Shall we take a stroll nearby, just to let our meal settle? In a defeated demeanor, Ino lamented, oh, but I truly wish to lie down and rest properly. These past few days of training have left me sleeping outdoors, and I haven't had the opportunity to bathe. I feel so unclean. Sasuke cleared his throat, clearly sharing the sentiment. Long Ming pondered for a moment before smiling and suggesting, in that case, why don't Hinata and Ino go find an inn together? I recall there's a decent place called Chongha along the way. You two can head there while Sasuke and I take a stroll. Sasuke raised an eyebrow in surprise. Long Ming produced several large banknotes and handed them to Ino and Hinata. You are too kind, Long Ming. Long live you. Ino exclaimed joyfully, bouncing up and kissing the banknotes before taking Hinata's hand and dashing off down the street. Long Ming touched his nose, casting a sidelong glance around before addressing Sasuke. Let us go. I will take you to buy some ninja tools. Sasuke nodded in agreement and followed Long Ming through the bustling streets. Meanwhile, several observing ninjas were in hushed conversation. The kids have split up. What should we do? Should we report this to the boss? One inquired. Just a few little brats. Is it necessary to inform the boss? Let us split into two groups. You chase the two boys, and I'll pursue the two girls. We can capture them and present them to the boss. That seems unwise. The boss instructed us to report first. Then you can go report. We'll act separately. With that, the ninjas divided into three factions, one pursuing Long Ming and Sasuke, another after Hinata and Ino, and the last to inform the rogue ninjas, including Zabuza. At the Baizeo shop, Long Ming glanced at the signboard before stepping inside. This was a store specializing in ninja tools. Welcome, esteemed guests. May I inquire what you young gentlemen are seeking? A softly spoken woman approached them. Upon entering the shop, Sasuke was immediately captivated by the spacious interior and the dazzling array of ninja tools. As the heart of the land of fire, this area naturally attracted a constant flow of ninjas. As the saying goes, where there is demand, there is a market. The ninja tool shops in the East Jing could easily satisfy all your needs for training, assassination, combat, and ambush, an essential stop for home and travel, as well as for silencing enemies. The woman snapped her fingers, and a young girl in a kimono promptly brought over 2 cups of fragrant tea, setting them down before retreating. I'd like to purchase some explosive tags, soldier pills, and a katana suitable for my companion. If you have any unique ninja tools, please do share, Long Ming said, lifting his teacup. The woman's eyes brightened. This was indeed a significant business opportunity. Not a problem. Please wait a moment while I gather what you need. She bowed slightly and moved towards a nearby shelf. The woman was extremely efficient. Before Long Ming had finished his tea, she returned with everything. Before him lay a katana, 3 different explosive tags, and a small cloth pouch. The woman picked up a cloth bag and explained, this is our shop's newly developed product, the military food pill. In addition to the original ingredients, we have incorporated honey to enhance the flavor. A single pill can provide a sense of fullness for an ordinary person, and it also aids in the gradual restoration of chakra. Chapter 54. The 5 yuan explosive tag. Long Ming opened the bag and gave it a cursory glance. This military food pill is a favored sustenance among many ninjas, suitable for enduring harsh environments. He nodded slightly in satisfaction as the woman proceeded to introduce the next item. She retrieved 3 different types of explosive tags and said, these are our shop's best-selling explosive tags, the standard explosive tag, the delayed explosive tag, and the 5 yuan explosive tag. The standard explosive tag is priced at 300 ryo each and can unleash a fire release technique comparable to that of a high-ranking ninja upon detonation. The delayed explosive tag costs 400 ryo each, designed for use with kunai and effective for setting traps. As for the 5 yuan explosive tag, she continued, lifting the largest tag, this one is distinctly different from the others, featuring a more complex sealing technique. It bears the character for explosion at its center, extending 4 black runes outward, each culminating in a smaller explosion character. Priced at 1,000 Rio each, this tag seals 5 fire release techniques, resulting in 5 consecutive explosions when detonated, showcasing tremendous power. Long Ming was momentarily taken aback by the price, but the description of its might left him intrigued. If this explosive tag were to be combined with his own explosive tag technique, its efficacy would be greatly enhanced. However, at 1,000 Rio each, the total amount of money he possessed would only afford him 100 tags, which felt rather exorbitant. Noticing Long Ming's keen interest in the 5 yuan explosive tag, the woman smiled and said, "If the esteemed customer desires, we can negotiate the price. Should you wish to purchase in bulk, I could offer you a 20% discount." Long Ming held the explosive tag, pondering for a moment before responding. "To be frank, I do have a strong inclination towards this 5 yuan explosive tag. But I require a substantial quantity, and I cannot possibly return to Dongjing for every purchase. How much would you charge for the sealing technique of the 5 yuan explosive tag?" Explosive tags are essentially a means for ninjas to pre-seal fire release techniques into specially prepared paper. The fact that the 5 yuan explosive tag encapsulates 5 fire release techniques evidently indicates the use of a rather advanced sealing technique. The woman furrowed her brow, appearing somewhat troubled. As the adage goes, rarity lends value, and the sealing technique for this 5 yuan explosive tag was developed at great cost by their shop, unique within the entire ninja world. Such an item is not easily relinquished by any establishment. Every commodity carries a price. Why not propose an offer? "We can discuss it further," Long Ming suggested. The principle of teaching a person to fish rather than simply providing them with fish is quite straightforward. The method of fishing holds far greater value than the fish themselves. Possessing the means to fish is akin to having an inexhaustible supply of fish. Long Ming, adept in the art of fire escape, realizes that with this sealing technique, the prospect of acquiring an endless supply of 5 yuan explosive talismans is within reach. Observing Long Ming's forthrightness, the woman refrains from further commentary, raising 3 fingers and stating, "If the esteemed guest is truly interested, it will cost 30 million taels." This price astonishes Sasuke, who is acutely aware of the amount of money Long Ming has brought. The sum quoted by the woman is 30 times what Long Ming possesses, rendering it impossible for him to afford even a fraction of the cost. Yet, Long Ming's demeanor remains largely unchanged. He perceives the woman's pricing as fair. Though 30 million taels sounds substantial, it would merely suffice to purchase 30,000 talismans. This price is acceptable, but I cannot make such an expenditure at this moment. Let us continue discussing this sword, he muses as he leisurely sips his tea. "I shall await good news," the woman replies with a subtle smile, then picks up a katana to introduce it. This sword is named Snowwalk, one of the fine swift blades crafted by a master. The blade is light and resilient, capable of withstanding various chakra attributes, priced at 800,000 taels. Long Ming takes the Snowwalk, admiring its exquisite and ornate scabbard, then turns to hand it to Sasuke. "Give it a try. If you like it, we shall take it." Sasuke feels a pang of emotion. This sword, worth 800,000 taels, would consume a significant portion of Long Ming's funds. Initially intending to merely glance at the Snowwalk before declining, he finds himself captivated the moment he unsheathes the blade. The jet black surface, combined with the intricate design along the blade, enchants Sasuke. "Very well, this shall be the one. Additionally, let us procure some military rations, a smoke bomb, and those gauntlets over there." Long Ming decisively purchases the Snowwalk and selects several other items, nearly exhausting his funds. Observing Long Ming emptying his backpack, Sasuke feels a twinge of guilt and remarks, "Long Ming, this sword is too expensive. Now we shall be without money for food. Perhaps we should return it." "Fear not. We have resources. Soon enough, someone will supply me with funds," Long Ming casually replies, glancing around before stepping out the door. Although Sasuke is perplexed, he has no choice but to follow suit. As they emerge, ready for action, the hidden ninjas lurking outside can no longer contain themselves. They draw their weapons and converge from all directions. A one-eyed ninja, concealing a sharp claw blade within his sleeve, awaits the moment he can strike Long Ming down. Their allegiance to any lord's command is of no concern to them. The dark factions of the 5 great villages have long been in pursuit of these rogue ninjas. With a chance for revenge at hand, they are eager to seize it. As the distance between Long Ming and the one-eyed ninja diminishes, a gleam of fervent malice flickers in the ninja's eyes. When they are scarcely a meter apart, the tension escalates. The one-eyed ninja struck swiftly, his right hand gripping the clawed blade as he aimed for Long Ming's neck. The fierce attack was accompanied by a sharp sonic boom. Should this assault connect, Long Ming would undoubtedly sever the arteries in his neck, leading to a relentless flow of blood until his demise. Long Ming, caught off guard, turned to face him, his eyes brimming with terror. The one-eyed ninja reveled in his superiority, envisioning Long Ming sprawled in a pool of blood, desperately struggling for help. The boy is but a child, devoid of any sense of caution. Let me hear your pitiful cries. With a swift downward stroke, the blade struck, accompanied by the sickening sound of cracking bone, blood splattering instantly across the ground. In disbelief, Long Ming clutched at his wound, blood oozing from his neck. He gasped for air like a fish out of water, collapsing to the ground as his eyes slowly dimmed. The one-eyed ninja sneered, kicking Long Ming's lifeless body, taunting. What a letdown. He dropped dead so easily. Is this truly a ninja from Konoha? Chapter 55. You are truly penniless at that moment. An unforeseen transformation occurred. Long Ming's corpse suddenly rose, undergoing a bizarre metamorphosis into a gigantic centipede that ensnared the one-eyed ninja's body. The ninja, gripped by terror, flailed his arms desperately, trying to fend off the creature. What is this? Get away. I loathe centipedes. Die. Just die. The one-eyed ninja plunged his blade mercilessly into the centipede. In reality, Long Ming remained unharmed, standing resolutely in place, while the one-eyed ninja, believing he had slain Long Ming, repeatedly stabbed himself with the blade. Blood gushed from his wounds, staining his clothing a vivid red. The sheer volume of blood loss was enough to induce fainting, yet the one-eyed ninja continued to pierce himself, his gaze vacant. The surrounding crowd was paralyzed with shock, their startled cries echoing through the air. Is he insane? This man has lost his mind. In truth, from the moment the one-eyed ninja locked eyes with Long Ming, he had fallen victim to Long Ming's illusion. Consequently, this ninja would continue to mutilate himself until all signs of life faded away. Several rogue ninja companions, initially inclined to intervene, were rendered speechless by the surreal events unfolding before them. Well then, who shall it be next? Long Ming mused, stroking his chin as he turned his gaze toward the remaining rogue ninjas. Those caught under his scrutiny felt a chill run down their spines. One of them, gritting his teeth, proclaimed, "Brothers, do not fear. This fellow must have employed an illusion technique. Let us watch over one another and avoid falling under his spell." Upon hearing this, the rogue ninjas quickly huddled together, knowing that the simplest method to dispel an illusion was to infuse their chakra with a different type. Illusions have the capacity to induce hallucinations in their victims due to the disruption they cause in the flow of chakra. To dispel such illusions, one merely needs to inject a different type of chakra. Observing the 4 or 5 adversaries before him, Sasuke promptly drew his weapon, Snowfall, and assumed a combat stance. Long Ming, are they the rogue ninjas the monk spoke of? Close enough, but they are merely insignificant minions. Consider this your practical training. How about you take one? And I will handle the remaining 3? Long Ming calmly assigned tasks to Sasuke. With his newly acquired weapon, Sasuke's confidence surged, and he shook his head in refusal. No. Let us be fair. We should each take an equal share. I promised my father I would grow stronger. Well, the rain has ceased, and the skies have cleared. Sasuke felt a renewed sense of capability. However, a boost in confidence is always a positive development. Long Ming nodded in agreement. Very well, let us split them evenly. 2 for each of us. The rogue ninjas, witnessing the nonchalance with which Long Ming and Sasuke discussed their strategy amidst battle, felt their ire rise. Damn. You 2 brats seem to have a death wish. So what if you can use illusions? Brothers, let us go? One of the rogue ninjas roared, and the 4 of them propelled themselves forward with force. In the blink of an eye, Long Ming activated his infinite technique, moving like lightning. He surged directly in front of the 4 foes. With a swift motion, a gust of wind whipped through the air, and 2 of the rogue ninjas found themselves enveloped in darkness, unable to react before Long Ming's fist struck their chests. In that instant, they were overwhelmed by a searing pain, nearly losing consciousness from the impact. The sound of rushing wind filled their ears as their vision blurred, and they flew several dozen meters, tumbling multiple times before finally coming to rest. The 2 remaining rogue ninjas were drenched in cold sweat, grappling with the reality of such terrifying strength. This area is yours, Sasuke, Long Ming said with a slight smile, relinquishing the battlefield to him. He then activated Infinite once more, appearing before the 2 airborne rogue ninjas. One of them coughed up blood as he struggled to rise from the ground. In truth, Long Ming had not exerted his full strength earlier, as he had further inquiries for these individuals. Die, brat. One rogue ninja, seeing Long Ming suddenly appear, wasted no time forming several hand seals. Earth Release, Earth Dragon Bomb. The ground began to liquefy. morphing into the head of an earthen dragon that unleashed a barrage of mud projectiles aimed at Long Ming. Yet, all the projectiles halted before him, unable to touch his form. This spectacle left the rogue ninja aghast. What sort of ninjutsu is this? Just as he was processing this, Long Ming vanished from sight. Suddenly, an overwhelming force struck him from behind. Long Ming delivered a powerful kick, unrestrained and fierce. The sound of rushing wind filled the air. The head of the rogue ninja crashed violently into the ground, the skull shattering in an instant, blood oozing forth and staining the earth. Long Ming looked down from his elevated position, the surrounding scene seemingly frozen in time. After a full 10 seconds, gasps of shock erupted from the crowd. He is dead. Someone call the guards. A ninja is wreaking havoc in the city. The onlookers scattered in panic, leaving only a few remaining rogue ninjas, their faces etched with terror. Although death was an inevitable consequence in the struggles among ninjas, being crushed to death was a rarity. Long Ming paid no heed to the shrieks of the ordinary people nearby. He reached out to search the corpse of the rogue ninja. Discovering a few explosive tags and ninja tools, along with over 30,000 ryo in cash, Long Ming furrowed his brow slightly. A miser. How can one be a rogue ninja with such meager means? Aren't you afraid of starving? The nearby rogue ninja was left speechless. To be humiliated even in death was beyond his expectations. However, Long Ming's actions sparked a glimmer of hope within him, and he hastily extracted all his savings. Sir, this is all my money, 80,000 ryo. Please spare my life. I beseech you. The rogue ninja trembled as he extended the blood-stained bills. You are quite sensible. Long Ming replied with a faint smile, accepting the 80,000 ryo and stowing it away. Now, let me ask you a few questions. Whose subordinate are you? Where is your leader now? The rogue ninja quickly responded, I am a subordinate of Yashan Exine, a rogue ninja from the Hidden Leaf. Our leader is currently at the daimyo's estate awaiting our report, but someone has already gone to inform him. He should arrive shortly. Long Ming smiled faintly and continued, surely. As rogue ninjas, you must earn a considerable sum from assassination missions. Why then are you so impoverished? The rogue ninja hesitated for a moment before replying promptly. We do have money, but all the earnings from our assassination fees are kept by our leader. If you are in need of funds, our leader's price on the black market is as high as 18 million ryo. As he spoke, the rogue ninja produced a small black notebook. Long Ming took the notebook and began to peruse its contents. It contained records printed by various black market organizations, listing numerous bounty targets. Chapter 56. The Gentle Puncture of the Hyuga Clan. It included significant figures from various nations, daimyos, lords, ninjas, and rogue ninjas, with prices ranging from several million to tens of millions of ryo. Long Ming also noted bounties on Asuma and Jill. Very well, I shall take this. He rose while still examining the small black book. Just as the rogue ninja thought he had snatched back his life and was preparing to flee, he suddenly noticed an explosive tag igniting beside him, his pupils dilating in shock. Boom! A deafening explosion ensued. The rogue ninja met the same fate as his companion. Long Ming closed the notebook. He seemed to have sensed the thrill of the hunt, realizing that eliminating those on the bounty list promised substantial profit. This is far easier than completing a task. Long Ming glanced towards Sasuke, whose battle was nearing its conclusion. Thanks to the training over the past half-month, Sasuke had significantly improved in both stamina and combat experience, occasionally revealing a gaze as sharp as that of an eagle. After plunging his weapon, Snow Walk, into the chest of a rogue ninja, he concluded the fight with a powerful fireball. Breathing heavily, Sasuke bore a few additional wounds, yet his expression was one of exhilaration. He felt undeniably stronger. Long Ming nodded in satisfaction, then approached the two corpses, rifling through their belongings and acquiring nearly 100,000 ryo. However, this amount still fell short of what he needed to obtain the techniques for crafting explosive tags. Let us return to the inn. Hinata and the others must have encountered battles as well. Long Ming sheathed Snow Walk and handed it to Sasuke. Although he had taken precautions by storing the high-level ocular technique, Kogami, within Hinata's eyes, it was prudent to return to their side swiftly. After all, according to the rogue ninja's earlier claims, they had dispatched others to inform Zabuza and his companions. Sasuke nodded solemnly, and the two set off towards the inn. At that moment, 3 rogue ninjas stealthily approached the inn's entrance. They produced kunai concealed behind their backs and knocked on the door. Bang! Bang! Inside, Ino was taking a bath. Hearing the knock, she called out, Hinata, it seems Sasuke and the others have returned. Please inform them to wait a moment. All right, coming. Hinata rose and approached the door, softly speaking, Long Ming-kun, Ino is bathing. We have 2 rooms, and another is next door. You can rest for now." There was silence from the other side. Hinata's face displayed confusion. "Long Mingkuan?" Boom. A tremendous crash resonated as a burly rogue ninja smashed the door open. Hinata quickly reacted, rolling backward to evade the splintering wood. "What happened?" "Hinata, what's going on?" Ino inquired from the bathroom, startled by the commotion. "There are enemies, Ino. Do not come out." Hinata swiftly replied, activating her Byakugan, firmly locking onto the three adversaries before her. "Hiki, I never anticipated this little girl possessed the Byakugan. If we capture her and sell her in the black market, she would fetch a high price." The muscular rogue ninja greedily inspected Hinata, his avaricious gaze unmistakable. In the world of ninjas, bloodline limits were incredibly precious. Every clan took great care to protect their unique abilities. The Hyuga clan's division into the main and branch families was precisely to safeguard their bloodline limit. Unlike the wild boars, facing such bloodthirsty rogue ninjas made Hinata's heart race with anxiety. "No, I must not succumb to fear. I vow to protect Ino. My resolve is to grow stronger for the sake of Rimi-kun." With this thought, Hinata's heart gradually regained its tranquility. The rogue ninja opposite her produced a chain from seemingly nowhere and menacingly declared, "Little girl, stand still and allow me to bind you, or I shall slay you alongside your companions." With that, the rogue ninja lunged towards Hinata with his right hand. Undeterred, Hinata transformed her left hand into a palm and struck forward. The clash of their hands resonated with a dull thud, and to everyone's astonishment, the rogue ninja was forced back several steps by Hinata's strength. This unexpected outcome left the other two rogue ninjas in disbelief. The power of the bloodline limit is indeed formidable. How could such a small girl compel me to retreat? The rogue ninja shook his numbed arm, his gaze turning icy. "You are ungrateful. Thus, I shall have to kill you and take your eyes." With a sudden roar, the rogue ninja's muscles bulged, and veins throbbed on his forehead, revealing his expertise in taijutsu. With a swift motion, he lunged at Hinata, raising his right fist to strike her down. The force of his punch created a gust that swept Hinata's hair back. Seizing the moment, Hinata crouched low and delivered a palm strike to the rogue ninja's armpit. His entire body froze, as if his chakra had been abruptly severed, leaving him momentarily powerless. In that fleeting moment of paralysis, Hinata struck again, this time targeting his chest. Though not an overwhelmingly powerful blow, it caused the rogue ninja to cough up blood. The two companions nearby exchanged shocked glances and exclaimed, "This is the Hyuga family's chakra point technique. This girl possesses remarkable talent. Has she truly developed her Byakugan to such an extent?" However, the rogue ninja struck back with a furious roar, using his remaining arm to swing at Hinata with great force. The impact sent Hinata flying. Her arms numbed from the shock, yet she struggled to regain her balance in midair, twisting her body to land safely on her feet. The rogue ninja, hanging limply with one arm, shouted angrily behind him, "What are you two doing? Come help me." Without further ado, his companions drew their weapons and joined him. A sense of dread washed over Hinata. She realized she could not confidently dispatch three rogue ninjas, and even with Ino as assistance, defeat seemed inevitable. Just then, a spark of hope ignited in her eyes as she called out towards the three rogue ninjas, "Ryumyakin, you have finally returned." The three rogue ninjas momentarily paused, then scoffed. "Little girl, do you take us for fools? Such a childish ploy. Your companions are likely already dealt with by our men, but do not worry. You shall soon join them." Convinced that this was merely Hinata's diversionary tactic, they remained fixated on her. "Indeed, you are the fools." A monotonous voice emerged from behind them. Suddenly, the two rogue ninjas felt their heads gripped firmly. With a swift motion, Long Ming seized the heads of both rogues and forcefully slammed them against the head of the intermediary. The violent impact caused a slight deformation of their skulls. The trio experienced a surge of excruciating pain and dizziness, as if the entire room were spinning uncontrollably. With a cold snort, Long Ming released his grip. Without support, the two fell to the ground, their gazes vacant. Witnessing Long Ming effortlessly resolve the crisis, Hinata finally felt her anxious heart settle. Chapter 57. The Rogue Ninjas Strike. Are you and Ino unscathed? Long Ming approached to check on Hinata. She gently shook her head. "I'm fine. They had only just appeared, and Ino is in the bathroom. She hasn't been harmed either." Long Ming nodded. Though he was somewhat surprised to find his ocular technique still active, he had anticipated that, given Hinata and Ino's capabilities, they would soon meet the conditions for activating the advanced technique. It seems that their training over the past half-month has indeed yielded considerable benefits. Ino emerged from the bathroom, fully dressed, and upon seeing the 3 fallen rogue ninjas on the ground, she couldn't help but express her indignation. How dare they intrude while she was bathing? These rogues certainly knew how to choose their moments. Long Ming quickly tidied the battlefield, discovering around 100,000 Rio in valuables from the fallen rogues. Though it was somewhat less than expected, even the smallest gains are still worthwhile. Outside the inn, Zabuza and his band of rogue ninjas had arrived. The surrounding townsfolk, witnessing their menacing presence, quickly retreated, fearful of being caught in the fray. A towering figure, covered in dark chest hair and radiating a fierce aura, stepped forward. He resembled a volcano on the verge of eruption. Is the Leaf Ninja, who killed my subordinate, hiding within? The giant glared with fury, his eyes ablaze with hatred. He was Yamashin, a rogue ninja with a bounty of 18 million Rio on the black market, skilled in both fire and wind techniques. At that moment, a squad of the Eastern Jing Guard rushed to the scene. Upon seeing Zabuza and his armed companions at the inn's entrance, they immediately surrounded them. Don't move. We received reports of a ninja brawl here. If it is you, lay down your weapons and come with us. The commanding officer barked. The surrounding soldiers raised their weapons, aiming them at Zabuza and his group. Yamashin surveyed the soldiers with a cold sneer, and in the next instant, he turned into a blur, appearing before the nearest soldier. Before the soldier could react, Yamashin seized him by the neck and with a swift crack, broke it. What are you? A bunch of mere commoners, not even worthy of being called Jinin, daring to give orders to me, Yamashin. Yamashinshi cast aside the lifeless body with a nonchalant gesture. The surrounding guards, having just witnessed their comrade's vibrant existence extinguished before their very eyes, displayed expressions of utter horror. However, it was evident that their nightmarish ordeal was only beginning. Enraptured by the thrill of slaughter, Yamashinshi resolved to employ his ninjutsu to eliminate all the guards in one fell swoop. He formed hand seals, and an oppressive heat enveloped the surroundings, as if one were standing beneath the scorching sun at the zenith of summer. Fire release, Hell Lantern, Yamashinshi intoned, and instantly a multitude of fireballs, resembling demonic visages, manifested around him. These fiery orbs, imbued with an almost sentient quality, coalesced and charged ferociously towards the guards. Upon contact, the hapless victims ignited instantly, their companions perishing in rapid succession. The guards, overwhelmed by the onslaught, discarded their armor and fled from the approaching inferno. Run! We cannot contend with these fiends, they screamed. Cursed flames, help! Within moments, the streets bore witness to a gruesome scene, strewn with charred corpses and grievous injuries among both civilians and guards. One man, clad in protective gear and arm guards, remarked, "This is excessive, Yamashinshi. Let us not forget, we were summoned by the daimyo. Such indiscriminate slaughter will not bode well." This man was Kajihira, a rogue ninja from Awagakure, skilled in earth-based offense and defense. Yamashinshi merely scoffed, casually incinerating another guard as he retorted, "And what of it? Does that daimyo dare to confront me? If I eliminate the Leaf envoy within, I assure you, the Leaf will gladly deal with the daimyo without my intervention." His disdain and loathing for the Leaf village were palpable in his words. From behind him, a gaunt man with several summoning scrolls smirked. "It seems you have suffered significantly at the hands of the Leaf Esambu. However, be wary of incurring divine retribution for the slaughter of innocents." Yamashinshi sneered contemptuously. "In matters of killing, who surpasses you, the so-called 1,000 slaughters of Sunagakure? Zabukawa Midori, I doubt my toll even approaches 1% of your count." Zabukawa remained non-committal, caressing the scrolls at his back, for as a rogue from Sunagakure, his true mastery lay in the art of puppetry. "Enough with the idle chatter. Let us conclude this swiftly and eliminate the wretches within," declared Momochi Zabuza, unsheathing his nearly 2-meter-long executioner's blade, pointing it menacingly at the inn before them. At that moment, the street stood deserted, with its inhabitants either slaughtered or fleeing in terror. Yamashinshi wore a bloodthirsty grin. "Indeed, it is best to delve into the matter at hand. They have slain a few of my subordinates, thus, I shall repay them in kind, one by one." With that, Yamashinshi altered his hand seals, gathering fire chakra within his mouth, taking a deep breath that caused his belly to swell slightly. The fire release, Fire Dragon Flame Bomb, unleashed a torrent of flames from the heart of Hakiyama, dividing into 3 directions, front, left, and right, simultaneously assaulting the inn. This technique possessed tremendous power. The flames danced like a ferocious dragon. The trajectory of the fire dragon was manipulated by chakra, incinerating foes into ashes in an instant, rendering evasion nearly impossible. Boom! The entire inn was struck head-on, accompanied by a deafening roar as even the walls were obliterated in an instant. Under the onslaught of flames, the inn was engulfed in firelight, prompting distant onlookers to discuss in trepidation. These individuals are terrifying. Surely they are rogue ninjas. What brings them to the heart of Eastern Jing? The occupants of that inn must all be dead. The potency of this fire release is simply overwhelming. We must flee. If these lunatics come after us, what shall we do? Observing the billowing black smoke, Hakiyama nodded in satisfaction, turning to say, "Apologies, I've resolved the matter directly. You may wait for the flames to die down and then retrieve the bodies." The surrounding rogue ninjas shrugged indifferently, some displaying expressions of boredom. Wan Tu Zhengbu Chuan by disdainfully remarked, "What a farce, these so-called Konoha ninjas. I expected them to be formidable. Yet they can't even engage in a proper battle? How disappointing." Just as the rogue ninjas prepared to depart, a teasing voice emerged from the black smoke. "Oh, then let us have a proper duel, but do keep in mind that the losing side shall meet their demise." Chapter 58. Have you ever been kicked at the speed of light? The rogue ninjas' pupils constricted as they gazed toward the inn. As the black smoke gradually dissipated, they beheld a peculiar sight. A section of the inn that should have been entirely ravaged by the fire dragon remained eerily unscathed, devoid of any burn marks. Standing there was Long Ming, accompanied by Sasuke, Hinata, and others. Had it been blocked? Hakiyama pondered. Though curious about how Long Ming accomplished this feat, he still did not regard the group of youths before him as worthy adversaries. With a flick of his wrist, he drew a kunai, demanding, "Lucky you, kid. Among you, who killed my 4 subordinates? Step forward." Long Ming offered a slight smile, raising his thumb to indicate himself. "I want to be stepping back. But it was indeed I who dispatched your subordinates. What wisdom do you wish to impart?" Hakiyama seethed at Long Ming's audacity, releasing a series of harsh, rasping laughs. "No wisdom to share, merely the desire to claim your head, sharp-tongued brat. Your eyes seem to belong to the Uchiha clan. I shall gladly add them to my collection." Long Ming laughed heartily. "What a coincidence. I too wish to claim your heads. I've noticed your bounties on the black market are quite substantial. Collectively, they must amount to around 70 to 80 million ryo. I've been looking for a way to procure some funds." Upon the utterance of those words, Zabuza and his companions were instantly engulfed in fury, clamoring loudly. "What nonsense are you spouting, you little brat? How dare you speak of placing a bounty on our heads? When I was taking lives, you were still drinking milk." The arrogant youth boasted, "I shall rip you asunder with my puppet." Hakiyama's cold laughter echoed as he regarded Long Ming with the gaze one might reserve for a corpse. "Ignorant child, you must have never encountered a true powerhouse. Today, I shall demonstrate what an 18 million bounty on the black market truly signifies." With that, Hakiyama's chakra erupted forth. He swiftly formed the Ein seal with his palm. And once again, dozens of fiery apparitions materialized, seemingly poised to charge at Long Ming. Long Ming crossed his arms and scoffed. "Being offered a bounty merely attests to your weakness. It is because someone can kill you that you are being hunted. If you were truly strong, no one would dare to place a bounty on your heads." A profound silence enveloped the scene. Hakiyama found himself momentarily speechless, unable to muster a retort. Zabuza and the others felt the tension rise, their foreheads' veins bulging. If they did not retaliate against such provocation, who would continue to fear them? The rogue ninja from Sunagakure, Zabu Chuanbai, swiftly unfurled several scrolls from behind him and coldly declared, "If I do not personally slay you today, I shall write my name backward." With a flourish, he summoned 2 life-sized puppets from the scrolls, the finest creations of Zabu Chuanbai. Each was equipped with numerous traps, and their weapons were coated with deadly poison. Any mere brush against them would lead to a fatal demise. "This little brat has incited my wrath. Let us use our strength to make him face reality," murmured Awagakure's Honko Akigo, who then rapidly formed several seals, transforming his right hand into solid rock. Earth release, rock fist technique. Meanwhile, Zabuza gripped his beheading sword, poised to strike when Long Ming showed a hint of vulnerability. Each of these rogue ninjas possessed unique skills and specialties in ninjutsu, yet one thing was certain, they were all formidable in their own right. "Well then, we have all shown our hands, do you not intend to reveal those eyes of yours?" Hakiyama taunted, a triumphant glint in his gaze as he fixed it on Long Ming. Long Ming offered a faint smile, and his left eye's kaleidoscope began to whirl rapidly. "Speed equals quality. Have you ever been struck by light speed?" Hakiyama paused, evidently perplexed by Long Ming's words. Yet, in the next moment, Long Ming's figure appeared before Hakiyama like a bolt of lightning. Swish! A sharp sonic boom echoed as Hakiyama's vision darkened, before his mind could register Long Ming's arrival. A powerful kick connected with his chest. Pain. An indescribable agony surged from his chest, radiating throughout his body. Boom. Boom. Beishin Xian propelled himself through the air like a cannonball, crashing into two shops without pausing. It was not until he collided with a utility pole 2 streets away that he finally came to a halt. At that moment, Beishin Xian was covered in dust and blood, collapsed on the ground, with intense pain radiating throughout his body from the relentless impacts. However, these sensations paled in comparison to the agony in his chest. Struggling to look down, he was instantly overcome with terror. His chest had been brutally caved in, flesh torn apart, revealing stark white ribs, many of which were clearly broken. A copious amount of blood seeped from his chest. The other rogue ninjas widened their eyes in horror, their alertness towards Long Ming reaching unprecedented heights. Be cautious. This little brat is no ordinary foe, roared Ben Chuangue Wu. But before he could finish his warning, a blur darted before him, followed by the sound of Long Ming's voice. Before you warn others, you ought to take care of yourself first. Long Ming lifted a foot and delivered a fierce kick to Ben Chuangue Wu's face. The fierce gust of wind making his face sting painfully. With a thunderous crash, Ben Chuangue Wu had no time to scream as he was propelled backward. His head struck with such force that his neck twisted at a horrifying angle, countless teeth mingled with blood scattering through the air. His head crashed into a nearby convenience store. As one of the most vital parts of the human body, Ben Chuangue Wu's brain sustained catastrophic injury, leading to instant death. Beside them, Zhang Buchuanbai was visibly shaken, frantically manipulating chakra threads to activate all the mechanisms of his 2 puppets. Monster! You monster, perish! He bellowed, as the puppets Yuho and Jiayang erupted with countless tiny sunbon needles, iron thorns, and circular blades. These concealed weapons were all laced with deadly poison, the foul stench wafting through the air. With unwavering resolve, Long Ming did not flinch. All the projectiles halted before him, obstructed by an invisible barrier. After reaching their maximum distance, they plummeted to the ground. Zhang Buchuanbai, drenched in cold sweat, realized his weapons were ineffective and without hesitation, chose to flee. What a joke. I refuse to die in a place like this. This little brat is a monster. He quickly discarded a smoke bomb to obscure his escape, hastily retracting his puppets and retreating. Chapter 59, Silent Killing Technique. Though the smoke obscured Long Ming's vision, he remained unperturbed. Gradually, he raised a finger. A massive amount of chakra began to coalesce in his hand, forming a small red sphere. Infinite Jade. As Long Ming hurled the Infinite Jade forward, a colossal shockwave of energy enveloped the street. Boom. The ground was violently upheaved, and countless houses were battered by the residual force of the Infinite Jade. In a desperate attempt to escape, Zhang Buchuanbai was swiftly overtaken by the energy wave, his eyes widening in terror amidst the dazzling display of energy. He lamented his decision to undertake a bounty task for the protection of a prominent figure in the eastern Jing region. Alas, his regret came too late. The energy wave swiftly consumed Zhang Buchuanbai, erasing him entirely from existence. As the remnants of the Infinite Jade dissipated, a gaping chasm several dozen meters long marred the ground. Previously, Yaoshan Xian and others had wreaked havoc here, causing the local populace to scatter in fear. So Long Ming's actions had merely resulted in some structural damage. Sasuke and the others stood in astonishment, unable to close their mouths as they beheld Long Ming, who resembled a god of war, his stature suddenly towering before them. In a moment of self-reproach, this war deity slapped his forehead and exclaimed, "Damn it! In my eagerness to show off, I forgot to leave him a whole corpse. How will I claim the bounty now?" With that, his imposing figure deflated, returning to its original state. "Well then, it's just you left. What do you plan to do now, Zabuza?" Long Ming turned with a smile towards the solitary Zabuza. The latter, drenched in cold sweat, faced the man who had just claimed 3 lives, feeling an unfamiliar sensation, fear. However, Zabuza was no ordinary foe. Among this group, he was the strongest. As a man who had once assassinated a Mizukage, he could not allow fear to deter him from wielding his blade. Moreover, he was not alone. Whoosh! A ninja clad in a distinctive umbu mask and a blue tunic appeared before Zabuza. He was Haku, Zabuza's companion, possessing the bloodline limit of ice release. "Zabuza, the enemy is too powerful. We should retreat," Haku said earnestly, gripping several Sanbon needles. "No, Haku, buy me some time. I am confident I can defeat him," Zabuza coldly retorted, then plunged his decapitating sword into the ground and began to form hand seals. Haku opened his mouth, hesitated, but ultimately chose to obey Zabuz's command. He spread his hands, releasing a flurry of Senbon needles aimed at Long Ming. At this moment, Haku was still young and had yet to master his ice release. Such a mundane attack was no match for Long Ming. With ease, Long Ming activated the infinite, effortlessly dodging the Senbon and closing the distance to Haku. Delivering a punch to his abdomen, Haku doubled over, retching, his body curling on the ground. This was still Long Ming holding back, had he not. Haku would have already met his demise. To counter the Sharingan, it was imperative to obscure the opponent's line of sight. Zabuza paid no mind to the injured Haku, forming hand seals with one hand and pointing skyward. The mist concealment technique was invoked by Long Ming, causing a thick fog to rapidly envelop the surroundings, soon shrouding Zabuza's form within its depths. Although this technique obstructed the vision of all, including Zabuza himself, he was adept at locating his adversary solely by sound, rendering the mist's effect negligible upon him. With a slight twitch of his ear, Zabuza discerned Long Ming's position and revealed a predatory grin. He concentrated his chakra throughout his body, erupting in a deep crimson aura reminiscent of a demonic spirit. This was Zabuza's signature technique, the silent killing method, enabling him to conceal himself within the fog and execute high-speed assaults on enemies across a wide area, culminating in a lethal, decapitating strike. In an instant, Zabuza surged forward with astounding speed, appearing before his targets in the blink of an eye. "Got you, little brats," he sneered. Sasuke and his companions were taken aback, realizing that Zabuza was not aiming at Long Ming but rather charging towards them. "That little brat is too fast, even with the silent killing method. I can't catch up to him. If I can just seize one of these three brats' companions, I may not win, but I can escape unscathed," Zabuza pondered, his eyes gleaming with determination as he swung his sword towards Sasuke and his friends. Sasuke immediately drew his weapon, the Snow Walk, intending to intercept Zabuza's advance. Yet, how could his strength hope to rival Zabuza's? With a resounding clang, the Snow Walk was deflected, sending Sasuke himself flying backward. Hinata and Ino were on the verge of being taken hostage by Zabuza. In that critical moment, a surge of black chakra erupted from Hinata, instantaneously solidifying the space within a 3-meter radius. Long Ming's earlier high divine aura activated, freezing both Zabuza and Ino within the area. With only the flung Sasuke miraculously escaping the fate, Hinata was astounded by the spectacle, while Sasuke quickly regained composure. Without hesitation, he seized the Snow Walk and shouted, "Hinata, get back!" With all his might, he hurled the weapon forward. Hinata, reacting swiftly, sidestepped to avoid the Snow Walk. The swiftly flying blade pierced Zabuza's body, blood gushing forth as it emerged from his back, causing the high divine aura to dissipate immediately. "What is happening?" Zabuza's expression shifted to one of disbelief as he coughed blood, collapsing to one knee. The mist concealment technique faltered due to Zabuza's injury, and as the white fog dissipated, Long Ming could be seen rushing towards Sasuke. Upon witnessing Zabuza sustain a fatal wound and realizing that his companions were unharmed, Long Ming let out a sigh of relief. It is not that he hesitates to launch an immediate offensive. Rather, it is the impenetrable fog that obscures his vision, rendering him unable to utilize his ability to shorten the distance between objects, for he truly sees nothing. Even if he could discern a slight outline, Long Ming would have swiftly executed a teleportation, but this fog technique has thoroughly shrouded his sight. Long Ming's figure flickered and materialized before Zabuza. Sasuke's previous strike was indeed precise, directly piercing Zabuza's heart and achieving an extraordinary kill. Long Ming felt a tinge of regret. He had intended to keep Zabuza alive until the end, hoping to recruit such a master of assassination. However, the situation had nearly spiraled out of his control. Had Zabuza truly harmed Hinata and the others, Long Ming would have had no choice but to eliminate him. Mr. Zabuza, the curled figure of Haku, witnessing Zabuza's injury, could no longer contain his distress. He immediately utilized the body flicker technique to reach Zabuza's side and support him. Chapter 60. I am Mr. Zabuza's tool blood flowed incessantly from Zabuza's mouth, trickling down the bandages. He forcefully pushed Haku away and spoke in a low voice. "There's no need to support me. Haku, go and kill these brats." Observing the continuous stream of blood from Zabuza, Haku's tears began to flow uncontrollably from beneath his mask. "Mr. Zabuza, please stop speaking. You are losing so much blood." Haku pressed his palm against Zabuza's wound, desperately attempting to staunch the relentless flow of blood. Yet, Sasuke's strike had severed all chances of survival for Zabuza. Not even Tsunade could revive him now, as he felt his life ebbing away with each drop of blood lost. Zabuza's head grew heavier, and even Long Ming began to appear as a double vision. This was a symptom of excessive blood loss. Zabuza seemed to grasp the inevitability of his demise, ceasing his cries for vengeance against Long Ming, fully aware that his mission had failed. Yet, one concern lingered in his mind. With great difficulty, Zabuza turned his head to gaze at the tearful Haku beside him and sighed. He reached out a hand to wipe away the tears on Haku's chin. Haku, you possess the bloodline limit of ice release. Live well. Do not let me meet you so soon in the afterlife. With that, Zabuza's hand fell limp, and his body gradually grew cold. Listening to Zabuza's poignant last words, Long Ming felt a twinge of melancholy. Though Zabuza was ruthless, he was not devoid of compassion, even in death. He had taken the time to mention Haku's ice-release bloodline, hoping that Long Ming would recognize Haku's potential and take him under his wing, thereby preserving Haku's life. Mr. Zabuza. Haku stood frozen, as if entranced, his eyes devoid of life beneath the mask. Mr. Zabuza, please wake up. Haku numbly shook Zabuza's already lifeless body. Yet no response came. He has passed away. Cease these foolish actions and give him a proper burial. Long Ming's voice resonated in Bai's ears, as if awakening him from a stupor. He lifted his gaze, fixating on Sasuke, who had slain Zabuza, and Sasuke met his gaze with unwavering resolve. Long Ming furrowed his brow and spoke in a grave tone. Bai, do not accuse me of failing to warn you. Should you seek vengeance for Zabuza, I will be the first to end your life. Reflect deeply on his final words. Do not squander his heartfelt intentions. Bai's ice release, a rare bloodline limit within the ninja world, was a coveted power. If possible, Long Ming had no desire to eliminate Bai, for their clan had always lacked such a scarce bloodline limit ninja. Bai lowered his head, acutely aware that with Long Ming present, he could never avenge Zabuza. He removed his mask, revealing a remarkably handsome visage. I am but a tool of Mr. Zabuza. Without him, I am an unneeded entity in this world. I understand his wishes, yet without Mr. Zabuza, there is little left for me to cherish in this life. Bai embraced Zabuza's lifeless body and then thrust himself against the blade embedded in Zabuza's back. Long Ming's pupils constricted by the time he attempted to intervene. It was too late. The blade of snow pierced through both their bodies, blood trickling from the corner of Bai's mouth. This scene left Sasuke and the others in stunned silence. They had not anticipated Bai's resolute decision to take his own life upon witnessing Zabuza's demise. Long Ming sighed deeply, shaking his head as he remarked, what a needless sacrifice. Bai gazed tenderly at Zabuza and spoke softly, I am Mr. Zabuza's tool, as he departs for that world. I must accompany him. If it is within your power, I implore you to allow us to rest together. Long Ming remained silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Thank you. Bai murmured as he rested his head against Zabuza's body, slowly closing his eyes. Despite his victory, Long Ming felt an unsettling complexity within his heart. He withdrew the blade from the bodies of Zabuza and Bai, addressing Sasuke and the others beside him. Prepare yourselves. We are bound for the daimyo's residence. The daimyo of the Land of Fire has caused us considerable trouble, and it is only fitting that we pay him a proper visit. The streets bore the scars of battle. Long Ming sprinted through 2 alleys until he discovered the body of Hakiyama Shin, whose ribcage he had shattered. Hakiyama seemed to have recently succumbed, his corpse still warm. Without the aid of medical ninjas, he likely endured a prolonged period of suffering before his demise. Long Ming hoisted his body onto his back, and then in another collapsed shop, he found the deceased Honkawa Kigo. Compared to the agony inflicted upon Hakiyama, Honkawa's fate was far more merciful. He had been instantaneously slain, spared from any suffering. However, one side of his face was barely recognizable, raising concerns about the potential impact on claiming the bounty. Although Long Ming sought to find the remains of Zhang Buchuan Bai, he was left with nothing but remnants after the devastating strike of the Infinite Jade. After searching for half a day, he managed to uncover merely a severed arm of a puppet, suggesting that his quest was in vain. As for Zai Bujan and Bai, despite the bounty on Zai Bujan, Long Ming chose not to take his corpse out of respect for both him and Bai. Instead, he arranged for Sasuke and the others to give them a proper burial. Ultimately, the only individuals left for Long Ming to claim a bounty on were the rogue ninjas Yashan Xian from Konoha and Motokawa Kigo from Iwagakure, valued at 18 million and 16 million ryo respectively. This total exceeded the threshold required to purchase the method for creating explosive tags starting at 5 ryo. He still needed to locate a bounty office to redeem the rewards for these two. He recalled there was one nearby. As Longming perused his small black book, he discovered that a bounty office lay a few dozen li away, perfectly situated for his needs. Shall we send these two to exchange for the money first? Sasuke inquired earnestly. No, we shall proceed directly to the daimyo's mansion, Longming replied, closing the small black book. He formed hand seals, aligning his index and middle fingers together in a cross. Shadow clone technique. With a burst of white mist, Longming summoned a shadow clone. This technique creates tangible duplicates using chakra, each possessing an independent consciousness and a degree of resilience. Upon dispersal, the clone's memories and experiences return to the original. The shadow clone can also utilize Susanoo and certain ninjutsu, though it cannot unleash the ocular techniques of the Manjiki Sharingan, such as Longming's Infinite and Takagami. Mastering the shadow clone technique took considerable time for Longming. Given his current chakra levels, he could create around 12 shadow clones, though not as formidable as Naruto. This was still commendable compared to an ordinary individual. Chapter 61. The Daimyo's Mansion. I leave these two bodies in your care. After you exchange the bounties, remember to regroup with us, Longming instructed the shadow clone. The clone nodded, lifting the two bodies and swiftly departing the street. Longming, along with the others, also made their exit. Unbeknownst to them, a bald figure nearby had witnessed the entire encounter. This individual was Dill. Dill was drenched in cold sweat, his attire soaked as if he had just emerged from water. Who is this child? He is terrifying. Even I could hardly manage 4 rogue ninjas so effortlessly. My instincts were indeed correct. It was fortunate I refrained from attacking him in that shop. As Dill watched Longming vanish into the distance, he finally exhaled in relief. However, a sudden realization struck him, and his expression turned grave. That direction is disastrous. He is heading to confront the daimyo. Suddenly awakened, Dilu sprang up from the rooftop and hastened towards the residence of the daimyo. The location of the daimyo's mansion was not difficult to discern, as it was the most opulent and grandest estate in the entire Dongjing. The premises were heavily guarded, with as many as 80 elite sentinels stationed before the imposing vermilion iron gates. Within, every 10 paces was a sentinel positioned to avert any unforeseen calamities befalling the daimyo. Longming, accompanied by Sasuke and the others, approached the daimyo's abode at a leisurely pace. As soon as they set foot on the steps, the guards raised their long spears, aiming them menacingly at Longming. The captain of the guards was the first to speak, barking, "What are you doing here? This is the daimyo's residence, not a playground for children like you. Be gone, quickly." He prodded Longming's shoulder with the tip of his spear, seemingly attempting to intimidate him. Longming's expression remained unperturbed as he reached out and grasped the spear's tip. The captain was momentarily taken aback, then scoffed, "You little brat. What do you intend to do? Are you trying to seize my weapon?" Before he could finish his taunt, the captain felt an irresistible force emanating from the spear, and he was flung back like a leaf caught in a tempest, crashing into a distant wall, unconscious and unaware of his fate. The remaining soldiers stood in stunned silence until Longming continued to advance, shaking them from their stupor. "Ninja! They are ninjas!" they exclaimed. "Intruders! Intruders! Ninjas are attacking the daimyo's mansion. Eliminate them. Protect the daimyo." All the guards raised their weapons and charged towards Longming and his companions. "Protect the daimyo? You truly overestimate yourselves," Longming scoffed, making no move to raise his hands. His eyes, however, unleashed a genjutsu upon all who met his gaze. Those who locked eyes with Longming found their bodies frozen, their initial anger and resolve gradually giving way to emptiness. Even some seasoned genin could not withstand the power of the Sharingan's illusion, let alone these ordinary soldiers. Longming strode forward, and as he did, the guards collapsed one by one onto the ground. Sasuke followed closely behind, filled with envy. He understood that this was the power of the Sharingan passed down through his clan. While he felt a sense of pride, he also harbored an intense yearning for such strength. As Longming reached the entrance, just as he was about to push the door open, he suddenly sensed an unusual barrier. A faint luminescence enveloped the door. This force seemed akin to a protective enchantment, designed to safeguard the daimyo's residence. Quite a variety of measures, Longming mused, halting his steps. Just as Konoha possessed sensory barriers, it was only natural that the dwelling of the daimyo would not be devoid of defenses. If relying solely on these ordinary guards, a single genin could easily assassinate the daimyo. Longming glanced at the massive iron door and then at the 2 stone statues resembling fearsome rakshases, deep in thought. The barrier is evidently activated by these 2 stone statues. They possess the ability to identify anyone passing through the gate, as long as the individual possesses chakra. Entry into the Lord's mansion is strictly forbidden without the owner's consent. Under such circumstances, one method to breach the barrier is akin to Obito's mastery of space ninjutsu, allowing him to traverse through it. Alternatively, one could forcibly shatter it with power that vastly exceeds that of the barrier itself. Long Ming inhaled deeply. His right fist clenched tightly, and like a bolt of lightning, he struck the door. Bang! The entire gate reverberated with a muffled sound, and a cloud of dust cascaded down from above. While the door, enveloped in a glow, remained motionless, an immense backlash surged forth. Long Ming's right arm tingled, and he staggered back 3 steps before regaining his balance. It was indeed quite resilient. He shook his slightly aching arm. It seemed that even a jonin employing fire-release ninjutsu would struggle to breach this barrier. The guards within appeared to have sensed the situation, shouting, "Gather at the door. That ninja is assaulting it. Do not allow the intruder to enter. Everyone, brace yourselves." The door was fortified by a barrier established by the third Hokage. This ninja would not easily breach it. The guards crowded at the entrance, using their bodies to brace against the door. Long Ming snorted coldly and delivered another rapid punch to the door. Bang! With the guards now involved, the barrier appeared to grow even more formidable. This time, Long Ming was forced back 5 steps from the impact. "It's effective, brothers. Hold the line. We must defend the Lord to the death." This is the legendary barrier set by the third Hokage. No matter who is outside, they cannot easily smash through it. Long Ming touched his nose and chuckled softly. "You think a mere barrier can stop me?" Even if the third Hokage himself were present, he would not dare to boast like this. With that, Long Ming's eyes began to rotate slowly, and dark chakra enveloped his body. He activated the first form of Susanoo, manifesting a colossal skeletal upper body around him. The form of Susanoo was nearly as broad and tall as the gate itself. Long Ming commanded Susanoo to raise its arm, slightly bending it in a gesture of gathering power. In the next moment, boom! A force of an entirely different magnitude surged against the door, shattering the glow that enveloped it. The 2 stone statues nearby fragmented into pieces, and with a thunderous crash, the gate collapsed. Many guards, caught off guard, were directly crushed beneath the weight of the several 100-pound iron door. Long Ming stepped into the Lord's mansion, the imposing presence of Susanoo instilling profound pressure among the guards. Their legs trembled slightly. With every step Long Ming took forward, they retreated a step back. With a casual motion, Long Ming commanded Susanoo to grasp the nearest guard, who turned pale, struggling helplessly in the grip of Susanoo. "Release me. I implore you. I wish to live." Chapter 62. The stalwart guardian of the daimyo. The guards surrounding me hesitated, their palms drenched in sweat, none daring to intervene in Long Ming's actions. Long Ming pulled a guard close, speaking coolly, "Cease your cries, lest I sever your tongue." The guard fell silent, his face a mask of indignation as he gazed at Long Ming. "What do you intend to do?" Long Ming surveyed the expansive courtyard and inquired, "Where is the daimyo?" The guard scoffed, his expression resolute as if prepared to face death. "In your dreams. I am a loyal protector of the daimyo. I would rather leap from the Dongjing Tower than divulge his whereabouts." Long Ming regarded him with indifference, commanding Susanoo with a mere gesture. With a thunderous crash, the surrounding soldiers were sent sprawling, their armor scattered across the ground. The guard stiffened, coughing twice before saying, "As it happens, the daimyo is currently in a secure hideout. Proceed straight ahead, then turn left and navigate a few turns to reach him." "I appreciate your assistance," Long Ming replied, dispelling Susanoo and casually tossing him aside. In the secure hideout, the daimyo paced anxiously, beads of sweat cascading from his brow. He kicked over a table in frustration, bellowing, "Where is Jill? Why has he not come to protect me? The ninjas from Konoha are at my doorstep. Where has he gone?" Those around him fell silent, too fearful to approach. Suddenly, a frantic knocking echoed through the room. The daimyo's face drained of color, and he hurriedly concealed himself beneath the table. "The ninjas from Konoha have arrived. Quickly, go and stop them." Panic gripped the others as one guard, summoning his courage, approached the door. With a creak, the door swung open, and a bloodied soldier tumbled into the hideout, gasping for breath. "It's bad, daimyo. Those ninjas have breached our defenses. They're too strong. We cannot withstand them. The guards are suffering heavy casualties. They are nearly upon us. Please, you must evacuate at once." The guard's voice was urgent, his eyes wide with fear. The daimyo, still hidden beneath the table, wore an expression of fluctuating dread. He called to those nearby, "Hurry, assist me in leaving. My legs have betrayed me." As they approached, they noticed the daimyo's legs were trembling uncontrollably, devoid of strength. They struggled to pull him from beneath the table, supporting him as they prepared to flee. Just as they were about to open the door, a resounding crash echoed, and a hole was smashed into the door. A pale fist halted mere inches from the daimyo's nose. He nearly succumbed on the spot. In that moment, the daimyo lost all composure. A stream of warmth trickling down his leg. Long Ming retracted his fist, the door torn open alongside it. The daimyo's legs buckled, and he collapsed helplessly to the ground. Long Ming gazed at the lord of the Fire Nation, who sat helplessly in a puddle of urine, his brows furrowing in disbelief. He had not anticipated such a pitiful display from this noble. Yet, upon reflection, the lords depicted in the world of Hokage had seldom presented themselves as particularly wise or formidable. Their appearances were often limited to trivial pursuits, such as playing mahjong to assert their presence. This lord of the Fire Nation had once been rendered speechless by a mere glare from Danzo. As Long Ming approached, the lord recoiled in fear, desperately shouting, "What do you want? Are you attempting to rebel? I am the lord of the Fire Nation. I command you to withdraw." Long Ming cast a cold glance at the lord, remarking, "It seems you have yet to comprehend your position." With that, he raised his foot and delivered a powerful kick, sending the lord soaring through the air, crashing down and breaking a table in the distance. The force of the blow was tremendous. Upon landing, the lord spewed blood and lost several teeth. Long Ming strode forward, planting his foot firmly on the lord's face, exerting pressure as he spoke deliberately. "I had initially intended to engage in a civil discourse with you, considering you are a lord of the Fire Nation. The Uchiha are not malevolent spirits. Yet, how have you responded? Before I even arrived to see you, you dispatched rogue ninjas to assassinate me. May I thus interpret this as a declaration of war against the Uchiha and Konoha on behalf of the Fire Nation?" As he spoke, he applied more force with his foot, causing the lord's skull to creak ominously beneath his weight. At that moment, the lord was filled with regret, lamenting his earlier intentions of merely negotiating with the Uchiha. Following the deaths of prominent figures Mito Gate-in and Tenkai Kamachi, coupled with Sarutobi Hiruzen's forced resignation, the lord had nearly lost all influence over Konoha. He had genuinely sought dialogue, but, unaware of the Uchiha's stance, had enlisted a few ninjas for his protection. To his dismay, these rogue ninjas disregarded his orders and launched an attack on Long Ming and his companions, leading to the current predicament. The lord, consumed by a mix of anger and sorrow, cursed the ancestors of the rogue ninjas in his mind. Yet, no amount of cursing could alter the present situation. He felt the pressure from Long Ming's foot intensifying, making it increasingly difficult to breathe, his eyes bulging as he fought for air. The onlookers, unable to bear the sight, averted their gazes. Just as the lord teetered on the brink of death beneath Long Ming's foot, a panicked voice called from outside, "Spare him. Please, spare him." Recognizing the familiar voice, Long Ming eased his foot. As the oppressive weight lifted, the lord, having danced with death, gasped for air. "Help me, please," he cried, tears streaming down his face as he implored for aid. The one who had rushed in to intervene was none other than the hurriedly arriving Jilu. In that moment, it seemed as if the individuals within the room had discovered a haven of warmth, retreating behind Lord Jilu. "My Lord Jilu, you have finally returned. This villain has taken the daimyo hostage. Please, take action to subdue him," implored the crowd. "Indeed, Lord Jilu, only you possess the capability to resolve this matter. We beseech you to intervene." All eyes were filled with hope as they turned towards Jilu. His expression darkened as he retorted, "Could you refrain from concocting such foolish ideas? I wish to live a few more years." Ignoring those beside him, Jilu strode forward and performed a Buddhist salutation towards Long Ming. "Young brother, I am grateful for your restraint. This situation is, in fact, a misunderstanding. The daimyo has no desire to wage war against the Uchiha clan. It is those rogue ninjas acting on their own volition who seek to harm you and your companions." The daimyo beneath him nodded vigorously, trembling as he added, "Yes, indeed. I have never commanded those ninjas to harm you. It was entirely their doing. This is a misunderstanding." Chapter 63, 1,000 billion Ryo, a misunderstanding? Long Ming's voice rose an octave as he ground his foot against the daimyo's face. "That individual was summoned by you, was he not? Do you dare to assert that this is not a declaration of war against the Uchiha clan? I shall return tomorrow with my men to ravage the eastern Jing. From this day forth, the land of fire shall be under the Uchiha name." Cold sweat streamed down Jilu's brow. Conversing with Long Ming was utterly terrifying, as he casually threatened to obliterate an entire nation. However, Long Ming's words were not devoid of reason. For Zabuza and the others had indeed been summoned by the daimyo of the Land of Fire. Had the daimyo not issued a bounty to rally those rogue ninjas, these events would never have transpired. Faced with the overwhelming presence of Long Ming, Jilu could only muster the courage to respond, "Young brother, please remain calm. War is no trivial matter. With such a vast population in eastern Jing, should you act impulsively, the entire Land of Fire would suffer, and at that point, the other four great nations would come to seize our territory." Long Ming, appearing almost like a rogue, retorted petulantly, "I do not care. You declared war against the Uchiha clan first. Now you wish to dismiss it as a misunderstanding? Do you think I am so easily trifled with? Unless I receive a satisfactory resolution, I shall lead the Uchiha into eastern Jing tomorrow." Long Ming's resolute demeanor sparked a glimmer of realization in Jilu. He discerned that Long Ming was indeed seeking recompense, though being extorted was somewhat disconcerting at that moment. The circumstances demanded that if appeasing Long Ming would ensure the daimyo's safety, then every concession would be worthwhile. Jilu immediately signaled to the daimyo, urging him, "Daimyo, we have indeed erred in this matter. We must provide this young brother with a satisfactory explanation. Do you not agree?" Under Jilu's fervent prompting, the daimyo finally grasped the situation and exclaimed, "I shall provide. I will certainly offer a satisfactory resolution to Konoha. Oh no, to the Uchiha." A subtle smile crept onto Long Ming's lips, yet his tone remained aggressive. "Then pray, enlighten me on how you intend to compensate the Uchiha. Should you dare to offer a half-hearted response, do not blame me for being merciless." As Long Ming spoke, a glint of murderous intent flickered in his eyes, causing the daimyo to once again lose control, leaving a mess of yellow and white fluid on the ground. Dilu, unable to bear witnessing the daimyo's distress any longer, interjected, "My young brother, the daimyo has already acquiesced. Perhaps you might consider releasing him, so we may deliberate at a more leisurely pace." Long Ming rolled his eyes, unwilling to remain in the company of the foul-smelling daimyo any longer. He then lifted his foot, granting the daimyo his long-awaited freedom. Dilu stepped forward to assist the daimyo, who took a considerable time to regain his composure. "Now, speak up. How do you intend to compensate?" Long Ming casually inquired, dusting off the grime from beneath his fingernails. The daimyo instinctively glanced at Dilu before cautiously responding, I am willing to increase the funding allocated to Konoha from the original 20 billion ryo to 40 billion ryo for the next disbursement. How does that sound to you?" "What? Only 40 billion ryo?" Long Ming's fury erupted, and he seized the daimyo by his collar. "Are you mocking me? Such a paltry sum is hardly sufficient for anyone. Do you not take my words to heart?" He commanded, "Silence. I shall state my demand. In 5 days, the Land of Fire must remit 100 billion ryo to the Uchiha clan. Should you fail to comply, war shall commence tomorrow." The daimyo's face turned ashen with fear as he bitterly explained, "The Land of Fire collects merely 400 billion ryo in taxes annually, and a significant portion is allocated for daily expenditures. 100 billion ryo is simply too great a burden." With a disdainful snort, Long Ming released the daimyo's collar. "That is not my concern. If I do not see that 100 billion ryo, I shall march my forces into East Jing. You may figure out how to handle that." Caught in a dilemma, the daimyo, despite his high status, knew that many matters could not be decided unilaterally. His expression darkened as he stated, "This issue is far too significant. I must convene with the officials and governors of the Land of Fire to provide you with a response." The officials and governors, being the daimyo's subordinates, managed finances, administration, judiciary, and military logistics, overseeing the governance of cities. Although the majority of power resided with the daimyo, the mobilization of such a substantial tax sum necessitated careful discussion with them to ascertain their agreement. Ultimately, they would likely acquiesce, for should Konoha truly come for them, they would lose everything. "Humph, I shall grant you 1 day. Do not disappoint me," Long Ming declared coldly. In truth, he was quite satisfied with the 40 billion ryo. Yet it seemed unreasonable not to extract a heavier toll from the Land of Fire during such a prime opportunity. As for the notion of eliminating the daimyo, Long Ming had contemplated it, but he recognized that while ninjas excelled in combat, they lacked the skills necessary for governance and production. Some responsibilities ought to remain in the hands of the common folk. Having delivered his ultimatum, Long Ming departed the daimyo's residence, leaving the aftermath for the daimyo and his aides to manage. A day passed. The esteemed feudal lord convened his subordinates to deliberate on the conditions proposed by Long Ming. After a fervent debate, the Land of Fire acquiesced to the request of providing Konoha with an annual operational budget of 100 billion ryo. Upon receiving this news, which traveled back to Konoha, Fugaku was overjoyed, expressing his elation through animated gestures, extolling Long Ming as a remarkably gifted negotiator. Following the successful completion of his mission, Long Ming did not linger in the Eastern Jin region for long. After procuring the method for crafting explosive tags from the black market, he departed from Eastern Jin. A few days later, the Land of Fire also announced that Uchiha Fugaku was the legitimate heir to the position of Hokage, and with the endorsement of the feudal lord, Fugaku's claim to the Hokage title was finally validated. Having navigated a series of tumultuous events, discussions regarding the significant upheaval in Konoha became rampant. Several organizations skilled in intelligence gathering became aware of Long Ming and the emerging prodigy from the Uchiha clan. Gradually, Long Ming garnered a modest reputation within the shinobi world. In a dark cavern, Toby, adorned with a mask, contemplated the intelligence in his hand, accompanied by Zetsu, who resembled a Venus flytrap. Since his return to the Uchiha clan, Toby had commanded Zetsu to incessantly gather information about Long Ming, hoping to uncover how he had come to know of Toby's true identity. Although the source remained elusive, each piece of information Zetsu brought back left Toby increasingly perturbed. The harrowing feats of slaying Danzo, confronting the third Hokage, controlling Jiraiya, and seizing the Hokage position served as stark reminders of the formidable adversary he faced. What a pity it would be. If only he could recruit such an individual into the Akatsuki organization, the Moon Eye plan would certainly advance at an accelerated pace. A note of regret tinged Toby's voice. Chapter 64. The actions of the Akatsuki organization following an intense battle between Jiraiya and Long Ming. Toby had thoroughly grasped Long Ming's capabilities, describing them as virtually insurmountable. As Long Ming had once articulated, he was indeed Toby's absolute nemesis, as Toby could not even lay a hand on him. Ha ha ha, if that is the case, why not attempt to persuade him to join us? Zetsu suggested earnestly. You underestimate the situation. Not everyone can be swayed as easily as Nagato. From the very first moment I laid eyes on that guy, I knew he was not one to willingly submit to others, Toby replied, rubbing his forehead and asking hoarsely. Where's Long Ming now? Zetsu responded. He is likely to be in the northern region of the Land of Fire. The exact location remains unclear, but he should be nearing the border. The north? Toby mused, stroking his chin before abruptly inquiring. I recall that Orochimaru and Sasori are active in that vicinity, correct? Zetsu nodded slightly. Indeed, ever since they captured the host of the Five Tails, they have been lingering near the border of the Land of Fire, and Nagato has not assigned them any further tasks. The host of the Five Tails, named Han, is a ninja from the Rock Village. Toby, deep in thought, realized that while he could not eliminate Long Ming, it did not imply that he would remain idle. Long Ming was acutely aware of his true identity, and the mere thought of it caused Obito great distress, leaving him unable to eat or sleep in peace. Thus, no matter the cost, Obito was resolute in his intention to eliminate Long Ming. While he personally deemed himself incapable of executing this task, Orochimaru, a master of various ninjutsu and a renowned member of the legendary Three Shinobi of Konoha, would undoubtedly be a suitable candidate to confront Long Ming. Obito returned the intelligence he held to Zetsu, commanding, have Nagato inform Orochimaru and Sasori to pursue Long Ming. Understood, Zetsu replied succinctly, gradually submerging himself into the ground, restoring silence to the cavern once more. As the setting sun cast a fiery glow across the horizon, two figures clad in black cloaks embroidered with red clouds were seated upon a stone. Both wore conical hats adorned with wind chimes, their fingers adorned with rings inscribed with their respective code names. One possessed striking golden, elongated pupils, with purple eyeshadow extending to the wings of his nose. His complexion was pale, and he wore cerulean, jewel-like earrings that imparted a sinister aura. The other figure was shorter, obscured by a black mask, leaving only a pair of small eyes visible. These two were none other than Orochimaru and Sasori, now partners in their nefarious endeavors. After a prolonged silence, both slowly opened their eyes. Orochimaru licked his lips with a grin. It appears, dear Sasori, that we have tasks ahead of us. The Uchiha clan, how thrilling. A glint of greed flickered in Orochimaru's eyes as he spoke, much to Sasori's displeasure. Be cautious, Orochimaru. According to the intelligence, this boy is quite formidable. I fear my puppetry may prove ineffective, Sasori remarked coolly, analyzing the situation. Orochimaru's expression sobered slightly. They had acquired information regarding Long Ming's proficient ninjutsu and the ocular techniques associated with his double Sharingan. Undeniably, the ability to manipulate space and time through ocular power posed a significant challenge, even for Orochimaru. There will always be a way. We shall wait for the organization to locate him precisely before proceeding. For now, let us make some preparations, Orochimaru mused, his golden eyes swirling with inscrutable thoughts. What kind of preparations do you have in mind? Sasori inquired blandly. Orochimaru smiled mysteriously, casting his gaze northward. In the land of rice, I still hold a modicum of influence. It serves as a small base of mine. We can retreat there to regroup for a couple of days and devise a strategy to deal with this boy named Long Ming. When did you establish influence in the land of rice? I never imagined you would attract followers, even ones as morose as yourself, Sasori retorted with biting sarcasm. The relationship between Orochimaru and Sasori was far from harmonious, stemming from their divergent philosophies regarding immortality and eternity, as well as Orochimaru's affiliation with Konoha, the very place where Sasori's parents had met their demise at the hands of its shinobi. Orochimaru paid no heed to Scorpion's derision, instead responding, "It is a recent establishment. To be honest, still in its nascent stages. Only a few of my loyal subordinates remain there. I shall take you on a tour. Come along." With that, Orochimaru ambled northward. Scorpion let out a cold snort and quietly followed behind. The land of rice is a small nation bordering the Hidden Leaf Village, which previously had no ninja village of its own. According to the original storyline, after his defeat by Itachi, Orochimaru severed ties with the Akatsuki and subsequently bribed the feudal lord of the land of rice to establish the Sound Village within its borders. The Sound Village was not employed by the land of rice. Following his bribery of the feudal lord, Orochimaru took control of the land of rice, which later became his primary base. However, due to Long Ming's interference, Itachi did not join the Akatsuki. Nevertheless, Orochimaru still managed to establish the Sound Village, indicating that he had already contemplated leaving the organization. Long Ming stood atop a mountain, gazing at the scenery of the land of rice. It had been half a month since they departed from the eastern Jing, and along the way, they had meandered, occasionally pausing to train. In stark contrast to the bustling eastern Jing, the land of rice resembled a desolate backwater. The road showed no signs of throngs of merchants or passing ninjas. Only a handful of townsfolk wandering the streets. Sasuke could not help but express his doubts. Long Ming, is the extraordinary master you mentioned truly residing in such a place? From an exterior perspective, the land of rice appeared utterly unremarkable, hardly befitting a lofty sage. Sasuke imagined that the teacher Long Ming sought would either dwell in a lavish estate or hide within the depths of a forest, yet it seemed neither was the case. Long Ming playfully tapped Sasuke's head, feigning profundity as he explained, "What do you understand, child? This is a case of the lesser hidden among the mountains, and the greater hidden among the bustling city. Do not underestimate this place. It is home to several exceptionally talented ninja. Is that true?" Sasuke rubbed his head, appearing somewhat skeptical. Long Ming merely smiled, refraining from elaboration. The talented ninjas he referred to were indeed Kabuto and Kimimaro, both of whom had far surpassed Sasuke in strength. Having been nurtured and trained by Orochimaru since childhood, executing various missions and engaging in combat. Notably, Kimimaro possessed the rare bloodline limit of the Shikatsumiyaku, far exceeding that of an ordinary Genin. "All right, let us find a place to rest before I venture out to gather information," Long Ming declared, leading the group into the land of rice. Unlike the eastern Jing, the management in the land of rice was exceedingly lax. It was of no concern who was a ninja or not, allowing all to pass freely. Chapter 65. Gathering information. Long Ming settled Hinata and the others, then intended to find nearby the location of the Sound Village or any information regarding Orochimaru. He was not the slightest bit concerned that Orochimaru had not established the Sound Village, for the system's issuance of such a task was proof that the Sound Village indeed existed. The day of reckoning is fast approaching. However, Long Ming must be cautious, for Orochimaru is not yet a member of the Akatsuki. Should Orochimaru be affiliated with the Akatsuki, Long Ming must brace himself for a confrontation with the organization's other members. As for seeking information about Orochimaru in the land of rice, Long Ming has already identified a target in his mind. He scoured the land of rice and ultimately located the estate of the feudal lord. Observing the drowsy guards at the entrance, Long Ming felt a twinge of embarrassment at their evident lack of vigilance. Ignoring the guards, he propelled himself forward and leaped into the lord's mansion. A cacophony of laughter echoed through the air. "My lord, come and catch me. If you manage to catch me, I shall be yours tonight. My lord. I am right here. Please hurry and find me." A voice teased, accompanied by a giggle. "Hee, my little beauty, once I catch you, you shall see what it means to be in ecstasy." Longming rubbed his nose, noting that the feudal lord of the land of rice possessed quite the refined taste. Following the sound, he ventured into a small garden where a blindfolded man with a mustache was frolicking with 3 women clad in kimonos. Each time he brushed against their garments, a lewd smile would creep across his face. It was evident that this man was the feudal lord of the land of rice. "My lord, I am right next to you. Come on." One of the women in a green kimono leaned in, whispering in his ear, "My little beauty, you cannot escape. Prepare yourself." The feudal lord chuckled lewdly, lunging forward and surprisingly managing to seize someone. Ecstatic, the feudal lord squeezed with enthusiasm, as if savoring the softness of the woman. Yet, the next moment, a peculiar expression crossed his face. My little beauty, your chest is rather small and quite firm, akin to that of a man." Realizing something was amiss, the feudal lord removed his blindfold, only to find a displeased youth standing before him. "Who the hell are you to intrude upon my estate? Where is my little beauty?" The lord gasped, hastily releasing his grip and wiping his hands on his clothing in disgust, as if repulsed by his earlier actions. Longming patted his chest and pointed, "She is right behind you. Did you not notice?" Turning around, the feudal lord saw that the women who had been playing with him now stood vacantly, ensnared in an illusion. His pupils dilated in shock, and his expression darkened considerably. He quickly understood that the youth before him had come to cause trouble. "Guards, there is an assassin," the feudal lord shouted at the top of his lungs. Realizing he was merely an ordinary man and had no hope of escaping the grasp of a ninja, with a resounding slap, Longming sent the lord of the land of rice flying, his form crashing to the ground. Dazed and disoriented, the lord felt stars dance before his eyes, his cheek swelling ominously. Longming casually rubbed his nose and chuckled. "Do refrain from shouting. I am not an assassin. I merely wish to pose a few friendly inquiries. If you answer me honestly, I assure you, I will not trouble you. Do we have an understanding?" The lord of the land of rice, clutching his swollen cheek, glared in indignation. Although he was acutely aware of Longming's ninja prowess, the brazen threat against him was a profound affront to his dignity as a lord. Drawing a deep breath, he steeled himself and replied coldly, "Do not be so arrogant. Our land of rice is not easily subjugated. Should you dare to take my life, formidable ninjas will undoubtedly seek retribution, the likes of which you cannot contend with. Before them, you are but an insignificant insect." The lord's audacity stemmed from the confidence bestowed upon him by Orochimaru. Just months prior, Orochimaru had approached him with the proposal of establishing a ninja village in the land of rice, a notion that had left the lord elated and animated. Their impoverished nation had no ninjas to speak of, but with Orochimaru's arrival, not only did he bring wealth, but he also promised the establishment of a ninja village. Who would dare to act recklessly against the land of rice, fortified by the name of the 3 legendary ninjas? With a sharp clap, as the lord was lost in reverie, Longming delivered another crisp slap, jolting him back to reality. This time, the impact was more severe, causing the other side of the lord's face to swell even more than before. You have gone too far," he exclaimed, blood spilling from his mouth as he looked at Longming with a mixture of rage and despair. He had not anticipated such a brutal display, especially before he could finish his words. Longming brushed off the dust from his hands, nonchalantly stating, "I had no intention of resorting to this. But your need to boast before me ignited a compulsion within me. I cannot resist the urge to slap the faces of those who flaunt their superiority. I hope you can forgive my impulsiveness." The lord of the land of rice was incensed, nearly on the verge of spitting blood. "So according to your logic, I am in the wrong?" Ignoring the lord's protests, Longming settled himself comfortably on a nearby flower bed and inquired, "You mentioned powerful ninjas in your country. Who might this ninja be?" From the lord's previous remarks, Longming was nearly certain that Orochimaru resided within the borders of the land of rice. Yet he sought confirmation from the lord himself. The lord hesitated, for Orochimaru had previously warned him against disclosing his identity and whereabouts. His earlier comments were merely an attempt to intimidate Longming. "It seems you are unwilling to cooperate," Longming remarked, raising his right hand once more. The lord's complexion drained of color. He feared that should he receive another slap, it might very well lead to his demise at Longming's hands. He quickly interjected, wait, do not strike. The ninja I mentioned is actually Orochimaru, the rogue ninja from Konoha. He currently resides within the land of rice. Long Ming's eyes sparkled with intrigue, and his previously raised hand fell back to his side. Where exactly is he located? Has he established the Sound Village in this nation? The daimyo of the land of rice felt a jolt in his heart. This information had been meticulously concealed, even from many of his own citizens. How could this youth possibly know? Indeed, the Sound Village has been founded in the northwestern corner of the land of rice, and Orochimaru returned there just 10 days prior. The daimyo hesitated for a moment, but ultimately chose to divulge everything. Addressing the immediate crisis was far more pressing than the warnings of Orochimaru. Chapter 66. Kabuto and Kimimaro 10 days ago, you say? Long Ming pondered, stroking his chin thoughtfully. The timing of Orochimaru's return was rather fortuitous, arriving shortly before him. Long Ming initially believed he would remain in the land of rice for an extended period. However, it now seemed that after clocking in, he would be able to meet Orochimaru directly. One of Long Ming's objectives for this outing was to entice Orochimaru away from the Akatsuki and into the Uchiha fold. Yet, achieving this goal would not be a simple feat. Orochimaru harbored immense ambition, relentlessly researching various ninjutsu and seeking the secrets of immortality, all while yearning for the Sharingan. Should Long Ming fail to manage Orochimaru effectively, the consequences for the Uchiha might be dire. If only Shirsui's Kodoame Tsukumi were available. Long Ming lamented. Had it been usable, he could have employed a similar method to alter Orochimaru's will. Alas, without Hashirama's cells, the cooldown for Shirsui's Kodoame Tsukumi was far too long, rendering it unusable this time. While both Orochimaru and Yamato possessed Hashirama's cells, only Orochimaru had mastered the transplantation technique. Long Ming could hardly approach Orochimaru with the request. I wish to modify your will using Kodoame Tsukumi. Could you kindly assist me in transplanting Hashirama's cells? That would undoubtedly earn him the label of a fool. This little hero. I have said all I needed to say. May I be released now? The daimyo of the land of rice, his face swollen like that of a pig, implored pitifully. Long Ming patted the daimyo's shoulder, chuckling softly. Of course, but to prevent you from alerting others, I must have you take a little nap. A little nap? The daimyo of the land of rice was momentarily stunned, and before he could react, Long Ming swiftly struck the side of his neck with a chop. The daimyo's vision darkened, and he collapsed unconscious. After concluding his business, Long Ming exited the daimyo's residence and made his way toward the northwestern corner. Orochimaru's strength was unlike any adversary he had previously encountered, so Long Ming opted to venture alone, without bringing along Sasuke and the others. On the streets, two young men with white hair were walking together, attracting the attention of many passers-by. One of them donned a pair of black glasses and wore a dark ninja attire, exuding an aura of gentleness. Standing beside him was a youth with emerald eyes and 2 crimson dots between his brows. These two were undoubtedly the talents that Orochimaru had procured from Konoha and the Take-Torai clan, Kabuto and Kimimaro. Do you believe there truly exists ocular techniques capable of manipulating space and time? Kimimaro inquired softly as they walked along the path. Kabuto adjusted his glasses with a slight smile and replied, perhaps. Since Lord Orochimaru has asserted it, there is likely some truth to it. Why do you concern yourself with such matters? After a brief moment of silence, Kimimaro responded, it's nothing, merely a thought. If that were the case, I would no longer qualify to be Lord Orochimaru's vessel. There was a hint of regret in Kimimaro's tone. He had been nurtured by Orochimaru since childhood and held a deep, almost fanatical admiration for him. Unbeknownst to him, he had not yet learned of his illness. And upon hearing he could become Orochimaru's reincarnation vessel, he had been elated. However, just days ago, Orochimaru had returned unexpectedly, instructing them to search for an individual named Ryumei. Upon further inquiry, Kimimaro discovered that this person was a member of the Uchiha clan, one who had awakened the legendary Manjiki Sharingan. Realizing he paled in comparison to such a figure, Kimimaro understood he was no longer the prime candidate for Orochimaru's vessel. Noticing the regret in Kimimaro's heart, Kabuto chuckled softly. This may indeed be a blessing in disguise. You can preserve your valuable life and continue to serve Lord Orochimaru. He has now established a ninja village, and it is a time when he needs capable individuals. Kabuto's words seemed to rekindle Kimimaro's spirit. You are right. I must continue to serve Lord Orochimaru. I will find this Uchiha Ryumei and bring him before Lord Orochimaru. Kimimaro raised the parchment in his hand, which bore a rough likeness of Ryumei, sketched hastily to present to Orochimaru. Though somewhat crude, it was recognizable. Kabuto chuckled in disbelief and patted Kimimaro on the shoulder. It's not that simple. We have been searching for 7 or 8 days, and there hasn't been a trace of him near the land of rice. We can't expect him to just appear before us." As his words lingered, a figure hurriedly passed by them. Kabuto, who had merely glanced casually, suddenly froze, quickly turning his head and vigorously rubbing his eyes. "What's wrong? Did something get in your eye?" Kimimaro asked, frowning. Kabuto shook his head, snatching the parchment from Kimamaro's hands to compare it with the figure ahead. After careful scrutiny, he stood in stunned disbelief. "No way. That person seems to be Ryumi. What did you say?" Kimamaro's eyes lit up as he snatched the drawing back, earnestly comparing it to the figure's silhouette. "Indeed, it's him. Kabuto. Lord Orochimaru has manifested his will." Do rolled his eyes, asserting that it was he who had discovered the person. Since they had made the discovery, he suggested they promptly return to report to Lord Orochimaru. Having spoken, Do turned to head back to the Sound Village. However, Kimimaro remained stationary, his gaze fixed intently in the direction of Ryumi. "Kimimaro?" Do called out, puzzled. As if awakening from a trance, Kimimaro turned to Do and spoke earnestly. "Do, the task of reporting to Lord Orochimaru is yours. I must first ascertain whether this boy possesses the qualifications to become Lord Orochimaru's vessel." Do furrowed his brow and exclaimed, "Have you lost your mind? If the intelligence is accurate, confronting him would be tantamount to courting death. Only Lord Orochimaru can handle him. Come with me at once." With that, Do reached out to grab Kimimaro, only to have the latter easily evade him. Kimimaro's expression remained resolute. "Do, there is no need to persuade me. This is something I must do for Lord Orochimaru. If he truly is as formidable as the reports suggest, then dying at his hands would merely attest to his superiority as a vessel." Sighing at Kimimaro's stubbornness, Do took out a small bird, inscribed the intelligence upon it, and released it into the air. "Let us go together. 2 can surely improve our odds. Even if we cannot defeat him, escaping should not pose a problem." Do stood alongside Kimimaro, and together they pursued Ryumi. Chapter 67. Kimimaro and Ryumi sped forward, causing the 2 trailing behind him to furrow their brows. "Strange. It seems he is heading toward the Sound Village," Do murmured, observing Ryumi ahead. Kimimaro, however, paid little heed to such matters. Once they were at a sufficient distance, Kimimaro extended his hands. "Let me see whether you possess the qualifications to become Lord Orochimaru's vessel. If you are merely a Fade, I shall eliminate you in Lord Orochimaru's stead." A glint of murderous intent flashed in Kimimaro's eyes. "Bone pulse, 10-finger puncture." Kimimaro's fingers began to move in an eerie fashion, and suddenly, 10 bony protrusions pierced through his skin, erupting from his flesh. This was the power of Kimimaro's bone pulse, allowing him to manipulate osteoblasts and osteoclasts freely, even controlling calcium concentrations to form bones. His hardened bones surpassed steel in durability, providing a defense against conventional physical attacks, while simultaneously transforming into powerful spears for counterattacks. The 10 small bony projectiles shot forth like bullets, aimed directly at Ryumi, producing a series of sonic booms. Upon hearing the commotion, Ryumi turned. And upon seeing Kimimaro and Do, a hint of surprise crossed his face. He had been so preoccupied with his journey that he had completely overlooked the 2 along the way. However, in response to the attack, Ryumi reacted instantly, activating the infinite shifting technique. The rapidly launched bony projectiles halted before him, then fell lifelessly to the ground. As Junmaru failed to land a single blow, he swiftly drew a bone knife from his left arm and charged toward Ryumi. "Do you intend to unleash physical techniques?" Ryumi smiled gently, his hands moving rapidly to form seals. "Si Wei, Shun, Hai Wu Yin." Taking a deep breath, Ryumi gathered chakra at the back of his throat and unleashed a fiery breath ahead. Fire style, Great Fireball Technique. A colossal fireball surged forward, accompanied by waves of intense heat that scorched the surrounding ground to a fiery red. The Great Fireball technique wielded by Ryumi was significantly more potent than that used by ordinary ninjas. Nevertheless, Junmaru did not falter. Instead, he charged headlong into the flames. Water style, Water Chaos Wave. Just as the fireball was about to engulf Junmaru, Do concentrated chakra within his mouth and released a torrent of water akin to a cascading waterfall. The collision produced a thunderous steam explosion, allowing Junmaru to emerge from the vapor, sharp bone spikes protruding from his wrists, back, and palms. Dance of the Bone Pulse Willow. Junmaru leapt into the air, launching a flurry of attacks at Ryumi with his exquisite physical techniques, resembling a dance. Yet, despite Junmaru's relentless strikes with the bone knife, He could not graze the hem of Ryumi's clothing, as if he were merely assaulting the air before him. Indeed, as the intelligence indicated, Do felt a heaviness in his heart upon witnessing the scene. With such ocular techniques in play, nearly half of the ninjutsu had little effect on Ryumi. Undeterred by this, Junmaru continued his dance-like assault against Ryumi. Enough, enough, cease your antics, Ryumi remarked, feeling a sense of embarrassment watching Junmaru flail before him. He activated Susanoo, entering its first form, and delivered a punch directly at Junmaru. Feeling the immense pressure emanating from Susanoo, Junmaru swiftly enhanced his bone growth, reinforcing it beneath his skin, and raised his hands to shield his head, bracing himself to withstand the force of Susanoo. Boom! With a crack, Junmaru's body was uncontrollably propelled backward, scattering tiny bone fragments in his wake. Do rushed forward to catch him, yet the impact nearly caused him to stumble. Junmaru, unfazed by his shattered hand bones, exclaimed excitedly, "Excellent! Your strength is indeed formidable. Only thus do you qualify to become Lord Orochimaru's vessel." "Me? A vessel for Orochimaru?" Ryumi paused momentarily, then shook his head. "I fear that Orochimaru lacks the qualifications for that, and of course, he does not possess the capability to defeat me." While it might be said that Orochimaru surpassed Ryumi in overall strength, this did not imply that he could best him, for Ryumi was well aware of Orochimaru's trump cards. Among the ninjutsu Orochimaru mastered, there was none capable of countering Ryumi. In Junmaru's eyes, a fervent expression emerged as he resolutely declared, "Lord Orochimaru is omnipotent. The moment you were chosen by him, your destiny was irrevocably sealed. What remains for you is to accept it with equanimity. To become a vessel for Orochimaru is indeed a privilege. You truly are a fervent devotee of Orochimaru," Longming replied, narrowing his eyes. Suddenly, an astonishing surge of chakra erupted from him, unleashing a colossal air explosion and shockwave that swept across the entire street. Before them, the skeletal Susanoo rapidly morphed, growing veins and flesh at an astonishing pace, adorned with a formidable layer of Tengu armor, brandishing a double-edged war blade in its right hand. This represented the third form of Susanoo, wherein its defensive capabilities were significantly enhanced, and the arsenal of weaponry became more diverse. However, the chakra consumption escalated dramatically, rendering it exceedingly difficult for an ordinary Manjiki Sharingan user to maintain this state. "Do you dare to repeat your previous statement?" Longming advanced slowly, his voice echoing through the street. Junmaru felt a tremor within. The vast disparity in power and the terrifying pressure of Susanoo, instilling a moment of clarity amidst his fervent admiration for Orochimaru. Yet, this fleeting clarity was swiftly extinguished as he gritted his teeth and proclaimed, "I am willing to sacrifice everything for Lord Orochimaru. I would not hesitate even at the cost of my life." With that, Junmaru tore open his shirt, revealing a peculiar curse mark on his chest formed by 3 dark dots. This was Junmaru's Earth Curse mark, derived from Orochimaru's extraction of bodily fluids from those possessing a special bloodline limit within the clan of J-Mei. Orochimaru injected this mark into the bodies of ninjas through his serpentine kiss, augmenting their strength and instigating unnatural transformations that resulted in grotesque appearances. Though those marked could wield immense power, the curse would forcibly extract their strength, leading to severe erosion of their being, rendering it a double-edged sword. The curse mark on Junmaru seemed to come alive, radiating a dark crimson hue that enveloped his entire body. His skin turned black, massive bones protruded from his back, and a sturdy tail sprouted, adorned with sharp bone spines. Step aside. You may be caught in the crossfire." Junmaru raised his right hand, conjuring a colossal bone drill formed from his hardest bones. Chapter 68. Successful check-in of the Azura body. D's pupils constricted as if he comprehended Junmaru's intentions, solemnly advising, "Be cautious. Should the situation turn dire, withdraw promptly. After all, dealing with Longming should not fall upon us." Junmaru remained silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Observing this, D swiftly utilized the body flicker technique, reappearing several dozen meters away, yet feeling a lingering sense of insecurity, he moved several more times, ultimately positioning himself 100 meters distant. With his eyes closed, Junmaru took a deep breath. Devoid of D's presence, he could finally unleash his full potential. Suddenly, Junmaru's eyes snapped open, sharp and piercing like 2 elongated swords. "Dance of the Shikatsumiyaku," he growled, plunging his palm into the earth, causing the entire street to tremble violently. This was Junmaru's ultimate strike, a secret technique he wielded as his trump card. From the ground, numerous sharp bones erupted, launching a relentless assault upon his adversary. blanketing the terrain like a forest of white skeletons. It was a terrifying maneuver, capable of overwhelming opponents with a comprehensive barrage, rendering them defenseless. Furthermore, he could anchor himself to the protruding bones and strike with the mightiest of spears. Boom, boom, boom. Huge bone spikes erupted from the ground, relentlessly piercing towards Long Ming's Susanoo. These bones were harder than steel and sharper than blades. Even rock would be punctured into a gaping hole. Yet, upon colliding with Long Ming's Susanoo, they shattered like tofu, leaving no trace of injury upon the armor. However, the onslaught of bone spikes was ceaseless. As one shattered, another would emerge to take its place. Long Ming, firmly positioned within the Susanoo, advanced step by step toward Junmaro, effortlessly shattering the bones that dared to obstruct him. With a mighty roar, Junmaro propelled himself forward, akin to an arrow released from a bow, raising his right hand's bone drill to collide with the Susanoo. In response to Junmaro's counterattack, Long Ming simply commanded the Susanoo to raise its hand and grasp the bone drill, applying a slight pressure. The so-called bones as tough as steel splintered into fragments. This is utterly grotesque. Is this the power of the Uchiha? Do murmured, lost in thought. Junmaro's strike was a formidable technique, praised even by Orochimaru. Yet, against Long Ming's Sharingan, it seemed akin to a child playfully sparring with an adult, utterly dismissed. Junmaro stared incredulously at his right hand, while Long Ming stood before him. Looking into Long Ming's eyes, Junmaro's gaze was filled with disbelief. Finally, he rasped. With a body like yours, Lord Orochimaru will surely be pleased. I concede. Come, take my head. With that, Junmaro lowered his hands, adopting a posture of resignation. But death would not come so easily. I still require your service in the days to come. Long Ming seized Junmaro by the neck, capitalizing on his moment of vulnerability to unleash the illusion of the Sharingan. Junmaro's body stiffened, and then he slumped, rendered limp. Junmaro was an exceptionally rare wielder of the Shikatsu Miyaku bloodline, the last of his clan after the Take-Torai family was annihilated, making him the sole bearer of this bloodline in the ninja world. Incorporating such talent into the Uchiha clan was undoubtedly a judicious choice. Indeed, to subdue Kimimaro, one must first manipulate Orochimaru, whom he regards with almost divine reverence. If one could persuade Orochimaru to align himself with the Uchiha clan, then Kimimaro would be easily within reach. In the distance, Kabuto's expression was one of utter dismay, seizing the opportunity while he remained unaware of my presence. I hastily decided to return to the Hidden Sound Village. Such a character could only be countered by Lord Orochimaru. With this thought in mind, Kabuto lifted his foot, preparing to depart. Yet, as he turned his body, Ryumei had inexplicably positioned himself behind him. Kabuto was instantly overcome with terror, instinctively gathering chakra into a surgical blade and swinging it towards Ryumei. However, his strike was effortlessly evaded, and a powerful punch to his abdomen rendered him unconscious. Ryumei casually seized this master of dreams from the ranks of Hokage, although Kabuto's current strength was not formidable. His talents in medical ninjutsu and espionage surpassed those of many. Susanoo grasped Kabuto with one hand while seizing Kimimaro with the other, swiftly making their way towards the Hidden Sound Village. Given that the Hidden Sound Village had only recently been established by Orochimaru and was small in scale due to his limited manpower, it lacked even a sign, consisting merely of a few standing structures. As Ryumei descended from the sky, he was greeted once more by the familiar voice of the system echoing in his mind. Host has arrived at the Hidden Sound Village. Congratulations on completing the second check-in task. Congratulations, Host has obtained the Azura body. Ding. Host has achieved the rank of Jonin, fulfilling the requirements for a special reward. Rewarding Host with Indra S chakra. Would you like to claim it immediately? Upon hearing the voice of the system in his mind, Ryumei could not help but utter an exclamation of surprise. This was not an exclamation of frustration, but one of exhilaration. He had never anticipated that the reward for his second check-in would be so bountiful. Its worth far exceeding that of the eternal Mangeki Sharingan. Who is Azura? He is one of the legendary sons of the Sage of Six Paths, inheriting immense vitality and physical energy. As for the Azura body, a comparison with the physical prowess of Hashirama, the god of shinobi, reveals just how extraordinary it is. Hashirama, being the reincarnation of Azura, was revered as the god of shinobi largely due to his remarkably overwhelming physique. This constitution granted Hashirama an almost inexhaustible supply of chakra and endowed him with formidable life force, allowing for rapid recovery from any injury. As long as it was not instantaneously fatal. There was a time when Hashirama, utilizing this very constitution, staged a dramatic act of suicide with a kunai before Madara, leaving Madara profoundly moved, unaware that the kunai could not pierce Hashirama at all. It can be said that it was this very constitution that enabled Hashirama to subdue Madara and dominate the ninja world. The Azura body, when compared to Hashirama's physique, would only prove to be stronger, never weaker. As for the special reward, it greatly intrigued Long Ming. Indra's chakra. Indra, the other son of the Sage of Six Paths, inherited the powers of chakra and spiritual energy. Although his chakra was not as abundant as Ashura's, his mental prowess was nothing short of terrifying. Acquiring Indra's chakra would exponentially enhance Long Ming's ocular abilities, even enabling him to awaken the complete Susanoo. Moreover, the chakra rewarded by the system had a crucial role. It could merge with Ashura's body, granting him one of the Sage of Six Paths powers, the Rinnegan. Chapter 69, the 10th level task system, claimed the reward. Long Ming inhaled deeply, silently reciting in his mind. Ding! Rewards are being dispensed to the host. It is expected that in 10 seconds, the host's body will undergo transformation. Please prepare yourself. As a peculiar energy surged within him, Long Ming felt his body and cells undergoing tumultuous changes. Waves of pain, akin to muscles tearing apart, flooded his mind, causing him to gasp in distress. Unable to maintain the Susanoo, his expression contorted with agony as he knelt, relentless pain crashing over him like a tide. After several minutes of torment, the energy gradually subsided, replaced by a lightness and a sense of comfort. Long Ming felt as though every pore in his body had come to life, emitting pleasurable sighs. Clenching his fists, he realized that he now harbored an extraordinarily formidable vitality, comparable to Tsunade when she activated the mitotic regeneration technique, with his chakra having multiplied several times over. Although Indra's chakra was sparse, it provided substantial assistance, amplifying Long Ming's ocular power significantly. However, he was bewildered. Where was his Rinnegan? Why was there no change at all? He produced a small mirror from seemingly nowhere, gazing at his unchanged kaleidoscopic eyes, exclaiming in frustration. The Rinnegan was said to be activated by the fusion of Indra and Ashura's powers, and there was no doubt about that. As for why it had not yet awakened, after pondering for a while, Long Ming speculated that it was likely similar to Uchiha Madara's situation. It would require a certain period for the two powers to fully merge before awakening. He silently hoped he wouldn't have to wait as long as Madara, who nearly perished before his Rinnegan manifested. Just then, Long Ming suddenly perceived an array of diverse ninjutsu flooding his mind. Wind release, tornado, gale palm, multi-size gale palm, Amaterasu. Kagetsuchi would release, true thousand-handed Buddha. His eyes widened in astonishment. These were the techniques of Indra and Ashura. Why had he suddenly acquired them? Long Ming paused for a moment, and then his heart ignited with fervor. The system not only bestowed upon Long Ming the powers of Ashura and Indra, but also granted him the ninjutsu that he had devoted his life to mastering. With these techniques, even without activating the Rinnegan, Long Ming's strength could effortlessly reach the level of a Kage. Should he exert himself fully, his power would ascend even further. This special task was indeed worth the effort, Long Ming mused. Reward distribution has been completed. The check-in location has been updated. The next check-in location is the Hidden Rain Village. Should the host accomplish 10 tiered tasks before the next check-in, additional rewards will be triggered. We hope the host will strive for improvement. Upon finishing this statement, the system once again fell into a profound silence. However, Long Ming was filled with great ambition. At this pace, he would soon lead the Uchiha clan to the pinnacle of the ninja world. The Hidden Rain Village could be considered the birthplace of the Akatsuki organization. Yet Long Ming was in no rush to proceed there. The priority was to subdue Orochimaru. As Long Ming entered the Hidden Rain Village, he surveyed the surrounding houses, his gaze resting upon the largest structure. Orochimaru, there's no need to hide. I have heard you were seeking me, and now that I have arrived, do you not wish to come forth and make our acquaintance? As his words echoed, a massive black serpent erupted from the house with remarkable speed, akin to a bolt of black lightning. The serpent opened its maw and lunged ferociously towards Long Ming's neck. Unfazed, Long Ming summoned a skeletal arm of Susanoo from the void, seizing the serpent's head. With a crunch, the Susanoo's grip crushed the serpent's skull, blood splattering onto the ground, releasing a foul stench. Nonchalantly, Long Ming tossed the serpent aside and chuckled. Orochimaru, as a renowned Sannin, do you truly only resort to lurking in the shadows and employing such tactics? A series of eerie, high-pitched cackles emanated from within the house as Orochimaru remarked in a mocking tone. Indeed, as rumored, you are formidable. To possess such a powerful bloodline limit is something I envy greatly. No need for self-introductions. I have already gathered much intelligence about you. And it appears you have done the same. Orochimaru gradually emerged from the house, adorned in the signature Akatsuki garb, his greedy gaze sweeping over Longming. Beside him, hidden within a crimson stream, was Sasori, who approached Orochimaru, his eyes fixated intently on Longming. Upon hearing the intel, he was somewhat incredulous. Astonished that this individual was merely a child, he mused, could he have also altered his body like I did with my puppet technique? Despite his youthful appearance, Sasori was over 30 years of age, a veritable elder. Thus, witnessing someone equally youthful yet possessing such formidable strength as Longming stirred peculiar thoughts within him. Absolutely not, Orochimaru declared, fixating his gaze on Longming before decisively shaking his head. His movements were remarkably fluid, devoid of the rigidity characteristic of a puppet. Scorpion, I do not intend to mock you, but you are simply not on the same level as this child. His physique and innate talent are nothing short of perfection, akin to a masterpiece. Orochimaru's fervent tone provoked a wave of displeasure in Scorpion, who replied in a low voice, do not forget. The organization's directive is to eliminate him on the spot. It would be prudent for you to refrain from any unnecessary actions. Rest assured, my dear Scorpion. I shall only engage in what is required of me, Orochimaru retorted with a sinister smile. Inwardly, he was already contemplating the acquisition of Longming's body, dismissing the organization's orders as inconsequential. His initial motivation for joining the Akatsuki was to seize the Rinnegan and gather pertinent intelligence. However, as time elapsed, Pain remained shrouded in mystery, rarely presenting himself. The remaining members of the organization were few, scattered across the ninja world, executing the organization's commands by taking on low-cost war contracts from small nations to fund the organization's activities. Orochimaru had long grown weary of this monotonous existence. The emergence of Longming only intensified his desire to extricate himself from the organization. Longming's eyes narrowed slightly. He initially thought Orochimaru had somehow learned of his existence and sought to usurp his body. However, it now appeared that the Akatsuki had issued a command for his elimination, prompting Orochimaru's interest in him only after acquiring this intelligence. Chapter 70. Toxic Mist. Scorpion sneered, indeed, while I am unaware of how you have offended us. The orders from above are clear, you must be eliminated. Today, you are destined to lose your life here. As he spoke, Scorpion manipulated his Hiri to raise the sharp stinger on its tail, adopting a threatening posture. That remains to be seen. Perhaps I shall defeat you. Dismantle your puppet body entirely, and then destroy your heart, ensuring you can never be revived. Wouldn't you agree? Longming replied, a playful glint in his eyes as he touched his nose. Scorpion let out a chilling laugh, responding gravely, you do possess quite the audacity. However, it is unfortunate that we have already devised a method to counter your esteemed ocular technique, which means your demise is inevitable today. As he spoke, Scorpion's Hiryu opened its mouth, and a thick purple mist erupted forth at an alarming speed, swiftly enveloping the surroundings. This toxic mist was exceptionally dense and spread rapidly, turning everything within its grasp a shade of dark purple in an instant. The grass withered, flowers wilted, and the white walls of nearby houses rapidly transformed to an inky black, showing signs of corrosion. What a formidable poison, Longming thought, narrowing his eyes as he grasped Scorpion's intention. Unlike conventional projectile weapons, this gas could continuously flow through the air, remaining airborne without the need for propulsion. Scorpion possesses a remarkable mastery over toxins, with nearly all of his puppet's weapons imbued with his specially crafted lethal venoms, potent enough to be fatal upon contact. This purple mist, undoubtedly, exceeds all expectations. He chuckles darkly, taunting, struggle and perish within this poisonous fog, dear boy, and savor the venom I have prepared for you. Scorpion sneers repeatedly, aware that the rapid spread of the toxic mist would consume a significant amount of chakra if Longming attempted to distance himself using his ocular techniques. Without chakra, Longming would no longer pose a threat. Scorpion's primary concern was preventing Longming from fleeing outright. He tossed a blue pill from his puppet to Orochimaru, stating gravely, take this, it is the antidote. Otherwise, even you would succumb to this mist. Orochimaru received the pill, a sinister smile creeping across his face as he replied, how considerate of you, Scorpion. Thank you. The toxic fog swiftly enveloped the entirety of the sound-hidden village, continuously expanding outward. Standing firm, Long Ming activated his left eye's infinite vision, contemplating two potential means to extricate himself from this perilous situation. The first option involved amplifying his chakra output to extend the infinite distance, ensuring the mist could never reach him. Although this would deplete a considerable amount of chakra, it was a feasible sacrifice for someone recently bestowed with the Azura body. The second option was to employ wind-style ninjutsu to disperse the surrounding toxins. As wind manipulation was among the techniques in which Azura excelled, these straightforward solutions could easily neutralize the imminent threat. Without hesitation, Long Ming began forming seals from his mental recollections, swiftly channeling wind-style chakra within his being. As he completed the seals, a tempest erupted around him, with wind chakra coalescing into a colossal vortex that enveloped him entirely. This technique resembled the water-style jutsu used by the Sage of the Six Paths, which had once withstood Indra's lightning. Now, it would effortlessly disperse the toxic fog. Accompanied by the roaring winds, the surrounding miasma began to recede rapidly, forming a swirling cyclone visible from above. The fierce winds lifted branches and wild grasses, sending them spiraling chaotically through the air. Scorpion's expression darkened as he observed the scene. Cursing, damn it, the intel did not mention he could wield wind-style ninjutsu. Orochimaru, it's up to you to deal with him. Scorpion's puppet techniques posed little threat to Long Ming. While not entirely ineffective, it was far more prudent to let Orochimaru take the lead at this juncture. Orochimaru licked his lips, responding earnestly, "Rest assured, I will handle this. He will not rise again." Deep down, Orochimaru harbored no desire to kill Long Ming, for he envisioned him as the next vessel for his own resurrection. However, defeating and capturing Long Ming was an essential step, as without it, Orochimaru could not proceed with his ambitions in peace. Wind release, a grand breakthrough. Orochimaru swiftly formed several hand seals, subsequently exhaling a colossal tornado that entirely enveloped Long Ming. The expansive reach of Orochimaru's cyclone nearly shrouded the entirety of the surrounding toxic mist. However, in stark contrast to Long Ming's desire to disperse the noxious vapor, Orochimaru sought to ensnare it, confining it within a designated area. The winds generated by Long Ming and Orochimaru diverged in direction, intertwining in a manner that rendered it difficult to discern a victor. The toxic mist writhed within the tempest, akin to a furious beast in a frenzy. Observing the stalemate between the two adversaries, Scorpion rasped, "It seems you still require my assistance." Orochimaru let out a cold snort, refraining from responding. Suddenly, a burst of white mist erupted. Scorpion retracted his puppet, Fei Lu Hu, revealing his true form before the assembly. Scorpion's essence was that of a modified human puppet, equipped with lethal weaponry imbued with potent toxins. His abdomen was fortified, housing venomous steel wires capable of extending freely for attacks. His back was modified with a spiral/mechanism designed to synergize with the steel wires, while his back also bore a scroll compartment. On his left chest, a regenerative core for chakra production resided, allowing the core to be transferred to other puppets during combat. As long as this regenerative core remained, Scorpion was virtually immortal. Even if his body was damaged or his head severed, he could resurrect. However, this also constituted a vulnerability, as any assault could deliver a fatal blow. Raising both hands, Scorpion aimed at Long Ming's position, and two dark tubes materialized in the palms of his hands. Scroll, Inferno Prison Formation, a torrent of immense flames, radiating formidable melting power and temperature, erupted from the conduits in Scorpion's palms, surging into the tempest before him. The winds intensified the flames, amplifying the potency of Scorpion's Inferno Prison Formation several-fold as it spiraled within the tornado, culminating in a colossal fire vortex. The hardened ground was ruthlessly torn asunder by the fiery cyclone. Countless fragments of stone and earth whirled upward, incinerated into ash, rendering Long Ming's form nearly invisible from the outside. Witnessing this scene, Orochimaru's brow furrowed in evident concern. After all, if Long Ming were to perish, his vessel would be lost. Just as Orochimaru hesitated, contemplating whether to release the wind technique, a pitch-black flame emerged from the fiery cyclone, radiating intense heat and destructive force. This black fire swiftly engulfed Scorpion's Inferno Prison Formation and even consumed Orochimaru's wind release, incinerating everything in its path. What manner of fire is this? Orochimaru's pupils constricted, revealing profound astonishment. This flame could burn through wind release. Gazing upon the remnants of the incinerated cyclone, Orochimaru's expression betrayed disbelief. This black flame utterly disregarded the principles of elemental interaction. Long Ming had employed the pinnacle of fire release techniques, the Eternal Flame, Amaterasu. Upon acquiring Indra's chakra, Long Ming manifested two additional ocular techniques, Amaterasu in his left eye and Kagutsuchi in his right. The moment he was engulfed by the flames of the storm, Long Ming activated Amaterasu, incinerating the wind and fire techniques before him, along with a considerable amount of toxic mist. As he emerged unscathed from the noxious haze, Scorpion's gaze darkened ominously. What intelligence had the organization gathered that they failed to detect such formidable fire techniques? Their negligence is simply appalling. Scorpion's tone dripped with dissatisfaction as he retrieved a scroll from behind him, unveiling his most prized puppet, acclaimed as the strongest Kazekage in the history of the ninja world. The third Kazekage. Even if the poison proved ineffective, Scorpion remained steadfast in his belief that his puppet techniques would rival anyone's. To perish beneath my art is a divine gift. You should be grateful. Scorpion sneered repeatedly, and then a cloud of white mist erupted. The third Kazekage's body materialized on the battlefield, and being a puppet, it floated mid-air, connected to Scorpion via chakra threads. With a subtle flick of his fingers, the third Kazekage's puppet immediately unveiled all its weaponry, massive blades, arms, poison needles, and even the famed magnetic release technique. Observing his creation with satisfaction and delight, Scorpion smugly proclaimed, "You had best exert your full power, for once the third Kazekage makes a move, you may find yourself without a chance to retaliate." He can convert highly refined chakra into magnetic force, transforming it into various forms for both attack and defense. Should it penetrate the body of a human or puppet, it could render the opponent entirely paralyzed. Naturally, your ocular techniques will prove futile, as the magnetic force will allow my attacks to relentlessly pursue you until you are struck down and meet your demise. Watching Scorpion boast about his art, Long Ming chuckled and shook his head, saying, "Spare me the pretense, Scorpion. Your puppet techniques are utterly ineffective against me. In my eyes, this puppet pales in comparison to the third Kazekage himself. I harbor no interest in you. Begone." Although Scorpion possessed considerable strength and ranked among the Akatsuki, Long Ming had no intention of subduing him, for Scorpion's potential was limited. In battles of super shadow caliber, puppet techniques yield little efficacy. Having relinquished all bodily forms aside from his heart, Scorpion had secured protection but forfeited any future growth. Long Ming's words infuriated Scorpion, who stomped his feet in rage. Nothing irked him more than someone belittling his art. "Ignorant brat, I shall take your life today and transform you into my masterpiece." With a resounding boom. Even before Scorpion could finish his sentence, black flames erupted from his body and that of the third Kazekage. The speed was astonishing, occurring without any forewarning. How is it possible that this fire release requires no hand seals? Scorpion cursed inwardly, feeling as though fate was mocking him. Why had he suddenly caught fire? The flames engulfed him, pushing him to the brink of existential despair. It was not due to carelessness. He had been wary of Long Ming's Amaterasu. However, the common knowledge within the ninja world led him to believe that the black flames were indeed a ninjutsu, and such techniques necessitated hand seals. Yet, the heavens played a cruel joke on him. Long Ming's black flames were a dojutsu. Was this not an affront to the honest? In the blink of an eye, the black flames threatened to consume their puppet forms entirely. Scorpion swiftly discarded one of his puppets and resolutely detached his heart from that body, thus avoiding a fate akin to that of the third Kazekage. Nonetheless, gazing at the ashes of the puppet before him, Scorpion felt an unbearable pain. The third Kazekage, a puppet of considerable caliber, had been reduced to nothingness, along with its magnetic release, Kekkei Genkai. The countless hours of effort he had invested, along with his entire arsenal, were now reduced to cinders. His scrolls, containing nearly 300 human puppets, had all been incinerated. Long Ming sighed softly, a calm smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "I warned you against posturing. You insisted on provoking me, nearly costing yourself your life. Was it truly necessary?" Infuriated, Scorpion felt as though he might vomit blood. He had fallen victim to misinformation. Had he known earlier that Amaterasu was a dojutsu, he would have refrained from uttering such pointless words and would not have stood idly by. "You have gone too far." Scorpion seethed. He promptly turned to Orochimaru, declaring, "My puppet has been destroyed. I must leave the rest to you. Kill him for me, and I shall grant you any condition you desire." Orochimaru licked his lips, lost in thought, and responded in a chilling tone, "Rest assured, my dear Scorpion, I will avenge you." After nodding, Scorpion stepped aside. This was merely one of his ordinary puppets, To engage further in combat would be a folly. Orochimaru then stepped forward, curiously refraining from immediate action, and rasped, "Long Ming. The playful skirmish has gone on long enough. You ought to clarify your intentions. Scorpion and I have sought you out to eliminate you, but what brings you here?" Scorpion remained silent at the back, but upon Orochimaru's prompting, he too found Long Ming's sudden appearance perplexing. Long Ming responded with a tranquil smile, "Is this significant to you?" Orochimaru chuckled ominously, replying, "That depends on the circumstances. If it could serve as a basis for negotiation or trade, then indeed, it bears great importance." Orochimaru had set his sights on Long Ming's body, yet acquiring it need not necessarily involve combat. Take for instance Junmaru. If Orochimaru desires his body, must there be a battle? Merely a beckoning finger, and Junmaru would eagerly rush over. Similarly, in the original storyline with Sasuke, Orochimaru sought his body not through combat, but by manipulating Sasuke's yearning for power, enticing him with promises and pacts. Although ultimately unsuccessful, it is worth noting that Sasuke initially acquiesced. Hence, Orochimaru pondered whether alternative methods could be employed against Long Ming. After all, in terms of sheer combat, Orochimaru harbored doubts, as the intelligence provided by the Akatsuki was not entirely reliable, leaving him without absolute certainty in his ability to conquer Long Ming. Long Ming chuckled, fixing his gaze upon Orochimaru, and remarked, "Let us get straight to the point. Would you care to join the Uchiha, Orochimaru?" Chapter 72. There need to be some benefits. Join the Uchiha? Orochimaru exclaimed, momentarily taken aback, clearly unprepared for Long Ming's intention to recruit him. However, as one of the legendary Sannin, he had witnessed his fair share of formidable storms. He quickly regained his composure, a sly smile forming on his lips. "It is indeed an honor to receive such an invitation, but what benefits would I derive from aligning myself with the Uchiha?" Scorpion's pupils narrowed in shock and anger. "Orochimaru, what are you saying? Do you wish to betray the organization?" In response to Scorpion's vehement inquiry, Orochimaru merely cast him a dismissive glance, sneering, "Dear Scorpion, do not be so agitated. The matter is not yet settled. I am merely in the midst of negotiations. Do remain quiet for a moment." With that, Orochimaru waved his hand towards Scorpion. Hidden shadow snake hands. From his sleeves emerged several serpents, launching an unexpected assault on Scorpion. Given Scorpion's current puppet form, he was no match for Orochimaru. The serpents swiftly ensnared his puppet body, as they were summoned creatures. They possessed greater strength and intelligence than ordinary snakes, making them more effective in subduing foes. Scorpion, filled with both surprise and fury, shouted at Orochimaru, "You bastard, Orochimaru. I knew from the moment you joined the organization that your intentions were malicious, you ingrate. Do not think that joining the Uchiha will grant you a peaceful existence. Pain will relentlessly pursue you, you scoundrel, you disgrace." Before Scorpion could utter more insults, his mouth was silenced by the constricting serpents. Orochimaru then turned his attention back to Long Ming, a slight smirk gracing his features as he inquired, "Now, we can converse properly. Long Ming, why do you wish for me to join the Uchiha? Is it due to my formidable combat prowess?" Long Ming rubbed his nose, shaking his head, "Not quite. While your combat ability is commendable, there are many within the Uchiha clan who could best you. To be spoken of in such a manner is rather disconcerting." Orochimaru retorted darkly, clearly feeling a sense of indignation within. However, Long Ming's assertion holds a kernel of truth. In their current states, Naruto, with the 9 tails, and Itachi possess strengths that rival that of Orochimaru. Long Ming spread his arms wide and earnestly declared, "The reason I have expended such considerable effort to invite you to join me is due to the admiration I hold for your research capabilities. I desire for you to utilize your expertise to assist me in establishing the most formidable clan in the shinobi world, elevating the Uchiha to unprecedented heights, and aspiring to become a new sovereign among the 5 great nations." Long Ming's voice resonated with conviction and power. From a distance, Kurizetsu, who had been quietly observing, could not help but rasp in admiration upon hearing such ambitious proclamations. Truly, a man of great ambition, no less than the Madara of yore. Had he been born sooner, I might have considered him as my pawn. The white Zetsu, possessed by Kurizetsu, inquired, "With Scorpion captured and Orochimaru negotiating with Long Ming, has this mission failed utterly? Should we intervene to rescue Scorpion?" "Let us assess the situation first," Kurizetsu replied thoughtfully in a subdued tone. "Long Ming, your aspirations are indeed grand." Orochimaru felt a bead of cold sweat form on his brow. for he had yet to encounter anyone who could genuinely conquer the entire shinobi world. The only conceivable candidate was the Sage of the Six Paths, Hashirama, but alas, he was a proponent of peace rather than war. Otherwise, the five great nations would have long been unified. Orochimaru, I understand your desire to research every jutsu in the shinobi realm, but how can you, alone, procure their forbidden techniques amidst the myriad powers of the five great nations? Abandoning Akatsuki and joining the Uchiha, I can make your dreams a reality, Longming coaxed gently. Orochimaru's expression shifted constantly, as if weighing the pros and cons. After a moment, Orochimaru licked his lips and said, Longming, it's not that I am unwilling to acquiesce. But Akatsuki treats me well, and the members within are akin to brothers born of the same fate. You must offer me more enticing benefits. Bound and restrained. Scorpion interjected. What the hell? In response to Orochimaru's bargaining, Longming maintained a serene demeanor, feigning a smile as he calmly asked, What is it that you desire? Depending on the circumstances, I may acquiesce. Orochimaru's gaze greedily swept over Longming, and his foremost desire was, undoubtedly, Longming's body. Yet, he understood that such a request would be vehemently denied. Thus, he proposed, I seek a body from the Uchiha clan, one that possesses the Sharingan. Additionally, I wish to conduct certain experiments on the major secretive clans of Konoha. If you agree to these two conditions, I shall immediately sever ties with Akatsuki. Orochimaru, you truly are insatiable, akin to a serpent attempting to swallow an elephant. Longming gently shook his head and replied, I cannot acquiesce to either of your conditions. I will not permit harm to come to my kin, for Konoha is now under Uchiha's dominion, nor will I allow you to act against our allies. Orochimaru frowned, his voice lowering. Longming, you appear to lack sincerity in this matter. I can take a step back. I do not require the bodies of the Uchiha clan. Merely a few Sharingan for research purposes. I assure you that my experiments will not harm the lives of those from the secret arts families. Longming smiled faintly, shaking his head once more, and replied, Regarding the Sharingan, I can concede to your request, for the Uchiha have lost many lives throughout history, and their eyes have been well preserved. As for the secret arts families, do not dwell on that. Even if your experiments do not physically harm them, they would still inflict great mental torment, and I shall not make decisions for others without their consent. Orochimaru pondered for a moment, seemingly deep in thought. Longming interjected, My patience is limited, Orochimaru. Should you refuse, I possess other means to control you. Believe me, you cannot withstand my power. Previously, Longming would have lacked confidence, but now he bore the Azura body. With the enhancement of this physique, as long as he implanted Shirsue's Manjuki, he could reduce the cooldown of Kodo Amatsukami to mere minutes. At that point, delivering Kodo Amatsukami to Orochimaru would bring the matter to a close. Such bravado. Your words carry a hint of arrogance, Longming. Orochimaru scoffed, dismissing the notion that anyone could control him, although he indeed harbored respect for Longming's abilities. Being provoked in such a manner ignited a competitive spirit within him, compelling him to demonstrate his power. Stepping forward, Orochimaru spoke in a low tone, Since you were so confident, why not wager on it? Longming chuckled and inquired, What do you wish to wager? Chapter 73. The bet. Orochimaru extended his hands and said, Since we cannot persuade one another, let us engage in a duel. If I prevail, you must acquiesce to all my terms. Conversely, should you emerge victorious, I will unconditionally withdraw from the Akatsuki, join the Uchiha, and follow your lead. Longming rubbed his nose, bemused by the peculiar nature of Orochimaru's challenge. Coughing lightly, he replied, If this is your wish, I have no objections. However, let us not concern ourselves with determining a victor. If you can withstand a single strike from me, I shall agree to all your conditions. Longming calmly stated, then positioned himself in the center of the arena. You believe a single strike can defeat me, Longming? Orochimaru pointed at him and burst into laughter, his mirth causing him to double over, clutching his stomach, nearly weeping with delight. To think a single blow could vanquish me. Huh? Orochimaru laughed uncontrollably, covering half of his face, as if he had just heard the most entertaining joke. Meanwhile, Longming remained unperturbed by Orochimaru's antics, standing serenely as he awaited the laughter to subside. It seems your sense of humor is rather low, Orochimaru. I find this matter to be no jest, for I am utterly serious. Once Orochimaru's laughter faded, Longming spoke in a calm tone. In truth, it was not only Orochimaru who laughed. Scorpion and the distant Black Zetsu shared the same sentiment. White Zetsu chuckled, and shook his head, remarking on Long Ming's hubris, suggesting he may be unaware of Orochimaru's true prowess. Even Black Zetsu remained silent, not endorsing Long Ming's assertions. Orochimaru's strength within the Akatsuki was undoubtedly among the elite, far surpassing Scorpion's capabilities, particularly in terms of evasion and defense, with techniques such as the triple Rashomon, the Orochimaru substitution technique, and various cursed seal techniques. Even those in the Akatsuki who were considerably more powerful than Orochimaru would hesitate to claim they could defeat him, let alone with a single move. Such notions were utterly fanciful. Long Ming, if you insist on this, then I shall not hold back. You may only use one technique. If I remain standing, you must acquiesce to all my demands, Orochimaru said with a sinister smile, eagerly anticipating a favorable outcome. Long Ming nodded slightly, clasping his hands together, and replied, "No problem. Just give me a signal. Once you do, I shall commence without delay." Orochimaru fixed his gaze upon Long Ming, and upon confirming that the latter was serious, he took a deep breath. Although he possessed ample confidence in his abilities, Long Ming's demeanor instilled a heightened sense of caution within him. It was but a single technique. Even if his black flames were formidable, he believed he could evade them using the Orochimaru substitution technique. As for Long Ming's Susanoo, the explosive orbs of light, and the time-freezing ocular technique, they were all considered singular moves, insufficient to bring about his defeat. Orochimaru scoffed inwardly, and to ensure his safety, he bit his finger, quickly forming several hand seals. With the summoning technique, he unleashed the triple Rashomon. Slamming his palm into the ground, the entire Sound Village began to tremble. 3 towering Rashomon gates, red, green, and blue, rose from the earth with a thunderous roar. These gates, designed to absorb all forms of attack, opened wide without restraint. The first gate mitigated the power of incoming attacks, the second further reduced their potency, and the third dispersed the force. Thus, by the time any assault reached the caster, its impact had diminished significantly. Summoning even a single Rashomon required a substantial amount of chakra. To conjure 3 simultaneously was a feat likely achievable only by Orochimaru, once renowned as one of the legendary Sannin. Indeed, the triple Rashomon has manifested. In that case, the black flames will prove ineffective. Under such circumstances, Long Ming is destined to lose, White Zetsu murmured. The black Zetsu that clung to him added, Amaterasu can only ignite black flames within the line of sight. Now that Orochimaru is concealed behind the gates, Amaterasu is rendered useless. One can only blame his arrogance for underestimating Orochimaru. The outcome is already determined. Inform Obito to prepare for a rescue of Scorpion amidst the chaos. Understood, replied White Zetsu as he opened the pitcher plant attached to his body. Placing his hands on the ground, his entire being began to split apart. It was as if he had been torn asunder. Soon, a brand new clone of White Zetsu manifested upon the ground. He cast a glance at his original self, and the earth beneath him seemed to melt away, slowly engulfing him. Orochimaru, this Rashomon signifies that you are prepared, is it not? Long Ming inquired loudly. From the distant threshold of the 3 gates, Orochimaru's voice resonated with unwavering confidence as he replied, "Indeed, Lord Long Ming, feel free to unleash your might upon me. I shall remain here, ready to endure your assault." "Very well, I shall come forth," Long Ming declared. As his words echoed, an overwhelming torrent of chakra erupted from his being, generating waves of sonic booms and shockwaves. However, upon striking the Rashomon, these shockwaves dissipated into nothingness. Orochimaru smirked, standing resolutely behind the Rashomon, fully at ease. He was certain that no matter the measures Long Ming employed, he could not breach the formidable gates. Even if Long Ming possessed the capacity to shatter the Rashomon, the residual force, after enduring the triple layers of the gates, would be diminished and diffused, leaving Orochimaru confident in his ability to withstand it. Long Ming's eyes shimmered with intensity as he channeled a vast reservoir of chakra deep into the earth, then proclaimed in a commanding tone, "Would release, flowering tree world, descend." Thunderous rumbles echoed, causing not only the hidden Sound Village, but also a significant portion of the land of Rice to tremble. The ground's dramatic transformation incited a rare sense of shock and panic within Black Zetsu. He could not mistake the familiar power. Having observed countless individuals harness it during his years in the ninja world, he recognized it as the strength of Ashura, the son of the Sage of 6 Paths. How could this be? How could the reincarnation of Ashura arise from the lineage of Indra? Black Zetsu's tone was laden with an unspoken gravity. While he pondered this perplexity, the trees buried within the earth had already begun to surge forth, rapidly growing into colossal trunks, thicker than an elephant's leg, erupting from the ground. They cleaved through mountains, penetrated rock, and enveloped the entire terrain. Orochimaru's eyes widened in disbelief, exclaiming, "Would release? How could you possess the bloodline limit of the first Hokage?" Among the myriad powers Orochimaru sought, the wood release of Hashirama Senju was undeniably a crucial component. To attain this, he had partnered with Danzo, conducting numerous human experiments in pursuit of the wood release. Chapter 74. The Eight-Headed Serpent Technique that is not your concern at present. Focus on how to defend against this technique. Long Ming's gaze hardened, and an even more potent chakra surged forth from him. The surrounding trees grew with fervor. Several of the stoutest trunks, upon reaching a great height, suddenly charged downward toward the Rashomon. Their branches sharpened into lethal points, crashing violently against the triple gates. Countless colossal trees followed suit, wildly growing and sweeping towards the Rashomon with relentless force. Under relentless assaults, the three gates of the Rasengan soon succumbed, violently shattered by the trees and subsequently engulfed within the forest of timber. This was utterly terrifying. Baiju could hardly believe his eyes, unable to resist pinching himself. It was only when the pain coursed through his body that he realized the scene before him was no mere illusion. Orochimaru's Rasengan had indeed been directly dismantled. Meanwhile, Heiju remained silent, his gaze fixed intently upon Long Ming, lost in his thoughts. Damn, that little brat is unexpectedly formidable. The expression on Scorpion's face turned pale. The mere thought that he had just boasted about denying his opponent any chance to retaliate made his legs tremble. In mere moments, a vast forest had been conjured, a feat that appeared almost mythical in Scorpion's eyes. The trees continued to grow, with some reaching their limits, not to attack, but instead blossoming with numerous large red flowers. Orochimaru's face darkened considerably as he desperately fled amidst the rapidly growing trees. Though robust, these trees exhibited remarkable agility, frequently striking at Orochimaru from tricky angles or attempting to ensnare him. Damn it, I never anticipated he would possess wood release, but this technique alone cannot defeat me. As long as I endure until this jutsu concludes, victory shall be mine. Orochimaru roared inwardly, then formed a series of hand seals. He intended to unleash one of his most potent forbidden techniques, the Eight-Headed Serpent Technique. This was Orochimaru's ultimate trump card, capable of summoning 8 colossal serpents, transforming into a gigantic serpent monster with 8 heads, each serpent comparable in size to a Susanoo. Its offensive prowess rivaled that of tailed beasts. And upon executing the Eight-Headed Serpent Technique, Orochimaru effectively became a Jinchuriki. In this form, he wielded formidable attack power and could employ the 8 serpents to launch continuous strikes against his adversaries, leaving them utterly defenseless. Most importantly, the Eight-Headed Serpent Technique possessed the ability of infinite resurrection. Orochimaru, transformed into the Eight-Headed Serpent, could revive endlessly. No matter how many times the enemy might slay him, he would resurrect unscathed. Furthermore, these 8 serpents shared the same ability. Even if severed by foes, they could regenerate within mere seconds. Despite being a genius like Orochimaru, mastering this ninjutsu took him several months. This technique, aside from being countered with seals or other unique methods, was nearly insurmountable. In the past, Orochimaru had chosen only the impure world reincarnation and the Eight-Headed Serpent Technique from a room filled with forbidden techniques, underscoring the significance he placed on the Eight-Headed Serpent Technique. Orochimaru first opened his mouth, and then 8 massive white serpents erupted from his throat, their gaping maws snapping at the surrounding trees. In an instant, a creature with 8 enormous serpent heads and spines protruding from its back materialized upon the ground. The formidable strength of the Eight-Headed Serpent is such that it can effortlessly sever even the stoutest of tree trunks with a single bite. Its relentless assaults, crashing, biting, and tearing quickly yield results as it gnaws through the rapidly proliferating trees in the vicinity. Although the serpent suffers injuries from being pierced by numerous trees or having its scales shredded, its terrifying regenerative abilities allow it to recover swiftly. It appears that Orochimaru is not without his means of resistance. Perhaps he could even emerge victorious. A glimmer of excitement sparked in White Zetsu's eyes. Black Zetsu narrowed his eyes slightly and said in a low voice, "This technique is not so simple. Pay close attention, White Zetsu." As time passed, the trees gradually ceased their growth, no longer launching attacks against the Eight-Headed Serpent. The serpent, noticing this change, seemed to exhale in relief, lowering its head and panting slightly, clearly exhausted from the recent battle. At this moment, a significant portion of the land of rice fields had already been engulfed by the sea of trees, with vast stretches of houses and facilities now vanished. A wave of maniacal laughter echoed from within the depths of the eight-headed serpent. Ha ha ha, I have triumphed. The victor is I, and I remain unscathed, Dragon Minkuin. As the laughter subsided, one of the serpent's heads suddenly opened wide, covered in slime and devoid of attire. Orochimaru excitedly wriggled out from the serpent's belly. Despite recognizing his disadvantage in the recent skirmish, he recalled Dragon Ming's words. He could not be defeated in a single move, thus making him the victor. Dragon Minkuin, you will honor your promise, won't you? According to our agreement, you are to provide me with the body of an Uchiha clan member, allowing me to conduct human experiments on the secret techniques of the clan. Rest assured, Dragon Minkuin, I shall make good use of their bodies. Orochimaru proclaimed triumphantly, akin to a victorious rooster crowing its success. I shall indeed honor my agreement. And I hope you will do the same, Dragon Ming replied with a smile. However, your celebration may be a tad premature. My jutsu is far from over. Not over. Orochimaru chuckled derisively, Dragon Minkuin. Even if you wish to resort to trickery, please do not employ such rudimentary tactics. These trees have long ceased their growth. Your technique is concluded. Surely, you cannot expect to defeat me with mere ornamental flowers. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, Orochimaru's laughter came to an abrupt halt as he beheld the colossal crimson flowers nearby burst open. A torrent of pale yellow pollen surged forth, rapidly dispersing through the air, enveloping the land of rice fields in a delicate yellow mist. Orochimaru's pupils constricted. Instinct warned him that this pale yellow pollen was no ordinary substance. As the pollen approached, he swiftly retreated into the belly of the eight-headed serpent, hoping to evade the impending attack. Yet, in the state of the eight-headed serpent, Orochimaru and the eight serpents were intrinsically linked. If one was struck, so too would the other. As the eight serpent heads inhaled the pollen, it was as if they were absorbing 8 times the amount that an ordinary person would. Even the formidable Uchiha Madara from the Warring States period nearly succumbed to the pollen. One can only imagine the fate of Orochimaru. The eight-headed serpent, as if intoxicated, felt its mind clouding, ultimately crashing down upon the vast sea of trees with a resounding thud. Chapter 75, The Power of Indra Following the Collapse of the Eight-Headed Serpent. An eerie silence enveloped the entire Sound Village. All eyes widened in disbelief, mouths agape, yearning to cry out, yet no sound emerged. Orochimaru had truly been defeated, falling to Ryumei in a single blow. The illustrious Sannin had not even managed to launch a single counterattack. This revelation would surely be met with skepticism by any who heard it. Who would have anticipated that this pollen was the true weapon? The power of wood release was indeed terrifying. White Zetsu swallowed hard, harboring a profound apprehension towards Ryumei's strength. Black Zetsu's gaze remained unsettled. He sought confirmation on whether Ryumei was indeed the successor of Ashura. If so, his plans to resurrect Kagaya Otsutsuki would inevitably require significant adjustments. Let us depart. Obito has arrived. We must assist him, Black Zetsu commanded succinctly, while White Zetsu maneuvered his form downward. Orochimaru's unconsciousness naturally disrupted the eight-headed technique. In the wake of a smoke explosion, the figure of the eight-headed serpent vanished, leaving behind the fallen Orochimaru. Simultaneously, Sasori managed to free himself from his constraints. Having only one heart and lacking respiratory organs, he found the pollen ineffective. He dared not draw attention to himself, focusing solely on controlling his puppet body to make a swift escape. Ryumei turned his gaze towards Sasori's position and remarked coolly, "Now you wish to flee? Do you not think it is somewhat too late? I had just offered you an opportunity to depart, yet you failed to seize it." Sasori's expression darkened. He stomped his foot, propelling his puppet body at an astonishing speed into the distance. Just as Ryumei prepared to act, his brow furrowed suddenly. White, expanding growths began to sprout rapidly across his body, accompanied by the emergence of a peculiar human face. White Zetsu's spore technique. Ryumei recognized it immediately. The growths on his body were the spore clones of White Zetsu. The spores were undetectable before they matured, and upon activation, they transformed into a mass resembling White Zetsu. Enveloping the host, they absorbed the chakra of the possessed individual and could transfer this energy to others. Absolute emerged beside Sasori, speaking in a hushed tone, "Proceed ahead. I will delay him. Help will soon arrive." Upon seeing Absolute come to his aid, Sasori's face lit up with joy, and he quickened his pace. Fleeing into the distance, Absolute turned his attention towards Ryumei, forming a peculiar hand seal. The White Zetsu on Ryumei's body began to swell rapidly, quickly engulfing much of his form while siphoning his chakra. Such petty tactics? Do you think you can save someone from me? Long Ming offered a faint smile. And then with a flash of his left eye, Amaterasu was unleashed in an instant. The black flames reduced the white absolute on his body to ashes. The expression on Ju's face shifted. Aware of the black flames' power, he dared not confront them directly and promptly utilized the technique of the mayfly to sink underground. Observing this, Long Ming directed his gaze towards the direction Scorpion fled, and the black flames surged forth like a tidal wave, following his line of sight to engulf Scorpion. Overcome with terror at the sight of such a dreadful scene, Scorpion felt his soul quiver, letting out a terrified scream. At that critical juncture, the space ahead of Scorpion suddenly warped into a vortex, from which a figure emerged, Obito. Reacting swiftly, he grasped Scorpion and intended to make their escape upon seeing the impending black flames. Once more, a spatial vortex appeared in Obito's right eye, aimed at drawing Scorpion into the Kamui space. At this moment, the black flames had already reached Scorpion's body. However, as Scorpion's body was merely a puppet, if Obito could absorb him into the Kamui space, he might have the chance to detach his heart and preserve his life. Long Ming, unfazed by the sudden turn of events, let out a cold snort. Obito, I recall stating that when we meet again, I would not allow you to retreat so easily. You are still too naive to think you can save someone before me. With that, the six-pointed star in Long Ming's right eye began to rotate. Additive Earth Technique. The black flames enveloping Scorpion suddenly morphed, transforming into sharp blades that pierced through his heart. Scorpion, in disbelief, gazed at the black blade protruding from his chest, murmuring, "How is this possible?" The Additive Earth Technique is a ninja art that elevates the power and utility of Amaterasu's black flames to another realm. It allows for manipulation of the flames' form, transforming them into shields, blades, arrows, shurikens, fireballs, and other shapes. After being pierced through the heart, Scorpion's body began to crumble. The puppet, now devoid of heart control, collapsed to the ground and was quickly consumed by the black flames. Witnessing Scorpion's tragic demise before his eyes, Obito was filled with a mix of fury and anguish, his gaze towards Long Ming brimming with profound resentment. Every member of the Akatsuki organization is meticulously chosen, possessing at least the strength of a Kage or above. Each death represents a significant loss to the organization. Long Ming not only killed one, but also took another away, further deepening Obito's sense of despair regarding his Moon Eye plan. Long Ming, you wretched little beast, today I shall surely eliminate you here. Obito roared in fury, swiftly forming hand seals. Fire release, exploding wind dance. Obito manipulated the space around him with Kamui, creating a tempest, and then unleashed a massive fire serpent from his mouth to attack. This technique boasted an extensive range and remarkable speed. The whirling flames surged towards Long Ming with lightning speed, their tremendous force obliterating everything in their path. With mere fire release, you are no match for me. Long Ming spoke softly, then summoned his Susanoo. In the next instant, a terrifying black chakra enveloped his entire being, and a colossal skeletal figure emerged, manifesting veins, flesh, and armor. The Susanoo before him was even more formidable than before. The air was filled with the sound of explosions, although it was still merely the third form. The black silhouette of Susanoo seemed to materialize, boasting a strength that had more than doubled since its last appearance. That suffocating aura rapidly swept in all directions, saturating the area. Boom. The flames that surged through the sky collided with the Susanoo but failed to stir even the slightest ripple. They scattered like a mere insect attempting to shake a great tree, dissipating into flickering embers. How could this be? Is this the power of Indra? Black Zetsu's eyes widened in astonishment, revealing a look akin to having seen a ghost. How could a reincarnator have merged into a single body? Black Zetsu felt as though his worldview had been violently shaken, yet he trusted his instincts. This familiar ocular power unmistakably belonged to Indra's chakra. Asura and Indra had sworn that their chakras would inhabit the exceptional ninjas of future generations, continuing their battle against each other's reincarnators. How could this reside within one individual? Would they brawl against themselves? It was utterly absurd. Chapter 76. It is time for me to dance. Black Zetsu was bewildered. Indra, Asura, he furrowed his brow, repeatedly murmuring these two names. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck him. Could this individual be from the Otsutsuki clan? A deep sense of trepidation emerged in Black Zetsu's eyes. To possess the powers of both Asura and Indra simultaneously, the only entity Black Zetsu could conceive of, besides the Sage of Six Paths, was the Otsutsuki clan itself. If that were the case, his plan to rescue his mother would be significantly jeopardized. After all, the relationship between the Otsutsuki clan and Kagaya was one of irreconcilable conflict. How infuriating! He could only take one step at a time. Black Zetsu muttered resentfully, then continued to observe the unfolding battle. At that moment, Toby felt even more despondent. Gazing at the towering Susanoo, he was overwhelmed by a profound sense of helplessness. How infuriating. If only my left eye were also available, Toby ground his teeth in frustration. With his abilities, he could activate Susanoo as long as he possessed both eyes. Toby, you slaughtered the members of the police department on the night of the clan's annihilation. At that time, I lacked the power to defeat you, but now, you shall pay for your transgressions. A hint of murderous intent flickered in Long Ming's eyes, and in the next moment, the Susanoo, under infinite control, teleported before Toby. Its massive fist, infused with black flames, hurtling directly towards him. However, with prior intelligence, Obito could not afford to be careless. At the moment Long Ming vanished, he had already activated his intangibility. Boom! A deafening roar resonated throughout the air. The terrifying shockwave caused the entire forest of trees to tremble slightly. What a fearsome display of power. Upon witnessing the deep pit beneath his feet, Obito's expression shifted dramatically. Terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. Had it not been for his intangibility, a single blow would have undoubtedly resulted in his immediate demise. Although he could not devise a method to eliminate Long Ming, as long as he managed the duration of his intangibility wisely, he could remain invincible. With this thought, Obito took a deep breath and disdainfully remarked, "Your Susanoo may be formidable, but it is ineffective against me. Activating such a form must consume chakra. I wonder how long you can sustain it." Unlike the Kamui of his left eye, the intangibility granted by his right eye required very little chakra. Furthermore, with Hashirama's cells within him and a substantial chakra reserve, Obito was well equipped to engage in prolonged combat using his intangibility. "You possess quite the analytical mind," Long Ming smirked, then continued, "Your ocular technique is indeed impressive, but I am aware of its fatal flaw. Your ocular power can only maintain the intangibility for 5 minutes, correct? What will happen if I relentlessly assault you during this time?" Obito's pupils constricted, his face filled with shock and disbelief. This secret, unique to him, he had never disclosed to anyone. Even he had only discovered it by chance. How had Long Ming come to know of it? With a swift motion, the massive black Susanoo swung its fist toward Obito once more. The enormous fist was engulfed in searing black flames, crashing down. Obito's expression darkened to an extreme. Having had his trump card exposed, he chose not to rely on intangibility this time. Instead, he summoned a colossal fan from his right eye, preparing to confront the impending attack. This fan, adorned with 2 pairs of 6-pointed stars, was a family heirloom of the Uchiha clan. Crafted from a part of the divine tree, it possessed the ability to manipulate fire techniques through wind release and reflect attacks. After Madara's demise, he had entrusted it to Obito. Boom! The disproportionate clash of fist and fan echoed violently. In an instant, a multitude of airwaves surged forth from the center of the conflict, surrounding both Long Ming and Obito. The black flames clinging to the surface of the Susanoo had been entirely absorbed by the fan. Obito shouted, "Uchiha rebound." The fan emitted a blinding white light, converting the absorbed attack into wind-based chakra that was rebounded. The amplified gusts, now several times stronger, surged toward Long Ming. A colossal roar erupted as countless fragments of stone and splintered wood were swept away by the wind, carried far into the distance. Before Obito lay a cloud of dust, obscuring the scene within. Huff, huff, he should have been blown away by that, he thought. Breathing heavily, Obito found himself under immense pressure from Long Ming's Susanoo. Despite wielding the Uchiha fan, the residual force had taken its toll on him. Regrettably, his attempt at Uchiha's rebound resulted in mere smoke, devoid of any substantial harm. As the dust settled, Long Ming's Susanoo remained steadfast in its position, having merely shifted a few centimeters backward. Obito's expression froze. Long Ming's strength surpassed his expectations. His ocular prowess was evidently far superior. "Your performance should be concluding now. It is time for me to take the stage," Long Ming remarked with a slight smirk, subsequently forming hand seals. With a burst of smoke, 4 or 5 shadow clones emerged around him. It was clear that a singular assault from Long Ming for 5 uninterrupted minutes would leave openings for Obito to catch his breath. However, with 5 combatants, the situation would be decidedly different. As the other shadow clones unveiled their Susanoo, Obito's composure shattered. He decisively opted for retreat, descending toward the ground, seeking a safer location to pull himself into the Kamui dimension. Yet, in the next instant, the very earth was upheaved by Long Ming's Susanoo. Boom, boom, boom. Various attacks, black flames, Susanoo, explosive tags, relentlessly bombarded Obito, sending shockwaves radiating from the epicenter of the battle. This is madness. Obito is being unilaterally suppressed. What should we do now? White Zetsu grimaced, seeking counsel from Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu, equally perturbed, had already come to regard Longming as a member of the Otsutsuki clan. We must attempt to assist Obito, follow me, he instructed, as White Zetsu sank into the ground per his guidance. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Longming continued his relentless assault on Obito. As time passed, Obito grew increasingly desperate. The moment he released his intangibility, he would be met with a barrage of attacks akin to cannon fire. This is bad. My time has come, he suddenly realized, his complexion shifting dramatically as his form transitioned from intangible to corporeal. Farewell, Obito. Longming's eyes glinted with malice as his Susanoo clenched its fist, charging directly at Obito. No. Obito bellowed from beneath his mask, helplessly watching as the fist loomed larger. Chapter 77, The Gathering of the Akatsuki Bang. A dull thud reverberated through the arena as Obito's body was forcefully driven into the ground by a single punch from Susanoo, the sound of cracking bones echoing ominously. When Longming raised his hand, only a pool of blood remained on the ground. Obito was irrevocably deceased. However, Longming did not release the Susanoo. Instead, he focused intently on Obito's lifeless form. He was aware that Obito, like Danzo, possessed the ability to employ Izanachi. Indeed, the bloodstains on the ground began to gradually fade away. Obito was rewriting the reality of his demise. Longming's gaze swept continuously around him. The moment Obito reappeared, he would immediately close the distance using Infinite and strike him down. Now, attack. At this critical juncture of Obito's resurrection, the lurking Kagaya and Black Zetsu could no longer contain themselves. Suddenly, dozens of sturdy branches erupted from the ground, ensnaring Longming and several shadow clones tightly. Immediately afterward, the explosive tags affixed to the branches detonated with a thunderous roar. A series of massive explosions ensued, and the dispersing smoke obscured Longming's view of Obito's revival location. Seizing this precious opportunity, Obito swiftly entered the Kamui dimension. Both White Zetsu and Black Zetsu, not daring to linger, promptly utilized the fleeting technique to burrow underground. As the dust settled, apart from Longming and the unconscious Orochimaru, there was no one else present. Quite fast, aren't they? Longming squinted slightly, finding Black Zetsu's intervention unsurprising. After all, Obito was a crucial piece in his game. Even the slightest chance of Obito's death would compel Black Zetsu to act. Longming dispelled the Susanoo. Although Obito had escaped, eliminating him was never Longming's intention. He had come solely for Orochimaru and to fulfill his own agenda, which was now entirely accomplished. It was time to return. In the Hidden Rain village, in a pitch-black room, a man clad in the Akatsuki's distinctive red cloud attire, adorned with peculiar black rods on his nose and ears, sat in a meditative state, seemingly in a dormant phase, utterly motionless. Indeed, this individual was none other than Pain, the ostensible leader of the Akatsuki. At that moment, Pain sensed something amiss. He opened his violet Rinnegan and cast a cold, indifferent gaze toward a corner of the room, where the space suddenly twisted like a vortex. Moments later, Obito's figure emerged from the Kamui, appearing disheveled. "Blast it, I nearly perished there," Obito exclaimed, shaken and filled with deep trepidation. The implanted Sharingan beneath his mask had eternally closed. This was the price of utilizing his Izanachi, though fortunately, it was merely the transplanted left eye that had shut. Pain furrowed his brow slightly and inquired, his expression impassive. "What brings you here? What has transpired?" Pain had collaborated with Obito for a considerable period and had never witnessed such a demeanor from him before. Obito did not respond immediately. Instead, he paused to steady his breathing. After a moment, he hoarsely replied, "There has been a complication. Scorpion has just perished, and Orochimaru has been defeated and has betrayed the organization." Pain's body trembled slightly, a mixture of disbelief and shock coursing through him. After all, both individuals possessed formidable strength, with Orochimaru ranking among the top 5 most powerful members of the Akatsuki. What could have transpired? Hadn't they followed your instructions to confront Longming? Could they have been ambushed by ninjas en route? Pain's voice was icy as he inquired. He was already well aware of Longming's existence. After all, the Akatsuki's intelligence-gathering capabilities were second to none, given that Longming was the protector of the Nine Tails. Pain found it unsurprising that he supported Obito's request to eliminate the individual, which is why he had sent Orochimaru and Sasori together. Obito fell into a heavy silence, shaking his head. No, they were all defeated by Longming alone. Even I nearly fell at his hands. Pain's pupils constricted, his voice low as he responded. You cannot be jesting with me. With prior knowledge of their opponent, they faced him 2 against 1 and were still vanquished? Obito solemnly nodded in affirmation. In the shadows, Nagato, who manipulated Pain, began to feel a sense of urgency. According to the intelligence gathered, Long Ming treated Naruto exceptionally well. If the Akatsuki sought to capture the Nine Tails, Long Ming would undoubtedly intervene. The stronger Long Ming grew, the more challenging it would be for the Akatsuki to realize their plans. We must accelerate our strategy. And the Akatsuki requires reinforcements. I shall handle this aspect. You should also begin your actions. The task of capturing the Nine Tails shall be entrusted to you. Obito cast a profound glance at Pain, realizing his trump card had been uncovered, and he had no intention of engaging with Long Ming any further. Thus, he readily delegated the task to Nagato. A cold glint flashed in Pain's eyes as he declared, in the face of divine power, all resistance is futile. I shall eliminate him and retrieve the host of the Nine Tails. With that, Pain formed hand seals. Jinjutsu, projection technique. A peculiar wave emanated from his Rinnegan. This was one of the Rinnegan's abilities, allowing Akatsuki members to transmit thoughts through chakra waves. Upon receiving these waves, Pain amplified them, projecting them as illusions in specific locations. This technique was often employed during Akatsuki gatherings for more convenient and discreet communication. After a brief moment, Pain completed the reception. The phantoms of each member materialized before him. What is so urgent? One individual, who had just appeared, frowned and spoke coldly. I'll let a bounty ninja slip away for this. If I do not receive a reasonable explanation, I shall unleash my wrath. Another phantom, bearing an unusual large sword, chuckled. No need to be so agitated. Perhaps there is something of great importance at hand. Leader, Deidara has chosen to join the organization. Shall we allow him to become a member? Inquired a slender phantom. Let him in. I appreciate your efforts, Pain replied, his tone softening slightly as he conversed with the apparition. Soon, another phantom appeared on the scene. Pain surveyed the surroundings and spoke in a solemn tone. Esteemed colleagues, the task of gathering funds has progressed significantly, and I shall now assign our forthcoming missions. We must capture the tailed beasts scattered across various lands, as well as the Jinchuriki of each nation. Upon hearing this proclamation, the gazes of the gathered individuals converged eagerly. Was the phase of fund collection finally at an end? My contributions to the organization have not been in vain. How shall we allocate these tasks? My eager anticipation for action is palpable. Instead of displaying anxiety or fear, the crowd responded with excitement and cold, calculating smiles. Chapter 78. Return to Konoha. Pain swiftly delineated the assignments for everyone. Deidara and Jay-Z were tasked with capturing the One-Tail and Sunagakure, while Kakuzu and Kisame were assigned to the Two-Tails and Eight-Tails in Kimogakure. Nagato and Konan would oversee the capture of the remaining tailed beasts, including the Nine Tails. Naturally, any individual who completed their assignment first would be entrusted with additional missions to capture new tailed beasts. The group voiced no objections, nodding in agreement. By the way, have Orochimaru and Sasori yet to fulfill their tasks? I have not seen them this time, Kakuzu inquired, his eyes narrowing slightly. Upon hearing this question, Pain fell momentarily silent before responding. Sasori has perished, while Orochimaru has betrayed our organization. All of this was orchestrated by an individual named Rimei Uchiha, who is also the guardian of the Nine Tails, a foe we must inevitably confront in the future. Upon learning of their comrade's demise, the expressions of these rogue ninjas remained largely unchanged. They had long grown accustomed to the brutal realities of the ninja world. Instead, their interest was piqued by Ryumei, as they were curious to discover the nature of the individual who had slain Sasori and taken Orochimaru. It seemed this person was worthy of my attention. Without the banter between Orochimaru and Sasori, much of the enjoyment had dissipated. To single-handedly eliminate both Sasori and Orochimaru was no small feat. I have heard much about this Ryumei, yet lamentably, he has no bounty on his head. Kakuzu and the others were all proud individuals. And even as Pain introduced Ryumei in such a manner, they still regarded him with disdain, continuing to jest. Jay-Z scoffed coldly, stating, "Rein in your arrogance. Orochimaru was defeated in a single blow by that man. Do you truly believe you could fell Orochimaru with a single strike?" At this remark, the expressions of Kakuzu and the others shifted. While some were confident in their abilities, believing they could rival Orochimaru, the notion of defeating him in one blow was entirely beyond their reach. Were such words uttered by anyone else, they would scarcely believe them. However, Jay-Z, being the master of intelligence within the organization, spoke with an undeniable authority. The atmosphere grew tense, and the group ceased to belittle Ryumei. Kakuza turned his gaze towards Pain, his voice low and gravelly. No wonder you have chosen to personally undertake the task of capturing the Ninetales. Such an adversary can only be vanquished by you. Pain's violet Rinnegan, profound and enigmatic, spoke slowly. Indeed, mere mortals can never rival the might of the divine. Everyone, return to your duties. I shall first journey to the land of water to capture the Six Tails. Should anything arise, do not hesitate to contact me. Upon uttering these words, the technique of the shadow clone was dispelled by Pain, and the phantoms of those present gradually faded away. At that moment, Orochimaru awoke from his stupor, his gaze falling upon a stark white ceiling. It was evident that he was lying in a bed. Ah, you have finally awakened, came the familiar voice of Ryumei from beside him. Startled, Orochimaru sat up, finding Ryumei leaning against the wall, a serene smile gracing his features. Where's this? Orochimaru inquired, his countenance betraying a hint of distress. Though he sensed his defeat, he could not suppress the urge to ask, have you forgotten? You fainted in my jutsu. It was I who carried you back, Ryumei replied with a gentle smile. As Orochimaru recalled the overwhelming forest of trees that obscured the sky, his expression shifted, for he understood the gravity of his defeat. I never expected you, Ryumei, to possess the powers of the sage of the first Hokage, and to have developed what release to such an extent. It is truly admirable. Orochimaru regarded Ryumei with a profound gaze. His words were not mere flattery. He genuinely envied Ryumei's mastery of the wood release bloodline limit, a power he had long sought. Ryumei shook his head, stating, this is not the power of Hashirama. It transcends even that. According to our wager, you have lost. Are you prepared to fulfill your promise? Orochimaru paused in contemplation, intrigued by the secrets Ryumei possessed. With his assistance, he could potentially expedite the realization of his ambitions. Most importantly, Ryumei was indeed formidable. A powerful ally is a boon that none would refuse. With this thought, Orochimaru rose, his voice raspy as he said, I accept my defeat. When shall we depart for Konoha? Upon hearing this, Ryumei's smile brightened even more. He approached Orochimaru, patting him on the shoulder, and replied, the sooner, the better. I have been away for nearly half a year. I wonder how Konoha is faring now. Allow me to introduce someone to you. With that, Ryumei turned and called out, step forth, Sasuke. As his words echoed, the door was thrust open with a resounding bang. Lord Orochimaru, how do you fare? Are you unscathed? It was not Sasuke who entered, but rather Kinshiki and Kabuto, who, having lost consciousness, had also been brought here by Ryumei. Orochimaru regained his usual aloof demeanor and replied, what could possibly be wrong with me? Gather your belongings. We are preparing to leave this place. Leave this place? Where are we headed? Kabuto instinctively inquired, casting a furtive glance at Ryumei. Orochimaru spoke in a somber tone. You are not mistaken, Kabuto. From this day forth, we shall belong to the Uchiha clan. You are to obey not only my commands, but also those of Lord Ryumei. Do you understand? Kimimaro, always reverent of Orochimaru's words, immediately bowed and replied, I understand. My lord, I humbly ask for your forgiveness for my previous transgressions, Lord Ryumei. After a moment's hesitation, Kabuto mirrored Kimimaro's gesture. Ryumei waved his hand dismissively and said calmly, you may rise. Both of you possess considerable talent. Once you join the Uchiha, strive diligently. I shall not treat you poorly. The two promptly stood up and positioned themselves to the side. At that moment, Sasuke entered, looking somewhat disgruntled. Orochimaru glanced at Sasuke and recognized the family crest on his attire, identifying him as another member of the Uchiha clan. Lord Ryumei, who is this child? Orochimaru inquired. Puzzled by Ryumei's intentions, Ryumei smiled and introduced, this child is named Sasuke, the younger brother of Itachi. Due to my unconventional training methods, I find myself ill-equipped to teach him, so I would like you to assist in his training. Upon learning that he was Itachi's brother, Orochimaru's interest was piqued, and he scrutinized Sasuke closely. However, his excitement soon waned, for Sasuke appeared to pale in comparison to Itachi, lacking even the activation of his Sharingan and not excelling in other aspects. This disappointment was not entirely unwarranted. Their meeting occurred several years prior to the original timeline, and Sasuke's potential had yet to fully manifest. Moreover, having encountered a prodigy like Ryumei, Orochimaru's standards had unconsciously elevated. He found himself invariably comparing others to Ryumei, resulting in inevitable disillusionment. Chapter 79, Sasuke's disdain. Sighing inwardly, Orochimaru reflected, after all, this is the first order given to me by Lord Ryumei. I cannot refuse. I shall reluctantly endeavor to teach this child. Just as he prepared to greet Sasuke, the latter expressed his distaste. With a pout, Sasuke remarked, "Ryumei, you were indeed deceiving me. This guy looks utterly lifeless, hardly resembling the formidable figure you described." Offended, Orochimaru retorted, "You impudent child. Judging by appearances is a flaw in your character. How can you presume to know my capabilities? Perhaps once you comprehend my skills, you will beg to be my apprentice." Sasuke paused, contemplating Orochimaru's words, and earnestly queried, "Can you defeat Ryumei?" No." Sasuke's expression soured, and he continued, "What about my brother Itachi?" Also no." Sasuke reverted to his disdainful demeanor, exclaiming, "You cannot defeat anyone yet claim to be powerful? How shameless." Orochimaru felt a surge of frustration, wishing to retort, "Could you not choose a more competent individual to compare me against?" In a bid to preserve his dignity, Orochimaru, who initially had no intention of sincerely instructing Sasuke, resolutely decided to take him under his wing. Let it be known that the illustrious title of the three legendary ninjas is not one that is easily earned. Consequently, during the return journey, Orochimaru subjected Sasuke to an exceptionally rigorous training regimen. Longming was quite pleased with this, engaging in playful banter with Hinata along the way, leading a relatively comfortable life. Little did Longming realize, however, that Konoha village was brewing a conspiracy awaiting his return. At the forefront of Konoha, a remarkably beautiful woman with golden hair stood at the entrance, clad in a striking green coat adorned with a large emblem of gambling. Her voluptuous figure was scarcely concealed, even by the oversized garment. Suddenly, a flurry of sounds pierced the air. "Lady Tsunade, you have finally arrived. The third Hokage has awaited your return for far too long," exclaimed an excited ninja dressed in Konoha's green armor. Indeed, the woman standing at the village's gates was none other than Princess Tsunade, the last of the legendary Sannin, often referred to as the fabled fat sheep. Originally, Tsunade had been wandering aimlessly, heartbroken over the loss of her lover and brother, subsisting on gambling. Yet, several months prior, she had experienced an extraordinary streak of good fortune, dominating the casinos. This unusual turn of events alerted her to an impending calamity. Soon enough, Tsunade learned of the political upheaval within Konoha. Initially, she intended to remain uninvolved, reluctant to return to the sorrowful place that was Konoha. However, a sudden letter compelled her to abandon her pursuits and hasten back to the village. Gazing at the gates of Konoha with a complex expression, Tsunade inquired, "Where's the old man now?" The cautious ninja glanced around warily and replied in a hushed tone, "Lady Tsunade, please follow me. The Uchiha clan has eyes everywhere, and we must not let them discover your presence." Tsunade nodded slightly, and together with Shizen, they stealthily entered Konoha. After navigating through winding paths, Tsunade arrived at a small room protected by a barrier, where numerous ninjas had already gathered. Among familiar faces like the third Hokage, Asuma Sarutobi, and Kakashi, stood the head of the Shimura clan. "Little Tsunade, you have finally returned. Please, take a seat. We have awaited your arrival for quite some time," said Hiruzen Sarutobi, offering a warm smile as he gestured for her to sit. The others promptly made way for Tsunade to occupy the seat of honor. Who would have thought that Konoha would undergo such significant changes in just a few short years? "Old man, do you now have to hold meetings in secrecy?" Tsunade sighed. The third Hokage blushed slightly, taking a puff from his pipe as he explained, "There is no choice. Konoha is now under Uchiha control, and we must exercise caution. You are our last hope." Rubbing her temples in exasperation, Tsunade replied, "Please do not place such a monumental task upon me. I am no longer capable of fighting. I can only assist you in contacting Mount Myaboku. Are you certain that those toads possess the ability to break the illusion that Jiraiya fell victim to?" Indeed, Tsunade's return was solely for the matter concerning Jiraiya. The third Hokage nodded gravely in agreement, responding, "According to the ancient texts we have uncovered, Myaboku Mountain should possess such abilities. It is said that the great sage of Myaboku Mountain was a formidable figure from the same era as the sage of the Six Paths, who once entrusted Jiraiya with a significant mission. I believe that if we convey this information to Myaboku Mountain, they will surely find a way to dispel the illusion that has ensnared Jiraiya." Tsunade pondered for a moment, recalling Jiraiya's broad silhouette, and said, "Very well. For Jiraiya's sake, I shall assist you this once." Taking a deep breath, she closed her eyes and pricked her finger, swiftly forming several hand signs. With a burst of white mist, a small blue and white slug materialized on the table. It lifted its head and joyfully exclaimed, "Lady Tsunade, you have summoned me once more. I have missed you dearly." Tsunade smiled gently, stroking the slug's body. Ever since she had summoned the dreaded Ketsueki, she had rarely employed even the simplest of summoning techniques. Were it not for Jiraiya, she would never have called forth the slug, holding the slug in her hand. Tsunade spoke. Slug, I have summoned you in hopes that you can assist me. Are you able to establish contact with the Toad clan of Myaboka Mountain? Indeed. The slug replied. There is a method of communication between the three great sanctuaries, and I can help you reach them. The slug's words relieved everyone present. The third Hokage, brimming with joy, interjected. Then, dear slug sage, could you contact them immediately? Inform them that Jiraiya is in dire straits, and we require the great sage's assistance. Understood. The slug nodded, then erupted in a cloud of white mist and vanished from sight. Shortly thereafter, a slug reappeared, bearing a peculiar scroll. It raised the scroll and announced, the great sage of toads has been awaiting you for quite some time. He claims to possess a method to save Jiraiya. This is a specially crafted reverse summoning scroll that will allow one of you to venture to Myaboka Mountain. The third Hokage accepted the scroll with reverence, bowing deeply towards the slug. Thank you, dear slug sage. The hidden leaf will never forget your assistance. After a moment of contemplation, he handed the scroll to Tsunade, saying, Tsunade, the mission to Myaboka Mountain is entrusted to you. You must meet with the great sage of toads and implore his help for Jiraiya. Rest assured, I have returned precisely for this purpose. Without hesitation, Tsunade took the scroll and unfurled it. An extraordinary force enveloped her, and she vanished in an instant. Chapter 80. The Sage's Soul. Myaboka Mountain is renowned alongside the Whetbone Forest and the Dragon Cave as a place of legacy inhabited by diverse species of toads. It possesses a cultivation system entirely distinct from that of ninjas, enabling the use of a power known as sage techniques. Tsunade was abruptly transported to the depths of Myaboka Mountain through the reverse summoning technique. When she opened her eyes once more, she was met with the sight of a colossal orange toad. This toad appeared quite ancient, adorned with a necklace of prayer beads, at the center of which lay a pale purple cat's eye stone inscribed with a black character. Tsunade recognized that this seemingly drowsy old toad was none other than the legendary Great Sage Toad, Fukasaku. Greetings, Great Sage Toad. I am Tsunade of the Leaf Village. I have heard that you possess a method to dispel Jiraiya's Jinjutsu. Tsunade spoke with utmost respect, kneeling on one knee, awaiting the Great Sage Toad's guidance. She understood that the venerable sage before her was a being who had existed for over a millennium, wielding power rivaling that of the Sage of Six Paths. In his presence, she felt like the youngest of the youth. At last, the Great Sage Toad murmured repeatedly, before suddenly expressing confusion. Who are you? Huh? Tsunade exclaimed, bewildered. Did I not just introduce myself? Beside her, Sage Shima quietly interjected. Elder, this is Tsunade, the heir of the Whetbone Forest. Did you not mention seeing her in a dream? Oh, indeed. I remember now. What a lovely girl, the Great Sage Toad responded, feigning enlightenment. Sage Shima, exasperated, retorted. Truly forgetful. You just handed her the reverse summoning scroll. Must you always go through the charade? Did you not hear that young Jiraiya is in trouble? Sage Shima scolded the Great Sage Toad. Yet, the Great Sage Toad ceased his pretense, opening his clouded eyes to declare, let us get straight to the point. There is indeed a way to save Jiraiya. We possess two great treasures here at Myaboka Mountain, the Sage's Symbol and the Sage's Soul. The former can heal all physical injuries, while the latter can eradicate all negative mental effects. The Sage's Symbol was gifted to an old friend a millennium ago, but the Sage's Soul has been preserved until now. With the soul, Jiraiya can regain his true self. Upon hearing this, Tsunade's expression brightened with excitement. Is that truly so? Sage Shima, unable to contain herself, immediately inquired, why did you not mention this sooner? We could directly summon young Jiraiya back using the Sage's Soul. Having spent several years training in Myaboka Mountain, both Fukasaku and Shima regarded Jiraiya as their own protege, naturally. Upon learning that he had fallen under the control of a Genjutsu, their worry deepened. Ahem, it is not that I prohibit you from doing so, but the Sage's Soul will invoke the deepest, most primal desires of a person's spirit. Only by allowing him to fulfill a specific longing deep within can he truly be restored, the Great Sage Toad explained, casting his gaze upon Tsunade. What kind of longing? Tsunade promptly inquired. The Great Toad Sage revealed a smile laden with profound significance. The most primal of matters between beings. This is something only you can accomplish, Tsunade. At that moment, even Tsunade, despite her usual sluggishness and reaction, grasped the meaning behind the Great Toad Sage's words. Her cheeks flushed crimson. leaving her momentarily at a loss for words. Even Shizen and Jiraiya turned their heads in embarrassment, for such matters cannot be forced upon anyone. I am willing to request both sages to summon Jiraiya. Tsunade's voice was barely audible. The great Toad Sage chuckled as he produced a talisman, handing it to Shizen, saying, "Once summoned, immediately affix this talisman to Jiraiya's forehead, and thereafter, you may withdraw." "Understood, Elder," Shizen replied, carefully accepting the talisman, before leading Tsunade into an empty room. Within the room, Shizen retrieved a scroll and began to form several hand seals. Reverse summoning technique. With a burst of white smoke, Jiraiya was instantaneously summoned to Mount Mayaboku, far from the Uchiha clan. Before he could comprehend the situation, Shizen had already affixed the talisman of the sage's spirit to Jiraiya's head, as a blinding green light emanated. Jiraiya clutched his head in agony, his breathing intensified, and his face flushed a deep red. Sage Shizen, recognizing the activation of the sage's spirit, cleared her throat, saying, "Since the task is complete, let us take our leave." "Oh, indeed, then it falls upon you, Tsunade," Shizen added. Her face tinged with embarrassment as she swiftly exited the room. Tsunade cast a complex glance at Jiraiya before stepping forward to embrace him, alleviating some of the pain etched on his face. "Allow me to save you this time," Tsunade whispered, loosening the fastenings of her clothing. The night swiftly passed. Jiraiya, bare-chested and half-seated at the edge of the bed, wore an expression of indescribable embarrassment and guilt, having been freed from the effects of the Kodo Amatsukami. "WL, Tsunade." "About last night," Jiraiya stammered, struggling to find his words. Tsunade, half reclining on the bed and securely wrapped in the blanket, softly interjected, "Say nothing. I acted of my own volition. There is no need for you to feel burdened. Just go and express your gratitude to the great Toad Sage." Jiraiya, always attentive to Tsunade's wishes, slowly rose and made his way to the door. At the moment he was about to close it, he gritted his teeth, declaring Tsunade, "Rest assured, I will take responsibility for what transpired yesterday." With that, he dashed away, leaving no trace behind. Beneath the blanket, Tsunade's cheeks tinged with a slight blush. "Isn't that obvious? Of course, you must take responsibility. Great Toad Sage, thank you for aiding me in breaking free from the control of Kodo Amatsukami." Jiraiya knelt on one knee before the great Toad Sage. The sage shook his head slowly, smiling as he replied, "There is no need for thanks. Rescuing you from that illusion was a duty I was obliged to fulfill. Jiraiya, the future I have foreseen has undergone significant alterations. The prophesied child has vanished, and I foresee a dreadful calamity approaching the entire ninja world." For the first time, the tone of the great sage of the Toad conveyed an overwhelming gravity. Jiraiya inquired solemnly, "Is it due to Uchiha Rame?" The great sage of the Toad nodded slowly. "Indeed, I glimpsed his figure in a hazy dream. He brings unfathomable disaster to the ninja realm. I witnessed him amidst the flames of war, mercilessly slaughtering the ninjas of the 4 great villages, extending the conflict across the world." Jiraiya's expression shifted, and he declared earnestly, "Great sage, I shall stop him. Please allow Fukasaku and Shima to accompany me back to Konoha. In sage mode, I will surely nip this thread in the bud." The voice of the great sage resonated throughout the temple. "Go forth. The future of the ninja world rests in your hands." Chapter 81. Sage Art. Super large Rasen Shuriken time swiftly passed, and half a month had elapsed. The sky was shrouded in layers of gray clouds, with gentle spring rain falling like fine threads, enveloping the entirety of Konoha in a misty haze. Rame and his companions had finally returned to Konoha from the land of rice. "Konoha, I never imagined I would return in such a manner," Orochimaru mused, gazing contemplatively toward the village. Rame chuckled lightly. "Your old friend Jiraiya is here too. I believe he will be quite pleased to see you." Upon hearing Jiraiya's name, Orochimaru scoffed. "That may not be the case. People change." Rame remained non-committal, but was aware that Jiraiya had been searching for Orochimaru all along. "Let us descend swiftly. It has been far too long since I last saw my brother. I want him to see the fruits of my training." Sasuke clenched his fist, striking a defiant pose. Hinata, her face filled with hope, added, "Ranmei, I also miss Niji and my sister." "Then let us proceed," Rame said, gently taking Hinata's hand as they made their way toward Konoha. Although it was not their first time holding hands, Hinata's cheeks flushed a delicate shade of pink. At the entrance of Konoha, a multitude of ninjas had gathered, including Uchiha Fugaku, Sarutobi Hizashi, Asuma, and Kakashi. Besides them, the leaders of the Shimura, Inuzuka, and Yamanaka clans were also present. Upon seeing Ranmei, Uchiha Fugaku approached with warmth. "Ranmei, you finally returned." Your negotiations with the Land of Fire have greatly benefited our village. I must reward you handsomely." Rame smiled casually, replying, "You flatter me, clan leader. Where is Itachi?" "Oh, he has been preoccupied with clan matters lately, so only I came." Fugaku explained, maintaining his composed demeanor. Longming paid no mind to the situation and called upon Orochimaru, saying, "Chief, this is Orochimaru, who is renowned as one of the legendary Sannin alongside Jiraiya. He has consented to join the Uchiha clan, and I hope the village can lift the bounty on him as a rogue ninja." The mention of Orochimaru startled the onlookers. A person's reputation is akin to the shadow of a tree. As one of the Sannin, Orochimaru's notorious name resonated throughout the ninja world. During the Second Shinobi World War, he amassed countless achievements for Konoha, vanquishing an untold number of elite ninjas from enemy nations. It is safe to say that nearly everyone in Konoha was familiar with this infamous rogue. It was rumored that when Orochimaru defected from the village, even Jiraiya, another of the Sannin, could not persuade him to return. To think that Long Ming could bring him back to Konoha was astonishing. The expressions of those behind Fugaku turned grave, especially Saratobi Hiruzen, whose aged face was nearly contorted with concern. "Yes, it is indeed Orochimaru. It has been quite some time." Fugaku's tone seemed oddly hesitant, as if he were overwhelmed with excitement. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes and slowly remarked, "Fifth Hokage, it appears we do not share much of an acquaintance, yet your words leave me quite flattered. Oh, my apologies. I was just a bit overwhelmed to welcome back another Sannin to the village. Long Ming, let us depart quickly. Everyone is awaiting your return." Fugaku abruptly shifted the topic, reaching out toward Long Ming. Long Ming furrowed his brow, sensing that the atmosphere today felt amiss. He glanced at the crowd behind Fugaku. Aside from Fugaku, no one from the Uchiha clan was present. The Hyuga, Yamaska, and Nara clans also lacked representation. Conversely, the Saratobi, Shimura, and Inuzuka clans were notably more active, with many attendees. Just as Fugaku's hand was about to touch Long Ming, a wave of foreboding enveloped his heart. Without hesitation, Long Ming swiftly pushed Hinata away from his side. He intended to activate his infinite defense, but it was already too late. The speed of the assailant surpassed his expectations, easily at the level of a Kage. At the moment Long Ming shoved Hinata aside, a terrifying surge of Sage Chakra erupted from Uchiha Fugaku's shadow. "Sage Art, super large Rasengan," came a low roar. Suddenly, the sage transformed Jiraiya burst forth from Fugaku's shadow, exuding an overwhelming presence, his chakra akin to an endless ocean. Perched upon his shoulders were the two sages from Mount Mayaboku. Jiraiya's right hand coalesced an enormous Rasengan, which he unleashed with blinding speed directly upon Long Ming. Long Ming and Hinata were taken aback. In an instant, the high-density chakra sphere shattered Long Ming's attire, propelling him hundreds of meters away with the force of the super-large Rasengan. With a resounding crash, Long Ming collided with a distant hill, the crumbling rocks burying him beneath their weight. Did it succeed? Lord Jiraiya hit him. That fellow did not have the opportunity to employ that ocular technique. He is undoubtedly doomed. This is the true power of Lord Jiraiya, so ferocious that the days of the Uchiha clan have come to an end. As Jiraiya unleashed a colossal Rasengan, sending Long Ming flying, the crowd behind him erupted in astonishment. Orochimaru gazed at Jiraiya with a dark expression, coldly stating, "I wondered why there was a sense of familiarity about Fugaku. It is indeed you, Jiraiya. It has been a long time. Long time no see, Orochimaru. I do not know your reasons for associating with Long Ming, but it is all over now. I do not wish to become your enemy. I hope you can comprehend this." Jiraiya's countenance was grave, and each word he uttered struck the hearts of the onlookers like a mighty hammer. The aura of his sage mode surged like tumultuous waves, sweeping across the battlefield. "Over?" Orochimaru's expression shifted to one of peculiar incredulity, followed by mockery. "Jiraiya, after all these years, you remain as naive as ever, truly charmingly foolish. You do not believe that a single blow could defeat Lord Long Ming, do you?" A sudden jolt of alarm coursed through Jiraiya, prompting him to turn his gaze toward the distant mountains that concealed Long Ming, which showed no signs of disturbance. Jiraiya responded with a smile. "Orochimaru, are you merely posturing? My colossal Rasengan possesses power several dozen times greater than the ordinary version. He did not utilize his ocular defense. Even if he survives, he must have lost his combat capabilities." Orochimaru regarded Jiraiya with the eyes of one observing a simpleton, rubbing his forehead as he remarked, "If Lord Long Ming could be so easily dispatched, do you think I would have been brought back to Konohagakure?" At these words, Jiraiya's expression stiffened. With a thunderous crash, Long Ming emerged from the shattered rocks, bloodied yet vibrant, displaying no semblance of injury. Apologies for my tardiness. I was pondering how you managed to counter the contingent. Long Ming reappeared at his original position. The gaping wound on his chest, a result of Jiraiya's recent strike, began to heal at an astonishing rate due to Long Ming's formidable Ashura constitution. Not a trace of a scar remained, as though he had never been harmed at all. The surrounding ninjas gasped in astonishment. What kind of monstrous physique is this? He requires no hand seals to achieve such terrifying regenerative abilities. If medical ninjas were to witness this scene, they would likely feel compelled to find a crevice to hide in, an absolute marvel of medicine. The two sages perched upon Jiraiya's shoulders wore serious expressions as Fukasaku spoke. Young Jiraiya, this boy is even more extraordinary than your reports suggested. His body is brimming with potent vitality. I suspect that if we do not strike with lethal precision, he will swiftly recover. Shima furrowed her brow and remarked, does this not place him on par with that legendary ninja god? This situation is rather troublesome, regardless of the circumstances. We must resolutely prevent him here and alter the prophecy of the great Toad Sage, Jiraiya stated solemnly. The prophecy of the great Toad Sage? Long Ming furrowed his brow. Jiraiya did not hesitate to respond directly. According to the prophecy of the great Toad Sage, you will incite a tremendous war in the ninja world, slaughtering ninjas from the other 4 great nations. The great Toad Sage has freed the technique of the heavenly god to ensure that I stop you. So, the heavenly god technique was indeed released by the great Toad Sage. What a meddlesome fellow. Do you truly believe such a prophecy? Long Ming scoffed, harboring great dissatisfaction towards the ever-interfering Gamamaru. From Kagaya's sealing to Kurizetsu's rescue of his mother, and then to Naruto and Sasuke's joint effort to seal Kagaya, Gamamaru's involvement looms over the significant events of the entire ninja world. It would not be an exaggeration to call him the true orchestrator. Jiraiya replied with unwavering conviction, of course I believe it. The great Toad Sage is a sage of the ninja world. Everything he does is to prevent war and bring peace to the ninja realm. Long Ming shook his head and remarked, you are mistaken. The great Toad Sage does not act to prevent war. Rather, he acts solely for his own interests. Do toads concern themselves with the lives and deaths of humans? Do you, in your daily life, ever ponder the survival of ants? Jiraiya paused, instinctively asking, what do you mean by that? A faint smile curved Long Ming's lips as he pointed towards the two sages and said, Mayaboka Mountain, as one of the 3 sacred lands of inheritance, possesses the means to cultivate sage arts and is blessed with abundant natural energy. It is indeed a true treasure of the land. But have you ever considered why the people of the 5 great nations have not sought out such a favorable location? Just as Jiraiya was about to respond that it was due to the secluded position of Mayaboka Mountain, he reconsidered that with the full might of a nation, even the most hidden places could surely be discovered. Jiraiya fell into contemplation, and Long Ming directly prompted, that is undoubtedly because the ninja world remains divided. The 5 nations are perpetually on guard against one another, leaving them with neither the time nor the energy to seek out these sacred lands. This is precisely what the great Toad Sage desires. He does not wish for a significant war in the ninja realm. For if one side were to emerge victorious and unify the ninja world, the next unfortunate target would undoubtedly be Mayaboka Mountain. Thus, Yamamaru repeatedly issues prophecies under the guise of preventing war, deceiving individuals like yourself into doing his bidding. Long Ming's words were sharp and direct, causing beads of sweat to form on Jiraiya's forehead. You are merely arguing for the sake of argument. Are you suggesting that advocating for peace is wrong, while promoting war is right? Jiraiya retorted defiantly. That is indeed the case. Without a unified ninja world, how can there be peace? Long Ming replied without a moment's hesitation. One day, I shall lead the Uchiha clan to carve out a vast territory, upon which I will establish a grander nation. This unwavering response darkened Jiraiya's expression. Jiraiya, do not mistake this for jest. Long Ming cast a fleeting glance at Jiraiya before speaking. Do you have any idea how many years the clans of the Land of Fire were embroiled in warfare before unity? It was a staggering few hundred years. Only when the Senju clan emerged victorious and vanquished the Uchiha did they unify all clans within the territory and establish a village, thus ending the protracted conflict that had plagued the Land of Fire for centuries. You may envision the current 5 great nations as the various clans of that tumultuous era. Only through the reunification of these great powers can we genuinely usher in peace. Jiraiya felt a flicker of doubt. Long Ming's words struck a chord deep within him, compelling him to contemplate earnestly. Young Jiraiya, you must not allow yourself to be swayed by him. This boy speaks nonsense, Sage Shima admonished in a grave tone. Indeed. While the old man may be somewhat muddled at times, you should recognize that he is not malevolent, Sage Fukasaku added as a reminder. The words of the two sages momentarily restored Jiraiya's resolve, and he cast aside Long Ming's assertions, deciding instead to focus on defeating his opponent. Observing Jiraiya's obstinate demeanor, Long Ming sighed. Those outside my clan harbor different intentions. How can you fail to grasp such a simple truth, Jiraiya? However, Long Ming had already spoken enough. Since Jiraiya was resolute in his defiance, the matter would have to be settled through combat. Just as both parties prepared to engage, the head of the Uchiha clan suddenly stepped forward, casting a cold glare at Long Ming. Long Ming, you might as well surrender, he declared. All members of the Uchiha clan have already been captured. Should you dare resist further, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. I now command you to kneel and confess. Otherwise, we shall first execute your sister, followed by Itachi, and then that cursed Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. The patriarch's words plunged the atmosphere into an icy silence. You dare threaten me? Long Ming's expression sharpened, an overwhelming aura of killing intent radiating from him. With a swift step, he transformed into a blur, appearing directly before the head of the Uchiha clan. What do you intend to do? The patriarch's face paled. Long Ming's speed was beyond his ability to comprehend. I intend to end your life. Long Ming's right hand clenched tightly, unleashing a tremendous torrent of chakra. This was a unique ability of the Senju clan, allowing for precise control and concentrated release of chakra, capable of effortlessly penetrating rock, an embodiment of sheer might. As a descendant of Ashura, Long Ming had naturally inherited this extraordinary strength upon obtaining the Ashura body, with an infinite surge of power fueling his punch. The combination of unparalleled speed and absolute strength rendered his strike capable of shattering even a small mountain. Chapter 83. Wood Dragon Technique with a resounding crash. His blow struck true. The head of the Uchiha clan was instantly reduced to a gruesome spectacle, dying before he could utter a single scream. The onlookers were left in a state of utter shock, their hearts racing with terror as they hastily retreated, maintaining a safe distance from Long Ming. Long Ming wiped the blood from his face and spoke slowly. If any of my kin suffer harm, then all present shall meet the same fate. The faces of the members from the Oil clan and several other families turned ashen. Long Ming's brutality made them regret their allegiance to the third Hokage. Jiraiya, witnessing this scene, also wore a grim expression. Long Ming's brutal demonstration had extinguished the fighting spirit of more than half the assembly. He realized he had to rely solely on himself now. Two sages, I require your assistance. Jiraiya assumed a fighting stance. Do not worry, young Jiraiya. We have long been prepared. Let us strike together and subdue him. With that, the two-toed sages inhaled deeply in unison. Sage Art, 5 right guard. One sage executed wind release, while the other unleashed fire release, as Jiraiya expelled oil. They launched a formidable technique composed of these 3 arts, capable of incinerating anything in its path and theoretically devouring all tangible matter. Like a colossal wave, the burning oil surged towards Long Ming, engulfing everything along its route, the searing heat causing the watching ninjas to sweat profusely. Long Ming raised his palm, using the infinite to create a protective space of at least 1,000 meters around him. Upon colliding with this barrier, the hot oil slowed to a crawl, seeming almost to stand still. Long Ming stood confidently within the burning oil, his clothing untouched. It seems this move is ineffective, old man, the Sage of the Wind remarked gravely. Then let us change tactics. The Sage of Deep Work halted his fire release, hands forming seals. Long Ming clasped his hands together and scoffed. In the spirit of reciprocity, allow me to show you a technique. Skipping the sealing step, he combined his hands, summoning forth with a chilling presence. Buzz. As his words echoed, an overwhelming wave of chakra emanated from Long Ming. Would release secret technique. Birth of the World Tree. Accompanied by a low shout, the battlefield trembled violently, fissures appearing across the ground. To the horrified gazes of countless ninjas, a colossal tree with intertwining roots erupted from the earth, advancing towards Jiraiya with unstoppable force. The torrent of hot oil flowed into the crevices, although some ignited the tree. It was but a mere drop in the bucket. This is the legendary Wood Release. How can Long Ming wield such power? Could he be a descendant of the Senju clan? Gasps of astonishment echoed from within Konoha. Jiraiya crouched low, nimbly evading the onslaught of the World Tree. I never imagined he concealed such depths, possessing even the bloodline limit of Wood Release. The Sage of Deep Work said solemnly, Young Jiraiya, We must devise a strategy to counterattack. Call forth those young ones. Let them create an opportunity for us. Understood. Jiraiya responded in a low voice before biting his finger. Summoning technique. With a series of explosive sounds, the three formidable toads from Mount Myaboku descended onto the battlefield. Observing the vast expanse of trees beneath them, Gamabunta grumbled, honestly. Jiraiya, why is it that every time you call upon me, I am faced with such troublesome opponents? Sage Shima retorted, now is not the time for complaints. Focus your energy on dealing with the adversary before you and hold him off for us. Upon noticing Sage Shima's presence, Gamabunta's earlier grievances vanished in an instant. Casting a glance at Long Ming, he confidently declared, rest assured, you need not intervene, as this foe shall be handled by us three brothers. With that, Gamabunta drew his broken blade from his side. Gamakin, Gamakichi, let us charge together, he shouted, taking the lead. The three colossal beings surged towards Long Ming. Shadow technique, Toad short blade slash. Shadow technique, Toad twin blade slash. Shadow technique, Toad trident. Each toad exhibited its prowess, launching a coordinated assault on Long Ming from different angles. This is intriguing, Long Ming mused, a smile gracing his lips as he brought his hands together, allowing chakra to surge wildly into the forest beneath him. Wood release, wood dragon technique. Boom. The ground trembled once more. The towering trees beneath him suddenly transformed, sprouting several long, spiky wood dragons with hooked snouts. These formidable creatures, with their fierce golden eyes, locked onto the advancing toads. Seize them, Long Ming commanded. The three wood dragons obeyed, letting out a thunderous roar as they charged at Gamabunta. What in the world is this? Gamabunta exclaimed, taken aback by the oncoming wood dragons. He quickly opened his mouth, unleashing several large water balls. Water release, iron cannonball. Thud, thud. The resounding impact echoed through the skies. Though the wood dragons were struck head-on, they suffered no damage, merely becoming damp. Alarmed, Gamabunta swung his short blade at the head of the wood dragon, only to discover that the seemingly massive creature was incredibly agile, deftly evading the strike. With a swift rotation, the wood dragon ensnared Gamabunta's massive form. The barbs on the wood dragon pierced into Gamabunta's body, contorting his face in pain. As he desperately slashed at the wood dragon's head, he cursed. What on earth is this? Why is it so tough? Let go of me. Stop struggling. The grip of the wood dragon is exceedingly strong. You won't break free, and it will continuously absorb your chakra. Save your strength, Long Ming calmly advised. This wood dragon technique had once subdued the Ninetales, if even the Ninetales could not escape. How could Gamabunta hope to? Indeed, it was not long before the breath of the toad, Winta, gradually weakened. The chakra within its being was incessantly absorbed into the body of the wooden dragon. The fates of the other two toads were no different. Before they could even demonstrate their prowess, they were firmly ensnared by the wooden dragon conjured by Ryumiai, their chakra continuously siphoned away. The Leaf Village ninjas observing this spectacle were all taken aback. They realized that it was not a deficiency in the toad's strength, but rather an overwhelming superiority in their adversary. Among those present, a significant majority were likely even weaker than the three toads. Bang! Once the chakra was nearly depleted, the three toads of Winta were abruptly compelled to terminate their summoning technique, returning to Mount Myaboku. The rapid resolution of Winta's presence was astonishing. The sage, Shinzo, exhibited an expression of shock. Chapter 84. The Enchanted Toads chant as a high-ranking figure of Mount Myaboku, who had lived for over a century. He was acutely aware of the prowess of the Winta trio. Some tailed beasts could even rival their combined might. Yet to witness Ryumiai dismantle them with such ease was entirely unforeseen. Fear not, old man. Our preparations have been completed. Let us commence, Sage Shima stated gravely. Shinzo nodded in agreement, and both sages inhaled deeply, their cheeks puffed out as they began to chant a series of eerie syllables. A terrifying amalgamation of chakra and natural energy surged frantically into the bodies of the two sages, causing the surrounding space to subtly warp. This was the ultimate illusion technique, known as the Enchanted Toads chant, regarded as the most formidable art of Mount Myaboku. When two or more toads harmonized their singing, a sublime melody emerged. Once the enemy heard this melody, they would be lured into a realm of mental bondage, rendered immobile, and at the mercy of their captors. Is this truly the extent of the power possessed by the two sages of Mount Myaboku? How terrifying. The very fabric of space is contorting. Thankfully, it is not being wielded against us. Otherwise, we would likely lack even the capacity to resist. As the ninjas of the Leaf Village beheld the sage techniques displayed by the two sages of Mount Myaboku, they wore expressions of astonishment, rekindling their faith in Jiraiya. The sound waves could only reach a limited space. Ryumei extended his arm, employing infinity, preparing to counter the toad's chant. The sound waves were obstructed around Ryumei. However, as the melody intensified, the stones surrounding him shattered, and the protective space exhibited subtle distortions. With a faint crack, Ryumei's infinity was, for the first time, breached, not by just anyone, but by two toads directly. The moment he heard the toads sing, Ryumei felt his spirit being tugged into another realm. Upon regaining his senses, he found himself within a closed, square, gray barrier, surrounded on all sides by a colossal toad inscribed with the words "Immovable King of Hell." As for Jiraiya, he stood beneath the barrier. Illusions capable of distorting space are truly formidable. Longming surveyed his surroundings, remaining composed despite his predicament. Jiraiya spoke in a grave tone. "Longming, you are powerless here. Your body can no longer move. Should I choose to act, your demise is inevitable." Longming smirked and casually seated himself within the confines of the sealed barrier. Jiraiya fell silent. Longming's words had indeed sown seeds of doubt regarding Myaboku Mountain's intentions. The tides of the world are eternally in flux. Unions and separations are the natural order. Yet the great sage toad incessantly intervenes in the affairs of the ninja world according to his own will. To claim he seeks nothing in return is a difficult assertion for others to accept. Your words are not without merit. I too have wandered the ninja world for years, encountering many discontented with war yet lacking the resolve to effect change. Compared to them, you at least possess sufficient courage, Jiraiya remarked gravely. Noticing a glimmer of understanding in Jiraiya's demeanor, Longming's lips curled into a faint smile. You are mistaken on one point. My sole aim is to elevate the Uchiha to the pinnacle of the ninja world. As for changing the world, that is merely a secondary endeavor. The faces of the two sages darkened at his audacity. How dare a mere child confined by them speak so boldly? With but a flick of our fingers, your life could be extinguished. Sage Shirmama narrowed his eyes, his disdain palpable due to Longming's attempts to sow discord between Jiraiya and Myaboku Mountain. Longming regarded Sage Shirmama with indifference, scoffing. Do you truly believe such trifling genjutsu can bind me? Trifling genjutsu? Jiraiya and the two sages exchanged startled glances. Since its inception, this technique had been revered by Myaboku Mountain as a legacy of sage arts, possessing formidable power yet demanding rigorous training. Thus, it had garnered an esteemed reputation. Yet, in Longming's mouth, it was dismissed as mere trash. Sage Fukasaku coldly retorted, our strongest genjutsu is not something a mere child like you can so casually insult. If you truly possess the ability, then break this illusion and show us. Oh, and what shall transpire if I indeed shatter this illusion? Longming crossed his arms, a curious glint in his eye. Sage Fukasaku paused, then mockingly replied, if you can truly unravel our ultimate illusion, we shall concede right here and allow you to do as you wish. Very well, keep your eyes wide open and witness the might of the Uchiha. Longming rose from the barrier. The essence of any genjutsu is a manifestation of mental power, belonging to the realm of in release. The efficacy of such illusions relies on the strength of the opposing in release. Indra's chakra epitomizes the pinnacle of in release, far exceeding the power of Myaboku Mountain's two sages. Thus, attempting to control Longming with the great toad's enchantment was nothing short of a delusion. Buzz. Longming's eyes began to take on a deep crimson hue, the three tomo within them intertwining to form an eerie hexagram. Susanoo, accompanied by a tremendous surge of chakra. A colossal black skeletal frame enveloped Longming's body, gradually manifesting into Susanoo, which forcefully shattered the binding barrier that had ensnared him. This was merely the beginning. The skeletal structure sprouted veins and flesh, enveloped in a cloak of chakra, with the lower body and legs fully materializing. This represented the fourth form of Susanoo, a state nestled between the second form and its complete embodiment. Retaining the balance and capabilities of the second form, it also augmented exceptional mobility, compensating for any defensive gaps below. Longming's form was situated at the head of Susanoo. Feeling the overwhelming power of Susanoo, now magnified several-fold, Jiraiya could not help but shudder. Not just Jiraiya, even the two sages beside him wore expressions of utter astonishment. Is this real? How could this young boy achieve such a feat? The great toad sage murmured, clearly shaken by the upheaval of his beliefs. Longming looked down at the two sages and stated calmly, the times have changed. Just because you two are frogs at the bottom of a well and have not witnessed it, does not mean no one can break this. Every technique has its weaknesses. And the weakness of this technique is Uchiha Long Ming. With that, Susanoo reached into the void and, without warning, a double-edged sword materialized in his hand. Long Ming channeled chakra into the sword with fervor. Chapter 85. A resounding strike to Sarutobi Hiruzen. The double-edged sword grew immensely, nearly occupying half of Susanoo's form. Yet, this was not sufficient. Long Ming further imbued the sword with the black flames of Amaterasu, enhancing its potency, and struck down towards the 4 colossal toads surrounding him. Swish! The enormous blade, infused with black flames, hurtled towards the 4 toads at an astonishing speed. This seemingly simple strike caused the very fabric of the illusionary realm to crack. Quick! Defend, old man! Faced with Long Ming's relentless assault, the sage of Shima's face paled, and both sages swiftly formed hand seals. The 4 massive toads raised their short swords as a barrier before them. However, such a fragile defense could hardly withstand the terrifying blow from Long Ming. With a resounding clang, the short swords shattered, and the 4 gigantic toads were cleaved in two, a torrent of blood cascading forth and staining the realm crimson. With the demise of the 4 toads, the entire space erupted with numerous cracks resembling a spider's web, threatening to collapse at any moment. These 4 gargantuan toads were the guardians of this illusionary world. With their death, the entire illusion was on the brink of collapse. He truly managed to break the toad chant. Witnessing this scene, Jiraiya felt as though he had seen a ghost. This is indeed a constrained realm of spirit, where, theoretically, Long Ming should possess no capacity for retaliation within this mental domain. Yet, astonishingly, Long Ming not only liberated himself from the binding enchantment, but also vanquished all 4 guardian toads of the illusionary world, obliterating this realm of mirage. This is utterly preposterous. In reality, Long Ming reopened his eyes. With the illusion shattered, the 2 immortals of Mayabuku Mountain spat blood, their faces reflecting sheer terror. Jiraiya, somewhat dazed, gazed at Long Ming, fully aware that he had been bested. The Toad Sage's chant, a formidable strike in Jiraiya's sage mode, had been effortlessly dispelled by Long Ming, rendering any further confrontation unnecessary. You have triumphed. After a prolonged silence, Jiraiya inhaled deeply, his expression complex as he spoke. I am no match for you. Do as you will with me, but I implore you not to trouble the 2 immortals. Upon finishing, Jiraiya voluntarily relinquished his sage mode. The expressions of the 2 immortals darkened to an extreme. With Jiraiya out of sage mode, they truly had no chance left. Long Ming shimmered into view before the 2 immortals, startling them. Had he harbored any murderous intent, they would have likely found no opportunity to escape back to Mayabuku Mountain. However, Long Ming refrained from striking, instead casting a cold glance at the 2 immortals before declaring, "Return and inform Fukasaku not to meddle in the affairs of the ninja world, or I shall personally seek him out to settle the score." With that, he forcefully placed a hand upon Jiraiya, severing the chakra connection of the summoning technique. Boom, boom. The 2 immortals erupted into a cloud of white mist and vanished from sight. With you in Konoha, it is truly uncertain whether it is a blessing or a curse. Jiraiya mused, contemplating the formidable and domineering Long Ming. For Konoha, it may be a boon, but for the ninja world, perhaps a calamity. Long Ming remarked indifferently, then turned his gaze towards the observing ninjas in the distance, a glint of coldness in his eyes as he stated, "I shall spare none who participated in confronting the Uchiha clan. You two, prepare yourself mentally." Understood, Jiraiya bitterly nodded, subsequently guided by Long Ming towards Konoha. The expressions of the onlookers were exceedingly grim, some already feeling their legs weaken. Long Ming's overwhelming would release instilled in them no thoughts of resistance. Long Ming first approached Fugaku, who had just been manipulated by Jiraiya's Toad Shadow technique, but was now restored to normalcy. Long Ming, once again, I owe you my gratitude. Fortunate that you returned in time, or the Uchiha clan would have faced annihilation. Fugaku spoke, a hint of trepidation in his tone. Long Ming reassured him. All is well now. What of the others? How are my sister and Naruto? Fugaku hesitated for a moment before speaking. They are currently imprisoned in Konoha's dungeon. Your sister is fine, but Naruto and Itachi sustained some injuries during the battle. Is that so? Long Ming narrowed his eyes, his sharp gaze sweeping across the assembly of Konoha ninjas before him. The faces of the numerous Konoha ninjas appeared somewhat unnatural, and as they met Long Ming's piercing gaze, they instinctively averted their eyes. Upon encountering the 3rd Hokage, Long Ming let out a cold laugh and remarked, "Indeed, Sarutobi Hiruzen, you are as cunning as ever." Without a doubt, this incident was orchestrated by you. Saratobi's expression shifted dramatically, and he gritted his teeth, replying, "Indeed, but I do not regret it. Everything I have done is for the sake of Konoha." With a swift movement, Longming struck Saratobi across the face with a resounding slap, the sheer force propelling him into the wall, rendering him immobile. Longming dusted off his hands and stated, "Hiruzen, you merely pay lip service to Konoha's welfare. During your tenure, what significant good have you done for the village? Instead, your oppression of the clans has been relentless. Meanwhile, I ventured out and returned with 5 times the operational funds for Konoha. Deep down, do you not understand who truly acts for Konoha?" Upon hearing these words, the Konoha ninjas began to murmur among themselves. It seemed plausible. Had not the Hyuga clan member been compelled by the third Hokage to sacrifice himself? 100 billion ryo. Longming is truly impressive. Indeed, we have never been this assertive towards the land of fire. The third Hokage has always been subservient, while the previous daimyo was almost insufferably arrogant. I remember when that daimyo visited recently, he was exceedingly courteous and brought a plethora of gifts. It appears that Longming's contributions to Konoha are indeed substantial. Saratobi, trapped in the wall, was so enraged by their comments that he spat blood and fainted. After Longming arranged for him to be extracted, he was unceremoniously thrown into Konoha's dungeon. The other clan leaders, witnessing Saratobi's downfall, had no desire to share in his fate and promptly chose to submit. However, Longming paid them no heed. Every ninja involved in this incident would not escape unscathed. The Shimura clan, having been the most aggressive, was completely annihilated by Longming. The other clan ninjas were all imprisoned in Konoha's dungeon, and their family assets were entirely confiscated. Longming released all the Uchiha clan members who had been detained, as well as those from the Hyuga and other clans who had been under surveillance. The power of Konoha had once again returned to the hands of the Uchiha. Chapter 86. The Turbulent Undercurrents of the Ninja World. Konoha. Year 57. Longming had imprisoned nearly 1/3 of the clan ninjas, eradicated the Shimura clan, and confined the third Hokage, and this news swiftly spread throughout the ninja world, especially when it was reported that Longming had demonstrated the power of wood release, transforming a vast expanse of land into a sea of trees. The entire ninja world was shaken. It is important to note the legend of the original god of ninjas has long been a tale told throughout the ninja world. His formidable strength is an undisputed fact acknowledged by all. Since Hashirama's demise, Konoha has not seen a powerful user of wood release. However, this has brought relief to the other 4 great nations, for the emergence of another figure like Hashirama would have meant they would be suppressed for at least a century. It was presumed that wood release had been completely lost to time, yet today, it has resurfaced. Some have begun to secretly refer to Ryumiai as the next god of ninjas. Such news has inevitably stirred unease among the 4 great nations, while others see an opportunity in this event. With Konoha lacking a prominent clan and 1/3 of its ninjas imprisoned, its overall strength has evidently diminished. If war were to be waged at this moment, could the weakened Konoha withstand the onslaught? In no time, the major factions of the ninja world began to stir restlessly. In Sunagakure, Raza, gleefully clutching the intelligence in his hands, exclaimed, "Ha! What a splendid turn of events! Why don't those Konoha fools just engage in a civil war to the death? That way, we Sunagakure would have a clear path to invade the land of fire." Being the closest to the land of fire and having had the most friction with it, they were naturally the most affected. During the first 3 great ninja wars, Sunagakure and Konoha fought fiercely, their enmity running deep. Chiyo's son, Scorpion's father, fell at the hands of Kakashi's father, the White Fang of Konoha. Had it not been for the disappearance of the third Kazekage, leading to a large-scale invasion by Kimogakure, Raza would never have considered a truce with Konoha. Licking his lips, Raza felt a renewed desire for the invasion of the Land of Fire ignited by the recent events in Konoha. With the feudal lord of the Land of Wind continually reducing the number of ninjas and funding for the ninja villages, Sunagakure's combat power was steadily declining. As the 4th Kazekage, he had to devise a path forward for his village. If they could seize land in the Land of Fire, with its abundant resources, it would undoubtedly allow the people of Sunagakure to live without want. Maki, from this moment forth, the entire Sunagakure will enter a state of full military preparedness. I intend to deliver a decisive blow to Konoha. Raza's murderous intent poured forth unabashedly. Maki hesitated for a moment and solemnly cautioned, "Lord Kazekage, that Uchiha Ryumiai from Konoha is rumored to possess strength rivaling that of the god of ninjas. Should we not reconsider?" Raza snorted dismissively, "Nonsense. Such claims are merely the exaggerated fantasies of the weak. How could a child of less than 10 possess power akin to that of the god of ninjas? Bring me Gaara. In Kumogakure, the thunderous roar of lightning echoed through the mountains. Bang! In the Raikage's office, the fourth Raikage, A, smashed his fist down, shattering the table into splinters. What nonsense about the would-release ninja and the so-called new god of ninjas? Have those arrogant individuals from the Hidden Leaf Village forgotten which village currently reigns supreme in the ninja world? A terrifying chakra erupted from AI, toppling the surrounding tables and tea sets. As one of the 5 great ninja villages, known for its expertise in swordsmanship and lightning release, as well as its renowned physical techniques, the Cloud Village possesses ample justification for its arrogance. Not only does it possess two-tailed beasts, but it also has the means to train perfect Jinchuriki. Its military might is, without a doubt, the strongest among the 5 great ninja villages. The incident involving Hinata's kidnapping, where the Cloud Village brazenly threatened the Leaf Village, clearly demonstrates its formidable strength. Raikage-sama, please remain calm. According to the intelligence we have gathered, this Uchiha Ryumiya is indeed quite fearsome. If we allow him to grow unchecked, he could potentially herald a new god of ninjas for the Leaf. The Raikage secretive aide, wearing a dark robe, handed over a report. AI, not merely a muscle-bound fool, collected his thoughts after reviewing the information. He solemnly declared, such a scenario will not transpire. The Cloud Village will never permit the Leaf to rise again after suppressing it for decades. I intend to make the Leaf Village experience the might of the Cloud. In the Rock Village, the third Tsuchikage, Anoki, gazed gravely at the intelligence laid out on his desk. Would release, Forest of Trees, Susanoo. Unlike the other village leaders, Anoki is a true veteran who has witnessed the Warring States period. He has encountered the god of ninjas and the terrifying power of that man. Should the Leaf Village give rise to another figure akin to Uchiha Madara or Senju Hashirama, the Rock Village would once again find itself beseeching the Leaf for peace. Remembering the humiliation brought upon him by Uchiha Madara, Anoki clenched the report tightly in his hands. Moreover, Ryumiya's potential for growth is exceedingly alarming. Not only does he possess the Sharingan, but he also wields the original would release. Would that not equate to a fusion of the powers of the god of ninjas and Uchiha Madara? This is intolerable. The Leaf Village must not rise again. With 1/3 of its ninja forces diminished, now is the perfect opportunity to strike. In the Mist Village, the control exerted by Obito over the 4th Mizukage led to a reign of terror that shrouded the entire village in darkness. It was not until the higher-ups uncovered the 4th Mizukage's anomaly and broke the Genjutsu that this tyranny came to an end. The Mist Village, wishing to avoid escalating the situation, has kept this matter under wraps. Following the loss of the Mizukage, the Mist has been governed by Elder Yuan, who wields power equal to that of the Mizukage. Consequently, all significant decisions within the village require the Elder's Council. Elder Yuan, regarding the current situation on the continent, should we consider intervening? Qing inquired softly from the side. The nearby high-rise occupants immediately clamored. We must take action. It is rumored that the other 3 great ninja villages have already begun their preparations. If they consume Konoha, the gap between us and the continent will widen once more. The village of Mist has always maintained a distance from the continent, which is why our development has lagged behind theirs. I believe this is an opportune moment for us to assert our dominance over the continent. Indeed, Konoha is at its weakest in decades. The other 3 great ninja villages will undoubtedly seize this opportunity. We must act. In a corner, Terumi May furrowed her brows, feeling that an invasion of the Land of Fire was rather precarious. With Long Ming's formidable combat capabilities, should the invasion of the Land of Fire fail, could the village of Mist withstand the repercussions? Yet, at that moment, Terumi May was not yet the 5th Mizukage, and her concerns carried little weight. The elder Yuanshire spoke in a deep, aged voice. Summon the Mist. Monitor the situation on the continent closely. The moment the 3 great ninja villages make a move, we shall join the fray and carve up Konoha. Chapter 87. The ninja world in turmoil. Half a month later, led by the village of Cloud, the Sand, Rock, and Mist villages successively issued declarations of war against Konoha. Their justification was surprisingly the concern for Konoha's internal affairs. They deemed Long Ming's imprisonment of the 3rd Hokage and numerous ninjas as unethical. As allied nations, they could not remain indifferent, thus deciding to mobilize their forces against Konoha. Though the rationale was utterly absurd, the news was explosive. Once released, the entire ninja world erupted in fervor. The 4 great ninja villages were actually coordinating an assault on Konoha. Was the Fourth Great Ninja War about to commence? In the annals of history, the simultaneous action of the four great ninja villages had occurred only once before, during the First Great Ninja War, following the death of Hashirama Senju decades ago. After his passing, the four great ninja villages, seizing the opportunity of Konoha's disarray, hastily organized their ninjas to invade. Astonishingly, history was poised to repeat itself after so many years. Regrettably, this time, Konoha lacked a legendary figure akin to the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. Countless ninjas lamented, and the citizens of the Land of Fire were fraught with anxiety. After all, Konoha had suffered significant losses in recent internal conflicts, and with Long Ming's return, nearly half of the clan ninjas had been imprisoned. This was an immense blow to Konoha's combat prowess. Rumors swirled throughout the ninja world, with the majority believing that Konoha was doomed to be annihilated by the combined forces of the four great ninja villages. However, a minority held the view that Long Ming was a genius on par with the first and fourth Hokages, capable of leading Konoha to avert disaster. Yet, those who shared this sentiment were ultimately in the minority. After all, Long Ming's rise to fame had been relatively brief, and much of what was known about him was mere hearsay. Even if we were to concede that Long Ming was indeed powerful, one must remember that two fists cannot contend with four hands. An army of ants can bring down an elephant. In the presence of numerous ninjas from the four great ninja villages, it seems implausible that they would merely stand idle, allowing Long Ming to slay them, potentially exhausting him to the point of demise. Additionally, with the opportunistic intent to gain some advantage, not only the four great villages have dispatched ninjas, several smaller nations have also sent their own to partake in the war, hoping to reap some benefits from this conflict. The Fourth Great Ninja War appears to be on the verge of eruption. At the border of the Land of Water, amidst a vast expanse of woods, the scene is one of devastation, bearing the scars of battle, with countless trees destroyed and the ground marred by severe corrosion. Within this chaotic landscape stand six figures clad in the Akatsuki's crimson cloud attire, known as the Six Paths of Pain, led by Nagato. Lying on the ground is the host of the Six Tails, the rogue ninja from the Hidden Mist, known as Foam. The capture of the Six Tails is complete. Matters concerning the Three Tails can wait. The priority now is to return to the mainland, for the ninja world has descended into chaos, Nagato remarked coolly. The other five Pain figures nodded in agreement. Upon learning of the events transpiring in Konoha and the shifting tides of the ninja world, Nagato was momentarily taken aback. Just days prior, he had regarded himself as a deity, proclaiming that Long Ming, as a mere mortal, could not withstand his power. Yet, in a stunning reversal, Long Ming had been bestowed with the title of the god of the ninja world. What a resounding slap in the face. The five great ninja villages are now on the brink of war, compelling Nagato to reconsider his strategy. During wartime, the oversight of tailed beasts by the ninja villages would undoubtedly be exceedingly stringent, potentially employing them as weapons in battle. The Akatsuki's ambitions to obtain these beasts would not be so easily realized. Nagato set aside the unconscious Six Tails host and sat down, once more invoking the technique of the shadow clone. As time slowly passed, phantoms of the Akatsuki members gradually emerged. You have all heard the news, haven't you? The plan to collect the tailed beasts has encountered significant obstacles. Has anyone succeeded recently? Nagato surveyed the group with a detached gaze. Deidara scratched his head and coughed lightly, saying, "Don't even get me started. The one-tailed Jinchuriki from Sunagakure is being guarded too rigorously. If I wish to capture him, I would have to launch a direct assault on Sunagakure. I've heard that the fourth Kazekage, Raza, excels in magnet release and possesses the power to suppress tailed beasts. I truly have no confidence in that endeavor. Had it been Scorpion accompanying Deidara, he might have dared to give it a try. Unfortunately, with JZ, whose abilities in battle are questionable and limited to gathering intelligence, Deidara was reluctant to take any risks. Kisame, too, pondered aloud, together with Itachi. We managed to capture the two tails, but we are currently being pursued by the villagers of Kumogakure. The Eight Tails has now been summoned within their territory, making it difficult to act. For the formidable Kisame and Kakuzu, capturing tailed beasts was not an insurmountable task. Given sufficient time, even the Eight Tails could be subdued. Beside him, Conan mused, the newly arrived member Haiden and I are near Takigakure. The strength of the Jinchuriki of the Seven Tails is formidable, and we must find an opportune moment to strike. Due to the Akatsuki's shortage of personnel, Obito had hastily summoned Haiden, who was originally slated to join later. Haiden, dissatisfied with Conan's remarks, retorted, "What opportune moment. I say we charge and head first. Those who defy the Dark God should be sacrificed without hesitation." A raspy voice interjected from Kakuzu. What a brainless fool you are. Your head wouldn't fetch much of a bounty. And I truly wonder how you managed to join our ranks. Haydn raised an eyebrow, ready to unleash his anger. Silence. Payne's cold voice resonated, bringing immediate stillness to the room. After a moment of contemplation, Payne noted that with the addition of the 2 tails and 6 tails, they had successfully captured 3-tailed beasts. Although they were still far from their goal, they had at least completed 1/3 of their objective. Payne continued. The 4 great shinobi villages are currently preparing for war, and their vigilance is at an all-time high. Our plan to gather tailed beasts must be postponed. Kakuzu shrugged indifferently and said, then let it be postponed. I have some bounty missions to attend to in the Land of Lightning. No. You must return immediately to the Land of Fire, along with the others currently capturing tailed beasts. Payne firmly rejected Kakuzu's suggestion, issuing his command with a stern tone. Why? Wasn't it said to be postponed? Kakuzu instinctively frowned. As a man who prioritized wealth, being denied the opportunity to earn extra income was nearly as unbearable as death itself. Payne scoffed lightly before explaining. Postponed does not mean we cease our efforts. It simply means we must wait for the right moment. With the 4 great shinobi villages launching a joint assault on Konoha, we may seize the opportunity to capture the elusive 9 tails. Payne's words sparked interest among the group. Kisame rasped. So the leader's intention is to wait until Konoha falters and then take advantage of the chaos to capture the 9 tails? Precisely, Payne replied, lifting his gaze with indifference. This time, we shall reap the benefits of others' conflicts. Let the 5 great shinobi villages fight among themselves. When their battle concludes, it will be the moment for the Akatsuki to fulfill our mission. Chapter 88. A new power. Meanwhile, Konoha was also on high alert. Fugaku dispatched numerous ninjas daily to scout enemy movements and observe the actions of the 4 great shinobi villages. It must be said that Fugaku had been troubled these days, nearly graying under the strain. Currently, Konoha's combat strength was limited to the Hyuga clan, Nara clan, Akimichi clan, Yamanaka clan, and Uchiha clan. The rest had either been annihilated or imprisoned by Ryumiai, including some members of the Umbu. Thus, the base combat power available to Konoha was exceedingly constrained. Fugaku wished he could split himself in 2 to manage the burden. Reports from the front indicated that 2 teams from Sunagakure had already entered the borders of the Land of Fire, led by the elite Jonin Maki from Sunagakure. Karui from the Hidden Cloud village has arrived at the border with 5 squads, and there has yet to be any significant movement. A multitude of ninjas from the Rock and Mist villages have emerged, expected to reach the borders of the Fire Nation in approximately 2 weeks. Within the Leaf Village office, a stream of messages is being relayed continuously. Fayek, Nara Shikaku, and other high-ranking officials are engaged in a grave discussion regarding strategies and countermeasures. The situation is dire. The 4 great ninja villages are acting with a frenzy surpassing that of the first great ninja war. It is rumored that even the Jinchuriki may be mobilized, along with many other smaller nations joining this coalition. If we fail in this war, Leaf Village may never recover, Shikaku stated solemnly. We must employ all available resources, for this is a battle we cannot afford to lose. Fayek's demeanor was particularly serious. How easy it is to say, Yamashiro Kai sighed, interjecting, this time. The 4 great ninja villages are laying everything on the line. They possess no fewer than 10 shadow-level combatants and nearly 5 tailed beasts, creating a vast disparity in power. Due to the stringent information lockdown regarding the tailed beasts across the villages, the Leaf Village remains unaware of whether the Jinchuriki have defected or been captured. They can only analyze based on the distribution of tailed beasts from years prior, which may significantly deviate from the actual numbers. What of the disparity in strength? If they dare to come, we shall confront them. Hyuga Hizashi declared, rising passionately. The 4 great ninja villages may be formidable, yet Leaf Village is not to be underestimated. They will find it far from easy to swallow us whole. Indeed, Akimichi chose to slammed his hand on the table, asserting, even if we cannot win, we must make it clear that Leaf Village is not to be trifled with. With a stroke of luck, we might even drag down 1 or 2 of their villages with us. Right you are. We are not new to battle with the 4 great ninja villages. Let them witness the might of the strongest clan in Leaf. The clan leaders shouted with fervor, their faces flushed with excitement as they banged their fists on the table, eager to rush into action. Yet, it was evident that their confidence in victory was lacking, merely bolstering their own morale. Subsequently, Fayek unfolded a map and said, let us first allocate our battle lines. Hizashi, you will lead 2,000 ninjas against the Sand Village. Shikaku, You will lead 1,500 ninjas to meet the assault from the rock village. Caillou. Fayek divided the Leaf's forces into 4 sections to counter the 4 great ninja villages, retaining high-level combatants such as Orochimaru, Ryumei, and Itachi for strategic reserves. Should any line of defense find itself at a disadvantage, immediate reinforcements would be dispatched. The clan leaders unanimously agreed, nodding their assent. I find this tactic inadequate. Ryumei at the table remarked nonchalantly, immediately drawing the attention of all present. As the current pinnacle of Leaf Village's combat power, Ryumei's presence in such high-level meetings was expected. Fayek hesitated. Ryumei, are you suggesting we should not divide our forces into 4 paths? Indeed. Longming rose to his feet and surveyed the crowd, stating, currently, Konoha is comprised of less than 10,000 ninjas, while the 4 great ninja villages collectively boast around 60,000. If we were to divide our forces, our numbers would dwindle even further. I can assert that if we adopt a strategy of splitting into 4 separate units, all 4 fronts will find themselves at a disadvantage. Attempting to provide support across the board will only lead to chaos. Can this truly be deemed a strategy? He cast a sidelong glance at Fugaku, who appeared somewhat embarrassed. I do not wish for this either, Fugaku explained, but we simply lack sufficient manpower. If we concentrate our forces in one location, the other ninja villages will be free to invade Konoha without obstruction. We must confront them here in our homeland. Gathering all our ninjas to engage the 4 great ninja villages simultaneously. Engaging in battle within Konoha? Fugaku instinctively rubbed his ears, convinced he had misheard. Is this truly your strategy, Longming? It pales in comparison to my plan of splitting our forces. Shikaku, too, grimaced and remarked, Longming, if a battle erupts in Konoha, the situation could spiral out of control. A protracted conflict would not only wreak havoc on our village, but if those ninjas threaten ordinary citizens, the consequences could be dire. Others nodded in agreement. The Ninja World War is no trivial matter. The 5 great nations do not choose to fight on their own territory, but rather in neutral regions, such as the Land of Rain or border territories. The duration of war leads to devastation that even great nations cannot bear. Faced with the opposition of the Konoha Assembly, Longming stroked his nose and declared, it will not be prolonged. If the 4 great ninja villages unite, I can conclude the war in a single day. The confident assertion from Longming left the others both amused and perplexed. It was not a matter of doubting Longming's strength. Warfare is not akin to one-on-one battles, but rather a contest of the national might of both sides. No matter how formidable Longming is, he has his limits. Can he truly best 100, 1,000, or even 10,000 adversaries? Moreover, the enemy is not merely 10,000 strong, but an overwhelming 60,000. This hardly seems a judicious choice. Fugaku's expression shifted repeatedly. Although theoretically, Longming's strategy was exceedingly perilous, recent events had instilled in him an inexplicable confidence in the young man, believing that he could work miracles. Ultimately, Fugaku gritted his teeth and declared, very well, Longming, we shall follow your lead. Let the 4 great ninja villages enter. Longming smiled faintly. His audacious proclamation stemmed from a profound sense of assurance. It was not solely due to his Ashura body and Mangeki Sharingan, but also because he had acquired an entirely new power, the Rinnegan. At this moment, the full extent of Longming's terrifying potential was unknown even to him. Let the 4 great ninja villages serve as a trial by fire. Chapter 89. The Meeting of the 4 Shadows after adopting Longming's strategy. Fuyu promptly recalled all the dispatched ninjas. Simultaneously, he reinforced the defenses surrounding Konoha village, establishing a formidable protective barrier, as well as sensory barriers and traps. Amidst the flurry of activity in the village, one individual remained notably at ease, Orochimaru. Lacking any official position in Konoha and unable to pursue his scientific endeavors due to space constraints, he found himself idly training Sasuke day in and day out. Your hand seals are far too slow. Is this truly the genius of the Uchiha clan? What sort of swordsmanship is that? Even if you were to slice a pear, I would find it unsightly. Pay attention. Now you understand my prowess, don't you, you little brat? Longming, observing from a distance, couldn't he help but chuckle at Orochimaru's self-satisfied voice. It seemed that Sasuke's mockery had indeed had a considerable impact on him. Over the past month, Orochimaru had repeated these words more than any other. As Longming approached, it was evident that his visit served a purpose beyond mere observation. Noticing Longming's approach, Orochimaru greeted him with a smile. Longming-kun, why aren't you in the Hokage's office attending meetings? What brings you here? Have you devised a plan to deal with the 4 great shinobi villages? Longming smiled faintly, and waved his hand dismissively. Just a bunch of fish. There's no need for a plan. We can simply take action. Orochimaru felt a bead of sweat trickle down his brow. Such bravado was nothing short of remarkable. After all, even the Hokage would hesitate to refer to the 4 great shinobi villages as mere fish. Yet, when Longming uttered it, Orochimaru felt no sense of dissonance. Clearing his throat, Orochimaru inquired, Longming-kun, have you come to assign me a combat mission? There is a task, but it is not a combat mission. Longming replied with a slight smile as he formed a hand seal and summoned a black raven. Orochimaru was taken aback, then exclaimed in surprise, is that the Sharingan? How is it contained within a raven? For various reasons, Orochimaru, I wish to ask if, with your scientific expertise, you could transplant Hashirama's cells into this raven. Longming extended the raven towards him. The use of Shursui as Koto Amatsukami required Hashirama's cells to reduce its cooldown time. Although Longming's Ashura body could achieve similar results, the process of transplanting it himself would be overly cumbersome. After all, Shursui's eyes were not as formidable in combat as Longming's Rinnegan. If feasible, it would be far more convenient to transplant the cells into the raven, thereby allowing Shursui's eyes to be utilized as a form of ninja tool. After contemplating for a moment, Orochimaru took the raven and replied candidly, Longming-kun, to speak frankly. The technology for transplanting Hashirama's cells is still not fully matured. I lack absolute confidence in the successful transplantation. However, if provided with a substantial quantity of Hashirama cells for research and experimentation, I believe I could achieve success within a month. Nevertheless, Longming did not feel overly disheartened, for he understood that Orochimaru would eventually succeed. It was merely a matter of time. Longming stored away the crow and then produced a key, stating, I have secured the laboratory for you. You may commence your research at any time. As for the Hashirama cells, I will arrange for a ninja to assist you. A ninja? Orochimaru paused momentarily, then exclaimed with excitement, are you suggesting that Konoha possesses a successful subject for the transplantation of Hashirama cells? Initially, Orochimaru had only intended to exhume the first Hokage's corpse to extract some tissue for experimentation. He never anticipated that Longming would provide him with such an unexpected boon. Longming shrugged and replied, indeed, speaking of which, this individual was one of your experimental subjects back in the day. Do you recall the human experiments you conducted secretly with Danzo, under the watchful eyes of the third Hokage? Orochimaru's pupils constricted, and he inquired, are you implying that it succeeded? That some of those children survived? Longming nodded slightly and elaborated, yes, Danzo concealed him, naming him Tenzu, and he has been working for the Root organization until he was discovered by the third Hokage and subsequently assigned to the Umbu. Damn that scoundrel Danzo. Orochimaru cursed through gritted teeth, realizing he had been kept in the dark about the survival of an experimental subject. Had he known earlier, he might have made significant progress in his wood-release research, rather than experiencing such sluggish advancement. Longming, I am prepared to begin my research immediately. When will you hand this person over to me? Orochimaru asked with fervent anticipation. Longming scratched his nose and replied, you will likely need to wait a day or two. He was involved in some trouble with old man Hizashi half a month ago and is currently detained. Days later, within the borders of the Land of Fire, a vast army advanced steadily towards Konoha. They were the forces of Sunagakure, and as Konoha's neighboring nation, their mobilization was swift. At the heart of the army stood Raza, Gaara, Maki, Chiyo, and others atop a colossal summoned lizard. They represented the pinnacle of Sunagakure's military strength. This invasion of the Land of Fire has been remarkably smooth. We have encountered not a single ninja along the way. Could it be that Konoha's forces are preoccupied with repelling other ninja villages? Raza furrowed his brow, as he had never faced such a situation before. Maki, standing beside him, immediately shook his head and replied gravely, Lord Wind Shadow, according to our intelligence, other ninja villages have not faced any resistance either. Since entering the Land of Fire, we have not encountered a single battle. Could there be some conspiracy at play? Kankuro chuckled and remarked, Captain Maki, you are worrying unnecessarily. Perhaps those from Konoha are simply intimidated. Considering that the combined forces of the 4 great ninja villages are 6 times that of Konoha. Raza cast a glance at his son and remarked, while that may be true, Konoha will not simply extend its neck for us to strike. Their actions undoubtedly conceal a deeper conspiracy. Issue a command to slow our advance and let the ninjas from other nations take the initiative in the assault. Lord Wind Shadow, your wisdom is truly unparalleled. I shall attend to this immediately. With a flash, Maki vanished atop the summoned lizard beast. Following the deceleration of Sunagakure, the ninjas from Kumogakure and Iwagakure gradually infiltrated the heart of the Land of Fire, initially intent on advancing. Their hesitation upon witnessing Sunagakure's halt led them to sense the undercurrents of treachery, suspecting that Konoha was up to something devious. Consequently, no one wished to be the first to take action, and they all engaged in a silent battle of wits with the air. Longming's unintentional actions inadvertently delayed the offensive by nearly half a month. It was not until Kirigakure also entered the Land of Fire that the four major ninja villages gathered near Konoha's outskirts. At this point, the various Kage could no longer remain passive. They agreed to convene in a secluded forest to hold a summit, excluding Konoha from the discussion. Chapter 90. The plan to eliminate Longming. A considerable distance from Konoha, at a grand rectangular table, sat the third Raikage, the third Tsuchikage, Inoki, the fourth Kazekage, Raza, and the elder of Kirigakure, Genjutsu. Besides the Kage, numerous elite warriors from each village were present, including Mei Terumi from Kirigakure, Maki from Sunagakure, Karatsuchi from Iwagakure, and Darui from Kumogakure. Even the Jinchuriki from several villages were in attendance. The Eight-Tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee, the One-Tails Jinchuriki, Gara, and the Seven-Tails Jinchuriki, Foe. Such an illustrious assembly could easily overpower any faction in the ninja world. This summit, proposed by Inoki, aimed to forge a temporary alliance among the four ninja villages to jointly partition Konoha. After all, no one wished to initiate an attack that might allow an opportunist to reap the rewards of their conflict. Each village remained vigilant of the others, and if this stalemate persisted, it could extend into the following year. Hence, as the eldest and most experienced, the third Tsuchikage, Inoki, took the lead in proposing a course of action. Although it was designated as a summit of the four Kage, each had brought along numerous elites as a precaution against any unforeseen events. Inoki surveyed the gathering and declared in a solemn tone, "Well then, everyone is present. If there are no further matters to discuss, I hereby announce the commencement of this four Kage summit." Seeing Inoki take the initiative, Raikage A grinned and interjected, "Certainly. Allow me to express my stance directly. Konoha is as good as ours. An alliance with you is acceptable, but when the time comes to divide the Land of Fire, Kumogakure must secure the lion's share. We demand 50% of its territory." With Kumogakure's long history of military expansion, A's assertiveness reflected the village's current dominance. He sought to seize the upper hand in negotiations from the outset. However, it was evident that the other Kage were not to be trifled with. "What nonsense!" Lo Sha cast a cold glance at AI and remarked, "The war has yet to commence. What gives you the audacity to take the lead? Is it merely due to your dark skin and well-toned physique? How utterly ridiculous, given that Yun-In had previously attacked Sha-In village." Lo Sha had no inclination to treat the Raikage with any semblance of respect, confronting AI directly. AI's lips twitched. Had the situation not been so grave, he would have retaliated with a punch. He narrowed his eyes and, with a tone laced with sarcasm, said, "I was wondering which dog was barking. It turns out to be you, the Wind Shadow. I've heard you arrived here quite early, yet over the past fortnight, you have cowered in hesitation. Presumably out of fear of Konoha. If that's the case, you might as well return to Sha-In village and stop wasting our time here." Lo Sha's eyes darkened, prepared to slam his hand on the table and challenge the Raikage, but was preempted by Inoki. Bang! Inoki slammed his palm on the table and said in a deep voice, "Enough. You are all leaders of your respective villages. To behave so disgracefully is unbecoming. I have summoned you here, not for quarrels." "Humph." Lo Sha snorted disdainfully and reluctantly took his seat. "Heh, Lord Tsuchikage is the convener of this meeting. Please, share your thoughts first. How shall we form this alliance, divide Konoha, and determine the rightful owner of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki? As long as the outcome is satisfactory for all, an alliance is indeed possible." The voice of the elder, Yuan Shi, resonated with a low and aged tone, succinctly expressing his stance. The other shadows remained silent, evidently aligned with Yuan Shi's views. Inoki surveyed the room before scoffing. "I believe you are all overly optimistic regarding this war. We have not even begun to fight, yet you are already discussing the division of Konoha. Do you truly have confidence in dealing with that Uchiha named Longming?" AI retorted dismissively. "He is merely a young boy. What is there to be apprehensive about? Lord Raikage speaks, and it appears he has not thoroughly gathered intelligence." Inoki regarded AI with a profound gaze, then gestured for Karatsuchi, who produced a substantial stack of intelligence reports. "Perhaps you should peruse these before speaking. Uchiha Longming is undoubtedly the pivotal factor in determining our victory or defeat." The shadows exchanged glances, skeptical yet intrigued, and began to examine the documents. Gasp! Upon reading the described intelligence, the leaders collectively inhaled sharply. The ocular technique can freeze time. It also possesses the ability to alter another's will, the Kodo Amatsukami. The near-catastrophic battle in the land of rice, which devastated half the town, was instigated by Uchiha Longming. Supposedly he defeated the legendary Sannin Orochimaru with a single blow? The expressions of the shadows grew grave. AI furrowed his brow and inquired, Suchikage, is your source for this intelligence reliable? I can't help but feel it sounds alarmist. Could it be that the Uchiha have disseminated false information to instill fear in us? The source of this intelligence is undeniably reliable. Your current skepticism stems from a profound ignorance of the Uchiha clan's true terror, as well as the implications of Mokutan abilities. Anoki replied, his countenance reflecting a complex mix of nostalgia, fear, resentment, and reverence. I find myself amidst an era of turmoil. Having witnessed firsthand the unparalleled might of Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha. To speak solely of Madara, even in collaboration with the second Suchikage, I was swiftly rendered grievously injured by his formidable prowess. As for Hashirama, his strength surpasses that of Madara, and now, the emergence of Uchiha Ryumei, who seemingly amalgamates the powers of both, is a harbinger of terror. Upon hearing this, the gathered Kage recognized the gravity of the situation and began earnest deliberations. A raised finger to his chin, A pondered aloud, given your sentiments, Suchikage, we shall consolidate our elite forces. Once Uchiha Ryumei reveals himself, we will strike him down and then gradually advance upon Konoha. Noki nodded slowly, evidently in accord. Beside him, Raza interjected, our foremost strength must include ourselves, the Kage. Alongside the Jinchuriki from each village. The 7 of us shall coordinate our efforts. Not so, A retorted firmly. The Jinchuriki should serve as our trump card, remaining at the rear while we unleash tail beast bombs upon Konoha from a distance. He had sworn an oath to keep Killer Bee safe from enemy hands. Were it not for the abduction of the Two Tails Jinchuriki by a peculiar organization, he would not have allowed Killer Bee to remain unaccompanied in Kimogakure. Observing A.'s resolute stance, the elder voiced, then let us proceed as Reikage suggests. The Kage of each village shall form the most formidable assault team, ever vigilant against Uchiha Ryumei. I, however, am not one for combat. I shall entrust this endeavor to our village's elite jonin, Kuratsuchi, who excels in 2 types of Kekkei Genkai, her strength rivaling that of all present. The assembly cast glances at Kuratsuchi, astonished by her possession of dual Kekkei Genkai abilities. Chapter 91. The 4 Kage strike. Simultaneously, the 4 Kage further deliberated on the specifics. Ultimately, the Tsuchikage spoke solemnly, in light of this. Let us temporarily form an alliance among the 4 great ninja villages. Once we conquer Konoha, we shall distribute the spoils according to our merits. The Tsuchikage extended his hand, and the others placed theirs upon it in agreement. Agreed. I consent. In favor. With the pact established, the 4 Kage returned to mobilize their forces, preparing to ignite the flames of war. A day later, the 4 great ninja villages began to assemble their entire armies, advancing resolutely toward Konoha. The thunderous rhythm of thousands of ninja marching reverberated like a deafening drumbeat, striking at the hearts of the populace. They swept through like a locust swarm, uprooting towering trees along their path, sending the birds and beasts of the forest scattering in fright. The once clear sky was ominously veiled by a massive dark cloud, enveloping Konoha in an atmosphere of foreboding. In Konoha, Fugaku, Itachi, Hinata Hayashi, and others gazed solemnly downward at the legion of over 60,000 ninja amassed below. As one gazes out, a formidable sense of oppression looms. In the mountains, Hai swallowed hard and forced a smile, saying, Lord Hokage, there is no need for concern. We have set numerous traps on the periphery. The ninjas from the 4 great ninja villages will suffer significant losses before they can even approach. Just as his words settled, a series of explosions erupted from the ranks ahead. These were the detonating tags that had been strategically placed by Konoha, and the chain reaction caused considerable casualties among the vanguard of the Cloud Village. The dense army came to a halt, and Fayek breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that the situation was not as dire as he had anticipated. However, in the next moment, his expression stiffened. A contingent of dozens of red-clad rock ninjas advanced to the front lines, unfurling blueprints. After biting their fingers, they pressed them against the designs. Earth release, modification. This was an advanced earth jutsu. As chakra flowed from the blueprints into the ground, the terrain swiftly began to morph according to the designs. It was an exceedingly practical earth technique. With the infusion of chakra, the earth trembled violently, the landscape before Konoha transformed, leading to the destruction of the numerous traps that had been set in advance. Vast amounts of soil and rock reconfigured the ground, creating a massive semicircular clearing. The ninjas from the sand, cloud, rock, and mist villages then formed their ranks upon this newfound expanse. The ground was teeming with ninjas. Terumi Mei Rasha and Inoki stood at the forefront of the battlefield, their presence invigorating the spirits of the many ninjas. Excitement and fervor mingled on their faces as they raised their swords and kunai, shouting, "Sweep away Konoha! Sweep away Konoha! Sweep away Konoha!" Their clamorous voices surged like a tidal wave, echoing into the sky and reaching the ears of every ninja in Konoha. Fyake's face darkened with indignation. He inhaled deeply and declared, "Konoha, prepare for battle." As his words echoed, a multitude of Konoha ninjas leaped down from the high walls. Itachi, Naruto, Orochimaru, and others took their positions at the front line, aligning themselves to confront the enemy with their weapons drawn. Yet, their meager numbers were starkly disproportionate to the overwhelming force before them. Even the ninjas from the 4 great villages erupted into jeers. "Is this all Konoha has? We have more than enough from the Cloud Village alone. Oh, descendants of Konoha, you might as well surrender. Otherwise, my rock ninjas will show no mercy." What a relief. After being suppressed by Konoha for so long, we sand ninjas can finally hold our heads high. As the taunts from the opposing ninjas reached their ears, the Konoha ninjas clenched their weapons in anger. Nearby, Hinata Hizashi slammed his fist against the wall, solemnly stating, "Lord Hokage, please give the command to attack." The members of the Hyuga clan are always prepared to sacrifice themselves for Konoha. Indeed, Lord Hokage, let us advance. I am determined to eradicate this group of scoundrels. Yet, within Fugaku's heart, a bitter smile formed. With a numerical disparity of 6-fold, a frontal assault would undoubtedly result in grievous losses for the village hidden in the leaves. Fugaku refrained from speaking, instead casting a glance at Ryumi, his eyes seemingly conveying a silent plea. "Ryumi, I am relying entirely upon you this time. Should you falter, our beloved Konoha may meet its end today." Standing beside him, Ryumi appeared to peer into Fugaku's troubled thoughts, offering a gentle smile as he reassured, "No need for concern. Clan leader, allow me to initiate a jutsu first. You may launch the attack following my lead." With that, Ryumi vanished in a flash, appearing alone before the 4 great shinobi villages. This audacious act astonished Inoki, and Tsunade among others. Is this the prodigy, Uchiha Ryumi, the one heralded as the new god of ninjas? A's brow furrowed, disbelief evident on his visage. There can be no mistake. He resembles the photograph we received perfectly. Let us not underestimate him. I sense an extraordinarily formidable chakra emanating from him, Inoki replied gravely. Arsuk stepped forward, golden sand swirling around him as he coldly declared, "As per our agreement, we 4 shall strike first to eliminate him. Once he falls, Konoha's morale will inevitably shatter." Tsunade remained silent, tacitly endorsing the consensus of the other Kage. Why waste words? Let us engage. The Reikage, enveloped in lightning chakra, forcefully stomped the ground. Bam! The earth beneath him fractured instantaneously, propelling him forth like a bolt of blue lightning. Humph, that muscle-bound fool, do not hinder my advance. Arsuk, unwilling to lag behind the Reikage, summoned a copious amount of gold sand into his hands, forming a golden spear. Youngsters are so impatient. Yet, this old body cannot lag behind either, he remarked. Inoki levitated in midair, arms outstretched, targeting Ryumi's position. A semi-transparent barrier materialized in Inoki's grasp, resonating with an ominous chakra surge. Tsunade, without uttering a word, swiftly formed seals, amassing a significant quantity of water chakra within her throat. Subsequently, she puffed her cheeks, as if about to burst. Water release, water dragon bullet magnet release, sand gold spear dust release, original world severance technique lightning release. Lightning cutter. The 4 Kage unleashed their attacks simultaneously, the terrifying chakra fluctuations instilling fear in the hearts of the surrounding shinobi. The Reikage, the swiftest among them, reached Ryumi first, looking down upon him, who had yet to even lift a finger, flickered with disdain in his gaze. Is this all you can muster? It seems the so-called god of ninjas is merely a product of exaggerated praise from the weak. Your demise shall serve to showcase the might of the Cloud Village. A scoffed inwardly, amusement dancing in his heart.